Chapter 797, Complete Victory. Sparks scattered when the blades collided, although the exchange appeared slow. In reality, everything happened in an instant. Sirius's HP drained like flowing water only after Sirius fell to the ground and lay there motionlessly did everyone realize the Berserker's HP had dropped to 0 lost. Impossible. The glorious lions were dumbfounded as they stared at Sirius's unmoving corpse in the dueling ring. None of them dared to believe their own eyes. Sirius was one of the Battle Wolves' Wolf Kings, yet now he had lost to a nameless upstart. Nothing like this had ever happened before. In fact, the glorious lions weren't the only ones who were shocked. Every member of the audience was stunned as they stared at the name above the dueling ring victor, Feng. No one had expected this outcome. How could the competition end so suddenly? After one direct confrontation, the famous Sirius had tasted defeat. It was inconceivable. I am not seeing things right. How can the Azura battle team be the victor? This is unbelievable. The Azura battle team is amazing. The Glorious Lions, a battle team that had won twice in a row, had lost 3-0 to the Azura battle team. Only those watching will probably ever believe this. Even now, the audiences had yet to recover from their daze. It was as if the last, brief exchange from before had etched itself into their minds. The techniques in this battle were definitely worth studying. The Glorious Lions were not weak. The Azura battle team was just a little stronger, although I've lost some materials from betting on the Glorious Lions. It was worth watching this battle. Many among the audiences had bet on the Glorious Lions battle team's victory. However, the majority of these people were not disappointed. On the contrary, the upper echelons from various major powers felt as if they had raked in a huge profit. The high-level battles that had taken place in this competition had taught them much. Particularly, it had allowed them to understand the true strength of each battle team. After this competition, it would be much easier to cope with the team members. At the same time, everyone had grown cautious about the Azura battle team. A fear of the guild called Zero Wing slithered through the crowd. A small upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually obtained so many epic items. If someone had told them that Zero Wing did not have any background or strength, they would not believe it. Big Sis Rain, now that the Azura battle team has become so famous, it will probably be very difficult to arrange opponents in the future. Although Blue Phoenix was happy for sure Feng. In the Dark Arena, the stronger a battle team was, the more difficult it was to find an opponent. Every battle team in the Dark Arena fought to gain the arena's hosting rights. However, that was not an easy goal. Firstly, a battle team needed to participate in 10 games, winning 8. Only then would a battle team have the right to challenge the Dark Arena's organizer. Only after defeating the organizer's battle team would one obtain the hosting rights. Hence, the various battle teams would not accept challenges easily. It was even more difficult for strong battle teams. Everyone wanted to rack up victories by challenging weaker teams, of course. To prevent some people from avoiding battles completely, the Dark Arena had a time limit. If a battle team could not find an opponent within 10 days, the Dark Arena would choose an opponent randomly. Hence, the stronger teams in the Dark Arena did not need to fear a lack of challengers. They just had to wait a relatively long time before they could complete all 10 required games. Much would change in God's domain after 100 days. Doesn't matter, Phoenix Rain said as she shook her head. Previously, I worried that the Azura battle team would lose miserably. As for future matches, it seems that we're going to make a fortune from now on. Big Sis Rain, did you agree to another match before this? A realization struck Blue Phoenix. That's right. As the Azura battle team is a new team with members from a small guild, many people had requested battle. A few had even promised to bet favors and a certain number of materials. It's a pity that each battle team can only compete in 3 matches every 10 days. It would be great if we could arrange a few more matches. Phoenix Rain laughed. When she thought about the next 2 battle teams they had to face, she could not help but pity those teams. Chances were that the players from those teams held a deep resentment for her. Right now, every one of them had assumed that the Azura battle team was quite weak. None of them would have imagined that the team was actually a dark horse only. Finding opponents for the last 7 matches would give her a slight headache. Hopefully, Yifeng can hold back in future matches. Otherwise, finding an opponent will be a problem, Phoenix Rain muttered softly. Lost. He actually lost. When Huachio Shui heard the applause and cheers, her face twisted into an ugly expression. Losing a game was not a major issue for her. After all, the Glorious Lions only needed to win 8 out of 10 games. However, not only had they exposed much of their strength, but they had also lost the competition and suffered immense losses. Primal Emerald Wood and Soul Cultivating Stones were not cabbage that one easily found on the streets. Not to mention, they also had to pay the 1,000 pieces of level 30 Dark Gold equipment and 30,000 magic crystals. Such a huge loss would not end with a slight sting. Who knew how much time she would have to spend to recover? However, losing money was secondary to her. Her reputation was far more important. The upper echelons from the major corporations would learn of the Azura battle team's victory. It was a guarantee that they would launch investigations on Yifeng. If they discovered that she had chased Yifeng away from the Glorious Lions, she would probably be branded with the title Blind Fool. Her superiors might even begin to question her abilities as a manager. Zero Wing. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. Exemplary Willow raged as she stomped her feet. She shot a glare at Feng before turning to leave. Below the dueling ring, Zero Wing's members celebrated and rejoiced. Leader, are you all right? Fire Dance asked as she approached Feng. Feng looked worn. His complexion was pale and waxy. He looked nothing like a winner. It's nothing. I just expended too much of my concentration, Feng replied as he shook his head. This battle had been truly dangerous. He had gone all out from the very beginning of the battle, pushing his 5 senses to their limits. He had remained on full alert throughout the match, fearing that a moment of carelessness would lose him. The fight Sirius's combat standard was simply too high. If this match had taken place 2 or 3 weeks from now, he definitely would have lost. Although Sirius's equipment was already impressive, the old man, even possessing several epic items, at the end of the day, he did not have a fragmented legendary item. He also had not learned any super skills. These 2 aspects could improve a player's combat power by leaps and bounds. Even Sirius would have a hard time trying to bridge the gap by relying on techniques alone. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. This was the cruel reality of games. Hence, regardless if they were experts or ordinary players, all players prioritized improving their weapons, equipment, and skills. While Feng rested, Sirius revived below the dueling ring and marched straight over to Feng. Kid, you sure know how to hide your strength. However, you might be able to beat me now, but it will be a different story in the future, Sirius said, a warm smile appearing on his stern face. All right, I've said enough. As per our agreement, I'll give you this. With this information, you should be able to improve yourself further and reach my level a little sooner. However, whether or not you obtain the item will depend on your own abilities. Saying so, Sirius sent Feng a private message. He then turned and left. As he walked away, he could not help but glance at Fire Dance, shaking his head and sighing. His reaction creeped Fire Dance out. Seeing Fire Dance's reaction, Feng chuckled. The 2 had discussed their bet through private chat. Nobody knew about their conversation. If Fire Dance knew that Sirius had wanted her as his disciple, she would probably feel quite awkward. However, although Feng admitted that Sirius's guidance would open many doors for Fire Dance in the future, he did not think that she would have any fewer achievements if she remained by his side. He also would never allow the Battle Wolves to poach one of his experts. Following which, Feng opened the file Sirius had sent him. Intending to glance through the information he had won from the old man, just what kind of information could actually give him the possibility of advancement? Chapter 798, Deterring Force. Like a wildfire, news of the Azura battle team's victory in the Dark Arena spread throughout God's domain. Practically minutes after the competition ended, information regarding the Azura battle team had reached the hands of God's domain's various major powers. The reports were so detailed that it even included information on the acquaintances of the Azura battle team's members. Starmoon Kingdom, Maple City. Maple City had already become Overwhelming Smile's main headquarters. With Underworld's hidden support, the guild had solidified its position as the city's overlord. At the same time, Maple City had become the second largest city in the Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. The city's player population was over 1 million. Although it was still far from the grandeur of White River City, it was superior to other cities within the Kingdom Yulan. "Why have you called me here all of a sudden?" Feng Xinyang demanded, annoyed as he entered the residence's meeting room. His gaze locked onto the charming, elegantly smiling Yulan. He should have had the most authority in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. However, due to Yulan's successful management of Maple City, Underworld higher-ups designated Yulan to handle everything in the region. This enraged him. He had expended all of that effort to deal with Zero Wing, yet Yulan sat back and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. Without an enemy to deal with, it had naturally been easy to develop Maple City. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have had any issues handling the task either. It's nothing major. "I just wanted to tell you to withdraw Overwhelming Smiles members from White River City immediately and have them develop elsewhere," Yulan instructed, paying Feng Xuanyang's rude behavior no heed. "And why should I do this?" Feng Xinyang said, his expression darkening as he grew somewhat indignant. "You know how high of a price I've paid to solidify my position in White River City. Although Zero Wing is very strong, White River City's overlord isn't set in stone. Don't even think about ordering me to withdraw Overwhelming Smile from White River City." Many of Overwhelming Smile's members were focused on all sorts of quests, including guild quests, in White River City. As long as they completed a certain number of quests, Overwhelming Smile's status in White River City would improve. Afterward, they could accept all sorts of rare, high-level quests. They might even receive epic quests. With epic quests, it would be extremely easy to obtain all sorts of top-tier weapons and equipment. They might even find new, strategic tools for war. The guild's recent promotion had even triggered an epic guild quest. If they completed this epic guild quest, he could obtain a tool of war. When they started another war with Zero Wing, even if Zero Wing had an abundance of experts, he did not think he would lose against the guild if they pulled out of White River City now. Then all of the White River City quests they had already completed would be for naught. He couldn't give up on the city. "Now, Feng Xinyang, this is not my decision. The higher-ups made this decision. You have no say in this matter. In any case, you have 3 days to transfer all of our members to other cities." Yulan stated coldly, "That is not possible." Feng Xinyang was dumbfounded. The higher-ups had hoped to obtain White River City, investing manpower and resources into the endeavor. Yet now, they had decided to give up on the city? No matter how he thought about it, such a thing was impossible. I also considered the decision foolish. However, after seeing the information they provided, I changed my mind. "I don't disagree with the decision," Yulan said. She then threw a file at Feng Xinyang, saying, "Have a look at it yourself." "This is—" Feng Xinyang boiled with rage when he saw the folder's title Zero Wing report. Zero Wing was Feng Xuanyang's sworn enemy. If not for Zero Wing interrupting his plans again and again, White River City would have been his by now. He wouldn't have suffered under Zero Wing's oppression as he did now. To make things worse, Zero Wing had flourished in the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, becoming one of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds that could even rival first-rate guilds. This had also weakened Overwhelming Smile's position in the city significantly. Now, Overwhelming Smile's members had to tread carefully when encountering Zero Wing players on the city streets. This humiliated Feng Xinyang. However, he endured because he knew that this was still not the time to pick a fight with Zero Wing. Now, after striving silently for a long time, he had finally obtained an opportunity to seize White River City. Hence, no matter what, he could not give up in this competition for dominance as long as he obtained White River City. The favor Yulan received from Underworld's upper echelons would also vanish. At that time, he would become the absolute leader of Underworld's branch in Star Moon Kingdom rather than playing underling to a greenhorn when who had only been a member of the organization for a short time. However, after Feng Xinyang read the Zero Wing report, his excited expression froze, his eyes widening with shock. He paled as if he had seen a ghost. "How can this be?" Feng Xinyang couldn't believe his eyes. How has Zero Wing appeared in the Dark Arena? They even defeated a battle team that has the backing of a super guild. Currently, Underworld was considered one of the virtual gaming world's major powers. The organization was stronger than most first-rate guilds. Over the years, it had nurtured plenty of experts. However, there was still a vast gap between them and super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, not to mention super guilds, yet an upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually managed to defeat a super guild's battle team. This was simply inconceivable. Super guilds had too many experts to count. They even had monster-like existences. The powers supporting them were also profound and complex. Only other super guilds and super first-rate guilds could shake the foundations of such giants. No one else should even consider trying unless Zero Wing had a super guild behind it. A super guild? Feng Xianyang suddenly felt his body grow cold. That's right. The higher-ups have reached the same conclusion. Hence, we can't provoke Zero Wing anymore. There is no reason to continue wasting our time in White River City. In truth, Yulan doubted that Zero Wing had the support of a super guild. However, the mana pulse cannon in the Stoneclaw Mountains and the various magic array scrolls. Now, they also had to consider the performance in the Dark Arena. A mere upstart guild was not capable of achieving these feats. Hence, it was quite possible that a super guild supported Zero Wing from the shadows. Even though it was only a possibility, Underworld would not take this risk, I understand. I'll transfer the majority of our members to other cities. However, I still have a quest I need to complete. Feng Xianyang nodded. Fine, but make it quick, Yulan stated before standing and leaving the meeting room. Elsewhere, Feng had led Fire Dance and the others back to White River City. On their way back, Feng browsed through the information Sirius had given him. So, this is the case. After reading through the files, Feng was so happy that he found it difficult to hide his smile. Guild leader, what has made you so giddy? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she moved to Feng's side. It's nothing. I've just found something that can help you improve your combat standards. Feng laughed. Guild leader, what is it? Can I have a look? Violet Cloud sent Feng a yearning look. Fire Dance had already reached the refinement realm. This development placed a weight on the rest of the team. Violet Cloud felt particularly pressured. She was incredibly anxious to become stronger. There is no need to rush. We happen to be on our way there right now. Saying so, Feng pointed at the distant candlelight trading firm. Chapter 799, Secrets of God's Domain. The candlelight trading firm, special forging room. Guild leader, here are the items you requested. After melancholic smile entered the room, she stacked materials onto the stone table, creating a large mound of items. If the upper echelons of other large guilds saw this, they would be shocked. Every material was extremely valuable. Some were even used to construct a stable. However, among these materials, there was one item that was particularly eye-catching, a fragment of a silver stone tablet. This fragment was clearly not a raw material. Feng picked up the stone tablet while transferring the materials into his bag, including the materials he had won in the Dark Arena. He had enough to begin the guild stable's construction. Currently, the various large guilds were occupied with raiding dungeons to collect the stable design and required materials to construct the building. However, no one would have imagined that a small guild like Zero Wing had both. The only thing left to do was to construct the stable itself. Feng could not contain his excitement. In the past, Shadow had invested a lot of time to construct its stable. By the time the guild stable was complete, God's Domain's mainstream players had surpassed level 50. Many ordinary players even had their own mounts. On the other hand, this timeline's mainstream players had only reached level 30. Yet, Zero Wing could begin constructing its own stable. Zero Wing would be the first guild in God's Domain to reveal its guild mount to the public. Ordinary mounts cost 40 gold. However, guild mounts only cost 25 gold. Although the difference was only 15 gold, no ordinary player could afford that, even if they sold everything they owned. Even guild elite players would have to save for a long time to accumulate so much due to this 15 gold gap. Guild players could obtain their mounts ahead of ordinary players. The only problem guild players faced was that they needed to a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount. GCPs were automatically rewarded after one completed a guild quest. The amount of GCP varied depending on the quest's difficulty, with higher-leveled quests awarding more points and ordinary and daily quests awarding very few. In fact, one could say that the GCP requirement wasn't a major issue. Money was the only thing guild players truly needed to purchase their guild mounts guild leader. Is this stone tablet related to your earlier, mysterious actions? Fire Dance knew of their plans for the guild stable. However, she was more concerned with Feng's previous statement after reaching her combat standard. It was extremely difficult to advance further if there really was an item that could improve a player's combat standards. It must be heaven-defying, that's right. This stone tablet is the item that can help everyone grow stronger. Feng nodded the information he received from Sirius stated that there were all sorts of skills in God's domain. There were ordinary skills, general skills, taboo skills, and an extremely rare type of skill known as a secret technique. Secret techniques were unique in God's domain. Moreover, learning a secret technique was different from learning ordinary skills, whereby players could learn a skill with a click of a button. Secret techniques were also different from taboo skills, where players were only required to reach a certain completion rate. To learn a secret technique, players had to comprehend it. One's comprehension depended on the player. As to how one used the secret technique, that also depended on the player. Unlike the usual skills, a secret technique would not appear in a player's skill menu even after learning it. Secret techniques also lacked a cooldown. Players could use the secret technique whenever and however they desired. The only resource consumed when using a secret technique was concentration. Feng had learned a secret technique before. In truth, a secret technique was just a unique method of utilizing combat techniques. Void steps was considered a footwork-type secret technique. Moreover, Sirius had revealed that his 6-in-1 combination attack was a byproduct of a secret technique. Although he had known how to use such a technique for quite a while, he had not been able to use the 6-in-1 combination attack. However, learning the secret technique had allowed his combat standard to reach a whole new level, allowing him to execute a 6-in-1 combination attack. Without the secret technique, even with his domain, such a complex technique would have been beyond him. Meanwhile, when speaking of secret techniques, Feng immediately thought of the secret sword technique he had obtained during his promotion to Blade Saint. At the time, he had not realized what this item's purpose was. The stone tablet's introduction simply stated that it held some kind of divine power, and that he needed to collect all the stone tablet fragments to restore the engraved pattern. Hence, he had not bothered with the secret sword technique. After all, obtaining this single fragment had nearly cost him his life. How difficult would it be to collect all 6 pieces? Of course, the secret technique stone tablet the Battle Wolves had obtained was also incomplete. Even so, players could still learn from the fragment. However, they needed to meet a specific requirement to learn the secret technique. It hid the requirement was magic crystals. One needed to inject a significant amount of magic power into the stone tablet to activate the secret technique once. Moreover, this secret technique was not complete. If one wanted to learn the complete secret technique, they had to collect all the necessary fragments. Although Sirius had kindly told him how to activate the secret technique stone tablet, the old man had not told him where to find one. This was also the first time Feng had ever heard of secret techniques. This was the tragedy middle and low-class players faced. Unless one was extraordinarily lucky, many of God's domain's secrets were beyond people like him. Secret sword technique? Violet Cloud blinked as she looked at the stone tablet in Feng's hands. Guild leader, can't only melee classes learn this? No, any class can learn a secret technique. However, some are more suitable for certain classes. Fortunately, there is no limit to how many players can learn it. Take Void Steps and Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack, for example. These combat techniques are not necessarily suitable for our classes. However, if utilized properly, they are still significantly effective. Feng explained, smiling. In reality, the secret technique Sirius had learned was more suited to magical classes, while Void Steps was more suitable for assassins rather than swordsmen. When used, however, they could still improve a player's combat power significantly. Aside from suitability, how much one had of a secret technique was also important. Sirius had learned his secret technique from Fragment. Hence, he could display immense power with the technique. On the other hand, Feng had learned Void Steps by copying another player. His skill with the technique was less than garbage. Hence, his capabilities with Void Steps were limited. If he had learned the secret sword technique before his fight with Sirius, he would have had a much easier time taking the old man down. Hearing Feng's explanation, his companions were speechless. They had all seen Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. They had never imagined that the stone tablet before them was actually something so amazing. If they could learn such a combat technique as well, they would have a higher chance of winning their battles, even against more powerful opponents. Chapter 800 Restrictions. Feng could not help his smile when he saw the yearning and desperation in everyone's eyes. He could relate. Although the secret technique stone tablet is an excellent item, there are many restrictions. There are even restrictions while one is learning the secret technique itself. This is not an easy endeavor. Feng explained the secret technique stone tablet help players learn how to better utilize their combat techniques. While learning these methods, they might even discover a breakthrough and advance their combat standards. This was why Sirius was so confident of his declaration that Feng could grow stronger if he possessed a secret technique stone tablet. If every member in a guild could learn the secret technique, their strength could defy heaven naturally. The main god system would not allow such a situation. Although the legacy within a secret technique stone tablet would not expire, it could only be used once per month. Moreover, only 10 players could learn the technique each time it was available. In addition, because he only possessed a fragment, he needed to create a stabilizing magic array to use it. Magic arrays were incomparably precious. Normally, it was impossible for players to obtain the knowledge of creating one. Moreover, kingdoms and empires kept a very tight lid on any information they had about magic arrays, making it even more difficult for players to learn the process. Hence, players had to rely on the magic array designs they obtained to teach them the mechanics of producing magic arrays. Currently, no player throughout God's domain knew how to produce stabilizing magic arrays. They could only obtain them from NPCs. Although God's domain had countless NPCs, not all NPCs knew how to produce magic arrays. Even powerful magical class NPCs rarely knew how to produce more profound arrays. The stabilizing magic array just happened to be a particularly profound twofold magic array. Even Tier 3 magical class NPCs would find it extremely difficult to produce an array of such caliber. This wasn't the only issue they faced. These magic arrays also required something of each player. To learn a secret technique from a stone tablet, players also needed to know how to produce magic arrays. Of course, they didn't need a complete understanding of the topic, but they did need the ability to produce a simple intermediate magic array. This was why Feng had led his team to the special forging room. The simulation device in the candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms had already recorded all of the information Zero Wing possessed about magic arrays. Even the designs for the 9-star polar domain and teleportation magic array had been recorded. Players could easily rehearse the production process without needing to waste precious materials. They only needed to spend some magic crystals. When Feng thought about how the Battle Wolves lacked a special forging room of its own, he imagined how many materials the Super Guild had spent to allow 10 players to learn to produce an intermediate magic array. The thought was staggering. However, the Battle Wolves was capable of such a feat precisely because it was a super guild. A first-rate guild could never afford to learn a secret technique without a special forging room. If you wish to learn the secret technique, you'll have to learn to produce intermediate magic arrays. All of the necessary information can be found inside the simulation device. Learn the technique as quickly as possible. Once you can produce intermediate magic arrays, you can learn the secret technique. Feng explained as he pointed towards a flowing ball of water inside the forging room. Learn to produce intermediate magic arrays. Aqua Rose repeated with a frown. This task would be very difficult. As a cursemancer, she relied on incantations and runes to cast her spells, so she had little understanding of the subject. In reality, when magical class players cast a spell, they drew runes or chanted incantations to guide the surrounding elemental mana to form a magic array. Of course, higher-tiered spells required more runes and incantations. As she understood it, a Tier 1 spell's magic array was the equivalent of a basic magic array, while a Tier 2 spell's array was the equivalent of an intermediate magic array. Moreover, when constructing a magic array, the system would not offer any assistance or guidance. Players had to draw the runes or chant the incantations themselves. Hence, the requirement was quite strict. In other words, without any assistance from the system, she needed to complete a relatively complex Tier 2 spell in a set period of time. Furthermore, the magic array she needed to craft would be far more complex than any of her spells. It would be very difficult for her to produce an intermediate magic array if a magical class player already had such troubles. This would be a nightmare for physical class players. This is mandatory. Even I can't do anything about it. You have to rely on yourselves for this task, Feng said as he spread his hands in a helpless gesture. He could not help them. He had only been able to produce the 9-star polar domain so quickly because of the understanding he had gained in his previous life. Hence, it would take a relatively long time for the others to produce an intermediate magic array. Fortunately, he could use this opportunity to deal with the guild's stable following, which Feng left the Candlelight trading firm and headed towards the Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the other physical class players began to learn all they could about magic arrays. As for Aqua Rose and the other magical classes, they began to experiment with the process of producing basic magic arrays. As the number of guild residences in the city rapidly increased, the number of players who visited the Adventurers Association in search of their daily guild quests increased as well. Currently, the association enjoyed a constant stream of players entering and leaving the building. When the players inside the building saw the 6-winged guild emblem on Feng's chest, their gazes turned green with envy. Many of the female players acted like ravenous wolves when their eyes landed on Feng. They shot him flirtatious glances and dreamed of pouncing on the young man. Devouring him whole, Feng was speechless. He inwardly celebrated the fact that he had not come as Black Flame, and that he had chosen to wear his black cloak. Otherwise, these players might have truly devoured him. However, when he saw the players lined up to accept their daily quests, he could not help but feel nostalgia in the past. He, too, had often come here to receive his daily guild quests. Guild quests fell into two main categories. The first category consisted of the daily guild quests that players could accept at the Adventurers Association, while the second consisted of the NPC commission quests that were sent to guild residences. Any guild member could accept a daily guild quest. However, the rewards were mediocre at best. Very little EXP was awarded as well. Meanwhile, NPC commission quests were different. Even the most ordinary commission quest provided decent remuneration and EXP reward. Some even rewarded relatively good weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, guild residences did not receive enough NPC commission quests to supply every member within a guild. These quests were also directly related to a guild's popularity. The higher a guild popularity was, the more well-known it was among NPCs. After reaching a certain level of popularity, even NPCs from other cities and towns would commission a quest. Currently, Zero Wing had the highest popularity among all of the guilds in White River City. Every day, Zero Wing's guild residents received more than 1,000 commission quests. Among them, there were over 100 high-level quests. Aside from its high popularity, Zero Wing received so many quests because of its residence's smithy. Every day, the smithy would provide a certain number of quests. Hence, Zero Wing received far more commission quests than other guilds. Large guilds like Overwhelming Smile only received several hundred commission quests each day. With only several dozen high-level quests, Zero Wing walked the path of the elite, so it had far fewer members than its competitors. As a result, the percentage of players within the guild that could accept commissioned quests each day was relatively high. On the other hand, due to having too many members, other guilds' ordinary members even found it difficult to receive an ordinary commission quest, not to mention high-level commission quests. In the second-floor reception hall, "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" a beautiful female receptionist asked Feng. Smiling, "I wish to construct a stable. Please compile the necessary quotes for me," Feng said, handing over the stable design. Chapter 801 Mount Taming. After the female receptionist accepted the stable design, she tapped on the magic crystal ball before her. Immediately, a miniature, half-transparent building appeared before Feng. This was the construction model for the stable. It allowed players to select and modify the building unlike other buildings, which are categorized by ranks such as ordinary and luxury. Stables were only differentiated by size. There were many wild and demonic beasts in the world of God's domain, and all of these monsters came in different sizes. The larger a monster was, the larger the stable it required. Obviously, the larger the stable was, the more it would cost to construct. A small-size stable could cost anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 gold. A medium-sized stable cost anywhere from 4,000 gold to 5,000 gold. A large-size stable could cost anywhere from 8,000 gold to 10,000 gold. A super large-size stable could cost anywhere from 40,000 gold to 50,000 gold for a high-ranking rare mount like the Thunderwolf. Feng needed at least a medium-sized stable, of course. The benefit of a larger-sized stable wasn't limited to additional space. A larger stable would allow a guild to tame mounts faster. Guild players would also have an easier time growing their mounts. Most importantly, one could invite a powerful tamer with a larger, stable in God's domain. Mount taming was considered a field of knowledge. Tamers played an important role in harnessing the power of a mount. Half of a guild mount's growth depended on the tamer. Hence, hiring a powerful tamer was essential to a guild. I want this large-size stable. Feng chose a stable with style and clicked confirm. Sir, you have chosen stable number 059. The total cost will be 9,450 gold. In addition, you also have to provide the core materials required to construct the stable. The female receptionist smiled as she produced a bill of materials. The list stated all the necessary expenditures to construct the stable. Here are the materials and money. Feng paid everything off without hesitation. He had made a huge fortune in the Dark Arena aside from the profits he had made from his bet with the Glorious Lions battle team. As the winning battle team of the competition, the Azura battle team also earned a small portion from the audience's winning bets. Moreover, due to the audience underestimating the strength of the Azura battle team, many people had gambled on the Glorious Lions. As a result, even after splitting half of the profits with Phoenix Rain, he still walked away with a hefty income. The battle team's shares in the Dark Arena were different from the organizers. Only the winning battle team would get a share of the audience bets. The loser received nothing. Moreover, the winning battle team would earn 3% of the shares, 2% higher than the organizer. Only, as Feng did not own the Azura battle team's participation rights, he needed to split the 3% with Phoenix Rain among the 5% of winnings that Feng had obtained. He had sold the materials and equipment that he did not need. Although Feng had only received 5%, his earnings had not been meager. Every member of the Dark Arena's audience was a wealthy big shot. Their bets made involved several hundred gold of materials at the very least. Since so many people had placed generous wagers on the Glorious Lions, Feng's earnings had naturally been impressive from this single competition. He had earned over 7,000 gold. He had also obtained the stable materials from the Glorious Lions. After obtaining what he had needed, he sold excess materials to Phoenix Rain, selling each primal emerald wood for 75 gold and each soul cultivating stone for 60 gold. Overall, he sold 20 logs of primal emerald wood and 12 soul cultivating stones, earning him another 2,220 gold, including the money he had on hand before the competition. He now had over 11,000 gold on him. He could easily afford the large-size stable. After Feng finished paying the bill, the female receptionist passed him a stable certificate. In the future, if he wanted to modify the stable, upgrading it to a super large-size stable, he could simply present this certificate to make the necessary modifications. He would not need to obtain another stable design. After Feng confirmed the stable's construction, a group of NPC architects entered Zero Wings Guild residence in White River City and began building the stable suddenly. A large space within Zero Wings residence, which had been vacant, transformed into a construction site. Players were barred from the area. What's going on? We're constructing a new building. What is it going to be? Zero Wings members grew curious upon seeing groups of NPC architects enter the construction site. They had been ecstatic when the guild had constructed a smithy. Not only could they save money on repair fees, but they could also maintain their weapons with the weapon maintenance function, extending the amount of time they could spend out in the fields. Players from other guilds were particularly envious of this benefit now that their guild had begun constructing a new building. How could they contain their excitement? Elsewhere, Feng hailed an advanced horse carriage in front of the Adventurers Association and headed towards the Commoners District based on Feng's knowledge. There were a total of 3 Master Tamers in White River City. If he relied on a basic tamer or advanced tamer, it would take a very long time to finish taming a 5-star mount. As to how much time was needed, even Feng had no idea. However, he did know how long it would take to tame a 3-star mount. A basic tamer required a month to finish taming a 3-star mount, while an advanced tamer needed 20 days. Master Tamers only needed 10 days to complete. The Joba Master Tamer was 3 times as efficient as a basic tamer. Moreover, basic tamers could not tame 5-star mounts. Only advanced tamers and above could do so. If even a Master Tamer needed 10 days to tame a 3-star mount, Feng could not imagine how long it would take to tame a 5-star mount. He would be surprised if it only took double the time a 3-star mount required. If he left the task to an advanced tamer, the required wait time would be even more frightening. Hence, he needed to hire a Master Tamer to tame the Thunder Wolf. An hour later, Feng arrived before a large courtyard in the Commoners District. Many beasts lounged on the courtyard's lawn. The lowest level beasts were at level 100, with the more powerful ones being level 150. Feng could also see a level 150 High Lord. This beast was even stronger than an ordinary level 150 Tier 2 class. This is the residence of Master Owen. Master Owen does not wish to meet with outsiders, so please leave. As soon as Feng arrived before the courtyard's entrance, 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards in silver heavy armor immediately blocked his path, barring him from the residence. Although tamers were not as reputable as forgers and alchemists, after becoming a master, their statuses were slightly higher than ordinary nobles. Hence, although Owen was only a commoner, he still had 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards protecting his home. Ordinary people did not qualify for his attention. Don't tell me that even I am refused entry? Feng flashed his identity as White River City's count immediately. The 2 Tier 1 guards fell to one knee, kneeling before Feng with respectful expressions. This seemed dumbfounded passing players. Just who is that? Amazing. He can actually force Tier 1 NPCs to kneel before him. Normally, these Tier 1 guards thought very little of players, yet now they knelt before one. How could they not be shocked? Huh? Feng, why are you here? Immediately after Feng revealed his true appearance, a crisp voice sounded from beside him. Turning towards a voice, Feng noticed a beautiful girl in deep purple mage robes approaching him. This girl was accompanied by a white-haired old man. Chapter 802, Silver Legend. Upon seeing the old man, one of the 2 level 150 guards hurriedly stood to greet the old man, while the other quickly opened the large metal gates. Master Owen, welcome back. The guard said respectfully. Feng was slightly surprised by this sudden development. Of course, his surprise was not due to the old man's identity. After all, this was not the first time he had met Owen. The true source of his surprise stemmed from Thoughtful Rain, the purple-robed beauty beside the old tamer. Owen was not a noble. He had a higher status in White River City than ordinary nobles. He was an advanced NPC that current players could not meet easily. Only a major noble, like himself, might be able to arrange a meeting with Owen. Thoughtful Rain, on the other hand, had yet to become a major noble in White River City, yet she had obviously become acquainted with the old man. It seemed that the girl was more capable than he had initially thought of. He come to make a request of Master Owen. Feng explained as he watched Thoughtful Rain approach. The last time he had met Thoughtful Rain was when she had introduced him to Everlasting War. Back then, Thoughtful Rain had only had the level and equipment of an elite player. However, after the short time had passed, not only had the girl reached level 35, but she also wore equipment that elites would envy. She was almost fully geared in level 30 fine gold equipment. The deep red staff she held was known as the Elemental Requiem, and it was a level 30 dark gold rank staff. In addition, she had a slightly more daring temperament than before. Moreover, as she walked towards him, her footwork was both light and natural. Her actions lacked any excess movement, even if Thoughtful Rain had not yet reached the half-step refinement realm. She was not too far. Either Feng found it truly hard to imagine that the girl had grown this much in God's domain in such a short period. A request from Master Owen? Did you receive the quest as well? Hearing Feng saying so, Thoughtful Rain could not help her joy as she said, I've had a headache trying to figure out how to complete it. If we do it together, we should be able to complete the quest very quickly. Quest. A realization struck Feng. Are you talking about the Silver Legend quest in the Crystal Forest? Isn't that your quest as well? Thoughtful Rain nodded no. I have not accepted that quest. I'm looking for Master Owen for something else. When Feng saw Thoughtful Rain nod, although he appeared quite calm on the outside, he admired the girl's great luck. The Silver Legend quest was one of the few super rare special quests in White River City. It was not easy to obtain. One needed to encounter a certain NPC to obtain this quest. However, this NPC appeared at random locations within White River City. Players needed luck to find this NPC as Feng understood it. This quest had caused quite a commotion in White River City in the past. After this quest had been completed, players received a mount as a reward. However, the quality of the mount depended on the player's quest completion rate. The higher their completion rate was, the higher the mount quality would beto players. Even obtaining a common mount was a massive expenditure. Not to mention a high-quality mount back then, this quest discovery had led White River City's players to a frantic search for that NPC. Unfortunately, very few players had found that NPC, not to mention those who achieved a high question completion rate. What a pity. Thoughtful Rain sighed lightly when she heard Feng's words. She had been working on this quest for a long time now. The next part of the quest was even more difficult than the previous parts. With her strength alone, this quest was difficult to complete. If she had an expert like Feng helping her, she would have a far easier time with it. However, she had only met Feng a handful of times before. They could hardly be considered friends. They were acquaintances at best. Naturally, she could not trouble an expert like Feng to help her complete a quest suddenly. Blue Bamboo, who wore a pure white dress over a delicate but curvaceous body, appeared behind Thoughtful Rain. What's taking you so long? Everyone's starting to grow anxious, Blue Bamboo urged. However, her gaze quickly fell on Feng, and she began to evaluate him. Narrowing her eyes as if trying to recall something, she turned to Thoughtful Rain, revealing an expression that seemed to say, Ah, I see. It's not what you think. We just met by coincidence. Thoughtful Rain explained hurriedly, doesn't our party just so happen to be missing a member? Blue Bamboo grinned at her friend. She then turned to Feng, smiling sweetly as she asked, Big brother Feng, won't you please help us? After we complete the quest, I'll have Rain treat you to a meal at Morning Dew Restaurant. I heard the food there is even better than the food of a 7-star hotels. Thoughtful Rain could not help her embarrassment. If that Blue Bamboo was always trying to poke fun at her. If you two can wait 2 hours, I can go with you, Feng offered after giving it some thought. Currently, Thoughtful Rain was already an elite member in Zero Wing. Since they were allies, he would naturally lend a helping hand if he could. Moreover, the Silver Legend quest was very special. If the quest completion rate was high enough, Thoughtful Rain might become a powerful force in Zero Wing in the future. It's only 2 hours. Since this quest isn't particularly urgent, we'll meet up at the Flame Bar later, Blue Bamboo answered before Thoughtful Rain could react, following which Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo departed from Owen's mansion. While Feng entered the courtyard alone, led by the Tier 1 guards, Feng reached the courtyard's central garden. Owen already sat comfortably inside a gazebo, waiting for Hema. Account ranked at the top of White River City's social pyramid. Owen was merely a master tamer. His status was not as high as a master forger's. Hence, he still showed Feng some respect. If any other player stood before him, he'd only show them a cold shoulder. Seeing Feng approach, Owen took the initiative to greet the swordsman, bowing slightly as he said, Lord Count, how may I be of service today? Hello, Master Owen. I'm here to invite you to become Zero Wing's Tamer Consultant. I wonder if you can agree to this request? Feng asked in God's domain, Guilds with stables generally sought to hire a tamer, having the tamer work in the guild at all times. However, hiring a master tamer was very difficult. It was impossible to tie a master tamer to a single guild. Hence, one could only hire a master tamer as a consultant. Moreover, there was still no guarantee that the master tamer would agree this. Owen hesitated for a long moment, unsure of how to respond. Take a look at this. Feng took out the stable certificate and handed it over to the old manto. Hire a master tamer. A guild must first possess a large-sized stable. Otherwise, the effort would be futile. Even with Feng's status, a master tamer would refuse. This was the main reason why he had opted to construct a large-sized stable. Only after Owen saw the stable certificate did he agree to Feng's request, saying, "It would be my honor to accept Lord Count's invitation. We can see to the formalities immediately." Following which, Feng signed a contract with Owen. In return for Owen becoming Zero Wing's tamer consultant, Zero Wing would pay Owen a monthly retainer of 200 gold. After the contract was official, Feng led Owen to Zero Wing's guild residence. Meanwhile, a huge commotion tore through the guild residence. Chapter 803, New Expansion Pack. After the stable appeared within Zero Wing's residence, news of it spread at the speed of light. Even first-rate guilds have yet to construct a stable, yet Zero Wing has theirs already. This is insane. Zero Wing's members are so lucky. They can purchase a unique mount as soon as they reach level 40. On the other hand, we have to ride horses. I've heard that guild mounts only cost 25 gold. That's 15 gold cheaper than common mounts. This won't do. I need to join Zero Wing. I'll buy a guild mount too. For a time, the official forums exploded with threads about Zero Wing's latest development. Many guild players drooled over the image of Zero Wing's stable. Field battles in God's domain were growing more difficult. Not only had the monsters become far more of a challenge, but the burden these monsters placed on durability also added a hefty expenditure to their daily budgets. If they could purchase a guild mount, not only would they save 15 gold, but they could also obtain a growing mount. Once they managed to nurture their mounts to bronze rank, their mounts could assist them in battle. Field battles would become easier to take down. The consumption of equipment durability could also be decreased significantly at the same time. The various large guilds throughout Starmoon Kingdom also felt an immense weight drop onto their shoulders to obtain the stable design and the necessary materials to construct the stable. They had spared no effort. Yet, not only had they failed to obtain the stable design thus far, but they had also only collected a small stock of the materials. On the other hand, Zero Wing had already finished its own stable. How did Zero Wing construct a stable so quickly? When Feng Xianyang heard the news, jealousy overwhelmed him. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved now that Zero Wing had revealed this trump card. No other guild would have a chance of dominating White River City. This incident also confirmed for Feng Xianyang that a super guild did indeed back Zero Wing. Otherwise, how could the guild have possibly constructed a stable so quickly? Shortly after Zero Wing's stable was complete, a system announcement reached every player in God's Domain system announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War Gods Temple in the various cities to participate in the war system announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War Gods Temple in the various cities to participate in the war system announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War Gods Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing in everyone's minds immediately. Players began to search for information on the new expansion pack. They were shocked by what they found after they read about the new expansion pack. Every player, ordinary and guild players both, were ecstatic. Meanwhile, Feng, who had hurriedly led Owen to Zero Wing's residence, was also stunned when he heard the system announcement. Why has the Abyss Battlefield appeared so soon? Feng could not help his frown. Is it because of the stable? The more Feng thought about it, the more he agreed with the possibility. In the past, the Abyss Battlefield expansion had released when mainstream players neared level 40. At that time, Super guilds had almost finished constructing their stables, although the Abyss battlefield was called an expansion pack. In reality, it was just the introduction to another way for players to experience the game ordinary players had almost no opportunities to experience a true battlefield. Guilds also tried to avoid massive wars involving hundreds of thousands of players. Hence, to give ordinary players the experience of a true battlefield, the system had introduced the Abyss battlefield through the War God's Temple in the various cities. Players had one chance to enter the Abyss battlefield each day. If they died, they would be returned to their respective cities. The Abyss battlefield was a massive map. Players transferring in from different cities would appear in different towns within the Abyss battlefield. Players were required to defend their respective towns, preventing the abyssal race's invasion. The system awarded players depending on their contributions. EXP and honor points were the usual rewards. These honor points could be exchanged for various rare potions and magic scrolls. Players could also trade the points for the double EXP buff in the Abyss battlefield. Players received EXP from the monsters they killed. These monsters' drops were also relatively good. Moreover, even if players died in the Abyss battlefield, they would not suffer the usual penalties. On the contrary, they would be rewarded depending on their performances. Hence, when the Abyss battlefield had been introduced during Feng's previous life, players had flooded the area. Feng could only manage a bitter smile, although constructing the guild stable had provided massive advantages. It had also hastened God's domain's evolution, following which Feng led Owen to the underground warehouse of Zero Wings Residence Heavens. Are my eyes playing a trick on me? Owen's face lit up when he saw the Thunderwolf inside the massive cage. I never thought I would actually meet a 5-star beast in my lifetime. Master Owen, may I know how long it will take for you to tame it? Feng asked. This is my first time encountering a 5-star beast. However, based on my calculations, I will need roughly 25 days. Owen caressed his white beard before offering his answer. I'll leave the task to you. Then, Feng said. When he heard how long the Thunder Beast taming would require, he was shocked. Even a master tamer required 25 days to tame the Thunder Beast. If he had hired a weaker tamer to do the job, even ordinary players would have their mounts before the Thunder Beast was ready. Please, leave it to me. I will nurture the Thunder Beast into the best mount you've ever seen. Owen said, his eyes glowing with excitement after Feng finished dealing with the guild mount issue. He took a horse carriage to the Flame Bear in his way. Feng could clearly hear the fevered discussions regarding the Abyss battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Flame Bar, many players who had come to relax could not pull their eyes from the establishment's corner and the 3 great beauties sitting there. The girl in long, purple robes, in particular, moved the male players' hearts with every movement. However, as soon as these players saw the 6-winged emblem on 2 of these beauties, they immediately discarded any thoughts of approaching the Women Zero Wings Guild emblem. Was a taboo in White River City. No player dared to provoke Zero Wings members inside White River City. Even the domineering members of Overwhelming Smile proceeded with caution. Blue. Is this person really that strong? A female berserker in deep blue heavy armor could not help but ask. This female berserker had a graceful body and pearly white teeth, of course. He is one of our guild's experts. Blue Bamboo said pridefully. An expert? The female berserker smiled. Even the 2 men beside her smiled. Ordinary layers might think of guild players as experts, but to them, guild experts were a joke. They had killed well over 100 guild experts in the fields by now. Look, he's here, Blue Bamboo said as she pointed towards Feng after he entered the building. Chapter 804, Wind God Spear. Is he the person you were talking about? The female berserker and her 2 male companions shifted their gazes towards Feng. The young man wore a black cloak and silver armor. From his waist hung 2 exquisite longswords, one white and one black. Every one of his movements felt natural and graceful. His actions lacked any awkwardness, so much so that if they did not focus on this young man, their minds might ignore him altogether. Moreover, the young man did not give off the familiar pressure they usually felt from experts. On the contrary, he felt safe and relatable as Feng made his way through the bar. Players seemed to move out of his way as if trying to avoid him intentionally. It was as if they couldn't sense Feng's existence. It did not take long for Feng to move through the crowd and reach the party big brother Feng. You've finally arrived. We were just talking about you. Blue Bamboo said, giggling. Let me introduce you. This great beauty is Autumn Goose. This gentleman with the beard is called Death Wind, and this handsome man is Gunfire. They are members of Wind God Spear. Hello, Feng said, smiling as he looked at the three people. Inwardly, however, he was surprised. He was familiar with the name Wind God Spear. The name belonged to an independent organization similar to the famous Midnight Tea Party, and it based its operations in the Dark Knight Empire. Independent players that disliked the restriction of guilds and preferred adventure would usually form independent organizations to conquer certain quests that could not be completed alone. Among the independent organizations in the past, Wind God Spear had been relatively famous. This organization had once completed several legendary quests. Legendary quests were difficult enough to give even super guilds pause, not accepting one unless they were extremely confident in succeeding. However, the Wind God Spear contained countless players who would not hesitate to take up the challenge. To put it simply, they were a bunch of lunatics with no fear of death. When everyone had believed that the organization would fail, the Wind God Spear shattered these naysayers' beliefs, completing one legendary quest after another. Aside from those who loved to challenge deadly quests, the Wind God Spear also contained players with a furious love of battle. Every member within the organization was a battle maniac. They had often challenged God's domain's experts in the past. These players would even hunt down the older monsters from super guilds for a duel. Unfortunately, Feng was not privy to the outcome of those fights. However, seeing as the Wind God Spear had still been around after a decade and had even become a legend in the eyes of many independent players. As for the three people before him right now, Feng had heard of two of them before, the Shield Warrior Deathwind and the Berserker Gunfire. Both of them had taken part in a legendary quest in the past. Even an apex expert of God's domain would not have more than a 20% success rate against a legendary quest. Meanwhile, these two had completed a legendary quest before. Their abilities were unquestionable. They were extremely powerful. Feng had thought that Thoughtful Rain would, at most, have a few ordinary elite players accompanying her. He had never imagined she knew such experts. If an elite party tried to complete the Silver Legend quest, even if they succeeded, their completion rate would not be high. However, with this group, achieving a high completion rate would be a piece of cake. Just who is this girl? Curiosity overwhelmed Feng as he shifted his gaze towards the quiet, Thoughtful Rain. The first time they met, Feng felt as if he had seen Thoughtful Rain before, but he couldn't recall meeting her elsewhere. She felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him, yet he couldn't remember an expert named Thoughtful Rain in God's domain during his previous life. Meanwhile, now that he met Thoughtful Rain again, both her aura and strength had undergone a heaven-defying change. If she continued to develop at this pace, she would definitely become more than an ordinary expert. Moreover, with the fact that she knew members of the Wind God Spear, it was even less possible that she had been an unknown entity in God's domain in the past. Hello. Autumn Goose and the others returned Feng's greeting. It seems that Blue hadn't been exaggerating. If we can have an expert like you with us, we should be able to complete this quest with ease. They had not expected that Zero Wing also had someone like this in its ranks to ordinary players. Feng was an ordinary young man. However, they were neither ordinary players nor ordinary experts. After hundreds of life-and-death battles and overcoming their limits again and again, not only had they cultivated a beast-like intuition, but they had also gained the ability to distinguish the strong true experts would only reveal their domineering auras when displaying their strength. Normally, their auras would remain hidden. Their auras would appear to be as calm as the great ocean, unperturbed regardless of what was thrown at them. Others would find it hard to generate hostility against someone with such an aura without a doubt. They noticed this about Feng. Feng was a true expert. He was far beyond the ordinary experts they usually encountered. Big Brother Wind. Who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of someone named Feng in Zero Wing before? Autumn Goose could not help but asked the shield warrior through a private chat as she evaluated Feng. I am not sure, but based on our information on Zero Wing, aside from Black Flame, the guild's experts are subpar at best. However, I expect no less from the upstart guild that defeated the Star Alliance. The guild has even constructed a stable. Zero Wing's strength is truly unfathomable. Deathwind laughed. It is good that Rain has joined such a guild. Indeed. While we still have a headache over our mounts, both Rain and Blue can obtain a guild mount of their own as soon as they reach level 40. Autumn Goose responded enviously, "What's so great about guilds?" The Berserker Gunfire snorted. "How can they compare to the freedom we enjoy? We can move about God's domain unrestricted. We also don't have to work under anyone. Weapons, equipment, rare skills, or mounts, whatever these large guilds can get their hands on, we can too." After they had joined God's domain, guild players had often sought them out to cause trouble. The various large guilds occupied all of the valuable leveling areas. Hence, they had formed the Wind God's Spear. Not only had they fought the various large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire, but they had also made these guilds suffer abundant losses. Pampered guild players could not compare to the hardships they faced. Neither Deathwind nor Autumn Goose refuted Gunfire's words. Their hatred of guilds had been precisely the reason they had joined Wind God's Spear. Now, they would never bother with joining a guild since everyone's here. "Let's head over to the Crystal Forest," Thoughtful Rain said as she invited Feng to their party. Moreover, she had even passed the party's leadership to Feng. Gunfire was not pleased no matter how he looked at it. Deathwind should be the party leader as he was the most qualified for the role. Deathwind possessed a wealth of leadership experience. He even had completed many advanced quests before. He was the best choice, however, since Thoughtful Rain had invited them. It was up to her to choose the party's leader. Arguing against it would be inappropriate following, which Feng and the others headed to the teleportation hall and teleported to the Crystal Forest. The Crystal Forest was a small level 40 to level 50 map. However, the terrain was complex. The monsters here also had high defense and HP. As a result, very few players were willing to level up here. Taking a look at the quest details Thoughtful Rain had sent him, Feng looked towards the distant cave and said, "That should be the place." Close to the cave entrance, over a dozen level 43 special elite crystal giants roamed the area. Meanwhile, a massive Icefire cheetah slept a short distance from the cave. This Icefire cheetah was a level 44 lord. It would slaughter an ordinary party easily. "Let's watch you make a fool of yourself." Gunfire inwardly sneered as he watched Feng. The Silver Legend quest was extremely difficult. Even with Deathwind leading them, their party would be hard-pressed to complete the quest. Hence, it was impossible for a pampered young master like Feng, who had only completed a few high-difficulty quests, to succeed here. Chapter 805, Insane Suggestion. "This is bad," Autumn Goose muttered as she glanced at the cave's surroundings. Aside from the crystal giants and Icefire cheetah guarding the cave, she also spotted a group of crystal wolves patrolling the area. As long as they fought within the cave's vicinity, they would attract the attention of the crystal wolves. The monsters would inadvertently catch them in a pincer attack. The crystal wolves were roughly 2 meters long, and their bodies were made of light blue crystal. Unfortunately, several hundred crystal wolves patrolled the forest crystal giant, elemental being, special elite. Level 43. HP 510, 000/510, 000. Icefire cheetah, elemental being, lord. Level 44. HP 4, 000/4, 000/000. Crystal wolf, elemental being, common. Level 41. HP 48, 000/48, 000. If they took on so many monsters at once, it would be extremely difficult for them to make it to the cave. Furthermore, there were large level gaps between them and the cave's guardians. They were only level 35, yet they had to face a level 44 lord and over a dozen level 43 special elites simultaneously. This would not be an easy endeavor as a monster's level increased. Not only would its HP increase, but its attributes also increased. A level 44 Lord dealt no less damage than a level 30 High Lord. The level 44 Lord might even be slightly stronger. Facing down a level 30 Field High Lord would be suicide. Not to mention, they would also have to fight so many Crystal Giants and Crystal Wolves. Every one of these monsters had high HP and defense without a team of at least 50 level 40 elite players. Defeating these monsters would be incredibly difficult. Thoughtful Rain frowned at this situation. Why don't we clear away those Crystal Wolves first? Thoughtful Rain suggested after a moment of thought. I think it would be wiser to take out the Crystal Wolves first as well. If we trigger a battle while trying to enter the cave, with a speed-type boss like the Ice Fire Cheetah chasing us, we won't be able to avoid a pincer attack. Deathwind nodded in agreement. After we get rid of those Crystal Wolves, I'll hold back the boss while you guys enter the cave. With the Ice Fire Cheetah's size, it should not be able to get in. Even if he were strong, with only one healer in the party, he could not tank a level 44 Lord for very long. After all, there was a vast difference between his attributes and the boss's. Moreover, the Ice Fire Cheetah was a speed-type boss, the bane of MTs. It was extremely difficult to avoid the attacks of a speed-type boss. The level gap only made the situation worse. Leader, what do you suggest? Gunfire asked as he turned to the silent Feng. Grinning, the members of the various large guilds were accustomed to using Zerg tactics to solve their problems. Regardless of what kind of problems they faced during a quest, they just needed to send a large group of players to deal with it. Now, however, they only had the strength of a party. Moreover, this quest was located in such a high-level map. Unlike Deathwind, who had long since grown accustomed to high-level monsters and could remain cool-headed in such a situation, Feng would have no idea what to do here. However, their quest was quite difficult. Normally, they would challenge monsters that were, at most, 5 levels higher than them. Even then, the fight would be risky. Now, they had to face a level 44 Lord. The slightest mistake could cause a party wipe. Feng glanced at the Crystal Wolves before shifting his gaze back towards the Ice Fire Cheetah. I suggest that we charge for the cave. There is no need to waste time on the Crystal Wolves. Once we enter the cave, the Ice Fire Cheetah won't be able to follow us. Afterward, we just need to deal with the Crystal Giants and Crystal Wolves. Moreover, the cave is cramped inside, so the Crystal Wolves won't be able to use their wolf pack tactics. It should be fairly easy to annihilate them. In truth, Feng wasn't overly worried about the Ice Fire Cheetah or the Crystal Giants. His biggest worry was the Crystal Wolves' Thoughtful Rain, and the others had no idea just how scary those Crystal Wolves werewolves love to hunt in groups. Naturally, this was the case for the Crystal Wolves in the Crystal Forest. Although they could only see a few hundred in the area, once the battle began, these Crystal Wolves would call for reinforcements. If they could not finish the Crystal Wolves off quickly enough and allow the monsters to use their summon skill, they would have to fight far more than just a few hundred Crystal Wolves. If the Crystal Wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King, tragedy would befall them. The Crystal Wolf King was the Crystal Forest's ruler. It was also a level 50 Great Lord. In Feng's previous life, countless players who had ventured to the Crystal Forest in search of ores had died under the Wolf King's paws. Hence, after the general populace learned of this beast, many players had tried to avoid provoking the Crystal Wolves. If their party attacked the Crystal Wolves, they would find death waiting for them. Charge for the cave. Autumn Goose was dumbstruck. How are we supposed to shake off the Crystal Giants and enter the cave? Although Deathwind could pin down the Ice Fire Cheetah for a short time, if the others wanted to enter the cave, they had to deal with the Crystal Giants. The Crystal Giants were level 43 special elites, not common monsters that even noobs could defeat. They were not easy opponents. The Crystal Giants would flatten them under their fists if they made the slightest mistake. Meanwhile, the Crystal Wolves would have enough time to join the fray while they had their hands full with the special elites. In the end, they would be caught a pincer attack with no path of retreat. Leave the Ice Fire Cheetah to me. Deathwind will attract those Crystal Giants. Blue, you just need to focus on healing Deathwind. Rain, you'll assist Deathwind by restricting the Crystal Giants from afar. Everyone else, head straight towards the cave. Feng explained slowly. Deathwind was a shield warrior and had the crowd mock skill. He would have the easiest time holding the giants aggro without the crystal giants in their way. The crystal wolves wouldn't have time to launch a pincer attack. Once they entered the cave, without the Lord's interference, it would be easier to deal with the special elites and common monsters, even if the crystal wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King. With how little space the cave provided, all the Crystal Wolf King could do was wait outside with the Ice Fire Cheetah. You'll tank it? Thoughtful Rain and the others turned to Feng, as one Feng was only a swordsman. Although he had hidden his level with the black cloak, even if he were the same level as the level 44 Ice Fire Cheetah, its claws would rend him to death with 2 or 3 attacks. Furthermore, he wouldn't have a healer on him. At most, he could hold off the Lord for a brief moment. That certainly wasn't enough time for them to make it into the cave. Rain, are you sure that there won't be any issues? Autumn Goose quietly asked Thoughtful Rain. It was not that she did not believe in Feng. However, this plan was simply too dangerous. The slightest mistake could compromise their lives. If they lost a level, it would become far more difficult to complete the quest. I'll trust him, Thoughtful Rain said with confidence as she looked at the calm, composed swordsman, although she, too, had her doubts. When she looked at Feng's composure and confidence, she wanted to believe in the young man. She did not know why, but whenever she looked at Feng's figure, she thought of Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame, whom she had met only a few times before. Black Flame always tried something that everyone else thought was impossible. In the end, however, he always proved everyone wrong. Black Flame had become a legend in Zero Wing. Many members in the guild admired him. Whatever. It's just one death. Autumn Goose sighed as she prepared herself to take a leap of faith. Even if the plan failed, she had a backup plan to help Thoughtful Rain and the others escape. As for Death Wind and Gunfire, they also prepared to die after Feng arranged the party's positioning. He activated Windwalk and dashed towards the Ice Fire Cheetah. When Feng was within 80 yards, the Ice Fire Cheetah woke, discovering the swordsman immediately. It released a vicious growl roar. With its growl, the Ice Fire Cheetah, which stood over 8 meters tall, spat scorching flames immediately. Over a dozen massive fireballs bombarded Feng's over. When Thoughtful Rain and the others saw the dozen or so fireballs, their hearts sank. Feng could never dodge all of those attacks. However, before they could sigh, they saw a streak of blue light cut across the space before Feng, slicing the massive fireballs in half. Chapter 806, Difference in Weapons. This surprise flashed in everyone's eyes as they watched Feng. The Lord-ranked monster's fireballs were extraordinary. Even from this distance, they could feel the power contained within those massive fireballs. If they encountered one of those fireballs, the blast from the impact would definitely send them flying. Yet, in front of Feng, these massive fireballs were as fragile as glass. With one hit, Feng sliced apart every fireball sent at him. The Ice Fire Cheetah's attack hadn't slowed Feng in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, Feng was only 30 yards away from the Ice Fire Cheetah. Seeing the impudent human approach, the Ice Fire Cheetah released an angry, deafening roar. Rather than attacking with its fire, its paws pushed off the ground. Instantly, the level 44 Lord transformed into an afterimage as it pounced on Feng. A Lord-ranked monster's attributes were frightening enough. To add to the terror, the Ice Fire Cheetah was a speed-type boss. It would only take the Ice Fire Cheetah an instant to cross the 30 yards. The Ice Fire Cheetah loomed like a 3-story building as it appeared before Feng. It swiped its razor-sharp claws at Feng's head. Boom. The hard, rocky ground beneath the swordsman shattered and exploded, sending dust everywhere. Even Thoughtful Rain and the others, who stood roughly 100 yards away from Feng, could feel the ground tremble. Such high strength. Autumn Goose was shocked when she saw the flying rocks. Is that a level 44 Lord-ranked monster? Death Wind's expression grew serious. Previously, he thought he could, more or less, cope with the Ice Fire Cheetah's attack. Now, however, even with a healer, he would only last a few hits. Moreover, not only was the Ice Fire Cheetah's strength absurd, but its speed also astonishing. He would have an extremely difficult time trying to dodge the Lord's attacks. Death Wind, hurry and attract the crystal giant's attention. Everyone else, head for the cave as quickly as possible. Feng's voice suddenly burst into the team chat. The team was shocked to hear it. They had not expected Feng to still be alive after taking the Ice Fire Cheetah's attack. How did he evade that attack? When the dust settled, Gunfire's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Feng actually stood beside the Ice Fire Cheetah's claws, completely unharmed. The Lord's attack had only created a massive crater beneath its feet. The Ice Fire Cheetah was incredibly quick. Even Gunfire had failed to catch a clear look before the Lord's claws landed. If even his eyes had trouble keeping up with the monster, he would have no hope of evading its attacks yet. Without a doubt, Feng had done just that at this moment. However, everyone shoved away their shock as they charged towards the cave. Deathwind immediately cast Crowd Mock on the crystal giants, attracting the dozen or so special elites. Aggro, the crystal giants were not speed-type monsters. Rather, they relied on their strength. Their movements were relatively slow, although ordinary players would still find it difficult to evade the crystal giant's attacks. An expert like Deathwind could easily evade simultaneously the attacks of 2 or 3 crystal giants. Even if he could not dodge, he could block them with a shield. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain cast ice walls and ice spheres to limit the giant's movement, allowing the others to shake off the special elites and head into the cave. Such immense power. There were too many crystal giants. For a time, even Deathwind struggled to cope with the attacks he was receiving, and he was forced to defend with his shield. However, the instant a crystal giant's fist struck his shield, the impact forced Deathwind to retreat by 4 steps before he steadied himself. A damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. Why are these crystal giants so strong? Autumn Goose wore a solemn expression when she saw the damage above Deathwind's head. Deathwind was a level 35 shield warrior with over 14,000 HP. He was also fully geared with level 30 top-tier equipment. Even his shield was a level 30 dark gold ranked shield. The shield warrior had also learned plenty of passive skills that increased his defense. Deathwind would lose around 200 HP when he blocked an attack from a level 35 special elite with his shield. Now, the level 43 crystal giant dealt over -800 damage with one punch. Its strength could rival a level 35 chieftain. If Deathwind failed to block or dodge the attack, the shield warrior would only last 3 or 4 hits. Autumn Goose's gaze shifted towards the distant Feng once more. Currently, Feng was tanking a level 44 lord. If even a level 43 special elite was so strong, just how horrific was the lord? However, even now, the Ice Fire Cheetah had yet to land a single hit on Feng. If she or anyone else tried to tank the lord, the Ice Fire Cheetah would have long since claimed their lives. She never thought that there was such a massive gap between them. Autumn Goose and the others did not realize that Feng was actually struggling. One could say that he was on thin ice. With every move, Feng's attributes were very high. However, he was only level 39. The Ice Fire Cheetah, on the other hand, was level 44. Moreover, it was a Lord-ranked monster. Previously, when Feng had faced the level 50 special elite Blood Warrior, he only managed to defeat it after using all of his strength. The Ice Fire Cheetah was much stronger than the Blood Warrior. Not only did it possess higher strength, but it was also significantly faster, if not for his reaching the Void Realm and accurately predicting the cheetah's attack trajectories. The level 44 Lord would have already shredded Feng to pieces. Of course, Feng had the ability to suppress the Ice Fire Cheetah. He just needed to activate his Berserk skill. Unfortunately, Berserk skill's cooldowns were too long. On the off chance that they encountered danger later on, without the trump card of a Berserk skill, they would be easy prey. Aside from Berserk skills, he could also summon a Tier 2 demon with the Bible of Darkness. With a Tier 2 demon acting as a meat shield, killing the Ice Fire Cheetah would not be a problem. However, doing so would reveal the Bible of Darkness to outsiders. He could not use it casually. Moreover, as a veteran gamer who had adventured in God's domain for over a decade, he knew how important it was to maintain his peak state. Currently, his job was to hold the Ice Fire Cheetah back, not to kill it. He had no reason to go all out. This should be enough. While dodging, Feng glanced towards the other party members. noticing that they had almost reached the cave. He then began to move towards the cave as well after everyone entered the cave, and Feng shook off the ice fire cheetah. Death Wind blocked the crystal giants and the quickly approaching crystal wolves. The rest of the party members then launched their own attacks. The cave was cramped, so only 3 crystal giants could attack the shield warrior at a time. Even if Death Wind blocked the attacks with his shield, the cleric Blue Bamboo could heal him in time and keep his HP full so hard. Autumn Goose felt her hands numb as she hacked her greatsword at a crystal giant. Meanwhile, the crystal giant she attacked only received around minus 1,300 damage. This defense could rival a Lord-ranked monster's. As for Gunfire, his damage was around the same as Autumn Goose's. His normal attacks only dealt around minus 1,200 damage. Only with his skills could he deal over minus 2,000 damage among the party members. Thoughtful Rain was the most awkward. As these monsters were elemental beings, their magic resistance was quite high. Despite her top-tier equipment, her spells dealt less than minus 1,000 damage. Only Tier 1 skills were slightly more effective. Pong. The crack of crystal echoed throughout the cave, and the players shifted their gazes towards the sound's origin. A damage of minus 5,458 points appeared above the head of a crystal giant. A deep groove had appeared on the Special Elite's hard crystal exterior. Chapter 807, War Spirit Possession. How can his attack power be so high? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned despite wearing top-tier equipment. Their attacks barely scratched the crystal giants. These monsters' defense was so high that their weapons couldn't injure the Special Elites yet. Not only had Feng's attack dealt a frightening amount of damage, but it had also wounded the monster, decreasing its combat power. However, before Autumn Goose and the others could recover from their surprise, Feng executed chop on the crystal giant. 3 arcs of blue sword light converged to a single point and flew towards the crystal giant. The attack even sliced apart space, a black seam appearing along the sword light's trail. When the black seam encountered the crystal giant, the Special Elite's crystal exterior shattered. Feng's sword passed through the crystal giant's body as if it were air. Without any resistance whatsoever, the weapon cleaved through one side of the monster's body. 9,462. This damage hadn't been the result of a critical hit. This damage was simply from Feng's skill. Immediately, a large chunk of the crystal giant's HP vanished. Moreover, due to the injury from the attack, the crystal giant's movements became somewhat sluggish after a brief fight. The crystal giant, which had 510,000 HP, fell to the ground, dropping a piece of equipment and several materials. Everyone in the party also received a bounty of EXP. Meanwhile, the crystal giant that Deathwind and the other party members fought still had over half of its HP. The difference between Feng's damage and theirs was obvious with a glance. Is he even human? How is his damage so high? Autumn Goose exclaimed when she glanced at crystal giant. Feng's damage was several times higher than theirs combined. Moreover, he easily defeated the crystal giant without receiving any help at all. Even in the Wind God's spear, they would be hard-pressed to find such a strong player. I told you that Big Brother Feng is very strong. Yet none of you believe me. You get it now, right? Blue Bamboo said proudly as she puffed her chest, acting as Feng's achievement were her own. Seeing her friend's behavior, Thoughtful Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly. However, Feng's performance had been satisfying previously. Autumn Goose and the others had continuously advised her to leave Zero Wing. Moreover, they had insisted that she would improve slower in the guild than if she joined the Wind God Spear, and that their organization's experts were far stronger. However, Feng's performance proved them wrong with this. Autumn Goose and the others would most likely stop trying to persuade her to leave Zero Wing. Is this the strength of a Zero Wing expert? Gunfire was stunned after watching Feng's performance. He was considered one of the top-ranking experts in the organization. He had even killed many guild experts during his time in the Dark Knight Empire. However, if he compared himself to Feng, the difference between them was practically the difference between heaven and earth. He could not bring himself to believe that a player could be so powerful. First, Feng had tanked a level 44 lord. Now, Feng swiftly defeated a level 43 special elite by himself. Both the swordsman's combat techniques and his basic attributes were far more powerful than his own with such a powerful DPS player like Feng in the party. They could clear out the crystal giants and crystal wolves far faster in less than half an hour. The giants and wolves inside the cave had died, leaving behind all sorts of weapons, equipment, and materials were leveling so fast. I will usually need to grind for 2 or 3 hours to earn this much EXP. If we continue grinding at this pace, I'll reach level 36 within a day. Autumn Goose's excitement grew as she looked at her own EXP bar players could use mounts once they reached level 40. At that time, she would not have to waste so much time running about. She could also explore new places, reducing her competition over resources. The other party members also received a huge boost to their EXP bars. Their leveling speed here was at least 2 or 3 times faster than their usual leveling speed. To Feng, however, the EXP he obtained from killing the crystal giants and crystal wolves was not nearly enough. He was level 39 already. Moreover, he required double the normal EXP to level up. The EXP these special elites and common monsters provided barely moved his EXP bar. There's a skill book here, Deathwind stated when he noticed a thick, glowing golden book on the ground. Picking it up, he exclaimed, "A Berserk skill book. We've hit the jackpot." The main method to learn skills in God's domain was by visiting NPC instructors. Players also learned skills by purchasing them with legacy skill points or obtaining skill books. The skills that instructors offered were general. Their strength was also subpar at best. However, one could learn a large variety of skills with this method. Meanwhile, although the skills one purchased with legacy points were very powerful, it was extremely difficult to obtain legacy points. Normally, players only obtained them by leveling UPAs for skills learned from skill books. They were generally quite powerful. Some were even stronger than legacy skills in the current God's domain. A player's strength did not only depend on weapons and equipment. Skills were very important as well. It was especially true for Berserk skills. If an elite player learned a Berserk skill, they could contend with expert players. They might even be able to defeat them. If an expert player learned a Berserk skill, they could defeat top-tier experts who lacked their own Berserk skill. They could also hold off a Lord-ranked monster of the same level for a short time. Hence, Berserk skills were incredibly valuable in God's domain. Unfortunately, Berserk skills were even rarer than top-tier dark gold equipment on the market. A single Berserk skill book could cost several hundred gold. This fascinated countless players. If they could obtain an extremely powerful Berserk skill, they could easily sell it for hundreds of gold to a large guild. However, players were rarely willing to sell their Berserk skills even now. The powerful Wind God Spear only had 2 players with Berserk skills. Big Brother Wind, what kind of Berserk skill is it? Blue Bamboo asked, her eyes practically glowing. Is it for magical classes? When the others heard this, they glanced at the golden skill book as well. They were all curious about the skill book. It's a melee class Berserk skill called War Spirit Possession, Deathwind said. He then displayed the skill's introduction to the party chat. War Spirit Possession allows a heroic spirit to possess a melee class for a short period. When activated, decreases all skill cooldowns by 30%, increases damage by 20%, strength by 90%, agility by 50%, and endurance by 50% for 60 seconds cooldown. 8 hours. Cannot be stacked with other attribute increasing skills. Such a powerful Berserk skill. Many in the party fell speechless after reading the skill's details. Generally, a Berserk skill only increased one attribute. Berserk skills that covered multiple attributes were extremely rare. This skill book excited Autumn Goose, Deathwind, and Gunfire, who were all melee classes. On the other hand, Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain were slightly disappointed with this Berserk skill. Questing by themselves or fighting other players would become much easier. Don't just focus on the skill book. There's still a fine gold treasure chest here. Feng informed the others as he pointed towards the large, golden treasure chest that sat deep inside the cave. Chapter 808, Yi Feng's Invitation. A fine gold treasure chest. Hearing Feng's words, everyone spun towards the distant, glowing altar. 5 crystal pillars stood around the altar, glowing a faint blue. A golden treasure chest sat above the altar. Next to the treasure chest sat a massive, pitch-black egg. Runes decorated the egg's surface, and a faint, white mist flowed into it. Rain. That should be the item you're looking for, Autumn Goose said as she pointed towards the egg due to the quest's introduction. The team knew that the quest would award Mount. That giant, sealed egg was the reason for their visit to the Crystal Forest. That should be the one. Thoughtful Rain nodded. However, when she looked at the altar, her expression darkened slightly. A faint, blue barrier enveloped the altar. An NPC also stood next to the altar with his eyes closed. If one used an identification skill on this NPC, they would discover that he was actually a level 100, Tier 3 Illusionist. Gerard, Illusionist. Level 100. HP 8, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, /8, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The indicator above this illusionist was red, informing players that this Tier 3 NPC was an enemy. A Tier 3 class was the equivalent of a Great Lord of the same level. Although NPCs had far less HP than Great Lords of the same level, players would rather deal with a Great Lord than a Tier 3 NPC. Furthermore, the illusionist before them was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. Instant, everyone noticed Gerard's presence. They felt a weight land on their shoulders. A gloomy atmosphere descended on them, sabotaging their earlier joy of finding the Berserk skill. Are we supposed to defeat him? Blue Bamboo asked softly as she pointed at Gerard. Worried that her voice would attract the NPC's attention, nobody in the party had an answer to the cleric's question. If they had to defeat Gerard to complete this quest, then this trip had been in vain. Even a level 100, Tier 1 NPC could beat them black and blue, much less a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. The difference in levels and attributes was simply too massive. None of the equipment currently available in God's domain could make up for this gap, just as everyone considered giving up. No, there should be a way to complete this quest. Feng suddenly said through the party chat. You have a plan? Everyone turned to Feng. In surprise, surviving Gerard's attacks would be a miracle, not to mention stealing the giant egg he guarded. How could they possibly walk away with that egg? As far as they were concerned, this task was impossible. That was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC, not a common monster. Yes. That NPC is clearly maintaining the defensive magic array and injecting most of his mana into that giant egg. There are two possible outcomes if we approach him. In the first scenario, Gerard gives up maintaining the magic array and attacks us, while in the second scenario, he continues to maintain the magic array, but summons a beast to deal with us. If that is the case, Gerard himself will be unable to move. If we interrupt his casting, the defensive magic array will fail. In either scenario, we have a chance to steal the egg as long as we interrupt the magic array. The only problem is delaying Gerald and creating an opportunity for one of us to steal the egg. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Feng's logic. But which one of us will delay the NPC? Autumn Goose asked. Even if Big Brother Wind is a shield warrior against a level 100 Tier 3 NPC, he will die instantly. And which one of us will be responsible for stealing the egg? Putting it bluntly, they did not even qualify as cannon fodder. How could they successfully steal the egg? I can delay him for a short time. However, the person stealing the egg must be quick. If they're not fast enough, this operation will fail, Feng said after giving it some thought. With his current strength, he had no hope of defeating a Tier 3 illusionist. Delaying one, however, was possible. Although Feng had spoken softly, his words had dumbfounded his companions. They had a rough understanding of this swordsman after witnessing Feng's actions and hearing what he had to say. He lived up to his words and was extremely trustworthy. Since Feng had made the claim, it meant that he was confident that he could accomplish it. Otherwise, he would not have said anything at all. But there are no speed-type classes among us. We won't make it in time, Thoughtful Rain said, shaking her head. Setting aside magical classes and Feng, who had to pin down the NPC, everyone else was a warrior. They would be able to steal the egg fast enough. Don't we have the War Spirit Possession? Feng asked, chuckling. The War Spirit Possession skill increased a player's agility. Naturally, the player's speed would also increase. Moreover, he had speed scrolls in his bag. With these, they should be able to reach the egg in time, but this skill book is too valuable. Moreover, we have only come this far thanks to you, Feng. Would you really be all right with letting outsiders learn the War Spirit Possession? Autumn Goose asked awkwardly. The Berserk skill was more valuable than top-tier equipment or weapon sits, just a skill book. If you feel so bad about it, why don't you join Zero Wing? If experts like you join Zero Wing, you will be given a set of dark gold equipment. Receiving a Berserk skill is also normal. Moreover, Zero Wing's management is not strict. There aren't many restrictions on our members. If you want to go out on an adventure or do a quest, the guild will even provide with all sorts of assistance. Feng offered, grinning. All three of these players, Autumn Goose, Deathwind, and Gunfire, exhibited remarkable combat standards. They only lacked some formal guidance. Otherwise, they could become a force to be reckoned with. Zero Wing had grown a lot stronger. However, it still had very few experts. If Autumn Goose and the others joined Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly make the guild even stronger, not to mention a mere Berserk skill book. Feng was even willing to give each of them a Tier 1 set equipment. If they joined the guild to other expert players, the War Spirit Possession might be precious, but to Zero Wing's experts, it was nothing. Feng could simply give them the Power of Darkness. Although the Power of Darkness did not provide as much of a boost as the War Spirit Possession did, its duration was far longer. Overall, the Power of Darkness was stronger than the War Spirit Possession by a large margin. Moreover, compared to several Berserk skill books, Feng was more interested in the fine gold treasure chest. That treasure chest was even rarer than a Berserk skill. After Feng's blatant attempt to recruit them, Autumn Goose and the others pondered their options for some time. Previously, they had felt nothing more than disdain for guilds. However, after seeing Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's daily lifestyle in the game, in addition to the fact that Zero Wing was home to an expert like Feng, their impressions of Zero Wing had changed significantly. Even an expert like Feng was willing to help Thoughtful Rain with her quest. It was simply unthinkable in other guilds. Moreover, Thoughtful Rain adventured with their group often. She had never been restricted. On the contrary, every time Thoughtful Rain joined them on a quest, she offered an abundance of useful information that she had obtained from her guild. The information was usually out of their reach and had been incredibly convenient when they quested. In the end, after a serious discussion between the three, Autumn Goose walked up to Feng with a solemn expression. Chapter 809, Power of a Tier 3. Although we don't think that joining Zero Wing would be a mistake, we have many friends in the Wind God Spear. Various guilds are also targeting the Wind God Spear in the Dark Knight Empire. It is not in a favorable position right now. We won't abandon the Wind God Spear during such a crucial time, so please forgive us for rejecting your goodwill. Autumn Goose spoke with determination. Feng could tell that the Berserker loved and was devoted to the organization. After all, they were all companions who had experienced life and death with each other. How could they abandon that for personal gain? If he were in their shoes, he wouldn't do such a thing either. Moreover, Autumn Goose understood that should they join Zero Wing, if they were seen fighting with the members of the Wind God Spear, those guilds would turn to Zero Wing and cause trouble. Zero Wing would be dragged into the Wind God's Spear's messy. Understand? If you wish to join a guild in the future, please consider Zero Wing. Feng nodded. However, you cannot refuse the War Spirit Possession skill book. We cannot complete this quest without it. Feng had understood that it would be very difficult to poach members from the Wind God Spear. After all, it was an organization of players that detested guilds. To begin with, however, he had still wanted to try. He would take any opportunity he was given. After all, on the off chance he succeeded, he would make a huge profit. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched this from the side, were somewhat disappointed. If Autumn Goose and the others had joined Zero Wing, they would have a much easier time questing and adventuring together, following which, after a brief discussion, it was decided that Autumn Goose would learn the War Spirit Possession. Right? Take these, Feng said. He retrieved 5 silver magic scrolls from his bag, handing them to his 5 party members. Is this a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll? Deathwind could not help his shock after examining the scroll. There were all kinds of magic scrolls in God's domain. Among them, the most precious were the summoning scrolls. Although the instantaneous movement magic scrolls followed, closely behind instantaneous movement magic scrolls allowed players to teleport from one location to another. Although it was limited, players could travel 300 yards in the blink of an eye with a Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll, 1,000 yards with a Tier 1 scroll, and 4,000 yards with a Tier 2 scroll. It was one of the best tools for retreat. However, these scrolls were extremely rare. Even dungeon and field bosses rarely dropped them. Deathwind had only ever heard about such scrolls on the market. One Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll sold for more than 1 gold. Not to mention a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll. Now that they had these scrolls, they could immediately escape the area once they obtained the egg. They could even avoid the ice fire cheetah that still guarded the caves, entrance autumn goose, and gunfire were similarly speechless. Big brother Feng, you're rich. Can I mooch off of you in the future? Blue Bamboo joked as she smiled at the Tier 1 magic scroll in her hands. Blue, thoughtful Rain immediately flicked her friend's forehead. To think that the girl was still in the mood to fool around at such a crucial time. Begin the operation. Upon seeing Autumn Goose in position, he charged towards Gerard the Illusionist. When he was 80 yards from the NPC, Gerard discovered Feng's presence. Foolish fellows. You rushed your deaths. I'll send all of you to hell. Gerard smiled disdainfully as he swung his staff. Immediately, a black magic array appeared beside Gerard. A two-headed hellhound launched itself from the magic array. Are you kidding me? A level 100 Lord-ranked monster. Isn't this cheating? Blue Bamboo's jaw dropped when she saw the Crimson Hellhound. A Tier 3 NPC was already enough trouble. Now, said NPC had summoned a level 100 Lord. This was absurd. Everyone else's expressions similarly darkened. Feng, however, only revealed a faint smile. The Hellhound hadn't surprised him in the least. An illusionist was a Tier 3 class. It was not unusual for one to summon a Tier 2 Lord. Powerful illusionists were even capable of summoning Tier 3 Lords. A Tier 3 illusionist was even more effective in battle than a Tier 3 Great Mage, of course. While illusionists were capable of summoning powerful monsters, they were very weak after emerging from the magic array. The Hellhound opened its 2 mouths and spewed crimson flames. The fire engulfed over half of the cave, and any rock that these flames touched instantly turned into molten magma. At this time, Feng activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed by 150%. He then transformed into a shadowy streak as he dodged the oncoming fire before continuing towards Gerard. By the time the Hellhound ceased its fiery attack, Feng was less than 40 yards away from the illusionist following, which Feng activated Absolute Time, silencing Gerard and canceling his spell casting Despicable Ant. You dare to ruin my work. Gerard grew enraged. However, under a silent state, even Gerard could not cast any spells without leaving Absolute Time's effective area. Suddenly, Feng threw the blazing meteor in his hand. Flame God's Fury. A streak of crimson light appeared before Gerard. Pong. What? The party members exclaimed when they saw what had happened. Gerard had actually caught Feng's blazing meteor between his fingers. Sure enough, the difference between our attributes is simply too massive. Feng smiled bitterly. However, he had already achieved his initial goal. Gerard focused solely on him in the next moment. Both Gerard and the Hellhound charged at Feng. Both the Tier 3 illusionist and the Hellhound's attributes were far higher than Feng's. Like a powerful gale, the two enemies closed the distance between themselves, and Feng, not daring to be careless, Feng immediately swapped the Aura of Time for the Aura of Wind and activated Windrider. His speed soaring once more, he made a mad dash for the cave's exit. Autumn Goose had also activated War Spirit Possession and dashed for the giant egg. However, Feng's situation was precarious. To avoid receiving the brunt of Gerard's full strength, he had to remain inside Absolute Time's field. Unfortunately, Feng was slightly slower than the Hellhound. However, by relying on his understanding of the terrain, dodging the Lord's direct attacks was still relatively easy. Only, the Hellhound's attack range was quite long. In addition to the limited amount of space he had to dodge to, He received some splash damage from the Lord's attacks. The flying rubble alone devoured nearly 2,000 of Feng's HP. He could only survive a few hits. Autumn Goose was extremely anxious. Upon arriving before the giant egg, she began to collect it. Why is there a collection time? Autumn Goose's anxiety jumped as she glanced at Feng. While she had approached the giant egg, Feng had lost 1/4 of his HP. If she delayed any longer, they would all be in extreme danger. Time seemed to crawl by. Autumn Goose had spent a total of 3 seconds collecting the giant black egg. As for the locked fine gold treasure chest, she simply chucked the thing into her bag. Meanwhile, Feng had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. Damnable thieves. Don't even think of leaving this place alive. Discovering that the giant black egg had been stolen, Gerard was furious. Waving his staff, he shattered the restriction absolute time placed on his magic power. Over a dozen silver-colored elemental balls appeared around his body before flying towards Autumn Goose and Feng. Go! Feng shouted sternly. He then unfurled his own instantaneous movement magic scroll and vanished from the cave. Chapter 8:10 Zero Wings Horror. In a secluded, primitive forest, several figures suddenly appeared. As these figures appeared, a distant cave crumbled as a pillar of light shot into the sky. The frightening power that radiated from the pillar of light caused the air to stagnate. A long, terrifying roar echoed throughout the forest. These players finally realized just how truly terrifying a level 100 Tier 3 NPC was. Astonishingly, Feng had actually survived against the NPC for so long and escaped relatively unharmed. He was a monster. Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire side, they had been given an opportunity to deepen their relationship with an expert as powerful as Feng. If they had accepted his offer to join Zero Wing, the swordsman might have even offered to tutor them. However, they had rejected his offer quickly. Use your return scrolls. Feng urged once he accounted for the whole team. Although the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll was a powerful escape tool, their pursuer was a level 100 Tier 3 NPC. Gerard would not let them get away easily. Hearing Feng's reminder, everyone quickly took out their return scrolls and began to activate them. The seconds ticked by. They were all on edge. If Gerard caught up to them, they wouldn't have another chance to escape. Fortunately, the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll had put quite a bit of distance between themselves and Gerard. Even if the illusionist managed to escape the cave, he wouldn't discover their exact location immediately. Sure enough, Gerard had not found them as they finished activating their return scrolls. White River City's teleportation hall. That was close. I thought we were dead for sure, Blue Bamboo said as she patted her chest. Even though she had returned to the city, some fear still lingered in her heart. A level 100, Tier 3 NPC was practically invincible to current players. This had also been the first time she had ever seen a monster shatter a player's attack. One could imagine just how vast the gap was between either side's attributes. Fortunately, they had completed their quest. As soon as Blue Bamboo finished speaking, a sound of a system notification reached their ears. System, you have been targeted by Gerard. If you cannot incubate and hatch the giant egg in 3 days, Gerard will discover your presence in any field map you venture to. If Gerard kills you, you will suffer a double death penalty and 3 days of a weakened state. Why? Is there another quest? Thoughtful Rain frowned as she looked at the system notification. Her initial quest had been to retrieve the giant egg. Now, after so much trouble to accomplish that, she received another one. Moreover, the penalty for failure was considerably severe. If she failed this quest, a level 100 Tier 3 NPC would hunt them down. Unfortunately, players at this stage of the game had no hope of killing this NPC. In other words, they would no longer be able to explore or level up if she failed. Autumn Goose and the others wore similarly horrified expressions. Although they had helped Thoughtful Rain, they had never expected to be held accountable for the quest as well. This was the first time they had encountered such a quest. They had experienced Gerard's power personally. If they encountered Gerard in the fields, they would only find death. Does the egg's description include any incubation methods? Feng asked Autumn Goose. He had long since grown accustomed to such sudden developments. Let me see. Autumn Goose hurriedly called up the giant egg's information. It says that we'll need a large amount of life force to incubate this egg, which can only be obtained by killing great lords that are level 40 or above. How many do we need to kill? Sure, Feng asked 20. Autumn Goose said helplessly 20. This is a joke, right? We're talking about great lords. Blue Bamboo could not help but despair. Death Wind and Gunfire frowned, as well a level 40 great lord was no laughing matter. Generally, each of these monsters required a raid team of 100 level 40 players geared with top-tier equipment. Even then, any mistake could get them all killed. Even if they gathered such a team, raiding a single great lord would most likely require an entire day. The sacrifices they'd have to make were also staggering. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible to raid 20 level 40 great lords in 3 short days. First of all, level 40 great lords were not that easy to find. Normally, these monsters only lurked in 100-man team dungeons. Even finding 20 great lords in the fields would take more than 3 days. How difficult was raiding a level 40, 100-man team dungeon? Even now, the various large guilds were still attempting to challenge the hard mode version of these dungeons. Not to mention Helm mode. Even if they mobilized all of Wind God's Spear, they could not complete this quest while everyone struggled with their frustration and despair. It isn't exactly impossible to complete this quest, Sure Feng said after giving it some thought. However, I'll need to prepare first. You guys should wait here for a while. Of course, it was impossible to kill a level 40 great lord with the power of a 6-man party. However, a 20-man team might have a chance. What? He even has a plan for this? Gunfire watched Sure Feng's departing back with doubtful eyes. Even Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were in the same guild as Sure Feng, were shocked. They'd been talking about level 40 great lords. Yet Sure Feng spoke of them as if they were only common monsters. After waiting for some time, they heard excitement spread throughout the teleportation hallway. Isn't that Fire Dance from Zero Wing? Look, that's Zero Wing's vice leader, Aqua Rose. The players inside the teleportation hall were stupefied when Fire Dance and the dozen or so Zero Wing core members entered the building. To ordinary players, these experts were basically legends. They lived in a completely different world. After the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, players finally understood the power of a true expert. Zero Wing's core members had long since become idols in White River City. How could these players contain their excitement as they finally saw these stars? What? Blue Bamboo was dumbfounded when she saw Fire Dance and the others approach their party. These players were Zero Wing's upper echelons. Every one of them was a top-tier expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Yet, after a single call, they had hurried over. Even Violet Cloud, whom she admired greatly, was here. She could not believe this was happening. Just who is Yi Feng? Autumn Goose could not help but turn a look at Sure Feng. Death Wind and Gunfire were similarly shocked. They had still felt disdain and disinterest towards guild experts. However, after seeing these experts from Zero Wing, they suddenly realized how little they knew. They could feel an intense pressure from each of these experts. Fire Dance, in particular, felt as if they stood before a humanoid lord-ranked monster. With a single glance from the assassin, they trembled with fear. Their instincts screamed for them to run as far as they could from the assassin. When these experts stood together, the combined pressure was overwhelming. The air in the teleportation hall was stifling. Even moving was a struggle. Moreover, they were not in combat. If they attempted to fight these Zero Wing experts, they were certain that they would never escape these people's grasp. Right, now that everyone has arrived, let's begin the quest, Sure Feng said, chuckling. Chapter 811, Giant Beast. White River City, War God's Temple. For a long time, players had seldom visited this place. However, due to the appearance of the Abyss battlefield, it had become a popular hub for players' independent team recruiting members. Those who want the double EXP buff, come on over. Town Reclamation Team recruiting. Minimum requirement of level 30. Equipment must be at least Mysterious Iron rank. Must have reached the Trial Tower's 2nd floor. Noobs do not disturb. Looking for players to carry me through the Abyss battlefield. 5 silver for 100 honor points. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Shortly after the new expansion pack launched, everyone had adapted to the new changes. Many players had already gained some experience of the playstyle, and the Abyss battlefield. Feng was very surprised when he arrived. He had not expected everyone to adapt to the Abyss battlefield so quickly. The Abyss battlefield was a paradise for experts, particularly solo experts. Due to the Abyss battlefield's appearance, many solo experts had been able to shine brilliantly in the past, creating countless legends in God's domain. The Abyss battlefield back then had also shortened the gap between independent players and guild players. One of the main reasons for this was the EXP gained guild members could accumulate the double EXP buff in their guild residences. Although the accumulated double EXP buff did not seem like much, ordinary players could not fight for long periods. All players needed a break at some point, whether it was to repair their weapons and equipment or to recover their concentration and stamina. Overall, a large part of a player's time in the game was spent resting. Hence, the difference the double EXP buff created became significant. However, it was extremely difficult for independent players to accumulate the double EXP buff aside from purchasing a house of their own in NPC cities. The only other option was to rest in a player-built city. This further highlighted the importance of the Abyss battlefield. Players would earn honor points corresponding to their performance on the battlefield. They could trade those honor points for the double EXP buff or potions. Powerful solo experts could easily earn a large number of honor points, and the double EXP buff they could purchase was far more than guild players. In addition, these solo experts were strong enough to kill monsters of a higher level. Overall, solo experts were able to level only slightly slower than guild experts. Aside from the EXP buff, honor points could also be traded for top-tier equipment. Although the equipment's attributes leaned more towards PvP, it was still valuable. The various large guilds also took advantage of the Abyss battlefield to grind for top-tier equipment. There were many bosses in the Abyss battlefield. Every town that monsters conquered would contain multiple bosses. The weakest among these bosses were lords, while most were great lords. Some towns were even protected by high lords or mythic monsters. Guilds didn't need to look far to find field bosses. However, although there were many advantages to the Abyss battlefield, it had its downsides as well. Every player who entered the battlefield was allotted one life each day. In addition, the monsters dropped neither materials nor money. They only dropped weapons and equipment. If one's goal was purely to obtain top-tier equipment, the Abyss battlefield was the perfect place for them. Feng led his team into the Abyss battlefield. After entering the Abyss battlefield, players were transported to the human race's campsite. As soon as Feng and the others arrived, they were greeted by a sea of players. White River City's players weren't the only ones who had gathered at this campsite. Players had arrived from every city in Starmoon Kingdom. They were all gearing up and preparing to set out. However, as this was a battlefield, one could see wandering abyssal monsters in every direction. Players generally formed 100-man groups in the Abyss battlefield. That way, they had a higher chance of survival. After all, the longer they remain alive, the more opportunities they would have to earn honor points. This run has been the best. I earned 500 points during this run. I can afford a basic double EXP potion. I'll get 10% of the double EXP buff with that. I might be able to reach level 32 by the end of the day. That's nothing. I heard that the players in Heaven's Burial's main army have conquered a town. With the honor points they earned, they can purchase 3 basic double EXP potions. For those that perform well, they might even earn enough points to buy a basic body strengthening potion. Wow, that much. One of those potions could improve my attributes by 10% and reduce my stamina consumption by 15% for 2 hours. The basic body strengthening potion costs 5 times as much as the basic double EXP potion. What did you think? They cleared out the abyssal monsters of an entire town. Naturally, they received a ton of honor points. The various guilds are dispatching their armies to clear out these monster towns. With enough basic body strengthening potions, raiding dungeons will be a breeze. It's a pity that my guild is so small. We are nowhere near strong enough to clear out a town. The players around the campsite chatted as they stood in line to repair their weapons and equipment. They envied the players who had joined large guilds. Unlike those players, They had to accumulate honor points slowly by killing wandering abyssal monsters in the abyss battlefield's outermost regions. Let's go. Feng opened the battlefield's map. After examining it for a moment, he headed towards the nearest small, ruined city. Wow, those guys got guts. They're leaving the campsite with just a 20-man team. Are they tired of living? I think they're experts. So what if they're experts? Once they start fighting, they'll learn that even experts are useless here. Moreover, didn't you see which direction they went? They are heading towards South Lake City. None of the players who have gone there have returned alive. The players resting at the campsite fell into a heated discussion when they saw Feng's group of cloaked figures. The abyss battlefield was comprised of various regions. Different regions had different threat levels. The outermost region was the safest. However, there were far fewer monsters here. Players could not earn many honor points with so few targets. More monsters wandered around the outer region of towns, most being elites with a few chieftains thrown in the mix. Ordinary players who ventured into these areas quickly lost their lives. However, one could earn quite a sum of honor points if they survived. Monsters were abundant inside a town. There were also plenty of Lord-ranked monsters present. Sometimes, even great lords would appear in towns. A party of players would find it very difficult to survive. As for small cities, these were considered monster nests. When players entered the city, their attributes were suppressed immediately. Generally, great lords guarded these small cities. Sometimes, one even encountered a mythic monster. Even a 100-man elite team would find it very difficult to survive here. Grand lords generally ruled over medium cities, and players had a very high possibility of encountering a mythic monster in large-sized cities. Players were guaranteed to find a mythic monster waiting for them. Even a guild-organized 1,000-man army risked a one-way trip by attempting to challenge these locations. Naturally, Feng understood the battlefield's layout. He was far more familiar with the battlefield's rules than any other player to grind for great lords. Towns were the safest choice. However, Feng had a time limit. Hence, he had no choice but to pick a small city. After traveling for over 2 hours, Feng and the others finally arrived at South Lake City. The entire city had become a nest for abyssal monsters. One could smell the rich scent of blood from the city's edge. Is that a Grand Lord? Autumn Goose's heart pounded when she saw the giant monster, which was over 100 meters long, hovering above the city. Chapter 8:12 Siege. How could a monster be so massive? Every member of the party was flabbergasted as they watched the massive figure in the sky. This was a bone dragon with a body that stretched over 100 meters and a wingspan that covered over 200 meters. As its name suggested, its entire body was made of bone. Its massive skeletal head loomed like a small mountain. Smoldering green fire danced in its hollow eye sockets. The bone dragon created storms with every flap of its skeletal wings. Frostbone dragon. Undead, Grand Lord. Level 45. HP 64, 000/64, 000/000. This was the first time Autumn Goose and her companions had ever seen a Grand Lord, and they stared, struggling to breathe. The Frostbone dragon had a staggering 64 million HP. However, this was not the Bone Dragon's biggest threat at the rank of Grand Lord. A monster could inflict a powerful mental pressure, preventing players from exerting their full strength. That thing can probably instant kill me with its breath attack. Gunfire involuntarily gulped as he watched the Bone Dragon circle above the city. Are we really going to kill monsters here? There are too many. Blue Bamboo asked worriedly as she glanced at the sea of abyssal monsters within the city wall. Skeleton Soldier, Undead, Elite. Level 42. HP 140, 000/140, 000. These skeleton soldiers bore a shield and weapon in each hand. They also stood together in large groups with over 100 other skeleton soldiers. If they fought one of those skeleton squads, it was highly likely that they would attract even more skeleton soldiers. Skeleton captains also roamed the city. Skeleton Captain, Undead, Chieftain. Level 42. HP 1, 300, 000/1, 300, 000. If they fought here, an endless stream of monsters could easily surround them. their chances of survival would plummet. Why don't we check somewhere else? Autumn Goose suggested they could deal with these numbers if they were merely common monsters. However, the weakest monster in the city was an elite. Chieftains even called this city home. Even a 20-man team had little hope of surviving this place, although they knew Feng and the others were quite strong. The skeleton captains were not isolated. From where they stood, they could spot as many as 6 captains. Who knew how many more would appear once they started fighting? It was simply too dangerous to fight here. Relax. You guys just need to watch from the sidelines. Feng laughed, not bothering to explain after stabilizing their mental states. Fire Dance and the others burst into action. Ordinary experts might struggle against this sea of monsters. To Zero Wing's core members, however, this wasn't even a challenge. This was a paradise. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow charged into the crowd of skeleton soldiers, luring the elite monsters. Meanwhile, Minor Wind and the other range classes launched their bombardment from a distance immediately. They had attracted the attention of nearly 800 skeleton soldiers and 3 skeleton captains. Autumn Goose and her friends' anxiety mounted the army of skeleton soldiers, and the 3-meter-tall skeleton captains that wore black, thorny armor seemed to have an unstoppable momentum as they charged to meet Zero Wing's group. Death Wind, who stood between his team and the monsters, felt a massive pressure weigh him down just as the skeleton soldiers were about to reach the team. Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtle Dove made their move. Justice Roar. Angry Howl. The 3 MTs tore the aggro from the small team and forced the monsters to focus on them. Take this. Cola raised his flaming divine blue fire shield and bashed it into the approaching crowd. Boom. With one hit, the MT sent the leading skeleton soldiers into a backward tumble. Cola then used Devotion, and a golden glow blossomed over an area of 15 by 15 yards, a damage of around -500 points appearing above the head of every skeleton soldier. As for Turtle Dove and Yi Wumian, they also dominated over their opponents. With each crash, they knocked down a group of skeleton soldiers. When they used an AoE skill, they devoured hundreds of HP from several dozen soldiers. The 3 MTs stood like an iron wall as they blocked the undead's advance. The 3 skeleton captains had just as much trouble. Even against the chieftain's attacks, Cola and the others did not retreat by a single step. They dodged the majority of the attacks sent at them, launching counterattacks and dealing over -2,000 damage to each chieftain. So strong. Gunfire could not help his shock. Not only could these 3 MTs hold back the hundreds of elite monsters and 3 chieftains, but they also dodged most of the incoming attacks, barely losing any HP. They should have stabilized the aggro by now. Let's start attacking as well, Blackie said excitedly. As Blackie spoke, he activated Stars of Light. Aqua Rose also used the Tier 1 spell, Death and Decay. Meanwhile, Feng had switched to the Aura of Fire and activated Firestorm at this time. Cola and the others suddenly stomped the 3 skeleton captains, causing all 3 to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Immediately after, the 3 MTs retreated. In the next moment, the area before Cola and the others transformed into hell itself. Huge stars fell from the sky, black smoke emerged from the ground, and fire erupted into the air. The ground shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. After several seconds, most of the 800 or so skeleton soldiers had been annihilated. The 3 skeleton captains had lost close to half of their PEV. Everyone's level bars exploded with EXP. Blue Bamboo even leveled up on the spot, climbing from level 34 to level 35 at this time. Cola and the others slammed their shields into the 3 skeleton captains and began building their aggro once more. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade used charge and appeared before Skeleton Captain. They then swung their great swords at the chieftain's joints, momentarily freezing the captain's movement. 2 critical damages of over -5,000 points appeared above the chieftain's head. As for Fire Dance, she appeared behind another skeleton captain and used Absolute Strike, 28 for 67. Fire Dance immediately followed up with a backstab, her attack triggering 1,000 transformations critical point effect. The fragmented legendary weapon then transformed into a streak of silver light as it pierced and shattered the skeleton captain's sturdy armor. A frightening damage of minus 19,482 points appeared above the skeleton captain's head. Is she even human? Fire Dance's damage shocked Autumn Goose, and her team Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were also shocked into silence. This was their first time they had seen their guild's upper echelons grind monsters. The difference between the way they normally grinded was like the difference between heaven and earth in a party dungeon. A chieftain rank monster was a boss. In front of Fire Dance, however, it was no different than a common monster. Not a single one of Fire Dance's attacks dealt less than minus 10,000 damage. Under the continuous bombardment of Zero Wing's core members, the three skeleton captains had not even had a chance to land a finger on Cola and the other two MTs. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, one of the team's healers, had become one of the main damage dealers. Each of her numerous mana balls dealt over minus 600 damage to the skeleton captains. As a result, the chieftain's HPs fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. After just 20 seconds, the three skeleton captains and the remaining skeleton soldiers crumbled to the ground, transforming into piles of bones and dropping several pieces of equipment. They also granted every player with a significant amount of EXP. Chapter 813. Frightening leveling speed. Seeing the scattered bones and their rapidly rising experience bars, Autumn Goose and the others were at a loss for words. Facing hundreds of level 42 elites and 3 level 42 chieftains would be a challenge even for a 100-man team of level 40 elite players. Now, however, a dozen or so players had easily defeated these monsters. Although they had realized that there was a gap between them and Zero Wing's core members, this battle made it clear just how wide that gap was. This grinding and leveling speed is amazing. I wish we could level like this every day. Blue Bamboo sighed as she looked at her experience bar. She had gained more EXP in less than a minute than she usually obtained after 2 hours of grinding. They were leveling faster than a rocket. Moreover, the speed at which they were earning money was simply ridiculous. In less than 1 minute, they had gained 6 pieces of equipment. Nowadays, in God's domain, the higher a monster's level was, the lower its drop rate for equipment would be. They had killed many level 40 monsters before. Even when they killed level 40 elites, they rarely obtained any equipment. Only level 40 chieftains were certain to drop equipment. Even then, they usually only dropped 1 or 2 pieces among the 6 pieces of equipment they had obtained for level 40 bronze equipment, and 2 were level 40 mysterious iron equipment. Although they were not pieces of top-tier equipment, they could sell for quite a bit of money. Even after splitting the profits among the team, they would earn more than what an ordinary player earned in a single day. Feng had intended to split the loot equally. However, Autumn Goose and the others rejected the offer. After all, they had not done anything. They also were not members of Zero Wing. They already felt uncomfortable about receiving a share of such a lucrative amount of EXP despite not contributing. As for Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, the two girls similarly rejected the offer. In the end, Feng had no choice but to pass the equipment to Aqua Rose to store in the guild warehouse. Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Minor Wind, lure the monsters. We'll clear the city's borders before we enter the city itself, Feng commanded after he finished collecting the drops in the Abyss battlefield. The basic strategy to capture a city was to eliminate the monsters in the outer edge. If they did not take care of the minions outside the city, once they started fighting in the city, a single roar from a boss could very well attract every single minion. The monsters would surround them, greatly increasing their chances of wiping. Hence, it was important to annihilate the monsters outside the city first. Moreover, in the Abyss battlefield, monsters in towns and cities had long respawn times. They didn't have to worry about endless respawning. They also wouldn't have to waste a lot of time getting out of the city, following which Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and Minor Wind lured wave after wave of monsters towards Cola and the others. After the MTs had built up their aggro with the skeleton captains, Feng would use Firestorm. Anyone else who possessed AoE skills would join him with their own attacks, finishing off the skeleton soldiers quickly. Afterward, Everyone would focus their attacks on the chieftain-ranked skeleton captains. The team finished off a wave of monsters every 5 minutes, rapidly filling their experience bars after 3 hours of hard work. Autumn Goose and the others reached level 35, whereas Blue Bamboo reached level 36. The 5 felt as if they were dreaming as they watched their absurd leveling speedweary leveling so fast. I'm the same level as the boss now. Gunfire was flabbergasted by Zone, Level Autumn Goose, and Death Wind had similar reactions. Even expert players needed to grind for 2 or 3 days just to reach their level. It should be known that there were 48 hours in a single day in God's domain. Now, however, they had only taken 3 hours to level up. Their leveling speed was ridiculous. Furthermore, the monsters outside the city were no threat to Zero Wings members at all. Finally, after grinding for over 9 hours, the team had managed to kill all the abyssal monsters in South Lake City's outer region. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and the others had reached level 37, whereas Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and the other members of Zero Wing had reached level 39. As for Feng, he had reached 81% of level 39. He was only 19% away from the level 40 threshold after clearing out the monsters from the city's north side. Feng led everyone into the city. South Lake City was far more dangerous inside its walls than it was outside. Abyssal monsters had a hierarchy. The lowest monsters generally lived in the outermost regions. As players ventured deeper into a city, they would encounter higher-ranked and stronger monsters rather than increasing inside the city. The concentration of monsters decreased significantly. However, it was not difficult to spot the skeleton warriors that roamed the city street. Skeleton Warrior, Undead, Special Elite. Level 42. HP 550,000/550,000. The city was also home to plenty of skeleton captains. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team would have to be extremely careful upon arriving here. One mistake could attract hundreds of skeleton warriors and 7 or 8 skeleton captains, leaving the team surrounded. Fortunately, Zero Wing's core members would have little trouble handling such a situation. They could defeat a monster army of such size with relative ease. However, Feng's goal was not to level up, but to kill great lords. Hence, he prioritized scouting the city over grinding. He discovered a great lord over here. Flying Shadow, who used stealth to scout the city, reported through the team chat. I'm in the city plaza. Only, there's another team of players fighting the Great Lord right now. Who are they? Feng asked, surprised. The others were surprised and curious as well. South Lake City was many times more dangerous than monster towns in the Abyss battlefield. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team had to be extremely careful here. Their team had spent so much time clearing out the monsters around the city, yet someone had gotten ahead of them and had already begun killing a great lord. They're a 100-man team. These people are wearing a guild emblem, so they should be the main force of some guild, Flying Shadow reported as he observed the situation. The lowest level player is level 34, while the commander is level 36. Currently, they've dropped the Great Lord's HP by a third and have yet to suffer any losses. Field Great Lords were different from Dungeon Great Lords. They were a lot stronger. However, they did have a little less HP. The fact that the team had taken 1/3 of a level 40-plus Great Lord's HP without losing a single member showed that the team was extraordinarily strong. Hold on. I'll send you their battle video. Flying Shadow then started recording a short video before sharing it with the team. I've never seen their guild emblem before. I don't think that it's a Star Moon Kingdom guild. However, the fact that they can handle a Great Lord this well shows that the guild is certainly not ordinary. Upon receiving the video, they watched the short clip of this guild in battle. In the video, the corpses of abyssal monsters filled the wide fountain plaza. Meanwhile, a group of players faced a giant skeleton. The giant skeleton stood over 10 meters tall. The skeleton wore black, heavy armor and wielded 2 massive war axes. Skeleton General, Undead, Great Lord. Level 43. HP 18,000,000/18,000,000. The skeleton general brandished its war axes madly, each swing causing the earth to tremble. However, the players fighting the skeleton general were very coordinated. Their MTs guided the skeleton general's attacks to an area void of other people. Meanwhile, the healers and ranged damage dealers responded when and how they needed to, decreasing the Great Lord's HP continuously. Overall, the players were quite organized. This is interesting. I hadn't expected to meet them in a place like this. Feng's lips curled up into a faint smile after seeing the players in the video. Chapter 814, Legendary Guild. These people have relatively good combat standards and equipment, but why haven't I heard of this guild before? Even after racking her mind, Aqua Rose could not figure out which guild these players were from. The skeleton general displayed frightening power. Not only did it possess extremely high strength, but it was also very fast. Even for Cola, tanking this great lord would be a burden, although these players did not possess an MT like Cola, who had extremely high defense and strength. They made up for the lack of strength with the cooperation of 4 MTs. The team's damage dealers also kept the boss in check. This made it possible to raid the skeleton general. Moreover, the team's damage dealers and healers were very powerful. Almost all of them dealt over -1,000 damage with each attack, causing the skeleton general's HP to decrease slowly but steadily. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the Great Lord. No ordinary guild was capable of such a feat generally. Only the experts of famous large guilds could raid a level 43 Great Lords so easily. However, Aqua Rose knew nearly every famous guild in the virtual gaming world, but she had never seen this guild emblem before. Look, that skeleton general seems to be summoning a companion. Cola shouted as he watched the surrounding monsters gather towards skeleton general, who stood in the plaza's heart with a grim expression. The others were also shocked. They had not expected the boss inside the city to have such a move. With this, killing the skeleton general would be far more difficult. After all, one was already required to go all out against a great lord. More monsters joining the fray might become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone finally understood why Feng had them clear out the surrounding monsters while on their way, rather than avoiding confrontation. This boss is too overpowered. It has lured another great lord. Flying Shadow, who hid in the plaza, stated as he watched the blurry figure fly straight towards the skeleton warrior. Agonizing Banshee. Undead. Great Lord. Level 40. HP 17. 000/17. 000/000. Although the agonizing Banshee had less HP than the skeleton general, it was a magical class monster. It posed more of a threat than the first undead. The instant the agonizing Banshee arrived, she released a piercing screech, forcing over a dozen players into a confused state. These players lost all control over their bodies as they began behaving like raving lunatics. The sudden development was precarious for the team. Let's head over and take a look, Feng said, laughing as he watched the agonizing Banshee massacre the team of players. It was not unusual that Aqua Rose had not heard of this guild. After all, the guild wasn't famous. It was an upstart guild. The guild's name was Immortal Light. Immortal Light was based in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom were adjacent to each other. Hence, Feng knew quite a bit about the Twin Towers Kingdom. Although Immortal Light was only an upstart guild, it had performed exceedingly well in the competition for dominance over the Twin Towers Kingdom. It had stolen over a dozen cities from the first-rate guild, Emperor's Light, going as far as to occupy the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In Feng's previous life, Immortal Light had been one of Shadow's allies. However, Immortal Light was much stronger than Shadow had been in God's domain. It was very difficult for a small guild to survive. Hence, these guilds needed to work together. However, Immortal Light was different from Shadow. After 10 years of development in God's domain, it had become a first-rate guild and had occupied over half of the Twin Towers Kingdom. It had even dominated various cities in other kingdoms. Back then, it had developed into a guild that could rival even Ouroboros. Meanwhile, Immortal Light's guild leader, Sinhart, was a very famous expert in God's domain. He had been one of God's domain's 12 sacred elementalists in the past. Immortal Light also had several other Tier 5 experts. Even Ouroboros and Emperor's Light had not dared to provoke the guild in the past. One could say that Immortal Light had been a legend in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In just a few years, a no-name guild had gone from an organization without any background or backing to a huge existence in the virtual gaming world, which even first-rate guilds feared and respected. The difficulty of such a feat was unimaginable. Sure, Feng never imagined that he would actually encounter this guild. So soon do you know them? Fire Dance asked curiously. She understood Feng quite well. He would not attack someone unless they attacked him first. In addition, his pride as an expert would not allow him to steal a boss from a stranger. Even if he wanted the boss, he would simply wait for the two great lords to annihilate the other team. However, since Feng chose to approach the battle, it was likely that he knew the guild. Something like that. Feng replied vaguely. Not knowing how to answer this question in the past, he had been acquainted with this group from Immortal Light. In this life, however, they did not know him. Above the wide plaza, two great lords and dozens of skeleton warriors faced down the 100-man team. Split up the bosses. Rangers, kite the minions. The team's leader, Sindhard, shouted. He would not let his confidence waver, even though his team now had to fight two great lords simultaneously. On the contrary, he remained extraordinarily calm as he commanded the battle guild leader. That agonizing Banshee's AoE spells are too powerful. We've already lost 8 people. Thousand Leisures, lead your group and follow me. We'll suppress the Banshee together. Everyone else, focus on the skeleton general. Even Sindhard was helpless against the Banshee's shadow sweep attack. He could only lead a contingent to distract the Great Lord immediately. With Sindhard at the lead, 10 players activated a barrier magic array around the agonizing Banshee, trapping the Great Lord behind a purple barrier arrow, the magic array's area. Sindhard shouted as he watched the Banshee resist quickly. The 10 players controlling the magic array shrank the magic array, sealing the agonizing Banshee inside a small, purple globe and preventing the Great Lord from moving. Guild leader, someone's heading this way. How are there other people here? At this moment, even Sindhard grew anxious to surely kill the skeleton general. They had even used their most precious barrier magic array. They could not afford any more surprises. This guild is quite impressive. They have an intermediate magic array as well. Aqua Rose stated when she saw the hovering, purple ball. She could estimate the barrier's strength with a single glance currently. In God's domain, being able to obtain a basic magic array was quite a feat. One could probably count the number of intermediate magic arrays players had found on one hand yet. Now, an unknown guild employed their own. The guild clearly had an extraordinary background, friend. If you're interested in these two great lords, why don't we take them on together and split the loot equally? Sindhard shouted, although the group that had just arrived only consisted of 20 players. The fact that this small group had made it this far spoke of their extraordinary strength. Without knowing Feng and his team's motives, Sindhard was unwilling to give up on the Great Lords. Hence, he might as well make them an offer. After all, even if Feng's team were strong, they could not handle two Great Lords at once. Guild leader, I think they're from Zero Wing. What? Zero Wing? Isn't that Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild? The players from Immortal Light were instantly on edge, wearing grim expressions. Chapter 815, Zero Wing takes action. Why are they here? Sindhard was shocked when he saw Feng and his team even in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Zero Wing was resoundingly famous starting out as a small guild. Zero Wing had faced down the various large guilds in White River City, becoming White River City's overlord. Later on, it successfully repelled the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild. However, this was not Zero Wing's greatest achievement afterward. Zero Wing had occupied Stone Forest Town and won a war against the joint forces of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild and their various allies, instantly becoming the most sought-after guild in Starmoon Kingdom. In addition, Zero Wing was a guild of experts. Its guild leader, Black Flame, even ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list and had been given the title of Sword King. A recently established guild like Immortal Light could not possibly compete with a guild like Zero Wing. Those people are Zero Wing's upper echelons. Look, that's Aqua Rose. Fire Dance is here as well. Look over there. Isn't that Violet Cloud, Cola, Turtle Dove, Minor Wind, Shadow Sword, Blackie, and Yu Wumian? Why are so many of Zero Wing's experts here? Immortal Light's members panicked for a moment. Aqua Rose and the others were all publicly acknowledged top-tier experts. One of them could exterminate a 100-man elite team by themselves. Ha ha ha. I never thought our guild would be so famous. Even a guild from another kingdom knows us. Blue Bamboo could not help her pride, as when she saw the Immortal Light's collective anxiety. I wonder when my name will be as famous as Big Sis Fires and the others. Fire Dance and her fellow echelons couldn't help but laugh when they heard Blue Bamboo's excitement. In reality, even they had never imagined that they would, one day, become famous experts in God's domain. Before they had met Feng, they had never dreamed of such a thing. Now, however, they were targets for players' admiration. Is Zero Wing really such an amazing guild? When Autumn Goose overheard the Immortal Light's members, she was shocked. She and her companions were independent players from the faraway Dark Knight Empire. Hence, they had only heard rumors of Zero Wing's strength through the forums. They had never witnessed the guild in action. In their opinion, however, even the large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire were subpar at best. Hence, how strong could a guild from a kingdom possibly be? However, after witnessing these players' performance, they had a clearer understanding of the guild's strength. They felt that Zero Wing was different from those large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire, yet it would seem that Zero Wing was far more powerful than Blue Bamboo and the official forums made it out to be. Guild leader Sind, rest assured, we aren't here to steal your bosses. However, we won't help you with these bosses either. If you can't handle them, give up. We'll take over from here, Feng said, shaking his head as he responded to Sind Heart's proposal. Level 40 plus Great Lords were not easy to find. Even in the Abyss battlefield, moreover, a Great Lord dropped far better loot than a Lord. Monsters of such rank generally dropped top-tier equipment. Even in Zero Wing, level 40 top-tier equipment was still quite rare. Hence, he could not afford to split the drops. Hearing Feng's answer, a huge weight lifted from Sind Heart's heart. Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. The guild's upper echelons would not break their word easily. Thank you, Sind Heart said with heartfelt gratitude, following which Sind Heart commanded his team to focus on the Skeleton General, which only had 60% of its HP remaining. The agonizing Banshee was still trapped inside the intermediate magic array, so it was possible to kill the Skeleton General. Time passed quickly. Finally, Immortal Light's members reduced the Skeleton General's HP to 30%. Be careful. The Skeleton General is about to go berserk. Sind Heart hurriedly reminded his team. Immortal Light's MTs began to prepare, activating their life-saving skills. The healers at the rear also readied themselves. Humans, I will devour you, the Skeleton General shouted, its eyes releasing a bloody radiance. Suddenly, the Skeleton General split into 3 copies of itself. All 3 were identical, even down to their HP bars. Amazing. This Skeleton General actually knows a duplication skill. Aqua Rose exclaimed. Among the many bosses they had encountered, very few could duplicate themselves. Any bosses capable of such a feat were extremely difficult to fight. Suddenly, dealing with 2 additional bosses could destroy a team's formation and rhythm. If not handled properly, it would not take long for the team to suffer annihilation. They're in trouble, Fire Dance stated as she glanced at the 3 Skeleton Generals. Each general radiated the same pressure. This meant that all 3 Skeleton Generals had the same combat power. It had taken almost everything the Immortal Light members had to deal with the 1 Skeleton General. Now, they had to take down 3 such monsters simultaneously. While Zero Wing's members discussed the situation among themselves, several Immortal Light MTs were thrown into the air. Until now, the team had relied on the combined strength of 3 or 4 MTs to defend against the Skeleton General's attacks. Now that they had to fight 3 Great Lords at the same time, their MTs had to split up. As a result, they didn't have enough strength to tank the bosses in 10 short seconds. Immortal Light lost another 8 members guild leader. At this rate, will most likely wipe. How did things come to this? Sinned Heart balled his fists, frustration filling his heart. They had already lacked enough members to deal with the Skeleton General. Furthermore, to deal with the agonizing Banshee, they had been forced to split their team and pull 10 members away from the main fight. Now that the General had split into 3, they didn't have nearly enough strength to face the boss. A single attack from one of the Great Lords could obliterate over 7,000 HP from one of their MTs. If the MTs did not block the attack with their shields, they might die instantly. Retreat, Sinned Heart commanded, gnashing his teeth. If they wasted any more time, none of them would leave this place alive. If they retreated now, at the very least, half of their numbers might survive. They can't hold on anymore. Blackie chuckled. Let's go then. Sure, Feng said, hearing Sure Feng's command. Zero Wings members exploded into action. Cola and Yi Wumian charged at the fully regenerated Skeleton General, whereas Turtledove made her way towards the agonizing Banshee, going in now. Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned, thinking that they had heard wrong. Although Immortal Light's members had already left, there were still 2 Great Lords in the plaza. What could they possibly do with a team of 20 players? What are they trying to do? The members of Immortal Light, who had escaped, were even more flabbergasted. Zero Wings team had far too few members. Furthermore, to deal with the 2 Great Lords, their team of 20 had to split itself. This was insane. Just as Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others struggled against their days, the battle against the 2 Great Lords had begun. Kola sent a shield of vengeance at the Skeleton General, taking more than 2,000 of the Great Lord's HP. He then followed up with a hammer of sanctions, eliminating another 3,000 plus HP and focusing the Great Lord's aggro on himself. Facing the Skeleton General's quick blow, Kola raised his shield and received the attack. He was immediately forced to retreat by 6 steps, both his hands numbing slightly. A damage of over minus 3,000 points appeared above his head. However, to Kola, who had over 18,000 HP, this damage was acceptable. That's a lot of strength. I can use this opportunity to test a move that I recently learned. Kola smiled. Seeing another of the Skeleton General's battle axes swiftly approach, he lifted his shield, blocking and pushing against the attack. As the attack sent Kola backward, he only lost around 1,700 HP, far less than the previous attack. Very quickly, Violet Cloud recovered his HP to full. Let's also begin, Aqua Rose said as she smiled at the agonizing Banshee. She then used Blue Fire, summoned immediately. 3 Blue Fire Crows appeared on the battlefield and assisted Turtledove against the agonizing Banshee. Chapter 816, Bullying a Great Lord. What a powerful summoning skill. Autumn Goose and the others were shocked when they saw Aqua Rose's 3 level 39 elite ranked Blue Fire Crows. Generally, summoners could only summon 1 elite or a few common monsters. Aqua Rose, however, had summoned 3 elite monsters at one time. This was the equivalent of adding 3 powerful melee fighters to their team. Turtledove threw her shield at the agonizing Banshee, slamming it into the Banshee's head. Not only did this attack interrupt the Great Lord's Tier 2 spellcasting, but also achieved a critical hit, dealing nearly minus 5,000 damage. The agonizing Banshee was enraged. She pointed a finger at Turtledove immediately. 8 black fog spears shot towards the Guardian Knight. These black fog spears had significantly damaged the Immortal Light members when they had faced her. As the spears were incredibly powerful, even when the Immortal Light's MTs blocked the attack with their shields, they had lost nearly 4,000 HP. Worse yet, the Banshee had launched 8 of these spears. Even an MT would lose their life if they received 4 or 5 spears. That won't work against me, Turtledove declared. Rather than retreating, she charged towards the black fog spears. Just before the spears reached her, Turtledove raised her shield and leaped forward, smashing into one of the black fog spears. The remaining spears simply flew past Turtledove's body, missing her completely. Boom. Upon collision, Turtledove was forced back by 2 steps. She lost nearly 1,800 HP. In the next moment, however, a healing light touched the Guardian Knight, returning her HP to full status immediately. That is an MT from Zero Wing. Sindhart was astonished as he watched Turtledove handle the agonizing Banshee's attacks so gracefully when their strongest MT blocked one of the Black Fog Spears. He had lost over 3,400 HP instantly. In addition, due to the incredible speed of the spears, he hadn't been able to avoid the following attacks in time. Generally, he would receive roughly 3 spears, destroying more than half of his HP. On the other hand, Turtledove had neutralized the Black Fog Spears with such ease that other Immortal Light members were similarly stupefied when they saw Turtledove tank a Great Lord by herself. None of them could believe their eyes normally. They needed at least 4 or 5 MTs to rotate tanking a single Great Lord. Even so, there were times when they failed to hold the boss. Turtledove was definitely stronger than they were, however. The members of Immortal Light did not know that Turtledove currently wore a Tier 1 set equipment. Her plate armor was even epic rank. Although equipping the Divine Frost armor had caused Turtledove to lose the final set effect of the Yin-Yang Walker set equipment, the former not only reduced the damage she took, but one of its passive skills also reduced the agonizing Banshee's movement speed and attack speed. Although the Black Fog Spears were quite fast, Turtledove could easily determine the best evasion route with the speed reduction effect. Moreover, Turtledove was a Guardian Knight. Her magic resistance was very high. With over 18,000 HP, she could even survive a direct hit from a Tier 2 spell very quickly. Cola and Turtledove had pinned down the 2 Great Lords. Now, everyone just needed to focus everything they had on 2 bosses. Are those monsters really Great Lords? Blue Bamboo felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Turtledove tank the agonizing Banshee without assistance. Even now, she alone had maintained Turtledove's HP at full. Normally, when she raided High Lords with Autumn Goose and the others, they needed at least 3 healers to focus on a single MT. Even so, their heals were not always sufficient. Yet, despite facing a Great Lord, only she was the only necessary healer to keep Turtledove alive. Autumn Goose also wondered if the agonizing Banshee seemed very weak. She even doubted that the MT needed her assistance as she focused solely on damage. However, Autumn Goose was very aware. The agonizing Banshee was not weak at all. Rather, Zero Wing's members were just that strong, which resulted in such a misconception. Only now did she understand why Feng had been so confident, why all of these experts from Zero Wing were so confident. Now that the MTs had solidified their hold on the bosses, Zero Wing's members had no issue dealing sufficient damage. The assassin class relied on speed to deal massive amounts of damage over time. Fire Dance, however, played the class differently. Standing behind the Skeleton General, Fire Dance launched streak after streak of silver light at the Great Lord. Despite the Skeleton General's incredible defense, the female assassin's damage was mind-boggling: 9 for 80-30, 121-16, 916-20, 518. Feng's damage was also impressive. None of his attacks dealt less than -6,000 damage. From time to time, his chop achieved a critical hit, dealing over -20,000 damage with a single attack. As for the other melee classes like Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade, they never dealt less than -3,000 damage with their powers combined. These several players devoured the Skeleton General's HP of 18 million at a rate visible to the naked eye. Are they even human? The Immortal Light members were astonished. The total damage Feng, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Rampant Blade, Blackie, and a few other core members of Zero Wing dealt was higher than their 100-man team's total damage previously. Their attacks had only dealt over -1,000 damage to the Great Lord. Even Sindhart, the most powerful player on the team, had only dealt over -2,000 damage to the Skeleton General. Feng and Fire Dance, however, easily managed tens of thousands of damage. From time to time, they even dealt over -30,000 damage despite the Skeleton General and agonizing Banshee being 2 daunting Great Lords against Zero Wing. They were no different than helpless common monsters. The two bosses could only struggle against the small team of players. Even with its prided speed and strength, the Skeleton General, in particular, rarely landed a hit on the Guardian Knight Cola due to Fire Dance and Feng's coordinated attacks. Even when the Great Lord used a Tier 2 skill, Cola easily took the hit with a life-saving skill. As for the team's healers, aside from the slight pressure they felt when the Skeleton General used a powerful skill, they needed to do so little to keep their companions alive that they had time to join the attack on the Great Lords. In just 5 minutes, the Skeleton General's HP fell to 30%. Wumian, pin one of them down and leave the other to me. Everyone else, focus on the Skeleton General. Cola is tanking. Feng shouted after seeing the Skeleton General begin to split itself into 3 clones. Although this move was quite powerful, all 3 copies shared the same HP. As long as they had enough players to tank the 3 Skeleton Generals, they could cope. As soon as the Skeleton General had completed its cloning, Yu Wumian lured one away. As for Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power after all was said and done. A Great Lord was still a Great Lord. Unlike MTs, Feng did not possess any damage reduction skills or very high defense. He didn't have a shield, either. If he wanted to withstand the boss's attacks, he had to rely on his own strength. Unfortunately, he could not contend with a level 43 Great Lord with his normal strength attribute. Only by activating a Berserk skill could he pin a Skeleton General down by himself. Among the many Berserk skills Feng possessed, Heavenly Dragon's power had the shortest cooldown, which was 3 hours. The Power of Darkness had a 6-hour cooldown, whereas Blade Liberation had a 10-hour cooldown. The last one also had side effects he needed to worry about. Hence, Dragon's power was Feng's best option. Moreover, Heavenly Dragon's power was his best-suited Berserk skill for head-on confrontations. It was the best option against bosses. Chapter 817, Suffocatingly Explosive Power. What is he trying to do? Sindhart and the others were confused as they watched Feng charge towards a Skeleton General. No swordsman could solo a Great Lord. Even a Berserker, a class famed for its strength, would fly through the air if they tried to block a Great Lord's attack with their weapons palm. Feng used Killing Ray to block one of the Skeleton General's descending battle axes. Sure enough, my attributes aren't high enough to deal with this Great Lord. The resulting impact had forced Feng to retreat by 3 steps, his hand numbing slightly. Meanwhile, a damage of over -700 points appeared above his head. However, to Feng, who had close to 50,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, such a small amount of damage was nothing. His battle recovery regenerated nearly 500 HP. Ever 5 seconds, Violet Cloud waved her staff, and immediately, a faint golden film blanketed Feng's body. Bluish-green life force flowed into the swordsman. Suddenly, a recovering status appeared over Feng's status bar, recovering over 1,600 HP every 1. 5 seconds for 15 seconds in the blink of an eye. Feng's HP was full. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the Skeleton General swung its other battle axe at Feng, violently. Having predicted the Skeleton General's attacks, Feng sidestepped abruptly, using the Abyssal Blade to receive the descending battle axe, while thrusting Killing Ray towards the Skeleton General's armor. A streak of blue light flashed, although Killing Ray could not compare to the fragmented legendary rank 1000. Transformations. After equipping a magic device, its sharpness was only slightly weaker than the 1000 transformations. As a result, it easily pierced the Skeleton General's robust armor. A critical damage of -15,824 points appeared above the Skeleton General's head. The Great Lord bellowed, angry with the damage it had received. Suddenly, its battle axes released a strange, smoldering green flame as it swung the weapons at the ground. The ground instantly shattered, flames surging into the sky and covering a radius of 15 yards. Feng had long since prepared for this moment. He jumped up and passed the Skeleton General's head. He then used one of Killing Ray's skills. Summoned lightning arcs of blue lightning descended and struck the Skeleton General's battle axes. The collision's impact was massive. Feng then utilized the force of the impact to avoid the smoldering flames. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the skeleton general, the sacred sword in his hand releasing a dazzling, flaming glow flame burst. 15 brilliant explosions discharged behind the skeleton general, one after another. 48, 167-117, 954-49, 715. 15 damages appeared above the general's head, one after another. Killing Ray had a 50% critical rate. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton general lost over 1 million HP for a time. Autumn Goose, Sin Heart, and the others were speechless. They sucked in a breath of cold air, not believing their eyes. Feng's damage was insane. It had dealt over 1 million HP. Even a level 40 chieftain only had so much HP. Feng had the power to instant kill a level 40 chieftain. This power was no longer that of a player. This was the power of a humanoid great lord. However, Feng did not think much of his attack. After all, his strength attribute was almost on par with a chieftain of the same level. After Heavenly Dragon's power doubled his strength, he surpassed ordinary lords of the same level. He had also used his sure kill skill, Flame Burst. Being capable of instant killing a chieftain of the same level was expected. Flame Burst was not called a sure kill skill for no reason. Feng's Flame Burst had heavily wounded the skeleton general. The swordsman had destroyed nearly half of its armor. Several bones beneath the armor had even cracked. Focus on killing my skeleton general, Feng shouted to his team. Not only had the general lost some of its combat power after receiving the several injuries, but its defense had also dropped significantly. Hence, dealing with this skeleton general would be much easier than dealing with the other two. Sure enough, in less than 1 minute, the skeleton general's HP fell below 500,000. Just before the general died, Feng shouted once more, commanding, "Everyone, switch to the Banshee. Turtle Dove, tank this skeleton general." "What is Big Brother Feng trying to do?" Blue Bamboo asked. Confused, if they finished off the skeleton general, it would become much easier to deal with the agonizing Banshee. Yet Feng decided not to kill the skeleton general. No matter how she looked at it, the decision was unwise. Blue Bamboo wasn't the only one who was confused. Experts like Thoughtful Rain and Autumn Goose didn't understand either. However, none of Zero Wing's members doubted Feng's command. Immediately, they shifted their focus towards the agonizing Banshee. Turtle Dove swapped targets with Feng. However, the agonizing Banshee couldn't care less about the sudden change as it continued to attack Turtle Dove with black fog spears. "Am your opponent." Feng appeared behind Turtle Dove, the killing ray transforming into numerous streaks of blue light. Pung. 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 Players usually suffered heavy injuries if the black fog spear struck them. Yet Feng easily shattered each one. Is this an expert of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild? Sin Heart was astounded. He felt his chest tighten. Struggling to breathe. Zero Wing was far more frightening than the rumors make the guild out to bite. Was no wonder why even Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom, feared Zero Wing. Choosing to give up in Starmoon Kingdom entirely after Feng shattered the black fog spears, he vanished, abruptly reappearing before the agonizing Banshee. Arcs of blue electricity circled his body. Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. For 3 seconds, Feng's attack speed increased by 500%, and his damage increased by 400% before the agonizing Banshee could react. Over a dozen streaks of blue light wrapped around her body. 21, 046-43, 248-42, 987. In the blink of an eye, the agonizing Banshee's aggro shifted to Feng. However, even though Feng now held the Great Lord's aggro, the situation had not changed. The agonizing Banshee was a magical class monster. Even as a Great Lord, her strength could not compare to Feng's while he had a Berserk skill active. As the Banshee began to cast another spell, Feng struck, interrupting her casting for 3 whole seconds. The agonizing Banshee could not use a single spell. Instead, she lost more than 1 million HP suddenly. Fire Dance appeared behind the agonizing Banshee. launching a sneak attack at the back of the Great Lord's head and forcing her into a fainted state for 2 seconds. She then used the Tier 1 skill, 5-star burst, 16, 718-34, 297. 5 numbers appeared above the agonizing Banshee's head in quick succession, only slightly lower than the damage of Feng's normal attacks, while in a berserk state, following which the agonizing Banshee received a one-sided beating, her HP draining like flowing water. When her HP reached 30%, the Great Lord was thoroughly enraged. As the agonizing Banshee released a piercing scream, a massive black magic array appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately felt their strength leave their body's crap. This spell absorbs player stamina. Fire Dance immediately noticed the abnormality if players ran out of stamina. Even with godlike combat power, they were helpless at this rate. They'd run out of stamina in 30 seconds. After that, they would be sheep for the slaughter. Not today. Feng, who had long since prepared for such a situation, switched to the Aura of Time and activated Absolute Time, freezing the mana fluctuations in the surrounding area. Although Absolute Time's duration on a Great Lord was less than 10 seconds, interrupting the agonizing Banshee's mana channeling was enough. After losing its supply of mana, the gigantic magic array in the sky gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the members of Immortal Light finally understood how presumptuous they had been, thinking that they could raid South Lake City's Great Lord's. Seconds flew by. Finally, both the agonizing Banshee and Skeleton General's HPs were below 100,000. Feng activated Divine Providence, significantly increasing his luck attribute. He then used Thundering Flash to finish off the agonizing Banshee, before following up with a Thunderflame explosion on the Skeleton General. After a momentary struggle, the agonizing Banshee and the Skeleton General fell to the ground, one after the other, dropping several items around their bodies. Chapter 818, Abyss Set. Chapter 818, Abyss Set. It's over. Autumn Goose wondered if she were dreaming as she stared at the 2 fallen Great Lords before her in the current God's domain. Great Lords struck fear into every player's heart. Even a 100-man elite team, led by an expert, would find it extremely difficult to defeat one. They might even be annihilated, yet now this team of 20 players had defeated 2 Great Lords simultaneously. Moreover, a few of the team members had held back. No matter how she looked at the situation, it simply could not be real. Looking at it now, Autumn Goose found that the Wind God's spear simply could not compare to Zero Wing in terms of strength. They lived in entirely different worlds. If not for Thoughtful Rain, they probably would never have met Feng and the other core members of Zero Wing. When she thought back to how they had tried to persuade Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to leave Zero Wing and join the Wind God Spear, she could not help her embarrassment reign. Hurry up and collect their life force. If you do not collect them within 5 minutes after the Great Lords die, you will lose your chance. Feng hurriedly reminded his companion. Thoughtful Rain finally woke from her daze as she retrieved the giant, pitch-black egg and collected the life force of the 2 Great Lords, while Thoughtful Rain collected the dissipating life force. Feng gathered the loot the 2 bosses had dropped. The 2 Great Lords had dropped a total of 7 pieces of equipment. Although this did not seem much in the Abyss battlefield, this was a considerable harvest. It was easier to find high-ranking monsters in the Abyss battlefield than it was elsewhere. Hence, the drop rate of the top-ranking monsters had been reduced. With the increase in levels, monsters' drop rate for weapons and equipment also decreased. The drops this time are fairly nice. Joy surfaced on Feng's face after he finished appraising the items with his omniscient eyes. Among the 7 pieces of equipment, 5 were level 40 fine gold equipment. They had even obtained a piece of level 40 dark gold weapon, ice spirit staff, dark gold rank. Level 40. Attack power plus 1045. Strength plus 51. Agility plus 47. Intelligence plus 92. Vitality plus 87. Endurance plus 66. Casting speed increased by 15%. Magic damage increased by 20%. Casting range plus 5. When casting, 20% chance to obtain the power of frost, causing 220% frost damage and reducing target's movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds additional passive skill dash. Frost Blessing increases ice-type spell effects by 30% additional active skill dash. Waterfall causes 300% frost damage every second in a radius of 20 yards for 8 seconds, freezing everyone within range for 10 seconds. Effective radius increases by 10 yards every second cooldown. 3 hours. Once Feng shared the Ice Spirit staff's information in the team chat, everyone fell speechless. Although the staff's basic attributes are average at best, it increases all of them. Moreover, its active skill is insane. This is the first time I've seen a skill that can cover a radius of 100 yards. Even Stars of Light can't compare to this waterfall. If one uses waterfall on a battlefield, it will devastate the enemy forces. It's a pity, though. It would be amazing if it were an epic rank staff. Large-scale destruction spells were priceless treasures to every guild in God's domain. Not to mention Waterfall, a spell with so much AoE range. On a battlefield, this spell could easily wipe out several thousands of players in a battle of 10 or 20,000 players. This spell could decide the victor on its own. The active skill was worth more than an epic item. Feng chuckled as he watched everyone admire the Ice Spirit staff's active skill. Among the 7 pieces of equipment and weapons, the Ice Spirit staff's active skill was astonishing. However, rather than the Ice Spirit staff, what surprised Feng was the dark gray breastplate. A faint, bloody glow surrounded the armor, giving the equipment a creepy feeling. Sure enough, Divine Providence is a godly skill. Feng could not help but sigh. He then shared the statistics of this item through the team chat. Upon seeing the breastplate's attributes, even the excellently geared core members gasped. Abyss Armor, Breastplate. Level 40, Level 60. Equipment requirement. Strength 700. Defense plus 1240, Level 40. Magic resistance plus 10. Strength plus 42. Endurance plus 40. Agility plus 35. Abyss Set Equipment. Level 40, Level 60. Equipment requirement. Berserker. Set consists of 8 parts. Head, shoulders, chest, hands, wrists, waist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect. Increases all attributes by 10%. 4-piece effect. All skill damage increased by 20%, attack speed increased by 20%, and movement speed increased by 15%. 6-piece effect. Obtain Abyss Rampage skill. Increases all attributes by 100% and gain immunity to all control effects for 1 minute. Cooldown. 5 hours. 8-piece effect. Obtain Blade of Abyss skill. Transforms equipped weapon into the Blade of Abyss, increasing strength attribute by 300%, attack speed by 100%, and attack range by 10 yards for 15 seconds. Cooldown. 3 hours. What a powerful set. Blackie nearly drooled when he saw read the Abyss Set Equipment's information. The breastplate's basic attributes were only the equivalent of a dark gold item. However, as one obtained more pieces of the set, their combat power would grow exponentially. If one gathered all 8 pieces, although the set's basic attributes might not compare to epic items, the boost it granted would only be slightly weaker than a set of epic equipment. Of course, it is strong. This set equipment is purely intended to increase violence. Even the Tier 1 set equipment for Berserkers cannot compare to the Abyss set. After reaching Tier 2 at level 50, no Tier 1 set equipment will be able to compete with the Abyss set. Feng explained that the Abyss set equipment was the battlefield's representative equipment. Moreover, it was not exclusively for Berserkers. All classes had their own Abyss sets, and their attributes were all specialized for violence. These sets were extremely well suited for PvP. However, the Abyss set's drop rates were extremely low. It was practically impossible to collect all 8 set pieces for a single class. If one could collect 6 pieces of a set, they could increase their prowess in combat far more than with a Tier 1 set equipment. After all, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. If one gathered all 8 pieces of an Abyss set, they would be practically invincible in PvP fights. I wonder if we'll gather a complete set. Aqua Rose was eager to find out if they gathered all 8 pieces and let either Rampant Blade or Shadow Sword equip the set, the Berserker's abilities would soar, becoming one of the guild's top fighters. Most likely, aside from Sure Feng and Fire Dance, nobody in the guild would be able to match them right. Rest up. We're going to look for the next great lord soon, Sure Feng commanded as he stored the equipment. Meanwhile, Immortal Lights members who had watched from a distance had not recovered from their shock after watching Zero Wing easily defeat the 2 great lords. Their team of 100 had failed to defeat even one great lord. Yet Zero Wing had taken 2 down at once with a team of 20. The difference between their guilds was like the difference between heaven and earth. Sin Heart suddenly said, "Follow me." Chapter 819, City Deed. Chapter 819, City Deed. Huh? Why are they heading our way? Aqua Rose asked when she saw the members of Immortal Light approach their team. Jokingly, she said, "Are they going to try to plunder our loot? If they try to rob us, I won't mind giving them a final send-off." Fire Dance laughed as she unsheathed her 1,000 transformations that hung from her waist. Although the Immortal Light players were relatively strong, she was more than enough to annihilate their team. Moreover, she looked forward to the day someone tried to rob them. Previously, she had found plenty of inspiration during her time in the Dark Arena. This was the perfect opportunity to test some of her ideas. They shouldn't be that stupid. They should be able to tell the difference between our strength and theirs. Sure Feng laughed as he watched his teammates prepare for a fight. Sin Heart would be one of the 12 sacred elementalists of God's domain in the future. If he lacked the necessary insight to tell the difference in strength between their teams, he would never have been able to make Immortal Light a famous, first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Thank you for your help. If not for you guys holding off those 2 great lords, none of us would be alive right now. Sin Heart immediately expressed his gratitude upon arriving before Zero Wing's team, his tone containing a hint of respect. Sin Heart's expert companions also stared at Zero Wing's members with reverence. The heavy pressure Fire Dance emitted, in particular, made them breathless. If these teams fought each other, they would most likely die in an instant. It's nothing. Sure Feng shrugged. If you guys are looking for great lords, we can help, Sin Heart offered. On our way here, we encountered quite a number of great lords. Only, these great lords resided in concentrated areas. It's highly likely that you'll attract a second great lord while dealing with the first. Saying so, Sin Heart sent Sure Feng the coordinates of those several great lords. Thanks. Sure Feng rejoiced when he received the coordinates. Sin Heart had given him the coordinates for 7 great lords. This would save them a lot of time searching for these bosses. Glad to be of help. Sin Heart smiled. I don't believe that you came over here just to give me these great lords' locations. What's on your mind? Sure Feng asked. He could not help but laugh when he saw Sin Heart's hesitation in the past. Even he had looked up to Sin Heart. Countless small guilds had tried to gain Immortal Light's favor. Yet now, watching this man struggle with his desire to ask for help, Sure Feng could not help but sigh. Hearing Sure Feng saying so, Sin Heart released his tension with a sigh of his own and said, "In truth, aside from thanking you for the help, I wanted to ask something of Zero Wing. Although this may be sudden, I don't have any better options right now." Guild leader, are you really going to ask? One of the guild's upper echelons asked with surprise. If they refuse and news of this leaks, we'll be in big trouble. Do you think we have any other choice? Sin Heart grumbled, a deep sense of powerlessness touching his expression. He did not want to do this. Either, however, he could not think of a better plan. Only after encountering Zero Wing and seeing how powerful the guild was did he find hope. This might very well be their last opportunity to escape their dire situation. The other upper echelons fell silent. Although they wanted to argue their guild leader's decision, they could not bring themselves to do so. However, this had certainly captured Sure Feng's interest. He could understand if Sin Heart simply wanted to form a connection with Zero Wing. However, for a prideful person like Sin Heart to place all his hopes in a stranger, the situation must be severe. Moreover, Sure Feng was familiar with Sin Heart's personality. He was not someone who would simply bow out of a challenge. Even when Immortal Light had fought a first-rate guild, Sin Heart had refused to lower his head. He prioritized bonds and friendship over personal benefits. Otherwise, he would not have risked Immortal Light's extinction just to help an allied guild resist a first-rate guild god's domain was only a game. Sure, Feng could not imagine what could cause someone like Sindheart to despair. I wish to sell several plots of land in the Twin Towers Kingdom. I will sell these lands at 90% market price. I'd like to offer them to Zero Wing in exchange for coins or top-tier equipment of the same value. Sindheart finally said, after a long moment of silent sell land. Sure, Feng was curious. Since when had Sindheart become a land broker? If they're rubbish lands, Zero Wing is not interested. Please rest assured, the lands are in Snowfield City and have a lot of potential, Sindheart said as he took out several Snowfield City deeds. These are close to the underground arena, the Adventurers Association, the auction house, and the War God's Temple. Have you lost your minds? You're actually selling these. Blackie could not help his shock after seeing the deeds currently. Most of the lands in major NPC cities with potential had been purchased already. It was extremely difficult to buy these lands, even if one could afford them. With God's domains blazing popularity, more people would join the game in the future. The value of these lands would soar in less than half a year. These lands would be worth several times their current value. It was especially true for the lands in Twin Towers Kingdom's third-ranking city, Snowfield City yet. Immortal Light wanted to sell away these lands at 90% market price, no less. This was simply inconceivable. They are indeed good plots of land. However, why are you trying to sell them to Zero Wing? Sure, Feng asked. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom shared many aspects. Both were medium-sized kingdoms. Although Snowfield City was no match for White River City in terms of status, it was its kingdom's third-ranking city. Many organizations would offer a high price for these lands. This Sindheart fell silent for a moment. Shortly after, he sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to sell them, but nobody is willing to buy them." Why? The value of these lands will only increase in the future. Why doesn't anyone want to purchase them? Aqua Rose asked. Slightly surprised, even the lands in the 20th ranking city in the Twin Towers Kingdom would be highly sought after, much less the valuable lands in the third ranking city. Aqua Rose had personally ventured to other kingdoms to purchase several plots of land for the Candlelight trading firm, so she understood how popular these lands were because none of them wished to earn the ire of the Super Guild King's return. Sindheart said helplessly when Zero Wing's members heard Sindheart's words. They were dumbfounded. King's Return was a veteran super guild. Even a super first-rate guild, like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was nothing in comparison. Moreover, the King's Return's headquarters was in the Glory Empire, an empire located only a short distance away from Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom. Sure, Feng was similarly shocked by this revelation. A small guild like Immortal Light had actually provoked a super guild like King's Return. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. Moreover, it would be child's play for King's Return to wipe Immortal Light out of existence. Immortal Light was no threat to the Super Guild at all. Gnashing his teeth, Sindheart stated, "I don't want much for these 5 plots of lands. I only ask for 13,000 gold." Chapter 820, A Group of Lunatics. Guild Leader. Sindheart's asking price shocked the several upper echelons he had with him. These were 5 high-potential golden lands. "I know what I'm doing," Sindheart barked. Having made up his mind originally, he had intended to raid Great Lords for some level 40 top-tier equipment and sell the items. However, they were not strong enough to take down level 40-plus Great Lords. The only option they had left to earn a large sum of coins quickly was to sell these 5 plots of land. However, they could not sell the land to anyone in the Twin Towers Kingdom. King's Return had already declared their stance in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and nobody was willing to provoke the Super Guild. However, with Zero Wing's strength, even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to back down. Hence, Zero Wing should not fear King's Return at all. Moreover, only a large guild like Zero Wing had the financial strength to spend 13,000 gold. Zero Wing occupied a treasured land like the Stone Forest Town. The magic crystals and coins the town generated could tempt even first-rate guilds. Although there were guilds in their kingdom that did not fear King's Return, these guilds would need a relatively long time to gather the required money. Unfortunately, Sindheart could not afford to wait 13,000 gold. Feng had never expected Heart to sell these lands for so little based on the current market. These lands were roughly worth 20,000 gold. Even at that price, many people would fight over them. Now, however, Heart wanted to sell them for 13,000 gold. Feng could profit greatly if he bought them, not to mention Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom were neighbors. These lands could benefit Zero Wing when it expanded towards the Twin Towers Kingdom. It seems that Heart has been backed into a corner. Feng could more or less understand Heart's current predicament after seeing the man's anxiety in Feng's previous life. However, Immortal Light had never ceased to exist. This showed that King's Return had not wiped out Immortal Light in the past. Moreover, he had never heard of King's Return attacking Immortal Light. Immortal Light had most likely relied on itself to solve this problem, right? We'll buy these 5 plots of land. Feng nodded. Only, we'll need some time to prepare such a large sum. Why don't we conduct the trade in 3 days? 3 days? Heart pondered for a moment. Quickly, his tense expression relaxed as he responded, "Thank you. I'll visit Zero Wing personally." Following which, Heart led his guild members away from South Lake's City Guild leader. "Are we really going to oppose King's Return?" Aqua Rose asked Feng through a private message that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could not compare to King's Return. Moreover, Glory Empire was not far from Starmoon Kingdom. Once mounts were available in God's domain, the Super Guild's threat to Zero Wing would not be a laughing matter. Don't worry. We're just conducting business. If we stop doing business just because a Super Guild demanded it, we might as well give up competing for dominance over God's domain, Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, this isn't a major issue. If King's Return were truly angry, it would have annihilated Immortal Light already. If the Super Guild struck, Immortal Light would have no power to resist. Heart had helped him in the past. Now, he was only returning the favor. Moreover, he could make a huge profit with this trade and secure Heart's gratitude. If Heart owed him a debt, he might be able to poach Heart into Zero Wing in the future. Why wouldn't he accept such an offer? Indeed, if we can obtain those 5 plots of land, the Candlelight Trading Firm can start its development in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose agreed with Feng's reason. Zero Wing was no longer the weak little guild it had been. If they cowered from such a small issue, developing the guild in the future would be a problem. If King's Return truly wanted to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to consider its options carefully. The Super Guild was not powerful enough to annihilate Zero Wing. In Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing really is amazing. They're not even afraid of King's Return. Deathwind had never imagined that Feng would agree to Heart's offer so decisively. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The Wind God Spear was already impressive for standing up against the first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. However, Zero Wing was far more amazing. The guild was not even afraid of the titans of the virtual gaming world. I wonder when the Wind God Spear will conduct itself like Zero Wing? Deathwind's mind wandered. Maybe joining a guild like Zero Wing isn't a bad idea. At this moment, Autumn Goose envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo after Immortal Light departed. Feng led the team on a hunt for more Great Lords. With the coordinates Heart had provided, the team quickly cleared a path towards these Great Lords. The Great Lords behind city walls were no challenge for Zero Wing's core members. The only issue they encountered was their Berserk skills cooldowns. Fortunately, however, not every Great Lord required their Berserk skills. For 2 days, Feng and the others spent their time either killing Great Lords or clearing a path through random monsters towards Great Lords. Time passed leisurely as they learned more about each other over these 2 days. Their experience bars had risen rapidly due to the large mobs of monsters they killed. Not only had Feng reached level 40, but Aqua Rose and the others had also hit level 40. This is the last one. Thoughtful Rain looked at the fallen Great Lord as she collected her 20th Great Lord's life force. So, not bad. We actually got another Abyss set piece, Feng said after appraising the 3 pieces of equipment he had picked up. Smiling, he said, "Now, we only need 2 more to complete the Abyss set for Berserkers." Although he had used Divine Providence for every Great Lord they had killed during the past 2 days, The Abyss set equipment's drop rate was simply too low. Even with his boosted luck attribute, a limited number of pieces had dropped. Fortunately, the Great Lords in South Lake City only seemed to drop the Abyss set for Berserkers. Otherwise, they would not have gathered 6 pieces. Our job is finally done here. Autumn Goose released a sigh of relief after watching Thoughtful Rain collect the final life force. If not for Zero Wing's help, they would never have killed 20 level 40 Great Lords in 3 days. In the end, the level 100 Tier 3 NPC would have hunted them down until they quit God's domain. However, after realizing that they had completed their quest, Autumn Goose was slightly disappointed. While grinding monsters and raiding bosses with Feng and his team, not only had they enjoyed chatting with each other, but she had also learned several techniques from Zero Wing's core members. Now that their quest was complete, they would have to go their separate ways, and she could not help her slight reluctance. Leader, since we have completed the quest, it's time to deal with the other issue, right? Fire Dance asked as she turned to the gigantic bone dragon in the sky, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. The rest of the team laughed at Fire Dance's jubilance. It was definitely not their style to leave a Grand Lord alone. To avoid any unnecessary risks, they had avoided challenging the Frostbone Dragon. Now that they had finished their main objective, however, they had to kill the Grand Lord. That's a level 45 Grand Lord you're talking about. Autumn Goose could not believe that these members from Zero Wing actually considered raiding the dragon. They were insane. How can we possibly win against that with so few people? It might have been impossible before, but it is definitely possible now, Feng said, laughing. He then retrieved a dark gold flute from his bag. Complex runes decorated the flute, and it emitted a faint pressure. Chapter 821, Demonic Flame Tiger. Is it really possible? Autumn Goose muttered doubtfully. Chills crawled down her spine despite the Frostbone Dragon being so far away. Her instincts constantly warning her of the danger. Every time the bone dragon flapped its massive wings, the sounds of explosions rang through the air. Even a fool could see the difference between the Grand Lord and a mere Great Lord. The two were on entirely different levels. Feng understood this fact as well. The Frostbone Dragon was South Lake City's final boss. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy opponent, fortunately. However, he had 2 powerful trump cards. They still had a chance of victory. Moreover, it wouldn't be a major issue if they died. At worst, they would be teleported out of the Abyss battlefield. They would not suffer the usual death penalties, following which Feng played the dark gold flute, the sweet sound echoing throughout South Lake City. Roar. With a roar, a golden magic array appeared before Feng. Suddenly, a massive black tiger leaped out of the array. A massive tiger stood over 4 meters tall. Black flames covered its razor-sharp claws. Exquisite black armor wrapped around its body. Just by standing there, the tiger's flames increased the surrounding temperature significantly. The ground beneath its feet melted under the scorching heat. The tiger was too hot to approach. What's that? Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the black, flaming beast. It's a mount, of course. Feng walked up to the giant tiger and rubbed the soft fur on its head. He was quite satisfied with his mount. Demonic Flame Tiger, Dark Gold Mount. Level 40. HP 1, 020 000/1, 020 000. In the past, the best mount Feng had ridden was only fine gold rank in this life. However, he had obtained a dark gold mount after killing Noya, a guardian boss in the Dark Den. Mounts were extremely useful to players in field battles, especially a dark gold mount. Even a bronze mount already possessed certain combat capabilities, assisting players in battle after reaching dark gold rank. The mount was the equivalent of a chieftain of the same level. Although a chieftain might not be anything to a top-tier expert, a dark gold mount's true power did not lie in its damage-dealing abilities. Such a thing was only useful to ordinary players. The true value of a dark gold mount lay in its support skills. Having a dark gold mount was the equivalent of having a player with support skills by one's side. Sure enough, a dark gold mount skills are very powerful. Feng was slightly surprised after he examined the Demonic Flame Tiger's skill menu. Level 40 Fine Gold Mount only had 2 support skills. One was single target skill, while the other was an AoE skill. However, a level 40 Dark Gold Mount had 3 support skills, with one being a single target skill and the other two being AoE skill synergy passive skill. While within 100 yards of the demonic flame tiger, all attributes of owner increase by 10% battle roar. The demonic flame tiger releases a deafening roar. All allies within 20 yards experience a 20% damage increase. Movement speed increased by 20%, and attack speed increased by 30% for 10 minutes cooldown, 30 minutes. Dark Blessing. All allies within 20 yards gain 100 points of magic resistance, 20% damage reduction, and all attributes increased by 10% for 30 minutes cooldown, 10 hours. These three skills alone could raise the strength of the entire team by a huge margin. This was the value of Dark Gold Mount's same out. Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Feng's explanation. This can't be true, right? The demonic flame tiger before them looked absolutely stunning. Moreover, they felt a heavy pressure from it. Based on its HP, it should be at least as powerful as a chieftain-aim monster like the demonic flame tiger could even serve as the boss in a party dungeon. Yet such a powerful monster was actually a mount. This shattered any knowledge they had about mounts. What rank is this mount? Secret silver? Fine gold? Everyone nearly drooled as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. With its imposing might and its majestic appearance, the demonic tiger will be the center of attention regardless of where it was. It's just dark gold rank, Feng said as he tapped the demonic flame tiger's front paw. The demonic tiger obediently bent down before Feng. Its dignified behavior vanishing Feng's team members shot him a disdainful glare. It's just dark gold rank? Even though they had already reached level 40, none of them even had a common mount. They just hoped to obtain a bronze or mysterious iron mount. They wouldn't even dare dream of owning a secret silver mount, let alone a fine gold mount. They had never even expected to see a dark gold mount after we leave the battlefield. I must find my own dark gold mount to show off, Blackie declared as he drooled over the demonic flame tiger that was the size of a small house. He could not help but fantasize about riding his own demonic tiger down White River City streets. He would be the object of everyone's envy. Just the thought gave him chills. The other team members nodded in agreement. The horses one could buy in cities were garbage compared to the demonic flame tiger. Only a mount like the demonic flame tiger could be considered a real mount. This is not the time for this. Everyone, head to your appointed locations. Aqua, cast Song of Sprites on me. Feng commanded the epic rank staff Song of Beatrice. He had previously given Aqua Rose had a very powerful skill, the Song of Sprites. It could amplify the effects of a specific spell. When used on large-scale destruction spells and summoning skills, this skill was incredibly powerful. Feng had long since used up his magic amplification scroll. The Song of Sprites was the perfect skill to replace it, following which Feng summoned the Demon Gate. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites on Feng, instantly buffing the demon's summoning by 300%. In the next moment, a Tier 3 battle demon, wielding a two-handed sword in one hand, emerged from the Demon Gate battle demon. Level 55. HP 14, 000/14, 000/000. It was a success. Seeing the Tier 3 battle demon step away from the Demon Gate, Feng used the Bible of Darkness's ability to rob the battle demon of its will, turning it into a puppet. Is this Feng and these core members' true strength? The instant the battle demon appeared, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others were stunned. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord ranked monster. It was also level 55. That monster could kill them instantly. Just how powerful is Zero Wing? Autumn Goose and the others struggled with their shock. Only now did they finally understand why Zero Wing's members have been so calm against all of those great lords. They even wanted to take on the Frostbone Dragon with such a powerful summon monster. Even with so few members, it was not entirely impossible to defeat the level 45 Grand Lord. Chapter 822, Adjudicator. Glory Empire, Imperial Capital Light City. As the main headquarters of the Super Guild Kings return, Light City's prosperity surpassed even that of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The player population alone exceeded the capitals by 15 million. The player population wasn't the only indicator of Light City's prosperity. Players' levels also displayed the city's success currently. God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 32, while some of the more powerful elite players had reached level 35. However, if one wandered the streets of Light City, they would easily spot level 35 elite players. From time to time, one would also notice level 36 or level 37 independent players. The capital cities of various kingdoms and ordinary empires could not hold a candle to Light City. The reason behind the high levels of Light City's players was none other than the Super Guild Kings Return. Super Guilds had very long histories in the virtual gaming world. Normally, these super guilds had their own means of nurturing experts, and they had no need to recruit powerful players from elsewhere. Moreover, the experts who enjoyed Super Guild's nurturing would always rank as the top rookies of the year in the virtual gaming world, instantly becoming well-known experts. Their personal value would soar by several times. Countless players held this long-cherished dream of gaining overnight fame and riches. Hence, every year, swarms of young players would take part in the internal exam of super guilds, fighting to gain membership and participate in the guild's expert training programs. Aside from nurturing its own expert from scratch, King's Return, a super guild that had already existed for a long time, did recruit some experts from elsewhere as well. These experts would become internal members and receive a multitude of resources. If any of these experts became one of the year's top newcomers, they might even earn the privilege of becoming one of the guild's upper echelons. If that happened, they would not have to worry about a lack of money for the rest of their lives. Aqua Rose and Purple were both such players. However, they had chosen their own paths. Hence, after finishing their training and paying a certain price, they left their super guild. Meanwhile, King's Return was once again recruiting experts. Hence, many players throughout God's Domain had come to Light City, hoping to join King's Return. There was no lack of expert players among the crowd. Currently, many players were lined up inside King's Return's guild residence, giving the place a lively atmosphere. However, when two men entered the guild residence's main hall, the room fell silent, every gaze shifting towards these two people. Of these two, one was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He also carried a great sword with inscribed runes, a chill radiating from the weapon. This man was a level 38 berserker. A handsome, younger man stood beside the berserker with an unruly temperament. The young man carried a staff made of sapphire crystal and wore a set of gray mage robes. Faint arcs of gray electricity surrounded his body. This man was a level 38 elementalist. Even in the entire Glory Empire, these people's level could rank at the very top. His scent that the Thunder Sword, Broken City? I actually get to meet one of King's Return's upper echelons. I'm so lucky today. The person beside Broken City seems to be the newly promoted Adjudicator of King's Return, Fiend. I never thought that he would be so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Immediately, the various players in the main hall fell into heated discussions among themselves, reverence filling their eyes as they gazed at the two latest arrivals. Every one of these players dreamed of joining the ranks of King's Return's upper echelons or obtaining the title of the guild's Adjudicator one day. Fiend, in particular, had obtained the position of King's Return's Adjudicator at such a young age. This had been unheard of in the Super Guild's long history. Generally, experts could become an Adjudicator only after many years of arduous training. The title should be out of the reach of a rookie like Fiend. Yet the youth had managed to obtain it under the crowd's watchful eye. Broken City and Fiend walked into a small meeting room. A man in a black cloak had been waiting in the meeting room for quite some time. When this man noticed the two people enter the room, he immediately stood to welcome them. Hand me the files and items. Also, give me a summary of the situation. Broken City commanded. Gruffly. Understood. The cloaked man nodded. He then handed over a box and a folder before saying, originally, the plan had proceeded quite smoothly. However, Sindheart encountered Zero Wing's upper echelons. Moreover, Zero Wing's people agreed to Sindheart's offer, and they are willing to purchase the 5 plots of land. Sindheart will be to Zero Wing to complete the trade today. Do those people from Zero Wing not know about our warning? Fiend asked coldly. Frowning Sinheart had taken the initiative to reveal the situation to them. However, Zero Wing agreed to the purchase on the spot, as if King's return means nothing to them. The cloaked man reported anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead as he felt the weight of Hell Fiend's gaze pump. Zero Wing is taking us too lightly. Rage flashed in Hell Fiend's eyes as he slammed his staff into the ground. Cracking it, there is no reason to be anxious. They have yet to conduct the trade, so we still have time to do something about it. I'll have someone send Zero Wing's guild leader a light warning. I believe Zero Wing will make the right choice, Broken City said, chuckling. If Zero Wing truly refuses to listen, it won't be too late for us to act. I understand, Uncle Broken, Hell Fiend said as he suppressed the rage in his heart to him. This matter was of utmost importance. If Zero Wing dared to interfere, he did not mind annihilating the Upstart Guild. Elsewhere, Feng directed his team's battle preparations fire. Flying, Miner, lure the surrounding monsters to us. Rain, get ready to use Waterfall. Blackie, get ready to use Stars of Light. After Feng summoned the Tier 3 Battle Demon, he did not rush to take on a Frostbone Dragon. A level 45 Grand Lord was simply too powerful for current players furthermore. The slightest mistake while the team fought inside a monster next could result in a team wipe. Clearing the surrounding monsters was a must, particularly when facing a Guardian boss, like the Frostbone Dragon. All Guardian bosses possessed a similar ability, Life Devour. If a team did not respond to this passive skill appropriately, it would not matter how many players charged at a Guardian boss. Everyone would simply charge towards their Graves. Life Devour allowed Guardian bosses to absorb all life force within a radius of 1,000 yards. Be they players or monsters, all those in range would lose 1% of their HPs every 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the Guardian boss would absorb this HP. Hence, when going up against a Guardian boss, too many people was not always a good thing. Guardian bosses usually had very high HP. Chances were high that players could not even deal enough damage to these bosses to overcome their innate battle recovery. Moreover, when fighting a Grand Lord like the Frostbone Dragon, players' stamina consumption rate would be very high. They could not afford to fight a battle of attrition against such bosses. In the end, players would die from exhaustion finally. After over an hour, Feng's team managed to clear all of the monsters within the Frostbone Dragon's range of activity. Move out. Following which, Feng directed the Battle Demon to charge at the Frostbone Dragon. He also activated the Demonic Flame Tiger's Battle Roar and Dark Blessing immediately. The entire team's attributes and magic resistance rose by a large margin. Chapter 823, Monster Level Battle. Groar. When the Battle Demon was within 200 yards of the boss, the Frostbone Dragon sensed the demon's presence. As it released a furious roar, the Grand Lord flapped its massive bone wings. The generated gust prevented the Battle Demon from approaching before the wind came to an end. The Frostbone Dragon stretched open its jaws suddenly. A storm broke out, covering a 200-yard radius, and a seemingly endless amount of mana gathered in the Bone Dragon's mouth. Damn it. It's using dragon breath. Realizing what he was seeing, Feng hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, get away from the Bone Dragon's front." Feng's command confused Aqua Rose and the others. They were currently over 300 yards away from the Grand Lord. At such a distance, the Bone Dragon's attack should not be a threat. However, seeing as Feng's anxious expression, the Zero Wing team did not dare to be careless as they rushed to the sides due to Battle Roar and Dark Blessing. Everyone's attributes had received a significant boost. Their movement speeds had also increased massively. In the end, they managed to move just as the mana in the Grand Lord's mouth reached a critical level before the team could relax. However, they suddenly felt a chill from behind them, and they could not help their shivers instantly. A beam of white light devoured the buildings behind them. How is this possible? Aqua Rose could not believe her eyes. The 600-yard stretch before the Frostbone Dragon had transformed into a frozen tundra. Had they not dodged the breath attack in time, they would have lost their lives. How can a Grand Lord be so powerful? The crowd gasped collectively with such a wide and long-ranged AoE attack. Even an army of 10,000 players would die instantly. Snap out of it. Let the battle demon pin the Frostbone dragon down. Everyone else, attack from the dragon's sides. Absolutely do not stand in front of it. Feng immediately commanded, not finding the Grand Lord's powerful attack one bit surprising. The Frostbone dragon ruled over a city. Xur tactics would never be enough for players to kill it if not for his ability to summon a Tier 3 demon. He would not risk everyone's lives by provoking such a boss. Although the Frostbone dragon was more powerful than their team, it was only a level 45 Grand Lord. However, the Tier 3 demon he had summoned was level 55. The difference of 10 levels could, mostly, make up for the difference in rank. Even if he could not exert the Tier 3 demon's full strength, he could use it to pin the boss down as the breath attack ended. The battle demon, which Feng had previously moved out of the breath attack's range, arrived before the Grand Lord and used a Tier 3 skill round flash. Countless flashes of light appeared around the bone dragon's skull until the monster's head was hidden behind a dazzling silver glow. 592-0-18. The Frostbone dragon released a pained cry as its body fell to the ground abruptly, flattening the buildings beneath it. The impact caused South Lake City to tremble as for Autumn Goose and the others, who had begun their charge toward the Frostbone dragon, they were momentarily stunned with a single hit. The Tier 3 demon demolished a small, but visible, chunk of the Frostbone dragon's HP. This one attack was most likely more powerful than the combined attacks of a player army of thousands. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever seen Tier 3 beings fight against each other. Usually, she only saw players tackle monsters. The shock of watching two monsters face each other was intense. This scene allowed them to realize just how weak players were compared to this great battle. Their previous battles were practically child's play before the Frostbone dragon, which towered over 100 meters tall. Any player would seem insignificant. The mental pressure the Grand Lord exerted stole their breath. Don't stop. We've entered its frost domain. As long as we remain inside this domain, our stamina will decrease rapidly. Even if we don't move, our stamina will decrease. We need to hurry and get rid of the bone dragon before our stamina runs out. Feng reminded his team as he glanced at Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others who had stopped moving due to shock. Notify me immediately if any of you run out of stamina during the battle. Yes. Everyone nodded as they regained their focus against such a boss. Aqua Rose and the other core members of Zero Wing fared relatively well. After all, they had raided a Grand Lord before. Only the Frostbone dragon was significantly more powerful than that Grand Lord, however. This was the first time Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo had faced a Grand Lord. Fighting against such an oppressive pressure and bathing in such frigid, killing intent, even moving became a struggle for them. It would be a miracle if they could even exert 50% or 60% of their usual strength. How can a Grand Lord be so terrifying? Autumn Goose's heart pounded as she watched the bone dragon's mountain-like body. She then looked at Fire Dance and the others, who appeared almost unfazed and were still charging towards the Grand Lord. And she smiled bitterly back in the Wind God's spear. She had always pursued adventure and excitement. However, compared to the Frostbone dragon, those adventures had been a walk in the park. This Grand Lord's might was overpowering enough that she felt incredibly powerless in contrast. Despite such an oppressive pressure, Zero Wing's members did not show any signs of slowing. With this, one could easily tell that Zero Wing's members had long since become accustomed to such battles for some reason. A random thought invoked a strange feeling within Autumn Goose. This was what she had searched for all this time. While Autumn Goose was caught up in her daze, the Frostbone dragon slammed its massive claws down onto the battle demon. Unable to dodge the attack in time, Feng could only direct the battle demon to defend itself with its weapon boom. -95, 164. The ground beneath the battle demon's feet shattered as the demon became embedded into the ground. The surrounding land shook from the impact, a deep fissure forming and spreading towards Autumn Goose. Autumn Goose was momentarily taken aback compared to the Frostbone dragon's destructive power. The great lords they had defeated earlier were nothing more than harmless kittens. However, Autumn Goose still reacted. Although her movements were sluggish due to the Guardian boss's pressure, she had managed to pull her weapon up before her Feng. The incoming shockwave struck and threw Autumn Goose. A damage of -867 appearing above her head, a gasp tore through the watching players despite standing so far away. Autumn Goose still received nearly -900 damage after defending herself successfully. If she had failed to lift her weapon in time, she probably would have lost over 4,000 HP in an instant. As for the Frostbone Dragon's claws, even Kola might die instantly if he received a direct hit. Even after activating his Berserk skill and all of his life-saving skills, he would only survive one attack at most. Fortunately, however, they had a Tier 3 demon to take the Bone Dragon's hits for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving against the Grand Lord. Sure, Feng simply smiled at everyone's reaction. Ordinary bosses could not compare to a Guardian boss. Furthermore, the Frostbone Dragon was a member of the dragon race. It was much stronger than ordinary bosses. Even if Kola reached level 45, he could not tank this boss by himself. At the very least, they needed 3 MTs of equal caliber to handle the Frostbone Dragon. This should be far enough. Sure, Feng arrived beside the Bone Dragon and raised the Abyssal Blade. He swung the magic weapon down on the Grand Lord. Abyssal Curse. Chapter 824. Super Large-Scale Destruction Spell. _seal. Sure, Feng shouted low. Suddenly, a massive, black magic array appeared beneath the Frostbone Dragon's feet. Even with its gigantic body, the magic array enveloped the Grand Lord, and an endless stream of black fog penetrated the Bone Dragon's body, slowly corroding its roar. The Frostbone Dragon struggled, trying to break free from the array's bindings, but no matter how hard it fought, it could not expel the black fog from its body. Everyone on the team immediately used their most powerful skills against the Frostbone Dragon. Lifting his spear, Gunfire leaped into the air and used Beheaded Palm. Although the Frostbone Dragon had received the attack without any resistance, when Gunfire's attack struck the Grand Lord's white bone, it felt as if he had just hit a solid wall. Not only did the attack fail to cause any external damage, but the resulting vibration also inflicted pain to his own hand. His attack had only caused slightly over -700 damage. What kind of defense is this? Horror filled Autumn Goose as she stared at the damage. No matter what was said or done, Gunfire was one of the top-ranking experts in the Wind God's Spear. He was very well equipped. Even against all those great lords prior to this fight, his beheaded skill always dealt around -2,000 damage. Now, however, even after receiving a significant boost to his attributes, his beheaded had only caused around -700 damage. The Frostbone Dragon's defense had to be more than double that of the previous great lords. Meanwhile, the Frostbone Dragon had 64 million HP. With its battle recovery alone, it could regenerate 640,000 HP every second. Not to mention, since the battle had begun, the Grand Lord had been absorbing 1% of their HP every 3 seconds. With such a powerful recovery, even 100 continuously attacking Gunfires would barely scratch the Frostbone Dragon. They would be no threat to the Grand Lord at all. Fire Dance then jumped up from the Frostbone Dragon's right, landing on the Grand Lord's spine, instantly executing Absolute Strike. However, when 1,000 transformations, which was even sharper than the Sacred Sword Killing Ray, cut the pearly white bone, the short sword only dug 3 centimeters deep into the bone before coming to a halt. 14. For 89, why is there such a huge difference in defense? Fire Dance frowned. Absolute Strike was her most powerful burst skill, yet even after a critical hit, the skill only dealt over -10,000 damage. At this rate, they would die from exhaustion before they could kill the Frostbone Dragon. If this was already the case for Fire Dance, there was no need to mention how little the others could do against the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone's most powerful skills had only managed to deal around -4,000 damage to the Grand Lord. Only after including Sure Feng's damage did the team barely deal enough to overcome the Frostbone Dragon's recovery. At this rate, they would need to fight for 5 or 6 hours to kill the Grand Lord. Unfortunately, it would be a miracle if everyone's stamina lasted for 10 minutes. As for the Battle Demon, although it was very strong, the Frostbone Dragon easily blocked the majority of its attacks. It had barely any opportunities to damage the Grand Lord 2 seconds after Feng activated Abyssal Curse. The Frostbone Dragon's wings shuddered as it broke free from the magic array. Immediately, it swiped its tail at the battle demon, launching a more violent attack than before. In the next moment, an afterimage briefly appeared. Before the battle demon, under Feng's control, could react, the Bone Dragon had sent it flying. Everyone had expected the battle demon to suffer an intense amount of damage. However, the battle demon only lost around 70,000 HP. That was even less than the damage it had received before the Bone Dragon's attributes have decreased. Aqua Rose stated as she looked at the Frostbone Dragon's HP. Currently, the Grand Lord only had a maximum HP of 57,600,000. Its attributes have been decreased by 10%. The players felt joy bloom in their chests. Their will to fight soared even to ordinary players. A 10% attribute drop would significantly affect their combat power, much less for a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone, activate your Berserk skills. Use this opportunity to slay this boss. Feng hurriedly reminded Abyssal Curse could reduce the Frostbone Dragon's attributes for 10 minutes. So if they could not finish the Grand Lord off in these 10 minutes, it would become much harder to defeat later. They needed to exert all of their strength, now following Feng's command. Everyone activated their Berserk skills at full strength. As for Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's Power. Among the several Berserk skills Feng had, Dragon's Power increased his strength attribute the most, with the Tier 3 Battle Demon acting as a meat shield. Feng used Silent Steps and appeared directly behind the Frostbone Dragon Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Feng and his doppelganger released a series of 30 dazzling explosions on the Bone Dragon's weakened ribcage. 20 for 84-28, for 97-41, 054-57, 149. 30 consecutive hits struck the Frostbone Dragon, instantly stealing a small chunk of the Grand Lord's HP. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites and cast the Tier 1 spell Soul Cloud. In the next moment, several dozen damages appeared above the Frostbone Dragon's head, each one devouring over 1,000 HP. In addition, Aqua Rose summoned 3 Blue Fire Crows and 3 Forest Sprites. Although each summoned creature could only deal around -1,000 damage. With the 6 attacking together, they instantly destroyed over 6,000 of the Grand Lord's HP. In terms of damage output, Aqua Rose was only inferior to Feng and Fire Dance. Besides, the Blue Fire Crows were slightly different from the Forest Sprites. The Blue Fire Crows possessed the growth skill. As time passed, they would increase in rank from elite monsters. The Blue Fire Crow could grow to become lords. At that point, Aqua Rose's damage could even surpass Fire Dance's. Seconds and minutes passed quickly. Under Feng and his team's all-out assault, the Frostbone Dragon's HP quickly fell to 30%. Finally, the Tier 3 Battle Demon was in an extremely miserable state. It currently had less than 20% of its HP remaining. Foolish humans, feel the wrath of the abyss. The Frostbone Dragon bellowed as it suddenly flapped its wings. The Frostbone Dragon instantly appeared above South Lake City. In the next moment, an endless amount of elemental mana surged towards the Frostbone Dragon's body from all directions. At the same time, a deep blue, twofold magic array appeared above South Lake City as well. Enveloping the entire space above the city, the violent power radiating from the magic array threw everyone to the ground, as if the end of the world had arrived. It's over. How does the Bone Dragon know such a spell? Shock filled Aqua Rose's eyes as she stared at the magic array above South Lake City. With her understanding of magic arrays, she knew that they had absolutely no chance of defending against the Frostbone Dragon spell. They could only wait for death to claim their lives. With spells like this, how can anybody defeat the Frostbone Dragon? The other team members felt similarly powerless as they watched. It was technically not impossible to deal with a super large-scale destruction spell like this. However, with the magic array covering the entire South Lake City, how could they escape the spell's range in time? Ha! Go on. Flee. Let's see if you can escape the wrath of the abyss." The Frostbone Dragon laughed, i.e., he'd been waiting for this. Feng's lips curled into a smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately, he activated Wind Rider. He then switched the aura of wind to the aura of time before looking at Aqua Rose, saying, "Use Song of Sprites on me." It had already been 5 minutes since Aqua Rose last used Song of Sprites. The skill's cooldown should have ended, huh? Although Aqua Rose did not understand what Feng intended to do, she cast Song of Sprites on him. Feng then flew towards the Frostbone Dragon, which was still in the process of gathering and condensing mana absolute time. This was Feng's final trump card against the Frostbone Dragon if he could not interrupt the Frostbone Dragon's abyssal wrath. A super large-scale destruction spell. Trying to deal with the Grand Lord would be sheer lunacy immediately. With the Frostbone Dragon as the center, the space within a radius of 300 yards froze. All mana in the area scattered and vanished immediately. Due to the sudden loss of mana, the Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as it suffered a backlash from its spell. Its massive body, which had been over 100 meters in height, suddenly shrunk to only 60 meters or so. Its attributes also fell by 40% as it entered a weakened state for 3 minutes. The Frostbone Dragon's body then crashed to the ground with its combat power greatly reduced. How could the Frostbone Dragon be a challenge for the team from Zero Wing? Even without the Tier 3 Battle Demon, the Frostbone Dragon was no longer a threat at this time. Feng activated the Power of Darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then began a rampant assault on the Grand Lord when the Frostbone Dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining. Feng activated Divine Providence before using Flame Burst on the Grand Lord, destroying the Grand Lord's final strand of HP the instant the Frostbone Dragon died. Everyone heard the sound of a system notification. Chapter 825, Loot of a Grand Lord. It's finally dead. They could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when they saw the Frostbone Dragon fall into the ground. The Grand Lord's HP thoroughly depleted as the Frostbone Dragon fell to the ground. Everyone's experience bars had also abruptly increased by a large margin, so much EXP. A golden glow covered Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo as all 5 of them leveled up from level 38 to level 39. Expressions of shock appearing on their faces. Even the combined EXP they gained from killing the 20 Great Lords from before could not compete against the EXP provided by a single Frostbone Dragon, while everyone was celebrating over their success in killing the Frostbone Dragon. A system announcement suddenly surprised everyone's system announcement. Congratulations! You have killed the Guardian boss, Frostbone Dragon. War God's Temple Reputation plus 20 points. Rewarding 5 basic medals of honor. We've hit the jackpot this time. We got 5 basic medals of honor. Autumn Goose and the others were similarly stunned by this situation. They never imagined that there would be such great rewards for killing the Frostbone Dragon. They had heard that many large guilds had organized massive expeditions to conquer towns. Meanwhile, aside from earning a large amount of honor points, another important reason these guilds were organizing such expeditions was to increase their reputation with the War God's Temple, as well as obtain basic medals of honor. The higher one's War God's Temple reputation was, the more discounts one could obtain when exchanging for items using honor points. At the same time, after one's reputation with the temple reached a certain level, they could also exchange for higher-ranking items. The high-ranking items available for exchange would tempt even top-tier expert players, much less ordinary expert players. For example, battlefield mounts, rare skills, high-ranking rare potions, and many other items could not be found on the market. Although a battlefield mount was only useful in the Abyss battlefield, the quality of the mount itself was very high. Players could exchange for a bronze mount right from the onset. As one's War God's Temple reputation increased, one could even exchange for a dark gold mount. These mounts could increase a player's combat power in the Abyss battlefield significantly. Not to mention, there were also all sorts of rare skills. However, aside from needing a large amount of honor points, these high-ranking items also required one other thing for which to exchange, and that item was the basic medal of honor. Exchanging for a single bronze battlefield mount required 20 basic medals of honor and 30,000 honor points without basic medals of honor. Even with all the honor points in the world, one would not be able to exchange for items that were truly useful to players. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a basic medal of honor. From the knowledge they gained through the research done over the past few days, for players who participated in capturing a town, there was only a single basic medal of honor awarded. Now each of them had obtained 5 medals. That was equivalent to capturing 5 towns. If one wanted to exchange for a bronze mount, they'd need to capture a total of 20 towns. Capturing a town was easier said than done. Unlike the outside world, once players died in the Abyss battlefield, they had to wait until the next day to enter the battlefield again. Hence, one's life was essential in the Abyss battlefield. To avoid death, players would usually act carefully and spend a long time raiding a single town. However, there were currently no bronze mounts being sold on the market at all. Only a single common mount was for sale, which cost 40 gold. Even if someone were selling a bronze mount, it would cost several hundred gold at the very least. How could ordinary players possibly afford to purchase one? Consequently, if one wanted to experience riding a bronze mount, this was the fastest method to do so in the Abyss battlefield. Battlefield mounts were slightly more powerful than normal mounts. Not only were they faster, but their combat power was also higher by a single rank. Just a fine gold battlefield mount could already rival a chieftain of the same level, while dark gold battlefield mounts could rival a lord of the same level. With such a mount, players could obtain honor points in the Abyss battlefield more easily in the future. While everyone was feeling ecstatic over their unexpected harvest, Feng had appraised all the items dropped by the Frostbone Dragon. Although the Frostbone Dragon had only dropped 5 items, every piece was either a top-tier weapon or equipment. Big brother Feng, looking at how happy you are, just what kind of items did the boss drop? Hurry up and share them with us. Don't just keep them to yourself. Blue Bamboo became exceedingly curious when she saw the smile on Feng's face. This was the first time she had raided a Grand Lord. Moreover, there is also a rumor going around in the outside world saying that Grand Lords had a chance of dropping epic items. Nothing much. I'm just happy because we managed to complete the Abyss set. Aside from that, the boss has also dropped a level 40 Dark Gold ranked shield, a level 40 Dark Gold ranked ring, and a pair of growth-type gloves, Feng said, laughing. He then shared the details of a shield and ring through the team chat. Frostbone shield, Dark Gold rank. Level 40, level 45. Equipment requirement, Strength 500. Defense plus 2,720, level 40. Block rate, 37%. Strength plus 43. Endurance plus 51. Ice resistance plus 10. Evasion plus 10. Weakens damage received from the front by 20% every time shield is struck. 10% of damage will be converted into user's defense. Up to a maximum of 2,000 defense can be converted. Maximum HP increased by 10%. Additional skill dash. Frostbody becomes immune to all damage coming from the front for 4 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. The defense on this shield is especially high. Just the defense on this shield alone is already a match for my total defense. Aqua Rose was dumbstruck after seeing the attributes of the Frostbone shield. The Divine Blue Fire Shield Cola was currently using only had 1,950 defense. However, the total defense the Frostbone shield could provide was 4,720 points. Not to mention, the shield itself also had a passive damage reduction skill and an active skill that provided pseudo-invulnerability. With this shield, they would be able to take on even the super powerful skills of bosses in the future. Particularly, when the healers could not keep up with the damage the MT wielding the Frostbone shield was taking, said MT could use Frostbody to alleviate the burden on the healer's Ice Spirit Ring, Dark Gold rank. Level 40, level 45. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 400. Strength plus 15, Agility plus 18, Endurance plus 24, Intelligence plus 55, Vitality plus 37. Casting range plus 2. Casting speed increased by 10%. Magic damage increased by 10%. Attacks have a certain probability to trigger freeze effect, freezing target for 3 seconds. Additional skill dash. Rapid cooldown resets cooldown of all skills learned by user. At the same time, removes all control effects, and increases casting speed and movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes. After everyone saw the statistics of the Ice Spirit Ring, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets with this ring. A magical class's damage output would increase by at least 20%. Blue Bamboo said as she greatly admired the Ice Spirit Ring. This was the first time she had seen a ring with such amazing attributes. Ornaments were very rare in God's domain. Their value was much higher than even weapons despite being fully geared in top-tier equipment. The ring she currently wore was only a level 20 mysterious iron ring. However, she was very well off already. Many players were still wearing level 10 bronze ranked rings, however, compared to the Ice Spirit Ring. Her level 20 ring was practically trash. Don't get too excited. Whether it is the shield or the ring, the value of these two items most likely cannot be compared to this pair of gloves. Feng then shared the stats for the gloves with everyone. Chapter 826, Background of the Number 1 Guild. Growth Type Equipment. Everyone looked at the image that was releasing a faint white glow. There were many divine runes carved on the pair of gloves. There was also a small, dark blue magic array etched on the back of the gloves, with a light blue bead embedded in the middle of the magic array. Frost gloves, cloth armor, bronze rank. Level 40, level 90. Defense plus 348, level 40. Intelligence plus 26. Vitality plus 22. Endurance plus 21. Additional passive skill dash. Force Chant. While casting, there's a 5% chance to cast tier 1 or below spells instantly. Additional active skill dash. Frost Breath. Deals 500% magic damage in a cone to enemies within 30 yards and freezes all targets hit for 5 seconds, and then reduces their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 15 seconds cooldown. 1 hour. Gloves that had once been worn by the Frost King with frost beads embedded on the gloves, which were sealed by the Frost King and are unable to display their full power. To lift the Frost King's 5-layered seal, a large amount of EXP is needed to be absorbed. Removing the first seal requires 300 million EXP. The upgrade requirement of this equipment is rough. Just the first seal requires 300 million EXP. Blackie raised his brows. This much EXP was enough to allow current ordinary players to level up once. Moreover, this was only the first seal. There would still be 4 more seals after this one. Needless to say, the following seals would surely have higher requirements, but the skills of this piece of equipment are amazing. It is capable of instant casting tier 1 spells. Only, the chances are a little too low. The AoE control skill, on the other hand, is quite good. With these two skills together, this pair of gloves would not lose out to any Dark Gold equipment. Aqua Rose commented when Feng heard everyone's unbiased evaluations. He could not help but shake his head and laugh, saying, "Do you guys think that removing the seals will only improve the equipment's basic attributes? This is growth type equipment. It can be upgraded into epic rank if you remove all of the seals. Whether it is the basic attributes of the gloves or its skills, both will gradually improve along with the undoing of the seals. Dark Gold equipment definitely cannot compare to something like this. This is epic equipment." Everyone was surprised Zero Wing's core members had a profound understanding of just how powerful epic items were compared to epic equipment. Dark Gold equipment was practically garbage. The two were on entirely different levels. Even just equipping a single epic weapon or equipment could instantly increase a player's combat power by a large margin, unlike Dark Gold equipment, where multiple pieces were required to display their advantages. So, this is epic equipment. Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily a loss for words when they looked at the Frost gloves while they were still at the stage of being joyful over getting a piece of Dark Gold equipment after defeating a great lord. Zero Wing had already set its sights on epic equipment. Over time, the gap between them and Thoughtful Rain would unquestionably grow, increasingly larger following, which Feng held an internal auction between the members of Zero Wing. This scene caused Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire to grow exceedingly envious. They never imagined that, even for such powerful equipment, Zero Wing was willing to distribute them through an internal auction. In other guilds, such equipment was usually distributed based on the team leader's designation in the end, The Frostbone Shield was won by Yi Wumian, while Thoughtful Rain obtained the Frost Ring. This outcome greatly surprised Thoughtful Rain. Of course, part of the reason for such a result was because the other magical class members of the team had all set their sights on the Frost Gloves. Unfortunately, the gloves were still won by Aqua Rose in the end after completing the equipment distribution. Everyone teleported out of the Abyss battlefield together. As soon as the team appeared at the teleportation array inside the War God's Temple, a wide array of noises immediately entered their ears. Players recruiting for team members filled the War God's Temple. After just being away for a few days, the War God's Temple had undergone tremendous changes currently. Players crowded the main hall of the War God's Temple. The levels of the players here, as well, had undergone significant changes originally. Level 30 players were considered mainstream. Now, however, the majority of the players present in the main hall were around level 32. Among them, there was no lack of level 34 or 35 independent players. Also, these players were all relatively well equipped, however. Shortly after Feng and the others appeared, the entire main hall went silent. Practically everyone within the building had shifted their gazes towards Feng's group. Aren't they Zero Wings, upper echelons? Damn, they're the real deal. As expected of the top-tier experts of Star Moon Kingdom. Even though I'm standing so far away from them, I still can't help but shiver at the pressure they give off. Who are those three independent players beside them? All three of them are level 39. What? Level 39? The number one player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list just reached level 38 not long ago. Do they hide their levels on the ranking list? Just how do they manage to level up so quickly? It would be great if I can mooch off of them. Pros, carry me please. No one could believe their eyes when their gazes landed on Autumn Goose and the others. Feng and the other members of Zero Wing were wearing black cloaks, so no one could identify their levels. Autumn Goose and the others, however, were not wearing black cloaks, so everyone could see their current levels clearly at this situation. Autumn Goose and the others could not help but feel slightly embarrassed if not for Feng bringing them along to kill so many great lords. It would be impossible for them to reach level 39 so quickly. At most, they would have reached level 37 by now. After they returned to the Dark Knight Empire, the other members of the Wind God Spear would also be shocked upon seeing their levels. Feng, are you not coming with us to turn the quest? Thoughtful Rain asked as she looked at Feng. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going together with you, Feng said as he shook his head. He had just received a message from Melancholic Smile, saying that representatives from King's Return wanted to meet him to discuss an important matter after considering the situation for a long moment. The only conclusion Feng could come up with for this sudden visit was due to the matter relating to Sindheart. After all, Zero Wing did not possess any actual connections with King's Return, however. He also felt that the possibility of such a thing happening was low as super guild like King's Return could easily annihilate an upstart guild like Immortal Light. Just like Nine Dragons, Emperor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, King's Return could simply take direct action against Immortal Light. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble to deal with a single upstart guild, however, since people from King's Return had come personally to visit him. No matter what was said and done, it was necessary for him to pay back their sincerity as for the Silver Legend quest. Even if he turned in the quest together with Thoughtful Rain and the others, the most he would get in return was a little EXP. That meager amount of EXP was practically negligible to him. Now that the final arc of the Silver Legend quest was complete, there was no need for him to tag along with the group anymore. Hearing Feng saying so, a hint of disappointment appeared on Thoughtful Rain's face. Zero Wing's guild residence. Inside the large guild hall, Zero Wing's members could be seen moving about busily. All this was due to the appearance of the guild stable to purchase their own guild mount once they reached level 40. Everyone began frantically taking on quests one after another, earning as much money as possible. This situation caused the entire guild to buzz with activity. However, inside the busy hall, two people were currently seated inside the reception room of the second floor, leisurely observing the situation inside the guild. They've managed to run the guild quite well. It's no wonder why Zero Wing is known as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Unfortunately, the guild's background is poor, and it doesn't have any expert nurturing capabilities. A robust man in silver heavy armor spoke disdainfully as he watched the situation downstairs. This man was a level 38 berserker, although there were many elite players in Zero Wing. At the end of the day, they were only slightly better than the players of Starmoon Kingdom. They were no match for Empire players at all. It was especially true when comparing the levels of expert players currently. The highest level player in Starmoon Kingdom had only recently reached level 38. On the other hand, many of the players on Empire ranking lists had already reached level 39 at this moment. The doors to the reception room abruptly opened. Feng, who was currently using his appearance of Black Flame, then walked into the room level 40. How could this be? Chapter 827, Sword King Black Flame. As Feng entered the elegant reception room, he did not bother with disguising his current level. The robust man's gaze fixed on Feng, confusion filling his eyes. A guild in Starmoon Kingdom actually had someone higher leveled than the #1 player on the Glory Empire's ranking list. No matter how he thought about it, this was inconceivable. Their levels were already quite high, so they required a tremendous amount of EXP to level up. It was especially true for leveling from level 39 to 40. All those who held their rank on the ranking list practically grinded without rest. Moreover, ordinary experts could not compare to their efficiency. Usually, these rankers had groups to lure and damage monsters for them. When the monsters dropped to their final strand of HP, these rankers would strike the final blow, taking the majority of the monster's EXP. Either that, or these rankers formed teams who possessed AoE attack spells and had others lure hordes of monsters to these AoE teams. They would then rotate through each team, sharing the EXP as they killed the monsters. The basis of these systems was sacrificing other players' EXP. Only large guilds had the power to employ these methods with such a grinding efficiency. The EXP these rankers obtained was many times more than what ordinary expert teams could earn while grinding. Only with this technique could they exceed other players by so many levels. Even so, Feng had still surpassed them by such a large margin. I am Black Flame. What business do you have with me? When Feng examined the two representatives, he realized that he had met one of them before. The robust man was none other than the berserker, Thunder Tiger, whom he had met when he sold equipment in Blackwing City. Aside from the unruly-looking Thunder Tiger, Feng also recognized the indifferent youth beside the berserker. The youth's name was Ordinary Stranger. In the past, he had been one of King's Return's top 10 summoner experts. These two people were extremely powerful. Both could rank with Starmoon Kingdom's top 10 experts. Even the top-tier experts in first-rate guilds could not hope to compete with either of these two. Their levels alone made this evident among the two. One was a level 38 berserker, while the other was a level 38 summoner. Most likely, they leveled far faster than even the #1 player on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list. Their equipment was even more impressive. Both were fully geared with level 35 top-tier dark gold equipment. The staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand, especially. One could not judge the staff's quality based on its appearance alone. However, Feng knew that the staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand was a magic weapon in God's domain. Although there were far fewer magic weapons than epic weapons, they were significantly less difficult to obtain. One did not need to kill some kind of super powerful boss to obtain a magic weapon. Players also did not need to complete an epic quest. Instead, a magic weapon's procurement depended on luck. Players might unexpectedly obtain a magic weapon by completing a hidden quest. They might even find a magic weapon when they opened a high-ranking treasure chest. Although magic weapons had helped many players become experts, they had ruined far more. Ordinary Stranger was one of those people who had managed to control a magic weapon in the past. Hence, he had become one of King's Return's top-ranking experts. Otherwise, he would never have become one of the Super Guild's top 10 summoners. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Ordinary Stranger of King's Return. My companion here is Thunder Tiger, Ordinary Stranger stated, a smile suddenly lighting his indifferent face. Although his smile contained no ill will, it looked horrifyingly forced. In truth, we have come to speak with you about a small matter. We hope that you can help us with this. Although he looked down on Zero Wing, he would show respect to a true expert. This was the 51st ranking expert on the God's Domain experts list. The Sword King, Black Flame. Ordinary experts might not realize what such a rank implied, but as an expert from a super guild, Ordinary Stranger understood what it meant. The fact that Feng had earned the 51st rank told him that the man had already reached the Void Realm. He was many times stronger than either of them. If a fight broke out, even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Feng. After meeting Feng personally, Ordinary Stranger felt that the man had grown a lot stronger. He was particularly convinced when he saw the exquisite mold and intricate runes of the weapons hanging from Feng's waist. Although their special effects were hidden, he was certain that dark gold weapons could not compare to those two blades based on the rumors floating around. These two weapons could very well be epic weapons. Even experts like themselves only obtained weapons like those in their dreams. Currently, only the guild's monster-level characters possessed epic items. As to whether or not those items were weapons, that was one of the guild's absolute secrets. Even they had no clue. Even a super guild like King's Return had gone to great lengths to obtain these epic items. Hence, it was truly hard to imagine that the guild leader of an upstart guild actually wielded two epic weapons. Yuri, looking for my help? Interesting. King's Return is a super guild. Is there truly anything your guild can't do in God's domain? Feng said, laughing. Guild leader Black Flame, you jest, Ordinary Stranger said hurriedly. We really need your help with this situation. All right, tell me, what business do you have with me? Feng waved his hand dismissively. Recently, we've heard that Zero Wing plans to buy some of Snowfield City's lands. We would like to dissuade you. In return, King's Return will provide Zero Wing with a plot of Light City's land, allowing the Candlelight trading firm to develop there. Ordinary Stranger explained. Although Snowfield City was the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom, its player population could not compete with Light City's. The difference between the two cities was simply too massive. Even an extremely ordinary plot of land in Light City was far more valuable than Snowfield City's golden lands. Can you tell me which plot of land you are offering? Feng was slightly surprised. He had never expected King's Return to be so generous. Only the extremely wealthy could afford land in imperial capitals. Moreover, even if one managed to purchase one or two plots, without the endorsement from the city's ruling guild, one's business would fail. The ruling guild would cause all sorts of trouble to chase away their customers, going so far as to kill the players who dared to spend gold at their shops. This was especially true for imperial capitals in which super guilds had set up their headquarters. In a few years, the players within these imperial capitals would either become members of the guild, guests who had business with these super guilds, or players who supported these super guilds. It would be practically impossible these guilds' foundations in their home cities. Hence, even if one could afford the land in an imperial capital, most guilds usually avoided them. After all, these lands would only become expensive paperweights. Of course, it was a different story if one obtained the permission of the ruling guild. This was why Feng wanted to cooperate with Phoenix Rain, since King's Return would willingly allow the Candlelight trading firm to develop at Light City. Once the trading firm set up a shop, that shop would most likely earn more money than 5 or 6 kingdom cities combined. After all, the player population in Light City was that massive. Here it is. Ordinary Stranger took out a drawing. This was none other than the map of Light City, a red dot had been marked on the map's top corner, representing the land for resale to slums. Chapter 828, Chased Out. Feng thought he had interpreted the map wrong when he examined the marked location. Cities in God's domain generally had many districts. Among them, the most important was the trade area. Normally, when players tried to set up a shop, they purchased land in the trade district. Following the trade area will be the Nobles District. The Nobles District housed the city's library and the War God's Temple. Naturally, players frequently visited these locations. The Commoners District followed the Nobles District. The Commoners District contained the Adventurers Association and the Underground Arena. Hence, that district enjoyed quite a bit of player traffic. As well, the district with the worst traffic was the slums. There were practically no establishments in the slums that could attract players to the area. Very few players were willing to visit. Hence, In every city in God's domain, the lands in the slums, they were the cheapest. Opening a shop, there was no different than throwing money into the furnace. This is your offer? Feng asked, laughing after all that talk. King's Return wanted to trade a worthless location for 5 valuable plots of land guild leader Blackflame. Don't be in such a rush. Many of Light City's lands have already been distributed. We cannot procure good plots of land with so little time. These are the only ones left. However, our superiors have stated that King's Return will allow the Candlelight trading firm to enter Light City to conduct business. If you are in a hurry to develop the Candlelight trading firm in Light City, you can purchase land with potential from others. Ordinary Stranger explained in Ordinary Stranger's opinion. This offer was a powerful show of faith towards Zero Wing. Light City was King's Return's main headquarters. The city was home to more than 10 million players. In the future, that number could definitely climb to 20 million or even 30 million. It was not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land in Light City was worth its weight in gold to obtain a share of this golden pie. All Zero Wing needed to do was to turn away from those 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. There were lots of guilds that hoped to set up a shop in Light City. The fact that King's Return had agreed to let the Candlelight trading firm set foot in Light City was an opportunity that many guilds dreamed of, but could not obtain. What if I refuse? Feng asked, although Ordinary Stranger's offer sounded nice. What fool would actually sell the high potential land they had only obtained after so much trouble? In the end, Zero Wing had nothing more than an empty promise at the loss of 5 very high potential lands, was the King's Return being a little too arrogant. This Ordinary Stranger was taken aback. He had never dreamed that Feng would actually consider turning his offer down. Coldly, he replied, I hope that guild leader Blackflame will rethink this carefully. King's Return is a super guild. Is it really worth offending us over a few plots of land? All right, enough. You two can leave now, Feng said as he gestured towards the door. Are you doing this because of Immortal Light? Ordinary Stranger suddenly said coldly. Guild leader Blackflame, think this over. I can tell you that Immortal Light is a sworn enemy of King's Return. We must annihilate this pest. If Zero Wing helps Immortal Light, you will incur King's Return's wrath as well. Now, that is interesting, Feng said, his lips hooking up into a grin. He then continued, saying, Do you think that Zero Wing is afraid of King's Return? Hearing Feng's bold question, both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stupefied. They had not expected Feng to brush the super guild off like that. Super guilds were different from other guilds. They were the true overlords of the virtual gaming world. In the virtual gaming world, aside from the few transcendent powers and other super guilds, nobody would dare disregard a super guild. However, when they thought back to how Zero Wing treated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was possible that the guild would ignore King's Return's threat. Both of you can get lost this instant. Oh, and go back and tell your superiors this. What Zero Wing does is of no concern of King's Return. I will buy those plots of land. You can be certain of that. Feng declared, a frosty glint flashing in his eyes. Sin Heart had helped him many times in his previous life. Moreover, since he had already promised Sin Heart to buy those lands, he would not go back on his word. He had only wasted so much time talking to these two representatives to gauge what King's Return stance was towards Immortal Light. Although Zero Wing could not defeat a super guild in Starmoon Kingdom, it had no reason to fear them either. As soon as Feng finished speaking, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger suddenly felt their bodies grow cold. Their instincts shouted warnings, reminding them that they were in an extremely dangerous situation and that they could lose their lives at any moment. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger knew that they were not a match for Feng. Helpless, they could only leave Zero Wing's residence without accomplishing their objective. What are we supposed to do now? Thunder Tiger asked as he looked back towards the guild residence. Are we just going to return and report this? What else can we do? Ordinary Stranger had not expected Feng to be this insane. He was actually willing to offend King's Return for a meager guild like Immortal Light. Let's find a quiet location and report to Elder Broken City. We'll let the Elder decide how we should proceed. The two experts immediately ran to a high-class restaurant and rented a VIP room. They intended to report Feng's reply, word for word, to Broken City. Meanwhile, Feng arrived at the candlelight trading firm Melancholic. How many strengthening devices has your team completed? Feng no longer carried a fortune. Although he had earned quite a bit through Stone Forest Town and the candlelight trading firm while he had been gone, after deducting the guild expenses and the magic crystals, which could not be sold, he only had roughly 4,000 gold on hand, of course. To any first-rate guild in God's domain, having 4,000 gold of liquid funds after deducting guild expenses was practically a dream, however. If Feng wanted to purchase those 5 plots from Sindhard, he did not have nearly enough money. He also had a city waiting for him to build. Inside a VIP room in a high-class restaurant. Is that all? Broken City asked with gravelly tone through the video chat. Yes, that is all. After that, Black Flame chased us out. Ordinary Stranger explained softly, since Zero Wing is adamant about poking its nose into our business, we should teach the guild a small lesson. I'll have Fiend lead the Falcon Legion over. Find out where Zero Wing's core members are right now. When the time comes, we won't let any of them survive. Broken City declared before disconnecting the call. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stunned, although they did not know why Broken City focused so heavily on a small guild like Immortal Light. Sending the Falcon Legion to deal with Zero Wing was no more than making a big fuss over a small issue. The Falcon Legion was King's Return's Ace Legion. The Legion was comprised of the young experts the guild had nurtured and had been specifically formed to deal with other super guilds' legions. Moreover, Broken City was actually sending the Adjudicator Fiend. One could just imagine how furious the old man was. Chapter 829, 5th Floor Master. Blackwing City. Many players hawked their wares on the wide, flourishing streets of the city. Feng had already reverted to his original appearance and made his way towards the Blackwing auction house. It had only been a short time since Feng last visited the city. The street the Blackwing auction house resided on had become a player market. It was even more lively than an Empire's imperial capital. However, unlike other cities, one only needed an entry pass to enter Blackwing City. As players' levels continued to increase, more entry passes dropped. Hence, Blackwing City's traffic had increased by several times. At this point, Blackwing City had become the largest trade hub in God's domain. Even the 4 great empires' imperial capitals could not compete with Blackwing City. The transactions between the various large guilds here were astronomical if one wanted to point out God's domain's most profitable locations. Blackwing City would definitely be one of them. The auction house in Blackwing City was also where guilds and independent experts of various kingdoms and empires prefer to sell or purchase items. This was because those who could reach Blackwing City were either lucky individuals who had gotten their hands on an entry pass, independent experts with a certain degree of strength, or players from the various large guilds. As long as one had a valuable item, they did not need to worry about it not selling in Blackwing City. They also didn't need to worry that players could not afford their prices. Hence, many players prefer to sell their treasures at the Blackwing auction house. Upon entering the Blackwing auction house, Feng discovered even more players inside the establishment than those who camped on the street outside. It was especially true for the registration counters. Long lines of people had queued up in front of the dozen or so registration counters. Why are there so many people here? Feng swept a glance over the sea of players before him. At the very least, there should be over 1,000 players present. If not for the Blackwing auction house's extremely large size, it would be impossible to hold so many people. While Feng tried to figure out why there were so many players lining up to get into the Blackwing auction house, he suddenly heard a crisp, pleasant voice from behind him. Feng, so you've received the news as well. Turning to the source of the voice, Feng discovered none other than Gentle Snow, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Currently, Gentle Snow wore a set of silver sacred armor. On her back, she carried a silver great sword engraved with golden divine runes. A hint of bloodlust radiated from the greatsword. This faint bloodlust wrapped around Gentle Snow's body, making the woman seem like a goddess of the battlefield walking through the building. Gentle Snow attracted the passionate, watchful gazes of many male players. However, Nobody in the room dared to approach Gentle Snow casually. Though her status as Ouroboros's guild leader was part of the reason, the main deterrent was the group of players accompanying Gentle Snow. Among this group, the lowest player was level 37, while the highest was level 39. In a kingdom, these players would rank at the very top of the kingdom's ranking list. Furthermore, every one of these players had an extraordinary origin. This was particularly the case for Hidden Cloud. The level 39 assassin leading the group Hidden Cloud was a famous character that belonged to the super guild Nine Heavens Pavilion. He had been one of the talented newcomers that had entered the virtual gaming world 10 years ago. He had risen to prominence like a comet when he had joined. Through a relatively popular virtual reality game, he had earned numerous achievements. Afterward, the Nine Heavens Pavilion had paid an astronomical price to recruit him back then. His appearance had shaken the virtual gaming world. Moreover, after joining the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had become the 9th floor master in just 3 years. His growth had left other super guilds speechless. There were a total of 9 floor masters in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Each of them enjoyed an even higher status than the guild elders. They were the guild's absolute core members. The first floor master was the Nine Heavens Pavilion's guild leader. Hidden Cloud had become the spearhead of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, leading the guild through one conquest after another. By the time he joined God's Domain, he had been promoted to the rank of 5th floor master with a super guild's high-profile individual present, who would dare try to flirt with Gentle Snow. Only those who wished to quit God's Domain or wished to start a new account would be so bold. Not only was Hidden Cloud inhumanely strong, but he was also incomparably vicious. There was once the upper echelon of a large guild who had tried to compete with a good friend of Hidden Cloud's over a woman. In the end, Hidden Cloud had wiped his guild out of existence, removing the guild from the virtual gaming world permanently. From then on, nobody ever dared to offend anyone close to Hidden Cloud guild leader Snow. Feng could not help his confusion as he watched the woman approach. He had not come here due to any particular news. He had only come here to earn money. Is something going on here? You don't know? Today, Blackwing City will hold its monthly auction. Incredibly rare items will be available for bidding. I have heard that there is a possibility that epic items will make an appearance. Gentle Snow informed him, somewhat surprised by Feng's reaction. The man before her was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Although news of the monthly auction had only been announced today, with Zero Wing's capabilities, it should have received this information. So, that is what is going on. Realization dawned on Feng. The end of the month was indeed approaching. Near the end of every month, Blackwing City randomly held a large-scale auction. Not only would NPCs sell large numbers of rare items during this auction, but players could also put their items up for sale. However, the handling fees were slightly higher. If one sold ordinary rare items during this auction, they would not walk away with any profit. On the other hand, if one sold extremely rare items, they could make a fortune. Feng was ecstatic about this discovery. He never expected this coincidence before teleporting to Blackwing City. Feng had retrieved 5,000 strengthening devices from Melancholic Smile. These strengthening devices were the culmination of several days of Melancholic Smile and her team's hard work. The magic crystals the few of them had spent during this period would even astound a first-rate guild. The current market value for magic crystals was 24 silver each. However, that was only true if one purchased them in bulk. Purchased individually, one would have to spend at least 25 or 26 silver. Unfortunately, magic crystals were the main material needed to manufacture strengthening devices. The other materials were very cheap. Fortunately, magic crystals were not a problem for Zero Wing right now. The magic crystals Feng had won from the Glorious Lions battle team alone were enough to supply Zero Wing's needs for a relatively long time. They also had the magic crystals earned from Stone Forest Town Snow. Is this person your friend? Hidden Cloud asked, his expression darkening as he examined Feng Imecho. Let me introduce you. This is Feng from Zero Wing. Gentle Snow nodded. She then looked towards Feng and introduced Hidden Cloud, saying, "This is Hidden Cloud from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He is also a good friend of my elder brother." Before Feng could offer a greeting, he felt a very clear hint of killing intent from Hidden Cloud, although Hidden Cloud had hidden it very well. Once one reached Feng's standard, hiding killing intent was impossible unless one held absolutely no ill will, however. This killing intent vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. It was as if this killing intent had never existed. Was I mistaken? Feng could not help but turn to the smiling Hidden Cloud. Chapter 830, Beginning of Fame. So, you're the rumored Feng. Hidden Cloud, with his tan skin, a robust body, and a slightly evil air about him, wore a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Feng. The majority of God's Domain's players were completely clueless about what had happened in the Dark Arena, not to mention. Matches were held in the Dark Arena every day, making it even more difficult for people to follow a single battle team to a super guild upper echelon like Hidden Cloud. However, there was no need to pay attention to the Dark Arenas. Ordinary experts. He was only interested in those who could leave an impression, someone like Feng, in particular, who had defeated a famous, old monster like Sirius, would catch his attention even if he wanted to avoid information on this expert. After all, his guild would remind him about such existences. Experts at Feng's standard could not be ignored. Even in super guilds, he would be a member of the top fighting force. He would be an apex expert the guild would use against its competition. Just rumors. Feng shrugged. Chuckling. Hidden Cloud was an extremely powerful expert. His history was almost considered a legend. He had debuted into the virtual gaming world at the young age of 17. He was currently 27 years old, and already he had become the Nine Heavens Pavilion's 5th floor master. He was the target of admiration for countless young players in the past. Hidden Cloud's achievements in God's Domain had even pushed him to his peak. After spending 5 years in God's Domain, he had gained the position of 2nd floor master. In the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had been the most likely candidate to become the next 1st floor master. However, Hidden Cloud's position in the Nine Heavens Pavilion had been secondary. The man himself was far more impressive. In the past, he had been one of the 10 great God-ranked assassins in God's Domain. No one throughout God's Domain had been able to stop any of his assassination attempts. Hidden Cloud's most impressive assassination had the death of a powerful upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins, which he had completed without any assistance. This incident had struck fear into the assassin organization and boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's prestige. After all, even super guilds did not dare offend a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. Many of these super guilds had suffered multiple losses at the hand of the organization. Super guilds had always suffered the Flower of Seven Sins' wrath. Never once had the organization suffered a loss of its own. The fact that Hidden Cloud had managed to defeat one of the organization's upper echelons had significantly boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's reputation. This incident had shocked the upper echelons of the various large guilds in God's Domain. Feng had been no exception. I had never thought that Gentle Snow knew Hidden Cloud. It seems she has a few of her own secrets. Feng glanced at the 4 people behind Hidden Cloud. These 4 were Hidden Cloud's brothers in arms. Every one of them was extraordinary. Even in the Dark Arena, they would be considered first-class experts. It was also thanks to these 4 people that Hidden Cloud had reached his current position so quickly. However, one thing confused Feng. If Gentle Snow was acquainted with such a powerful existence, it should have been quite easy to secure the position of Ouroboros's guild leader during the previous mutiny, so much so that if Hidden Cloud had made an appearance, Chao Chenghua and the elders backing him would have surrendered. After all, it was well known that Hidden Cloud greatly valued his relationships. He had even extinguished a large guild just to help a brother earn a woman's affections. Judging by Gentle Snow's tone and expression when she spoke to Hidden Cloud, her brother should have a very close relationship with this man. Yet, in the past, Gentle Snow had still left the virtual gaming world eventually. This was truly a mystery. While Feng pondered this riddle, Gentle Snow turned Feng and smiled, saying, "Since you've only just learned about this, you most likely haven't purchased an entry ticket, right? If you line up now, the tickets will probably sell out before you get one. Why don't you join us? You will regret it if you miss out on the auction." The Blackwing Auction House had organized the auction suddenly this time, and many guilds had rushed to purchase entry tickets the moment they heard the news. Now that the auction would begin soon, It was most likely be impossible for Feng to get his hands on a ticket. Feng had helped her earn a fortune in the dark arena. She had significantly increased Ouroboros' liquid assets because of it. Although Feng did not know that, Gentle Snow still thought that she should return the favor. After all, aside from helping her earn money, Feng had also helped her secure Ouroboros. As soon as Gentle Snow extended the offer, Hidden Cloud's expression darkened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Feng. "Thank you for your kind offer. However, I have another matter that I need to deal with first, so it is best if I don't disturb you." Feng did not wish to miss this rare opportunity. He needed to register his auction items quickly. As for whether or not he could enter the auction itself, that was not important. After all, his goal was to make money. "How much time do you need?" Gentle Snow prodded. "Roughly half an hour," Feng said as he glanced at the long queue. Although there were a lot of people at the registration counters, the registration process was simple and did not take very long. He should be able to finish what he needed in half an hour. That won't be an issue. In any case, there is still some time before the auction officially begins. "I can wait here for you in the meantime," Gentle Snow offered after a moment of consideration. I'll try to finish as quickly as possible." Feng nodded. Since Gentle Snow was willing to accommodate him, it would be rude to continue rejecting her offer. There would certainly be many valuable items for sale at Blackwing City's monthly auction. He might be able to purchase something good if he participated. If an epic item were available, he would hit the jackpot. "It sure is difficult to invite this man." Gentle Snow sighed as she watched Feng's departing figure. This was the first time inviting someone had been so difficult. However, shortly after Feng left, Hidden Cloud secretly messaged one of his brothers, whispering, "Blaster, research that man called Yi Feng. Find out his origin. I want to know everything about him." "Boss, rest assured, I'll get it done quickly." The berserker named Blaster smiled confidently. He then began rapidly searching through the forums for all information relating to Feng. At the same time, he contacted a number of people to help him with the search. At the registration counter, after waiting for over 20 minutes, it was finally Feng's turn. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" The NPC female receptionist asked, smiling. "I wish to sell these items at this month's auction," Feng said as he revealed a strengthening device. "All right, please wait for a moment." The NPC receptionist received the strengthening device and began appraising it. Not all items were allowed in the auctions held in the Blackwing auction house. Items needed a certain value before being permitted. Hence, all items presented needed to undergo the system's appraisal. "I apologize for the long wait. Sir, the estimated minimum price for this item is 1 gold 40 silver. If you wish to sell this item at our auction house, we will charge you a 30% handling fee. Do you wish to put up for auction?" The female receptionist handed the strengthening device back to Feng after she had finished. Only Blackwing City's auctions would charge a 30% handling fee. Other places charged 20% at most. Even so, Feng did not mind it. Yes. Feng took out 2,000 strengthening devices and divided them into hundreds of auction lots, with each lot having anywhere from 1 to 100 strengthening devices. If he sold too many at once, it would only cheapen the strengthening device. The various large guilds participating in this auction should be able to stomach 2,000 devices. After dealing with the strengthening devices, Feng ran to meet Gentle Snow. He then entered the auction venue with Gentle Snow and her companions, quietly waiting for the auction to start. At this time, Blaster sent Hidden Cloud a private message, reporting, "Boss, we've learned everything there is to know about that brat." Chapter 831, Great Disturbance. There sure are a lot of high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction this time, Feng commented as he swept a glance over the NPCs on the second floor, an amused smile appearing on his face. "High-ranking NPCs?" At Feng's comment, Gentle Snow turned to the second floor. Indeed, there were quite a number of NPCs present. But isn't it normal for high-ranking NPCs to participate in the Blackwing auction house? This was not her first time attending an auction in the Blackwing auction house. She had even attended high-ranking auctions before. Players were not the only ones to compete over items up for auction. NPCs similarly contested over the items. However, after some of her own research, Gentle Snow, more or less, understood these NPCs' function. These NPCs were here to make sure items were sold at an appropriate price. If the price players offered was too low, these NPCs would join the bidding. They would not let players take advantage of the system at such a large auction. It was natural that more NPCs would join, however. When players tried to purchase an item, as long as the price they offered was higher than the item's actual value, these NPCs would automatically relent and end their bidding in response. Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "It is very normal. Only, I've never seen so many powerful NPCs attend at the same time, so I'm slightly surprised." Tisich, what about these NPCs is surprising. Blaster commented disdainfully that others nodded in agreement, scorn flashing in their eyes as they looked at Feng. Initially, they had thought that Feng was one of God's domain's apex experts. Now, however, it would seem that he was just a country bumpkin that had never seen the world of the great. At the end of the day, he was simply the upper echelon of an upstart guild. There was no way he could measure up to their standard. Feng simply smiled at the group's reaction, not bothering to explain, however. Gentle Snow's expression turned serious at Feng's statement as she secretly observed the NPCs on the second floor. She did not think that Feng would be surprised just because there were a lot of high-ranking NPCs present. What? How can this be? When Gentle Snow's eyes fell on a handsome youth in a suit of golden armor and an exquisite cape, she was shocked. Previously, she had never bothered to observe the NPCs. Now that she did, however, she discovered something astounding when she examined the handsome youth. She could not uncover any information about him. She could not even see the most basic of information, such as his name or level. Even after activating an advanced identification skill, she was still left empty-handed. More frighteningly, when her gaze fell upon the youth, he actually turned and returned it, observing her. However, this youth simply smiled before turning away. Although they had only exchanged glances for a brief instant, Gentle Snow felt as if she had been suffocating. In that instant, she had felt as if her life was no longer her own. She had never encountered such an NPC before. She had not even experienced this feeling when she met with a Tier 5 NPC in an Imperial capital. Tier 5 NPCs were considered top-class individuals even in an empire. Players could not encounter them casually. She had only met one due to a special quest. Moreover, there were also over a dozen Tier 5 NPCs on the second floor. Even if one added together the Tier 5 NPCs in an empire, there would be fewer than those that were here now. It was no wonder why Feng was surprised. Feng, with so many high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction, will something happen? Gentle Snow sent Feng a private message, wearing a nervous expression. Events frequently occurred throughout God's domain. If players could resolve these events, they could earn decent rewards. However, the penalties for failure were equally heavy. When these events occurred, players' consent did not matter. As long as one was within the events area, the system considered the players to have accepted the quest. Events in God's domain varied in terms of sizes. The larger an event was, the more horrific its punishment would be. She had met the Tier 5 NPC due to an event. In the end, said event had claimed the lives of 99% of the tens of thousands of players that had been present. A lot of equipment had dropped that day, and very few players had survived. She had been one of the lucky few. Unfortunately, because the event had not been completed, neither she nor the other survivors had received a reward. However, compared to the players that had died, she was considered very lucky with so many Tier 5 NPCs here. She could not imagine what would happen if an event occurred. It's nothing major. Based on what I have learned, one can determine the value of the items that will be up for auction by the number of high-ranking NPCs that participate. The more NPCs that attend an auction, the more valuable the items will be that appear in said auction. Ordinary items wouldn't attract these hidden dragons, Feng explained. He could tell what Gentle Snow was worried about, so that's the case. It's no wonder why you would check the second floor. Gentle Snow finally understood. Her tense mood began to vanish, however. Feng had hidden one truth from the Snow Goddess: more high-ranking NPCs joined an auction when there were more risks. It was especially true when an NPC like that mysterious young man attended God's domain was not a game that let players have their way easily during the game's initial stages. Conflict was limited to players. However, as players reached higher levels, the game would gradually introduce a new type of conflict, the conflict between players and NPCs in the past. A powerful NPC had even robbed Feng. Hence, money wasn't the only thing necessary to purchase an item from the Blackwing auction house. It was a simple matter if one purchased an item from another player. However, if one purchased an item sold by an NPC, they would have to stay on guard. One might win the bidding for an extremely precious item, but keeping the item would depend on their ability. While Gentle Snow and Feng conversed in secret, the auction had officially begun. Above the auction stage, a beautiful female NPC wearing a white evening gown approached the stage as the auction's hostess. However, as soon as everyone noticed this beautiful, curvaceous NPC, their jaws dropped in shock. This NPC beauty was a level 220, tier 4 great wizard. In any city, she would be an overlord-level NPC. However, such an existence had actually been tasked to host this auction. Everyone marveled at Blackwing City's wealth and influence while the various players struggled with their days. The first auction item appeared before them. After examining the item's information, these players were thrown back into their stupor. The item was a golden tablet, radiating a purple-gold glow. Complex runes and images had been carved into the metal. With a glance, it was obvious that this tablet was anything but ordinary, a secret technique. Damn, this can't be real, right? The system is so generous to sell something like this at the very beginning. Our guild must have that. We have been right to join the Blackwing auction this time. Notify the others and tell them to purchase coins immediately. Buy as many as you can. We cannot let other guilds obtain this. Ordinary large guilds were completely clueless about the excitement that tore through the crowd. However, various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were thrown into chaos. These representatives eyed the golden tablet like ravenous wolves. Blaster. Notify the guild elders immediately. Tell them to send as much money as they can as quickly as possible. Hidden Cloud shouted, excitement coloring his face. I understand. Not daring to delay, Blaster rushed out of the auction house and rapidly contacted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders. Chapter 832, Crazy Auction. Feng was similarly stunned for quite some time after seeing the auction window, a secret technique. This was a treasure that every expert dreamed of obtaining. He had never expected something so shocking to be the Blackwing auction house's first item. If he could obtain this golden tablet, he could help even more people from Zero Wing grasp a powerful combat technique. While Feng recovered from a shock, the bidding for the golden tablet had begun. Bidding for the golden tablet started at 100 gold. However, a few players present instantly bid on it, like Madman. 110 gold. 120 gold, 700 gold. It only took a few short seconds to stun many of the players present. The golden tablet starting bid had already been beyond many players. Yet for just a piece of a broken tablet, someone was actually willing to pay 700 gold. Even to a third-rate guild, this was an astronomical price. A single third-rate guild would have 400 or 500 gold at most. Only second-rate guilds and above could afford such a price. Second-rate guilds, however, unless they had lost their minds, would not spend all their liquid funds on an unknown tablet piece. Suddenly, Hidden Cloud shouted, 1,000 gold. This tablet belongs to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Once again, many players were dumbfounded. They had never expected a super guild like Nine Heavens Pavilion to be so insane as to willingly spend 1,000 gold on the golden tablet. Such big words. Do you think this item belongs to your family or something? A female elementalist with an exquisite body laughed pompously. 1,500 gold. Quiet Melody, what's the point of fighting it? Do you really think this sacred temple can compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Hidden Cloud laughed. He then raised the bid, saying 1,600 gold. To develop the guild, the sacred temple had recently spent a lot of coins to purchase land and magic crystals. Hence, the temples should be running low. It could not compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion's financial strength right now, of course. he had two goals in mind with his comment. First, he wanted Quiet Melody to retreat, while his second goal was to buy time. Hidden Cloud had not intended to pay much attention to the auction. He was mainly here to accompany Gentle Snow. Hence, he had not brought a lot of money with him. After pooling the money he and his companions had brought, they only had around 2,000 gold or so. If this were a normal auction, that would be more than enough. They could even purchase a piece of epic equipment now. However, it was most likely not enough to win the golden tablet. After all, that tablet was far more valuable than any single epic item. Currently, God's Domain's various super guilds search for these tablets frantically. Yet after investing so many resources and manpower, they had not found any clues leading to these items. There were no set patterns to acquiring these items. It was purely based on luck. Now that this tablet had appeared, he would spend more than 10,000 gold if he could purchase the golden tablet, much less several thousand. This item was like God's Domain's golden lands. Not only was it unique, but its value would also grow in the future. One could only encounter a treasure like this, not find one. However, his guild needed time to collect the required money. This made Hidden Cloud somewhat anxious. I never thought that the famous Hidden Cloud would be so arrogant. Quiet Melody covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. Her laughter mesmerized many of the male players in the auction venue. It seems you really don't have much money on hand right now. Well then, I'll gladly buy this golden tablet on your behalf. 3,000 gold. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. The various guild representatives and the many independent players could not believe what they had just heard. 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could buy an ordinary plot of land in an imperial capital. Even as super guilds, this was a large sum of money. Yet someone was willing to spend on a piece of a broken tablet. This was insane. Just what kind of item is this? Gentle Snow was astounded when she heard Quiet Melody's bid. As expected of the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master, Feng, on the other hand, silently praised the beautiful Quiet Melody. He had not expected the woman to see through Hidden Cloud's troubles with just a glance and act on it. While bidding for an item in a Blackwing auction, the item would be sold to the highest bidder once a period of time passed without a competing bid. Moreover, if one did not have enough money on hand, they would not be able to bid. Hidden Cloud's expression instantly soured when he noticed that his ploy had backfired. 3,000 gold was already far beyond his limit. If he had not provoked Quiet Melody and had gradually increased the bid, he could have earned some time for his guild to send more money. Now, however, he had lost the opportunity. Snow, how much money do you have with you? Lend it all to me. I'll pay you back with 10%. No, 20% interest later. How about it? Hidden Cloud asked anxiously. This Gentle Snow hesitated. Although she did not know the golden tablet's function, she could not outbid a super guild. However, her goal in coming here was to buy some items that were useful to her guild. If she lent all of her money to Hidden Cloud, it would be difficult to purchase the items she needed. After all, such auctions did not happen very often. 30%. Hidden Cloud shouted after hearing the hostess reporting the bid a second time. I have 1,700 gold with me. Gentle Snow said after considering her options. Gentle Snow immediately traded 1,700 gold to Hidden Cloud, boosting his finances to 3,700 gold. 3,100 gold. However, a few seconds after he called out this bid, Quiet Melody once more shouted, 3,200 gold. At this point, Quiet Melody lost her composure. Although she had prepared some money before coming to the auction, she had not prepared a lot. Recently, to develop its businesses, her guild had purchased several plots of land. Hence, her available funds were limited. For this auction, she had only brought 3,500 gold. After Quiet Melody placed her bid, the other members of the Sacred Temple began to borrow money from other participants. However, a crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. 3,500 gold. Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards the new voice, discovering a beautiful young woman of similarly extraordinary origins. Phoenix Rain. Hidden Cloud glared at the smiling Phoenix Rain, who sat in the back row on the first floor. I am truly sorry, but the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has set its sights on this item as well, Phoenix Rain said, smiling softly. Recently, she had made a huge fortune in the dark arena. Although she had already spent some of that fortune, for this auction, she had brought 4,000 gold with her. It was also obvious that both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody were reaching their limits. Hence, she had more than enough to obtain the golden tablet 3,700 gold. Hidden Cloud yelled out his final bid. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Blaster, demanding, "Blaster, is the money not here yet?" "Boss, they're still in the process of collecting money right now. They've already mailed some of it to me, but I'll need to wait for another minute to receive it." Blaster was also jittery. However, the process of sending money in God's domain was not instantaneous. There was a short transfer, time 3,800 gold. Phoenix Rain increased the bid by 100 gold without hesitation. Both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody frantically tried to borrow money. However, borrowing such a large sum in such a short time was easier said than done, and yet, after Phoenix Rain had announced her bid, Feng motioned towards the hostess and said, "For 1,000 gold." Chapter 833, Stone Tablet Obtain. Yi Feng. Phoenix Rain's mouth twitched slightly when she saw Feng suddenly raise his hand. She hadn't expected him to be here. Moreover, he had placed such a high bid. This placed her in a somewhat awkward position. She only had around 4,000 gold on hand. It would be difficult for her to continue bidding. However, Phoenix Rain's surprise was minor compared to the shock everyone else in the venue felt. This had been a contest between God's domain's major powers, yet someone from a lesser guild had actually dared to outbid them. He had practically issued a direct challenge. How does he have so much money? Surprise flashed in Hidden Cloud's eyes when he turned to the calm, Feng. He had already read through the information his team had collected about this man. Feng had been an unknown pawn before entering God's domain, an insignificant existence that did not warrant his attention. However, after joining God's domain, Feng had begun to shine during the game's early stages. He had only been well known in a town. Afterward, he had vanished from the public eye. The next time he appeared and displayed his strength was when he had helped Gentle Snow. Not only had he defeated Soaring Snake, one of Ouroboros' top experts, but he also helped Gentle Snow become the guild leader of Ouroboros. However, the match against Sirius in the Dark Arena had truly earned him fame. Nevertheless, compared to Hidden Cloud, Feng was still insignificant. Even if the swordsmen were more powerful, at the end of the day, he was merely the upper echelon of a small guild. A small guild could never compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The resources each guild commanded were on entirely different levels, yet a minor character like Feng had bid 4,000 gold. Feng was even richer than he was. However, after a brief period of silence, Quiet Melody suddenly shouted, 4,500 gold. She rose the bid by 500 gold instantly. Even Feng could only smile bitterly while shaking his head. Like Phoenix Rain, he had only brought around 4,000 gold. That was a close call. Luckily, I managed to borrow some coins at the last minute. Otherwise, I really would have lost the item to Phoenix Rain. Quiet Melody revealed a relieved smile as she turned to Feng. If not for Feng raising the bid and earning her some time, she would have lost this auction, damn it. The Sacred Temple is going to snatch it from us. Hidden Cloud's frustration was overwhelming as he glared at the satisfaction on Quiet Melody's face. If he obtained the golden tablet, not only would the Nine Heavens Pavilion given the right to use the tablet first, but he would have also made a huge contribution to the guild. Moreover, with the first usage rights to the golden tablet, he could nurture a group of trustworthy experts. With those experts by his side and his contribution to the guild, he could advance his position in the pavilion now. However, not only did he have to hand the golden tablet over to someone else, but that person was also a longtime rival. This was far more vexing than losing the golden tablet to Phoenix Rain. Feng. Lend me your 4,000 gold. I'll pay you back with 30% interest, Hidden Cloud asked desperately, his voice no longer carrying any hints of superiority. Feng shook his head, saying, "No, I want 50% interest. That's going too far." Hidden Cloud growled, killing intent lacing his words. 30% is already high. If you hurry, you'll lose the 30% interest and earn yourself a powerful enemy. Emotion warmed Gentle Snow's face. She had never thought that Hidden Cloud would ever make such a threat. His desperation truly confused the Snow Goddess. Just what kind of item was this golden tablet? It had actually driven Hidden Cloud to lose his composure. At this moment, the man before her behaved nothing like the Hidden Cloud she knew. Going too far? Feng grinned. Unhurriedly, he pointed his finger at the distant Phoenix Rain, saying, "The Phoenix Pavilion Master has also asked for a loan. Since you don't want to borrow it, I can lend it to the Phoenix Pavilion Master." You. Furious, Hidden Cloud wanted to rage. However, when he heard the hostess smash the gavel a second time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I promise 50%. On the surface, although Hidden Cloud had agreed to Feng's conditions, he changed his view of Feng from someone who needed a warning to someone who needed to be extinguished. Once the auction was over, he would introduce Feng to despair. Meanwhile, Feng had long since been prepared as he quickly retrieved the contract and handed it to Hidden Cloud. The terms of the contract were very simple. As long as Hidden Cloud signed it, he would obtain 4,000 gold. However, the assassin was required to return 6,000 gold within a day. If he violated the contract, he would have to pay Feng 3 times the amount he borrowed in credits. After Hidden Cloud examined the contract, his hatred for Feng deepened. This was the first time anyone had taken advantage of him to such a degree, yet he was powerless about it. Unfortunately, he could only swallow this humiliation and sign the contract. Immediately, an additional 4,000 gold appeared in his pockets. 7,000 gold. Hidden Cloud shouted as these words echoed throughout the auction venue. Even Quiet Melody was momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe that Hidden Cloud would be this decisive. She had only managed to gather a total of 5,100 gold. The auction would be long over by the time she gathered enough money to make a counterbid. This Feng really is hateful. Even though we are secret partners, he loaned the money to Hidden Cloud. Blue Phoenix huffed as she watched the calm Feng. I was truly blind to have thought of him as a good person. However, Phoenix Rain, who sat beside Blue Bamboo, remained silent as she seriously evaluated the distant Feng. She, too, had initially been angry. However, her anger quickly dissipated after she read the message Feng had sent her. The message was very simple: the golden tablet is dangerous. Although she did not know what kind of danger the golden tablet possessed, she did not think that Feng would lie to her. After all, she had a close partnership with Zero Wing. She had previously stated that, after she obtained the golden tablet, she would split half of the slots to learn the secret technique with Zero Wing. This trade would benefit both sides. There was simply no reason for Feng to reject her offer. She also did not believe that Hidden Cloud would be generous enough to split any of the learning slots with anyone else. While Phoenix Rain pondered, the hostess smashed her gavel a third and final time. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining this tablet. Let's give him a round of applause. The beautiful hostess announced as she clapped her hands. I finally got it. At this moment, Hidden Cloud felt ecstatic. When the golden tablet rested in his hands, wondrous fantasies of a powerful future filled his mind. He then shifted his gaze to Feng, ridicule flashing in his eyes. Now that I've obtained the tablet, I'll take care of you soon. Feng paid no heed to Hidden Cloud's gaze. Instead, his eyes shifted towards the venue's second floor. The moment Hidden Cloud obtained the golden tablet, the mysterious youth on the second floor smiled happily at the assassin. When Feng had first laid his eyes on the golden tablet, he, too, had wanted it for his own. However, when he shouted his bid of 4,000 gold, he had turned his attention to the second floor. Indeed, just as Feng had guessed, this golden tablet was not some kind of treasure at all. It was a fatal poison. The instant he announced his bid, the mysterious NPC on the second floor had shifted his gaze towards him. Feng had lived in God's domain for many years, so he was very familiar with the game's NPCs. He was also very familiar with the look in the youth's eyes when he turned towards him. It had not been a look of curiosity or congratulatory. He had looked at Feng as a predator looked at prey. Since the golden tablet was the youth's apparent target, Feng had dropped out of the foolish competition for it after the first auction item sold. the venue's atmosphere grew heated. The items that appeared afterward sold quickly, one after another. However, none of these items caught Feng's attention, ladies and gentlemen. The next auction item is a precious tool in God's domain. With this, not only can you strengthen your defense, but you can also preserve your equipment's durability. This is definitely a must-have when adventuring. The female hostess then presented the attributes of the strengthening device. When the players in the venue saw the strengthening device's attributes, they were flabbergasted, and a passionate flame began to burn in their eyes. Chapter 834, Tool of Astronomical Value. Underscore, there's actually such a thing in God's domain. The strengthening device was even enough to tempt gentle snow as players reached higher levels in God's domain. Battles grew increasingly intense. Against powerful monsters, in particular, the burden on their equipment durability was massive. It was impossible for players to fight for extended periods in the fields. They had to return to towns frequently to repair their equipment. This limited their grinding and questing efficiency. Unfortunately, no one had found a tool in God's domain that could solve this problem. The only solution they had was to prepare several sets of equipment as temporary replacements. However, guilds simply did not have enough equipment to supply every member with multiple sets. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Even a first-rate guild like Ouroboros had to rely on outside sources for equipment, not to mention other guilds to make matters worse. As players faced higher-level monsters, equipment drop rates decreased. This had significantly slowed guilds' development. If guilds had a tool like the strengthening device, they could solve this problem, although the strengthening device was somewhat expensive compared to the cost of preparing one or two additional sets of top-tier equipment for a player. The strengthening device was a cheap solution. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had realized this. The representatives of the various large guilds also understood the value of the strengthening device. Unfortunately, only one device was up for auction right now. I wish more were up for sale. Gentle Snow sighed in disappointment. Although everyone shared her feelings, nobody held back when placing their bids. 2 gold. 2 gold, 10 silver. 2 gold, 30 silver. Although only one strengthening device was available, many people participated in the bidding. This was completely different from the golden tablet sale. The tablet's price would soar randomly by several hundred or thousands of gold. Small guilds simply could not afford to participate. However, they could compete for an item that only cost several gold. 5 gold. Hidden Cloud decisively raised the bid by a large margin, causing hesitation to ripple through the crowd. After all, if they call out a higher bid now, they would be challenging a super guild. They were not so desperate as to offend a super guild for a single strengthening device. Suddenly, Quiet Melody shouted, 6 gold. Melody, you think you can challenge me? Hidden Cloud sneered. He then shouted, 10 gold. Now that he had the golden tablet, the guild elders were extremely pleased with him and had marked down his contribution to the guild. Hence, he was in a very good mood. Moreover, the guild had sent him the collected money. Even after paying off his debt to both Gentle Snow and Feng, he still had around 5,300 gold. He was not afraid to compete with the Sacred Temple in the least when the bid reached 10 gold. Everyone promptly gave up. If they bought the strengthening device for 10 gold, they would lose money rather than saving it. After a moment of thought, Gentle Snow chose to give up as well. Only a single strengthening device was up for sale. Even if she obtained it, its impact was limited. After the hostess slammed her gavel 3 times, Hidden Cloud won the strengthening device. Unfortunately, before Hidden Cloud could celebrate his victory, the hostess presented another strengthening device. Unlike before, however, she displayed a stack of 100 strengthening devices. 100 devices? Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Immediately, joy blossomed in her heart. 100 strengthening devices would have a far greater impact than just one. It would be of great help during large-scale team quests. 300 gold. 310 gold. 500 gold. The bids continuously increased. You want to compete with your meager wealth? Hidden Cloud laughed. If he could obtain these 100 strengthening devices, he could contribute far more to the guild. He then shouted, 700 gold. 800 gold. Phoenix Rain bid 1,000 gold. Hidden Cloud raised the price without hesitation 1,050 gold. Quiet Melody gnashed her teeth as she rose the bid if she missed the opportunity to purchase these strengthening devices. Who knew when she would get another? 1,200 gold. Hidden Cloud leisurely raised the price, once more even to a super guild. 1,200 gold was not a small amount of money. In the end, both Quiet Melody and Phoenix Rain could only relent, however. Nobody could have expected that. After this stack of strengthening devices sold, a stack of 10 strengthening devices would appear on the screen. Damn. Is the system playing with us? Can't they just tell us how many strengthening devices will be up for auction? Although the various large guild representatives were excited that the strengthening device had appeared again, they also felt helpless. After all, who knew if this stack of strengthening devices would be the last available? For a time, everyone participated in another bidding war for the strengthening devices as one strengthening device after another sold. Feng's elation grew in the end. All 2,000 strengthening devices have been purchased with an average price of 10 gold. After deducting the 30% handling fees, Feng earned a total of 14,518 gold. This was far more than he had initially expected. With this money, he would have no problem purchasing the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. After the auction concluded, players began to filter out of the auction house. Boss, we really hit it big this time. Not only did you get the golden tablet, but you also bought plenty of strengthening devices. It won't be long before you secure the position of the 4th floor master. Blaster whispered his congratulations. It's still too soon to celebrate. Now that we have the rights to the tablet, as long as you guys put on a good show, it will only be a matter of time before I become the 4th floor master. Hidden Cloud laughed. He then shifted his gaze toward Feng, who walked alongside Gentle Snow, and said quietly, "But that Feng cannot stay. He swindled 2,000 gold out of me. He is looking to die. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Once I'm done dealing with the golden tablet, I'll teach him that it is not that easy to earn my money. Boss, rest assured, my men are already following him. He won't escape," Blaster reported as he patted his chest. He could only feel sorry for the swordsmen throughout God's domain. There were very few people Hidden Cloud could not kill. He had even recently obtained an excellent dagger. The weapon was practically a nightmare for Hidden Cloud's targets. Just as Hidden Cloud and the others left the Blackwing auction house, everything on the street froze. What's going on? The players wandering the street were shocked. None of them could move, not even a step. They couldn't even make their fingers twitch. It was as if time had stopped, and only their minds remained active as the space had frozen. Fear surfaced in everyone's hearts. They felt as if they stood in the middle of a ferocious beast's nest, and this ferocious beast had already stretched its jaws and was prepared to devour them all. Even Phoenix Rain, Quiet Melody, Gentle Snow, and the other top-tier experts were astounded by this surprising event, much less the various ordinary players. After all, it wasn't just players who could not move. Even the level 180, Tier 2 guards patrolling the street had been rendered immobile. Meanwhile, without anyone's notice, a black figure had appeared in front of Hidden Cloud and quietly overlooked the assassin. Chapter 835, Soul Disintegration. Who is that? Phoenix Rain, who had just exited the auction house, watched the mysterious youth slowly walk towards Hidden Cloud in disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Blackwing City was not an ordinary city. Even the city patrols were far superior to an imperial capital as yet. Despite at the daylight hour, this NPC acted so boldly. The most unbelievable part about this situation was that even the Tier 3 guard captains had been frozen in place. This mysterious youth's power was incredibly frightening. "What are you trying to do?" Hidden Cloud asked the mysterious youth before him. He had only managed to force these words out after an intense struggle. He could clearly feel how terrifying the man before him was. The bloody glint in the man's eyes alone made him involuntarily shiver before this man. His power was as insignificant as a speck of dust. If this man wished it, he would lose his life instantly. His only option right now was to delay for time. What kind of place was Blackwing City? It was probably the safest location throughout God's domain. There was no way Blackwing City's authorities would allow an NPC to do as they wished. Ha ha ha. You sure are an interesting little fellow. You're still trying to buy time? I advise you to give up. Although you're still in Blackwing City, this space is in a completely different dimension. Even a Tier 5 Divine Mage, adept in space magic, won't detect us here. The mysterious man smiled calmly at Hidden Cloud's question. All right, will you hand over the golden tablet on your own, or will I have to retrieve it myself? Although the youth's words had not been loud, every player on the street had heard him very clearly. What? An NPC is robbing someone? Is this some kind of event? Isn't this NPC too strong? He's actually making a move inside Blackwing City. This isn't a legendary quest, right? The watching players were both excited and scared. Although this chance encounter was interesting, they were afraid of being caught up in the incident. A meaningless death at their levels would be a major, unfortunate lost golden tablet. What is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Hidden Cloud said, his mouth twitching as he stared at the mysterious youth. That golden tablet was his hope of advancing his career in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Not only had he spent a large sum of money to obtain it, but the pavilion's upper echelons had also heard of his procurement already. If he simply handed the tablet to this NPC and returned to report to his superiors that he had lost it, acting as if nothing had ever happened, he would only enrage the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders, and guild leader. Handing over the golden tablet was scarier than death. Hearing Hidden Cloud's words, Feng glanced at the assassin, admiring the man's courage. When he had encountered an NPC robbery in his previous life, he had tried to resist as well. Unfortunately, he had not experienced a positive outcome, as he had not been strong enough. The NPC had successfully robbed him. However, being robbed was one thing. The true problem lay in the fact that said NPC had attacked. Dying by an NPC's hand had a far more severe penalty than an ordinary death. Moreover, the more powerful the NPC was, the heavier the punishments players received. When that NPC killed them, Feng had been considerably lucky. His murderer had only been a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. In the end, he had lost 2 levels and suffered a weakened state for 5 days. Meanwhile, no matter how he looked at it, the mysterious youth was definitely stronger than a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. A lot stronger. You're not going to hand it over? The youth sighed. It seems that I have to do it myself then. As soon as the NPC finished his statement, he stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Hidden Cloud's forehead. Ah! Hidden Cloud screamed with pain, sounding as if this pain came from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Hidden Cloud's physical body disintegrated, revealing a half-transparent version of himself. However, this half-transparent Hidden Cloud began to fade. The assassin's scream grew in pitch and distorted, sounding almost inhuman. Amazing. This NPC actually knows soul disintegration. Feng was slightly surprised as he watched Hidden Cloud's body vanish in the wind at this moment. Even Feng had sympathy for Hidden Cloud. Feng had only seen soul disintegration in a video in the past. Not only could this attack kill players, but it could also damage a player's soul directly. It was similar to when he absorbed players' immortal souls. An immortal soul, as the name suggested, was an immortal existence. No matter how much damage an immortal soul took, it could recover. When Feng absorbed the immortal souls of the players he killed, he had only absorbed a tiny portion. Even so, this prevented the players from logging into God's domain for a short time. Soul disintegration was different. It was a skill purely meant to shatter a player's soul. It could destroy a player's immortal soul. Completely experiencing one soul disperse was far more severe than someone or something absorbing a portion of it. Although players could also recover from this damage, it took far more than not logging in for 2 or 3 days. Feng would not be surprised if Hidden Cloud could not log into God's domain for half a month. Why fight it? Though, even if you had handed it over, I would have still killed you. The mysterious youth shook his head as he looked at the golden tablet that had fallen from Hidden Cloud's body. The youth then turned to the other players on the street, smiling as he stated, "Anyways, now that I've obtained the item, let's celebrate with your deaths." A chill gripped the players' hearts as they heard the young NPC's words. It's over. Phoenix Rain frowned, her previous hint of joy vanishing. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to have that reaction. Everyone trembled with fear. They had all heard the assassin's painful wails. Hidden Cloud was an apex expert from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. How much pain could cause an expert like that scream as he had? Yi Feng had been telling the truth. Phoenix Rain suddenly remembered the message Feng had sent. Feng had warned her that the golden tablet was dangerous. Now, it would seem that she had also become one of this NPC's targets, and not even the heavens could save her, damn it. This NPC is too black-hearted. He won't even spare innocent bystanders. Feng's expression darkened as he watched the mysterious youth's raised hand. He had miscalculated this time. He had never imagined that he would become entangled in the robbery as well. The NPC robberies he had encountered in the past had usually only involved the targeted players. If bystanders kept to themselves, the NPCs would leave them alone. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything now. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana gathered in the youth's hand. It was as if he had sucked all of the mana in this space into his palm. With this much mana, the spell the youth was conjuring was likely stronger than a tier 5 skill. The mysterious youth smiled and pointed a finger to the sky. Immediately, the black ball of mana shot up from the youth's hand. After reaching a certain height, a crack suddenly appeared in the mana ball. Chapter 836. Tablet Secret. Just who is this mysterious youth? Feng was slightly shocked as he looked at the cracking ball of mana in the sky. The skill the youth had used was a tier 5 Cursed Dark Paradise. Even tier 6 gods would fear this move. The power that the curse contained could turn all the players on this entire street into ashes instantly. Most likely, the penalty they would suffer would not be any lighter than hidden clouds at all disappear. The mysterious youth then flew up towards the sky. In the next moment, the black ball of mana transformed into a black hole that began sucking and devouring everything in its surroundings. As the suction grew stronger, the black hole expanded. Players on the street were even getting pulled off the ground. Damn it. Feng abruptly activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, and his strength attribute immediately surpassed that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. Space Freeze, the skill that the youth had used earlier, was partially a control skill. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Feng became immune to all control skills. Unfortunately, the strength suppression, as well as an extremely powerful mental suppression, was still present inside the frozen space. Even without the original control effect, moving inside the frozen space remained impossible with the attributes of current players. Only by using twofold Berserk did Feng have a chance of moving. Sure enough, this strength suppression is intense. When Feng tried to shift his body, it felt as heavy as Lido. There's still someone who can move? The mysterious youth was slightly surprised as he swept his gaze towards Feng. You're the first tier 1 class capable of moving under my domain. At this moment, Feng could already twitch his fingers. However, his body was still immobilized. Unfortunately, under Dark Paradise, even if you can move, you cannot escape. However, as soon as the mysterious youth said these words, a low shout entered everyone's ears. Shatter. As the sound of this low shout echoed throughout the entire space, the frozen space instantly shattered. You actually dare you make such a huge fuss inside Blackwing City. Your courage is truly commendable. In the next moment, a woman dressed in white, sacred robes appeared in the sky, overlooking the mysterious youth. Or are you saying that you intend to make Blackwing City an enemy? Upon regaining his freedom, Feng looked at the woman in white, and he could not help but shout in surprise, Charlene. Feng knew full well just how powerful Charlene was. Every time he met her, the woman's strength had received a significant improvement. At the very beginning, she had been playing the role of a female bandit. Afterwards, she had transformed into a tier 3 divine official. Later on, she had even become a tier 5 red official. Now, she was even more powerful, actually managing to directly shatter the mysterious youth's domain. While Feng was still in shock, a red jade staff appeared in Charlene's hand. The instant this staff appeared, the mana in the surrounding space stopped moving altogether. Charlene then lightly tapped her staff, and boom! The black hole abruptly disappeared from the sky of Blackwing City. It seems I've underestimated Blackwing City's capabilities, the mysterious youth said as he looked at Charlene. However, it is still impossible for Blackwing City's magic arrays to hold me captive." Saying so, the mysterious youth transformed into a streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight. He sure is quick in running away. The youth's disappearance did not surprise Charlene. After sending Feng a glance, she, too, vanished from the sky, leaving behind only a group of dumbfounded players. What kind of situation is this? Isn't that NPC a little too amazing? He actually succeeded in killing a player inside Blackwing City and got away safely on top of that. Excited expressions appeared on the faces of the players on the street who had witnessed this scene. This was their first time experiencing the power of a high-tiered NPC. In front of these NPCs, even the current strongest player in God's domain would be no different from an ant, however. Their excitement was more due to their anticipation of high-tiered classes. Meanwhile, news of this matter also spread throughout God's domain at the speed of light. I never thought that there would also be such a risk when buying NPC-sold items from an auction. It seems I'll have to be careful when purchasing items in the future. When Gentle Snow thought about her purchases for the guild, she could not help growing anxious, let alone that mysterious youth. Even a level 100 Tier 2 NPC could put her in a huge bind. If a Tier 3 NPC appeared, then only death would await her in reality. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had such thoughts. The representatives of the various large guilds shared her fears in the future. When they were purchasing treasures sold by NPCs in an auction, they would have to estimate properly whether or not they had the ability to protect the treasures they wanted to acquire. If they were not confident in protecting a treasure, they would not buy it. Otherwise, they could lose both their lives and money is finally gone. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw the mysterious youth disappearing. Had Charlene come even 1 or 2 seconds later, he would have had to surrender to fate and gotten sucked into the black hole. At that time, not only would he have lost several levels worth of EXP, but he also would not have been able to log into the game for several days. It definitely would have dealt a fatal blow to his gaming career, however. As soon as Feng relaxed, Charlene's voice suddenly entered his ears. "Come to the library. I have some things to say to you." System, you have triggered the Epic Quest Tablet's secret. Quest content. Head to White River City's library and meet with Charlene. What? Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. Even an NPC robbery can trigger a quest. This was Feng's first time to encounter such a situation generally. If one had a certain amount of strength, they would be able to repel an NPC robbery easily and protect the merchandise they bought from the auction house. One could say that having sufficient financial power was only the first threshold to purchasing a treasure from the auction house. At the end of the day, whether one would be able to obtain the treasure depended on their own abilities. Hidden Cloud had purchased the golden tablet at a high price. If the assassin were to learn that Feng had fortuitously gotten such a chance encounter due to his sacrifice, he would most likely faint from anger. At this moment, however, Hidden Cloud had long since flown into a rage. Damn it, that damnable NPC actually dared to steal my tablet. Hidden Cloud bellowed as soon as he exited his virtual gaming cabin, an extremely ugly expression on his face now that he had lost the golden tablet. The upper echelons of the guild would definitely be angry. This feeling of falling from heaven straight into hell maddened Hidden Cloud. After Feng had triggered the quest, he did not hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he bade farewell to Gentle Snow and secretly went to a private location and disguised himself. He then returned to the Blackwing auction house and placed the remaining 3,000 strengthening devices up for sale at the establishment rather than selling all 3,000 devices at once. He split them up into batches and scheduled them for different time slots. However, instead of selling them in stacks, he would sell anywhere from 10 to 20 individual pieces for each time slot. If he sold the strengthening device at the Candlelight trading firm, he could indeed earn a lot more money. After all, he would not need to pay an exorbitant handling fee. He could even increase the trading firm's fame this way. However, strengthening devices were not items that ordinary players could easily afford. Only the various large guilds gathered at Blackwing City possessed the financial reserves to purchase these items. When Feng's first batch of 10 strengthening devices went up for sale at the Blackwing auction house, It immediately triggered another commotion in Blackwing City. Sent this the strengthening device that appeared in the monthly auction? Chapter 837, Lake Heart City. Inside the Blackwing auction house. The moment the strengthening devices appeared once more, various members of large guilds, who had been idling around in the main hall of the auction house, began frantically contacting the upper echelons of their respective guilds. The strengthening device from the monthly auction held just before had already become famous. It had even caused a commotion on God's Domain's official forums currently. The monsters in God's Domain were growing more powerful. It would be a miracle if an ordinary player's equipment could last them over 10 hours of grinding out in the fields. If these players frequently fought elite or stronger monsters, their equipment's durability would decline even faster, generally lasting 8 hours at most. Guild elite members might be able to hold out for a little longer, however. The current mainstream grinding spots were becoming farther and farther away from cities. Just making a round trip would cost players a lot of time. So much so that their travel time might be even longer than the time they spent grinding monsters to the elite members and upper echelons of guilds. Time was money. It was especially true for the time of guild experts to develop their guilds. Not only were these experts required to maintain a strong lead in levels, but they were also required to raid field bosses and dungeons to procure equipment for the guild. Naturally, these experts could not afford to waste all their time on travel. The obvious solution to this problem was to prepare extra sets of top-tier equipment. However, this method was simply too extravagant, even for guilds. While the monthly auction was still ongoing, the various large guilds had immediately experimented on the strengthening devices they acquired. As a result, they had already gained a relatively precise understanding of the item's effects previously. They could only make a rough guess based on the introduction of the item. Hence, upon conducting their tests, these large guilds were shocked. Although the strengthening device could only extend a player's grinding time by 3 to 4 times, the better the equipment the strengthening device was used on, the greater the effects. In addition, while battling, the bonus durability provided by the strengthening device would be the first to diminish instead of the equipment's own durability. In other words, as long as players still had strengthening devices on hand, they could devote their time to grinding. They would not have to prepare any additional equipment. Neither would they need to return to a city to get their equipment repaired. If allocated to ordinary or elite players, the 10 gold strengthening device would indeed be very extravagant. However, when assigned to an expert player, it would not be one bit extravagant. On the contrary, it would be a profit. Instead, unfortunately, the strengthening devices were sold only in the monthly auction. This situation caused many large guilds that had not participated in the auction great frustration now that the strengthening device had appeared in the auction house as a player-sold item. How could the members of the various large guilds not grow frantic? Just a few minutes after the strengthening device's appearance, the price for a single unit broke past the 9 gold threshold. Moreover, the price was still increasing rapidly. Even Feng had not expected the strengthening device to be this popular. When he exited the auction house, he saw group after group of players rushing into the building. Why is Phoenix Rain suddenly contacting me? Just as Feng was preparing to leave Blackwing City, he suddenly received a call from Phoenix Rain. However, the person she was contacting was not Feng, but Black Flame Guild leader Black Flame. Have you heard? There's a player selling strengthening devices at the Blackwing auction house right now, Phoenix Rain said through the video chat, smiling. Yes, I've also just heard about it. Feng nodded, having already changed to his Black Flame guise. But why is Phoenix Pavilion Master contacting me? I want to purchase a large number of strengthening devices, so I wish to borrow some money from you. Of course, I won't borrow it for nothing. 3 days later, I'll return it to you with 30% interest, where you could buy a high-potential land in one of the Black Dragon Empire's major cities from me. Phoenix Rain smiled as she extended a tempting proposition. Originally, she had not wished to borrow money from Feng. However, with the appearance of the strengthening device, and based on her newfound knowledge regarding the item, she had a great opportunity for the Phoenix Pavilion to surpass the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Level 40 was an important turning point in God's Domain. With the strengthening device, she could rapidly raise a group of experts to level 40. At level 40, Even using only common mounts would still bring about explosive improvements to their leveling speeds. They would be able to develop new maps earlier than other guilds, however. She had already spent a large part of her funds to purchase other items during the monthly auction. She did not have enough to contest for the strengthening devices, not to mention needing money to buy mounts. Hence, she gave Feng such a lucrative offer, of course. The reason why she had looked for Feng to borrow money from and not someone else was mainly because Zero Wing was simply too wealthy. Zero Wing had relatively few members. The guild's various departments were also incomplete. The guild's expenses were not particularly high, either. Moreover, Zero Wing was the proud owner of Starmoon Kingdom's wealthiest trading firm, the Candlelight Trading Firm. The guild also possessed the enviable Stone Forest Town. The guild's daily profits were in no way inferior to even those of a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion due to these reasons. The wealth Zero Wing possessed could make even her envious. Just from the bid Feng had placed earlier on the golden tablet, one could tell how rich Zero Wing was. But I want to purchase land at the Black Dragon Empire's Lake Heart City. Feng inwardly cheered upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. He had never imagined that the woman would be so desperate. However, I'll say this first. I still have other uses for my coins. I won't buy it if your price is too high. Although he had previously purchased some potential land in the Black Dragon Empire and subsequently established the Candlelight Trading Firm at these locations, there was a limit to his funds currently. Large guilds within the Empire had long since bought up the majority of the potential land in the Empire's major cities. Even if Zero Wing could afford to purchase them now, nobody would be willing to sell any of their lands. Now that Phoenix Rain was willing to sell potential land, he naturally had to take advantage of the opportunity. In the future, the value of these plots would increase manifold. It was especially true for the land in Lake Heart City. Lake Heart City was a small island city located within the Black Dragon Empire. The island itself was situated in the middle of Mist Lake, the Black Dragon Empire's largest lake. Lake Heart City was also a producer of one particular item, and that item was the Ice Jade on its own. The Ice Jade was an item that could raise a player's ice resistance temporarily. It could also be processed into ice resistance gemstones, which could be inlaid into equipment, similar to regular gemstones, and greatly increase a player's ice resistance. During the initial stages of the game, this item was not particularly valuable. After players reached level 50, however, the value of ice jades would multiply. At that time, the demand for the item would exceed its supply. Likewise, the value of the lands of Lake Heart City would also increase markedly. Previously, there had been too many lands that Zero Wing had to purchase. However, the guild's funds were extremely constrained. Hence, it had to limit its purchases to a few cities. Although it had earned enough money later on, by then, the potential lands of Lake Heart City had long since been bought clean. As for the golden lands of the city, Zero Wing had neither the money nor reputation required to purchase them. In the end, the guild had no choice but to settle for an ordinary plot of land. Lake Heart City. Phoenix Rain checked and discovered that there were indeed 2 plots of high potential land under her name in Lake Heart City. Moreover, although Lake Heart City was one of the major cities in the Black Dragon Empire, the player population there was not particularly high, as the city was mainly a tourist spot for casual players. She had never imagined that Feng would actually be interested in such a location. All right, I have land that is close to the auction house there. I'll sell it to you at market price, which is 6,200 gold. However, I also want to borrow an additional 4,000 gold. I'll return the 4,000 gold 3 days later. How about it? Deal. Feng immediately grew ecstatic when he saw the location of the land in the map Phoenix Rain had sent him. With this plot of land, he would gain another income source for his city-building funds. Chapter 838, Raging Market. Lake Heart City was currently a prime tourist spot for players, as the city itself was like heaven on earth. Many casual players or players who wished to get away from the front lines would often visit this city, however. Those who preferred adventuring and battling rarely visited the city. Most of the leveling maps around Lake Heart City were either located underwater or shrouded in mist. Both environments affected a player's combat power considerably. Hence, Very few players wishing to level up and go on adventures would reside in Lake Heart City due to players reaching higher levels and the increasing number of maps and dungeon bosses requiring high ice resistance. The presence of the Ice Jades eventually attracted a lot of attention to Lake Heart City. In the past, the city had very quickly gained popularity, becoming the 6th most populous city in the Black Dragon Empire. The prices of land there had skyrocketed overnight. Feng never imagined that he would receive such a fortunate offer as a result from selling the strengthening devices after agreeing on the trade conditions. Feng and Phoenix Rain decided to meet up in White River City if one wanted to trade lands. They needed to do it through a city hall through either of two methods. The first method was a relatively fast but troublesome process, while the second method was simple but time-consuming. Feng usually left the responsibility of purchasing lands to Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile. They would then transfer the ownership of these lands to him through a random city hall. This way, he didn't need to make a trip to the city hall. However, this method of transferring ownership had a verification period of 1 day. The other method was for him to go to the relevant city hall in person. By doing so, he could complete the transfer procedures immediately. Currently, Feng was in no hurry to obtain the land in Lake Heart City. Hence, there was no need for him to travel there personally to complete the transfer of ownership. During the time Feng and Phoenix Rain were chatting with each other, one notification after another popped up in Feng's system notification window system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 164 gold, 85 silver has been added to your bag space system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 165 gold, 64 silver has been added to your bag space. During the short time since Feng left the auction house, the amount of money in his bag had increased by over 1,000 gold. The rate at which he was earning money was just staggering. This handling fee is simply usurious. Feng felt a pang in his heart when he looked at the actual amount of money he had obtained from the sales. Although the current handling fee was not as high as that of the monthly auction, it was still 20%. He could have purchased many good plots of land with all the handling fees he had paid. Feng could not help but admit that the auction house was extremely profitable. Unfortunately, current players were still incapable of establishing their own auction houses. The precondition for doing so was having a city of their own following, which Feng teleported back to White River City and prepared to head to the library. The golden tablet held a great temptation for Feng's secret technique was a treasure that could allow players to learn advanced combat techniques directly. To guilds, not to mention several epic weapons. Even the value of a fragmented legendary weapon was incomparable to that of a secret technique. If he could obtain the golden tablet, it would definitely improve the overall strength of Zero Wing's core members by a large margin. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, Feng took out the dark gold whistle from his bag and blew it gently as the sound of the whistle rang out. A magic array appeared on the street. The demonic flame tiger then emerged from the magic array. The body of the demonic tiger was roughly the size of a small house. The black flames that surrounded its sharp claws sent the ambient temperature rising by several degrees the instant the demonic flame tiger appeared. The players on the street were immediately stupefied. Why did a monster suddenly appear here? Could monsters be attacking the city? That's not right. Why aren't any of the guards on patrol reacting? The onlookers grew flustered as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. Not only did it possess an intimidating appearance, but the aura leaking out of its body also made their hearts shiver in fear. Even the elite players sensed a massive threat from the demonic flame tiger. Feng could not help but smirk as he swept a glance at the immobilized players. He then walked up to the demonic flame tiger. This was a dark gold mount. Its strength was equivalent to a level 40 chieftain. Naturally, it is not something ordinary players could handle. Has that person lost his mind? He's actually going up to it. Is he not afraid of getting killed? Everyone thought that Feng had lost himself to fear as they watched him approach the demonic flame tiger. However, when they saw the demonic flame tiger obediently lie down before Feng and enjoy Feng's caress agreeably, Their mouths fell wide open, however. An even more shocking scene occurred in the next moment, as Feng mounted the demonic flame. "Tiger, let's go." Feng shouted lowly suddenly. The demonic tiger let out a loud roar and took a step forward. It then transformed into an afterimage that disappeared before everyone. What? That's a mount. I'm not seeing things, right? Who is that person? That giant tiger mount looks so cool. No one dare believe what they just saw. Riding a mount was still a faraway dream for them. Even if they managed to reach level 40 eventually, amassing a fortune of 40 gold was not that easy. It would be even more impossible for them to ride a bronze or mysterious iron mount, while Feng was rapidly making his way towards the library. The players present on the street outside the teleportation hall went into a frenzy. Every one of them was madly posting on the official forums, "A hero riding a giant tiger has appeared in White River City." Many people initially did not believe the words written in this post. After all, the number 1 players on the various Empire ranking lists were only at level 39. These players were still a long way off from reaching level 40. How could there possibly be someone capable of riding a high-ranking mount right now? After watching the recorded video, everyone was shocked. There were some who felt admiration, some who felt jealousy, and some who felt pride. There were also many people trying to guess at Feng's identity, just who was actually capable of riding such a mount. Unfortunately, as Feng had hidden his face using the black cloak, nobody could discern his identity. A dark gold mount is fast. Even an advanced horse carriage is far inferior to it. This was also Feng's first time riding a dark gold mount. The speed of the mount was simply incomparable to fine gold mounts. The demonic flame tiger's speed was at least 20% or 30% faster than an advanced horse carriage. Just as Feng was quickly approaching the library, he suddenly received a call from Autumn Goose. When Feng accepted the call, the image of an anxious Autumn Goose appeared before him. What happened? Feng could not help but ask after seeing her apprehensive expression. "Yi Feng, Gunfire contacted me just now, saying that a group of players that had suddenly appeared is hunting Rain and Blue. These players are very powerful and are capable of doubling the death penalty of the players they killed. Moreover, they also have a means of jamming a player's communications. However, I'm currently not in Starmoon Kingdom. Can you please go save them?" Autumn Goose asked worriedly after reaching their level. Even a single death was a painful loss. If their death penalties were doubled, the cost of dying once would be devastating. However, she could not come up with a good method to save thoughtful Rain and the others at the moment. The only person she could think of right now who might be of help in this situation was Yi Feng. "Where are they now?" Feng was initially stunned, but he immediately said in a hurried tone, "I'll head over there right away." Feng had never imagined that there would actually be people who would still dare to take action against Zero Wings members within the boundaries of Starmoon Kingdom at this point. Chapter 839, Crystal Maze. Hearing Feng answer without hesitation, Autumn Goose was touched. She also felt slightly envious. The reason why she had joined an independent organization like the Wind God Spear was precisely how the people within the organization treated each other like family. If one of them got bullied, they would fearlessly help out their companions regardless of the cost. They did not behave like guild members, who had to worry about various aspects, even when helping out a companion. Generally, players in the upper echelons of guilds like Feng were even less likely to make a move casually. People in his position would usually ascertain what kind of enemy they were going up against first and make a decision only after determining the potential profits and losses. However, Feng had not done any of this. Instead of asking who their enemy was, the first thing Feng wanted to know was the whereabouts of thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Such a situation generally would never happen in a guild. Some experts ambushed Rain and the others of the Crystal Forest. The enemies were wearing black cloaks, so they did not find out anything about those experts. Moreover, their ambushers operated silently. Fortunately, Rain and Blue managed to use the instantaneous movement scrolls you gave them before to escape. However, based on what Gunfire told me, those people were there specifically to kill Rain and Blue. They definitely will not let them get away. Here are the coordinates of where the ambush took place. You have to be careful, Autumn Goose said as she sent the map coordinates to Feng. "I understand. I'll hurry there immediately. After seeing the coordinates of the crystal forest, Feng silently committed it to memory. He quickly turned the demonic flame tiger around and headed straight for the teleportation hall despite the low odds for Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's rescue. When Autumn Goose heard Feng's calm and steady tone, for some reason, she felt relieved the travel time from White River City to the Crystal Forest aside. Just getting for the nearest transfer point to where Thoughtful Rain's group got ambushed would require at least 2 hours. Although Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had escaped using the instantaneous movement scrolls, current players had many more skills than before, which made tracking other players much easier moreover. The enemies chasing after Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had somehow managed to keep them in a combat state, preventing them from using return scrolls. Even logging out of the game normally was not possible, as the system would directly mete out the death penalty if they went offline while in a combat state. Please let Rain and the others make it. At this moment, the only other thing Autumn Goose could do was pray. She was currently in the faraway Dark Knight Empire. She would need even more time than Feng to reach the Crystal Forest. The core area of the Crystal Forest was rife with trees made out of crystals. Currently, over a dozen players covered in black cloaks were searching there. Damn it. Quirrell, have you not found their tracks yet? Boss Fiend has already given the word that we must kill those core members of Zero Wing. Ordinary Stranger asked in a low tone as he looked at a distant assassin. They had already gathered information regarding the whereabouts of many of Zero Wing's core members. However, the majority of those members were currently grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. It would take Ordinary Stranger's team over a dozen hours of travel just to get there. As for the remaining core members, they were raiding team dungeons. They were unlikely to leave the dungeons anytime soon. The only ones nearby were Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had been seen grinding with Zero Wing's upper echelon before. However, he had never imagined that even those two women would succeed in escaping his ambush. In the end, his team had only managed to kill 2 unrelated independent players. If this matter were to reach the Adjudicator's ears, his team's days in King's Return would no doubt be numbered. Do you think it is that easy to track players here? The assassin named Quirrell rolled his eyes at Ordinary Stranger. He then swept a glance at the surrounding crystal shrubbery, gnashing his teeth as he said, "Those 2 beauties sure know how to run." They actually reached this crystal maze. If not for this natural maze, I would have long since found them by now. However, rest assured, although the terrain here is complex, this place has only one exit. The 2 of them cannot use return scrolls right now. They also cannot log off normally. It is only a matter of time before we find them. Good then. Thunder and I will guard the exit. You guys head inside and search for those 2. We need to kill them as quickly as possible. Don't forget, we don't have much time left. We still need to deal with the other members of Zero Wing. Ordinary Stranger instructed. I understand. Quirrell also began hastening his search. Aside from Quirrell, the other members of the team paired off and began searching the crystal maze. Rain, what are we going to do? Those people are still chasing after us. If we head in any further, we will arrive at the lair of the crystal wolves. Blue Bamboo's heart began palpitating as she looked at the patrolling pack of crystal wolves some distance away. These crystal wolves were incomparably powerful. In order to complete a crystal collection quest, they had also personally experienced the strength of these monsters previously. When Feng had led them to kill the crystal wolf packs, they had not felt these monsters to be much of a threat. However, after returning to this place again by themselves, they found out just how difficult and exhausting dealing with these monsters was. Alone, a single wolf pack was not particularly scary. However, if they did not kill these crystal wolves quickly enough, these monsters would summon more companions in the vicinity, instantly bolstering their numbers by several times. Sometimes, the crystal wolves would also draw special elites, or even chieftain-ranked monsters. Fortunately, when the chieftain appeared, they had Death Wind to tank it. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Only they had never imagined that, rather than dying to the level 45 chieftain, Death Wind would die at the hands of cloaked players that had suddenly appeared. Instead, if not for Death Wind and gunfire delaying those people, they would not have had a chance to use the instantaneous movement scrolls that Feng had given to them for emergencies currently. There were crystal wolves all around them. If they moved deeper into the maze, the possibility of discovery by a wolf pack would increase as well. In which case, by the time those cloak players caught up to them, these crystal wolves would have long since killed them. Already we can only give a shot. We'll use an invisibility potion and continue forward. Hopefully, these wolf packs can buy us enough time. Thoughtful Rain gritted her teeth as she looked at her own status window. She then took out 2 invisibility potions and gave one of the bottles to Blue Bamboo. Both of them were currently afflicted with the Soul Lock debuff. As long as they were out in the fields, they would not be able to contact anybody for 5 hours. Their attackers had also forced them into a constant combat state, which prevented them from using their return scrolls. Arbitrarily logging out of the game would result in them suffering the death penalty immediately. While Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo snuck deeper into the crystal maze, Feng had already arrived at the crystal forest, finally caught up. Feng tapped on the demonic flame tiger, storing it away as he looked at the crystal forest before him. He then opened the map for the crystal forest. Even now, Autumn Goose had yet to contact him again. This silence meant that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were still alive. The enemy is extraordinary. The fact that Rain and Blue have remained at large suggests that they entered the crystal forest's core area, the crystal maze. Hopefully, I can make it in time. After taking a glance at the map, Feng used space movement. The activatable skill of the aura of space movement allowed him to cross up to 600,000 yards instantly. He could easily traverse the entire crystal forest or move to any location within a map. If not for this skill, he would not have made it to the crystal forest so quickly, either. Now that the skill's cooldown was over, he could use it once again. In the blink of an eye, Feng appeared a location close to the crystal maze's entrance, guarding the entrance as well. It seems you guys really are targeting Zero Wing. The instant Feng appeared in the area, he immediately noticed the cloaked ordinary stranger and Thunder Tiger keeping watch at the entrance of the crystal maze, their eyes radiating cold, killing intent. Chapter 840, Magic Staff. Just when Feng noticed ordinary stranger and Thunder Tiger, the two of them caught sight of Feng. Brad, I don't know how you suddenly appeared here, but since you've come to this place, you can only consider yourself unlucky, Thunder Tiger, who had hidden his identity and appearance, said when he suddenly saw the similarly anonymous Feng. Taking the initiative, he walked towards Feng. All this waiting around has made me annoyed. Old stranger, you better not make a move. I'm going to use this brat here to relieve some of my stress. Sure, but the equipment he drops will belong to me. Ordinary stranger laughed. Ordinary stranger had discovered Feng's presence the instant Feng had appeared. Initially, he had thought that a powerful enemy had shown up. However, after some close observation, he did not sense any threat coming from beneath the black cloak. On the contrary, he had noticed many holes in Feng's defense. If not for Thunder Tiger declaring his claim, Ordinary Stranger would have long since taken action to remove this ant. However, even if the opponent were an expert, it would not matter. Thunder Tiger was a top-tier expert of King's Return. Currently, he was already level 38. Placed in Starmoon Kingdom, his level would rank within the top 10. Not to mention, he was fully geared in level 35 Dark Gold equipment. His maximum HP was as high as 14,600. His combat standard was also at the refinement realm already. Dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary experts simultaneously would be child's play for him, even if the opponent were an expert of the same combat standards. Thunder Tiger was a refinement realm expert of King's Return. The guild had long since presented the Berserker with a Berserk skill. As long as Thunder Tiger activated this Berserk skill, he could kill a refinement realm expert easily. He could even defeat a flowing water realm expert in the off chance that Thunder Tiger was no match for this new arrival. Ordinary Stranger himself could still back up the Berserker. If he and Thunder Tiger worked together, they would be practically invincible in Starmoon Kingdom. Only Zero Wing's Black Flame and Yi Feng could cause them to feel fear. No one else was worth mentioning. As soon as Ordinary Stranger finished speaking, Thunder Tiger retrieved a two-handed saber from his back and used charge at Feng. When using charge, controlling the sudden increase in speed was extremely difficult for ordinary players. As a result, they would usually reveal flaws in their attack. However, Thunder Tiger was different. He had long since mastered this skill. By adjusting his center of gravity, he had managed to apply his increased speed to his attack. Creating his own charging slash, he had transformed a system-generated skill into a personal skill. Not only did his saber speed up, but the power contained within it also increased. Even a shield warrior of the same level would have to retreat several steps, breaking their stance. Boom. As the two-handed saber landed, sparks scattered into the surroundings. A silver one-handed sword actually stopped Thunder Tiger's lightning-fast saber. What? Thunder Tiger was shocked as he stared at Feng, standing steadily in his original position. The charging slash getting blocked did not come as a surprise to Thunder Tiger. However, this was his first time to encounter an enemy who could remain standing steadily after receiving his charging slash. Even Broken City, an Elder of King's return, had to retreat half a step after receiving this attack of his. This situation was simply inconceivable. Tiger, be careful. We got a tough one. Ordinary Stranger warned hurriedly after realizing that their enemy, this time, was no common player. As he began casting a spell, he added, "We'll deal with him together." I understand. Thunder Tiger's expression had turned serious as well, the contempt he felt before disappearing completely. He promptly used Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to drive Feng away. However, as soon as he started swinging his gray saber, a streak of blue light struck his weapon. A crack in space also appeared along the path the blue light had taken. Thunder Tiger felt his hands going numb as his saber came to an abrupt halt. It felt as if he had just struck an iron wall. Immediately after, however, a powerful impact shook him, forcing him to retreat 4 steps before he could stabilize. His body damage of minus 1,338 points appeared above the Berserker's head. He had instantly lost close to 10% of his HP. Who are you? At this moment, even if Thunder Tiger were a fool, he would understand that the man before him was definitely stronger than himself. In just a single exchange of skills, he had lost over 1,000 HP. Feng's strength could practically rival a chieftain of the same level. Before Thunder Tiger could react, a streak of blue light instantly slashed his body. Although the Berserker had tried to defend himself with his saber, he was simply no match for the speed of the sword light. 151. The lightning effect having triggered, Feng's attack instantly took away half of Thunder Tiger's HP. The Berserker himself also went flying over 10 yards away. Who am I? At this time, Feng laughed. You dared to come and find trouble with Zero Wing, yet you still ask who I am. Hearing Feng saying so, whether it was Thunder Tiger or Ordinary Stranger, both of them immediately shuddered as a name appeared in their minds. Sword King Black Flame. Why is he here? Ordinary Stranger's expression darkened, his heart roiling with confusion. Their operation this time was top secret. They had even placed a soul lock on the targets of their ambush. The two women should have no way of contacting anyone from Zero Wing. Hence, the possibility of them encountering Black Flame here was practically non-existent. Yet now, Black Flame had appeared before them. However, Ordinary Stranger gave no further thought to this matter. Since Black Flame was here, there was only one thing they could do right now: escape. They had next to no chance of winning against Black Flame in a direct confrontation. Their only hope for resisting Black Flame was to meet up with the Falcon Legion. In the next moment, Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and cast the Tier 1 spell Summon Flame Spirit. A level 38 special elite flame lizard appeared immediately following which he used one of the activatable skills of his magic staff, Undead Sacrifice. Suddenly, the flame lizard let out an agonized wail as the red flames covering its body turned into an emerald green, its body doubling in size. Its rank had increased from Special Elite to Lord as well. Undead Lizard, Undead Lord. Level 38. HP 3, 600, 000/3, 600, 000. Such a powerful monster was more than enough to deal with a top-tier expert. Moreover, as a summoner, he could form a soul link with his summon creature, which allowed him to transfer 50% of the damage he received to it. However, Ordinary Stranger knew quite well that even with the Undead Lizard, Thunder Tiger, and he was still no match for Feng. They had a very clear understanding of just how powerful experts of Feng's standard were. He had summoned the undead lizard only to delay. Feng the undead lizard was a speed-type monster. At the same time, it possessed multiple control skills. It could surely pin down Feng and give them an opportunity to escape retreat. Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and shot elemental bullets at Feng. Simultaneously, he willed the undead lizard forward to attack. Feng Thunder Tiger no longer held back, either, as he activated his berserk skill, Heart of Fury. The skill instantly increased his strength by 80%, his endurance by 50%, and his movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 2 minutes. After activating his berserk skill, Thunder Tiger turned around and fled without hesitation, looking at the oncoming elemental bullets and undead lizard. Feng sneered and said, "Don't you think it's a little too late to be escaping now?" Saying so, he abruptly stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Chapter 841, Taboo Skills Might. You're not getting away. Feng deflected the elemental bullets using Killing Ray while activating one of the abyssal blade's skills' abyssal curse. Immediately, a black magic array appeared on the ground. With Feng as the center, it covered a radius of 30 yards, instantly enveloping the undead lizard, which was the size of a small house, as well as Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. Endless streams of black mist flowed into their bodies. Not good. It's an AoE control skill. Ordinary Stranger frowned. Right now, it felt as if his body was stuck in quicksand. He could not move at all. He had never imagined that Feng would have such a trump card as well at this moment. Not to mention him, even the Lord-ranked undead lizard was immobilized. As a result, Feng had readily broken through the Lord's defensive line and was currently charging rapidly at them. Tiger, delay him. Buy me some time. Ordinary Stranger no longer tried to hold back as he activated his berserk skill, Mana Detonation, his attributes increasing by a large margin. At the same time, he used Mental Exemption, becoming immune to all control effects for 5 seconds. He then began chanting an incantation, causing the surrounding mana to churn violently. Thunder Tiger nodded in response to Ordinary Stranger's instructions. Activating Brilliant Will, he removed the control effect of Abyssal Curse, then shifted in front of his summoner companion. Come, let me have a look at the abilities of the Sword King. Thunder Tiger bellowed as he stomped down, shattering the ground underfoot. He then swung his two-handed saber abruptly at the swordsman, rushing straight at him. Tier 1 skill, Storm Slash. Over a dozen wind blades flew at Feng, every one of them targeting his blind spots. Unlike the normal attacks of players, the wind blades of Storm Slash appeared simultaneously. There was no time lag between each attack, preventing Feng from evading them entirely. Moreover, Storm Slash was a skill that could not be blocked, only dodged. It was an extremely rare skill of the Berserker class. This skill was also the trump card Thunder Tiger, usually used to kill experts of equal standards. For players who did not know the intricacies of this skill, they would generally defend themselves with their weapons. The outcome of doing so would be these players receiving the strikes of a dozen or so wind blades. Currently, Thunder Tiger had his berserk skill activated. The destructive power of his Storm Slash could easily instant kill. Feng, try to block it if you can. Thunder Tiger could not help but sneer as he saw Feng remaining steadfast in his charge forward. Unfortunately for Thunder Tiger, he had grossly underestimated Feng's understanding of God's domain. When the wind blades arrived before Feng, he was already within 20 yards of Thunder Tiger. He promptly used the Tier 2 Taboo skill. Instant Strike. Suddenly, Feng vanished before the wind blades of Storm Slash and reappeared in front of Thunder Tiger. Faint arcs of electricity circling Feng's body. Thunder Tiger panicked. He instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash. However, before the Berserker's Whirlwind Slash could complete even half a rotation, numerous blue arcs of lightning devoured him whole. In the next moment, Thunder Tiger's HP dwindled at a rate visible to the naked eye until it finally hit 0. How is he so fast? Thunder Tiger's eyes widened as he looked at where the strikes had landed. He simply could not bring himself to believe that what he was seeing was real. He had activated his berserk skill. He should have received significant improvements in speed, yet he still failed to keep up with Feng's swords. Not to mention his body. Before his eyes could even react, the swordsman's sword had cut through him multiple times. This was definitely his first time witnessing such speed standing a short distance away. Fear similarly covered ordinary stranger's face. He had never dreamed that Thunder Tiger would not manage to delay Feng for even a short, while despite having activated his berserk skill fortunately, Feng was still roughly 10 yards away. The time it would take for the swordsman to reach ordinary stranger was more than enough for him to finish casting his spell. At that time, although the spell would not kill Feng, at the very least, it would help by ordinary stranger time to escape. Huh? Where is he? During the brief moment ordinary stranger was lost in his thoughts, Feng, who had been standing in front of Thunder Tiger, actually vanished. Suddenly, ordinary stranger felt a pang at his heart. Without him noticing, a long sword wrapped in blue electric arcs had emerged from his chest. Turning his head around, ordinary stranger discovered Feng standing right behind him. He had actually failed to notice the swordsman approaching him altogether. It was as if Feng's presence was completely non-existent, seeing his HP decreasing without any signs of stopping. Ordinary stranger was at a loss for words. He and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts of King's Return. They could easily become top-class existences in any kingdom they went to. Although he had long since known that he and his berserker companion were no match for Feng, he had never imagined that the gap between them was actually so enormous at this moment. Even if he related everything that had happened here to someone else, most likely, nobody would believe him. Although ordinary strangers still wished to say something, he was already out of time as his vision suddenly turned gray, his body falling to the ground. When he died, he dropped 2 pieces of cloth armor. There were actually 2 refinement realm experts. It's no wonder Rain and the others were no match for them. Although Feng had failed to discover the identities of thoughtful Rain's assailants, he clearly grasped the combat standards of the 2 from the battle just now. With the strength of those 2 players, they would be hard-pressed to find any opponents capable of opposing them. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered him today. Not to mention, he had even activated a Tier 2 Taboo skill to deal with them, following which, Feng picked up the items that the 2 dropped. He then summoned the demonic flame tiger and headed straight into the crystal maze. Deep inside the crystal maze, the members of the Falcon Legion were currently busy clearing out the crystal wolves blocking their path. They were moving increasingly closer to the lair of the crystal wolves. These 2 beauties sure know how to run. They're hiding wherever there is danger. However, let's see how you'll continue escaping once you enter the lair of the crystal wolves, Coral muttered as he switched his footwork. Like a black gale, the dagger in his hand struck at a level 45 Special Elite Wolf. Without giving the Special Elite Wolf any opportunity to react, Coral landed blow after blow with his daggers. Although the Special Elite tried to resist, none of its attacks could connect with the assassin's body. Little by little, Coral plundered away the Special Elite's HP, wielding the pitch-black daggers in his hands rapidly. A short moment later, the Special Elite Wolf, whose HP had been in the hundreds of thousands, fell to the ground. From start to end, the wolf had never once managed to land a hit on Coral team leader. Coral sure is amazing. His skill level has improved again. In the guild's next class competition, his ranking will no doubt increase once more. A nearby level 37 female assassin said, her face filled with admiration as she looked at Coral. Don't make a fool of yourself. Team leader Coral has very high expectations. With your standards, do you think you will be able to gain his favor? Let's just hurry up and clear away these crystal wolves. Otherwise, they're going to call for more reinforcements. If we make team leader Coral angry, we'll definitely suffer miserably. A level 37 male ranger criticized the female assassin, who possessed an above-average appearance and figure, remained unperturbed by the ranger's comment. Instead, she retorted, So what if I'm trying to gain his favor? If you were as capable as team leader Coral, I would try to gain your favor too. In the opinion of outsiders, once one became an inner member of Super Guild, A wonderful future awaited them in reality. However, this was a big misconception. Super guilds were far crueler than other guilds. The competition among its inner members was extremely intense. All those who managed to become a part of the middle management of the guild were indeed experts among experts, dragons among men. They were experts who could easily wipe the floor with the so-called top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world. This strength was also the reason why the various super guilds paid no particular attention to the super newcomers of each year. Meanwhile, as long as Quirrell improved just a little bit more, he could enter the middle management of King's Return. At that time, he would become a celebrity-level character, enjoying endless fame and glory. Team leader Quirrell. Something happened. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger are dead. Chapter 842, Feng arrives. They died. When Quirrell heard the report, he quickly called out the system team window. Sure enough, among the list of team members, both the names of Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger had turned gray, which meant that the two of them were no longer alive at this time. When the other members of the team heard this, they promptly checked their team windows as well. They simply could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing was true. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts in their guild. Their strength was equal to Quirrell's. If the two of them worked together, even a team of ordinary experts would be helpless against them. It was truly hard to imagine that these two experts had died. Leader, should we head back and take a look? An assassin asked. We can't just let someone kill the members of King's Return and do nothing about it. If we don't deal with this matter properly, the other super guilds will surely make fun of us. No, just traveling back to the entrance will take us more than half an hour. By that time, the enemy would have long since disappeared, Quirrell said, shaking his head. Moreover, we don't have a clear understanding of the situation over there. First, find those two women. We'll talk about what to do next after we've gotten rid of those two. If the enemy is capable of killing both Stranger and Tiger, we cannot underestimate their strength. It is highly likely that the enemy is a powerful team that came here to grind. It won't be too late for us to deal with them after we complete our mission. In Quirrell's opinion, even a great Lord-ranked monster would not be able to kill Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. No doubt the two of them had died at the hands of other players. Moreover, the enemy had to have very large numbers. They should also have many top-tier experts among them. Otherwise, with the two's strength, at least one of them should have survived, as the number of opponents was high. Resolving this matter would definitely be time-consuming. Their primary mission was to kill Zero Wing's core members. They would risk letting their targets get away if they chose to deal with this new enemy first. The losses greatly outweighed the gains. Now that they were close to completing this mission, they naturally could not give up halfway, following which Quirrell and the other members of the Falcon Legion continued to move deeper into the lair of the Crystal Wolves, defeating one pack of Crystal Wolves after another. Leader, I found the two women's footprints up ahead. Judging from the tracks, they should have moved through here only recently. An assassin, who had detection activated, said as he looked at the light blue footprints on the ground. These light blue footprints showed that players had passed through this place before. However, these footprints were visible only to players using the detection skill. One could make rough judgments based on the size and brightness of these footprints. The brighter the footprint, the more recently it was left behind. Good. We can finally put an end to this game of hide and seek. Quirrell revealed a cold smile as he looked at his map. As Quirrell said so, the members of the Falcon Legion began slowly walking in the direction indicated by the assassin Rain. What should we do now? Blue Bamboo, who was hiding in a crack in a rock wall, asked nervously as she looked at the slowly approaching Falcon Legion, her hands tightly clenched around her staff. They were currently level 39. If they died now, it would take several days of hard work to make up for the loss. There's nowhere else to hide. When the time comes, we can only make a last stand. Thoughtful Rain was also out of ideas. Previously, they had used up their instantaneous movement scrolls to escape from the sudden ambush. Afterwards, to shake off the pursuit of their ambushers, they had no choice but to hide inside the crystal maze. Now, however, it seemed that all their efforts were still in vain as the 18 members of the Falcon Legion moved increasingly closer. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo began casting their respective spells, resolved to fight to their very last breath's roar. When the Falcon Legion was roughly 100 yards away from Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the cave. The members of the Falcon Legion halted their steps as they turned to look for the origin of this roar. One after another, they immediately discovered a tiger the size of a house slowly approaching them. Step by step, the paws of this tiger covered in pitch-black flame. Surprisingly, there was actually a person sitting on top of this giant tiger. However, as this person wore a black cloak, the members of the Falcon Legion could not discern this person's appearance or identity. They could only tell that this person was a mana player. A hint of fear woke in Coral's heart as he looked at this cloaked man riding the giant tiger. He had already used an identification skill, which confirmed that the man on the tiger was indeed a player. Then, this situation could only mean one thing: the mysterious player before them was at least level 40. As for the giant tiger, needless to say, it was this player's mount. Moreover, its quality should be very high. Currently, in God's domain, the top 10 players in the ranking list of empires were only level 39. Coral had yet to hear of anyone reaching level 40. Since this mysterious player had managed to attain such a level, needless to say, his strength was extremely extraordinary. Leader, that person is coming over. What should we do? A level 37 ranger asked somewhat anxiously. The ranger could feel significant pressure coming from the demonic flame tiger before them. However, the player capable of possessing such a mount was definitely even more powerful for a time. The members of the Falcon Legion were at a loss as to what to do. Let's find out what his goal is for now. Coral did not hurry in making a decision. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the fact that the other party dared to walk over all by himself showed that he had no fear of them whatsoever. Otherwise, he would have long since turned around and left when dealing with such an expert. Making rash decisions was not wise. They sent that big brother Yifeng's mount. The giant tiger gave Blue Bamboo a great sense of familiarity. However, she was also somewhat uncertain. After all, the likelihood of them encountering Feng at this place was abysmally low. That's right. That is indeed the demonic flame tiger. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flickered with joy. She had never thought that they would be able to meet Feng here. However, after a brief moment of joy, her heart filled with anxiety. After all, she could tell that the Falcon Legion was specifically targeting the core members of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Feng was somewhat important in Zero Wing's upper echelon. He was sure to be one of the Falcon Legion's targets. If they found out Feng's identity, they would immediately jump him. For sure, every member of the Falcon Legion was an expert. Many in the Legion were capable of defeating Gunfire and Death Wind in a one-on-one. Among them, the leading assassin, Coral, was incomparably powerful, trouncing even the experienced Death Wind. In just a few moves, Feng would definitely end up in an extremely dangerous situation if these 18 experts surrounded him, just as Thoughtful Rain was thinking of a way to warn Feng. Seated atop the demonic flame tiger, Feng looked down at Coral, who stood at the head of the team, and asked, "So you're the ones looking for trouble with Zero Wing?" When Coral heard Feng's question, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately understood Feng's objective. Moreover, he was very certain that ordinary strangers and Thunder Tiger's deaths had something to do with Feng kill him. Coral abruptly retreated and activated stealth. Hearing his command, the members of the Falcon Legion sprang into action. The 3 shield warriors of the team abruptly shifted to the forefront. The healers retreated, the assassins entered stealth, and the magical classes began chanting their spells. Everyone reacted with practiced motions. What is Big Brother Feng trying to do? Blue Bamboo could not help but gape when she witnessed this scene. Let's give him a hand. I'll help open a path for him. Blue, you heal him. Thoughtful Rain said hurriedly. However, as the two of them rose from their hiding place, a gigantic crimson magic array appeared on the ground where the Falcon Legion stood. This skill was none other than the aura of fire skill, Firestorm. Suddenly, flames devoured the Falcon Legion. Despite the 3 shield warriors of the team reacting very quickly and activating shield wall the instant the flames appeared, when bathed in the violent flames, the 3 of them still lost over half of their HPs in the blink of an eye. Naturally, The other classes fared much worse by the time the flames dissipated completely. The entire area had turned into a scorching hell just like that. 13 out of the 18 players died all at once. The situation of the Falcon Legion took an abrupt turn. Chapter 843. Showing off one's trivial skills before master. At the sight of his companions reduced to ashes, Coral's mouth twitched slightly. This large-scale destruction spell came all too suddenly evidently. Feng had long since been prepared to cast the spell while he was approaching them. He had only voiced that question earlier to tempt them into attacking him and draw them into his trap. They did not have any time to evade this surprise attack at all if not for Coral being near the edge of the spell's coverage. He would not have been able to utilize the brief invulnerability wind steps provided to rush out of the flames in time. At this moment, he would have most likely suffered the same fate as his 13 other companions' leader. What should we do? A level 37 elementalist asked. Softly, we'll retreat. Coral replied, gnashing his teeth. Although he didn't want to back off, since the man before them was capable of defeating ordinary stranger and Thunder Tiger. Just the 5 of them would not be able to do anything to him at all previously. They had 18 players on their side. Enough hands to activate a magic array to suppress their opponent. Now, however, that plan was no longer viable. If they remained to fight, the only outcome would be a complete team wipe. Don't think you can escape that easily. Feng smirked slightly as he looked at Coral and the others gradually moving away from himself. With quick steps, he approached the closest level 37 elementalist previously. In order to survive his firestorm, these players had already used up all their life-saving skills. It would be near impossible for them to escape him. Now don't hold back when going up against him. I'll pin him down. Range classes support me. When Coral saw Feng approaching them like a gale, he hurriedly activated his Berserk skill, and his attributes increased by a large margin. He then used shadow steps to appear directly behind Feng and stabbed his Feng-like dagger at Feng's heart. Absolute strike. This was the fastest and most powerful skill of the assassin class. In addition to Coral's flawless movements, there was practically no time lag between the activation of shadow steps and absolute strike. It was simply impossible for ordinary players to guard against his attack. Moreover, after Coral activated his Berserk skill, the power and speed of his attack were both boosted to inhuman levels. The elementalist at a distance also shot one fireball after another at the locations Feng dodged to. His coordination with Coral, seamless. The ranger, standing on the other side likewise, sent a barrage of frost arrows at Feng, his attacks accurately targeting the swordsman's vital points. Looking at the coordination of the 3 players, even Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who rarely fought other players, could tell that their enemies were very powerful. Immediately, panic appeared on their faces all at once. However, Feng disappeared. Coral's and the others' attacks all struck air. Where is he? Coral hurriedly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he rushed at the distant elementalist, shouting, "Dodge quickly!" At this moment, Feng had already appeared behind the elementalist using silent steps. He then violently swung the sacred sword in his hand. A streak of blue light flashed. Dang. Although the blue light was fast, when it landed on the elementalist's body, it moved no further, as if it had struck an impenetrable wall-less barrier. Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at the elementalist, who was currently covered in a layer of ice. The elementalist looked just like an ice sculpture right now. Ice Barrier was the strongest life-saving skill of the elementalist class, providing the user with invulnerability for 8 seconds. However, after activating the skill, the user would not be able to do anything else. This skill was extremely rare. Generally, finding 1 or 2 people who had learned the skill out of 100 expert elementalists was unlikely. Helpless against this skill, Feng could only shift his sights to someone else. However, just as he started searching for a new target, a blue magic array appeared above his head. In the next moment, the rumble of thunder echoed in the cave. Coral, who stood at a distance, also revealed a cold sneer on his face. This magic array was the result of him using a Tier 2 magic scroll, Thunderhell. Not only would the spell deal a frightening amount of damage to a certain area, but it could also prevent players within the affected area from wielding any of their skills. It was a magic scroll that was meant to counter experts in particular die. Coral shouted as he guided arcs of lightning to descend from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Arc after arc of lightning descended from overhead, turning a radius of 20 yards into a world of thunder and lightning. Any player caught within the region of Thunder Hell would not survive. Only the Elementalist, who had activated Ice Barrier beforehand, would remain unharmed by the spell. Ha ha ha. Team leader is still the best. The Ranger laughed proudly as he looked at the flurry of lightning bolts crashing before him. Players were fated to remain as only players. Even if they had extremely high attributes and combat standards, actual field battles did not rely on just these two things. External tools still had great influence on the outcome of a battle, even if Feng possessed attributes rivaling those of a chieftain of the same level. If he could not use any of his skills, he would definitely succumb to the destructive power of a Tier 2 spell. With the pitiful amount of HP he possessed, seeing the lightning storm devouring Feng, Coral breathed out a sigh of relief as well. Although Feng's silent steps had surprised him somewhat, the latter must not have expected him to possess a magic scroll that was meant to counter expert players. Only, this magic scroll had a relatively long activation time. However, the Elementalist just happened to earn him quite a lot of time, right? You guys are next. Coral then shifted his gaze towards the distant, thoughtful Reyna. At this moment, the previously celebrating Ranger suddenly screamed as numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on his body. The Ranger's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment dropping off his body. How did you manage to escape? Coral's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets at the sight of Feng standing behind the dead Ranger. Moreover, the swordsman was entirely unharmed. Do you think you're the only one who has a magic scroll? Feng smirked as he picked up the dropped equipment. The appearance of Thunder Hell had indeed shocked him. Fortunately, he always carried around plenty of magic scrolls when he went out, especially the life-saving instantaneous movement scroll. Although the magic scroll had a cooldown of 10 minutes, the scroll boasted instantaneous activation. It was an item specifically meant to counter control skills. Just who are you? Why are you targeting us? Coral asked, his complexion deathly pale. However, while Coral was posing his question, he was also making subtle gestures, signaling the two other assassins in stealth to circle around and ambush Feng. The two stealth assassins nodded silently. They then began approaching Feng with light steps. Both of them were experts capable of melding their actions with their environment. Even a top-tier expert would find it difficult to discover them while they were in stealth trying to divert my attention. Feng laughed as he shook his head. He then turned around without any warning and used thundering flash. Several arcs of lightning streaked across space. Immediately, two figures emerged in the path the lightning arcs traversed. They were none other than the two stealth assassins whom Coral had signaled to before. At this moment, both their bodies fell to the ground abruptly. Both their HPs having already hit rock bottom. Feng had activated Omniscient Eyes as soon as the battle began. Hence, he could see the two stealth assassins approaching him as clear as day. He had only pretended not to notice them. However, now that they were taking the initiative to present their lives to him, how could he possibly refuse their offer? Coral's complexion darkened significantly when he saw this scene. Now you're the only one left, Feng said in a low tone. Only me? Coral was inwardly confused. There was clearly an elementalist still present. Why would Feng say that he was the only one left? In the next moment, a crimson dart appeared in Feng's hand. He then threw the dart at the elementalist stuck inside the ice flame God's Fury. The instant the duration of Ice Barrier ended, before the elementalist could even react, Blazing Meteor had already appeared before him. Feng's grasp on time had reached perfection. Right after, flames devoured the elementalist completely, reducing his body to a pile of smoldering ash. Just who are you? Coral asked, fear painted across his face after he had set up so many traps. Even the apex experts in his guild would have succumbed to death by now. Yet, as if he had been playing in Feng's palm all this time, none of his traps had worked on Feng. Just thinking up to this point made his heart shudder in fear, a sense of powerlessness spreading throughout his entire being. Do you have any last words? Feng asked softly, not bothering to answer Coral's question. Instead, he slowly walked towards the assassin. Step by step, for each step Feng took, Coral unconsciously retreated by a step as well, despite his berserk skill being active right now. Coral was not the slightest bit confident he could win against Feng. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene, were both stupefied. I am part of King's Return's Falcon Legion. Are you trying to make an enemy out of King's Return? Coral demanded. Gnashing his teeth, he did not wish to die. The guild's class competition was rapidly approaching. If he died now, the loss in level, equipment, and skill proficiency would have a significant effect on his performance in the competition now. His only choice was to reveal his identity previously. The reason they had concealed their identities was to avoid letting Zero Wing take preventive measures against them. With their identities unknown, their subsequent operations would flow much more smoothly. Now that everyone except for himself had died, there was naturally no need to continue hiding this fact. Moreover, the stronger an expert was, the more knowledgeable they were about how powerful super guilds were. If the opponent still dared to make a move, even after he revealed this fact, this person would definitely be a fool. Chapter 844, Field of Swords. What? Don't believe me? Upon seeing Feng showing no signs of stopping, Coral hurriedly took off his black cloak and displayed his King's Return guild emblem. This sight momentarily stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Why is someone from a super guild targeting us? Thoughtful Rain was confused as she looked at the King's Return's emblem. She no longer possessed her previous joy at seeing Feng defeating the Falcon Legion. On the contrary, she felt somewhat worried. Instead, although she had come into contact with virtual reality games only recently, she still knew just how powerful an existence a super guild was in current society. Virtual reality games had over a century of history already. The super guilds of virtual reality games were just like major celebrities. In the real world, one often saw news coverage of these existences. Hence, it was difficult for one not to know about them among them. King's Return operated slightly differently from other super guilds. The guild would occasionally recruit expert players. Regarding popularity, King's Return greatly surpassed the other super guilds. One could frequently hear news of certain powerful experts joining King's Return. Hence, Thoughtful Rain had a certain degree of understanding of the guild, and she knew just how wide the gap between Zero Wing and King's Return was. Whether it was in terms of member count or number of experts, the two guilds were on entirely different levels. If a war were to break out between their two guilds, it would be a disaster for Zero Wing. No wonder you guys dare to take action against Zero Wing's members in Star Moon Kingdom. So you're a member of King's Return. Feng finally understood what was going on. Because he had rejected King's Return's previous offer, the guild was now targeting Zero Wing's core members. However, he immediately smiled at Coral and asked, "But don't you know who I am?" Saying so, Feng stored away his black cloak and revealed his original appearance. Feng. Coral's mouth slackened when he saw Feng's appearance. He simply could not bring himself to believe this was true. Feng was not as famous as Zero Wing's Black Flame, and was an existence known only among the major powers of God's domain. But when speaking of strength, Feng was someone who had defeated Sirius, one of the Wolf Kings of the Battle Wolves Guild. After the fight at the Dark Arena, King's Return had even created a database specifically for information on Feng. Coral himself had watched the battle video between Feng and Sirius. Learning from it hence, Coral recognized Feng right off the bat. However, although he had indeed recognized who his opponent was, his complexion turned even uglier than before. Damn it. Why is my luck so horrible? To think I would actually encounter him here. At this moment, Coral was regretting the fact that he had revealed his own identity. If he had not exposed himself, he might still have a chance of surviving. Now, however, nothing he said would get him out of this situation alive, although he still had his vanish skill. Even if he was stupider, he could tell that invisibility skills were useless against Feng. Otherwise, Feng would not have struck at the stealth assassins behind him without even the slightest bit of hesitation. If even stealth was ineffective, Then wanting to escape in front of such an expert was nothing more than a pipe dream. King's Return had done detailed research on that battle of the Dark Arena and made a rough estimation of the attributes of the two fighters already. In terms of basic attributes, he was considerably inferior to Yi Feng. Not to mention, speed was also one of Yi Feng's strong points. Squirrel's face darkened at the sight of Feng rushing over. Damn it. To think that I would have to use that opportunity now. I definitely won't forgive you, Yi Feng. I will definitely massacre every core member of Zero Wing. Squirrel bellowed. He then took out a purple crystal ball from his bag, while continuously spewing venomous curses. Just you wait. Squirrel, will definitely make you regret this day. In reality, the real reason he did not wish to die was the crystal ball in his hand. This item was something he had obtained unexpectedly after completing one part of a chain quest. It was a one-time use item. Moreover, it could only be stored in his bag and would drop upon death. This item could directly transfer its user to a special space. Based on his research, that special space should be a sacred training ground capable of allowing players to improve their combat techniques and standards. Its effects should be even better than those of secret technique tablet his guild possessed. This item was something he had kept to himself originally. He had intended to wait until he had grown stronger and had hit a bottleneck before going to that special space, because based on the information he obtained, that space was extremely dangerous. If he went there too soon, he would only be wasting this opportunity. Hence, he had always done things with great care, avoiding dangerous situations as much as possible. He had never expected that he would actually be forced to enter that special space due to the mission this time. This crystal ball was his greatest opportunity to join the guild's upper echelon. Now, however, Feng ruined all of his plans. How could Squirrel not be angry? Suddenly, an endless amount of mana rapidly flowed into his body. A crack then appeared in the space behind him. Like a black hole, the spatial crack sucked the assassin towards it. You think you can get away? Feng smiled with disdain. He switched the aura of fire to the aura of time, and then activated absolute time. Suddenly, the mana within a radius of 100 yards stilled. The mana surrounding Squirrel's body also dissipated abruptly, following which the crack in space started mending itself. No. Squirrel was momentarily dumbfounded. In the next moment, his eyes turned bloodshot as he abruptly executed unique footwork and transformed into 3 identical copies of himself. These 3 copies then charged at Feng maniacally. The 3 indistinguishable copies of Squirrel continuously circled Feng die. All 3 Squirrels bellowed as they held their daggers in a reverse grip and stabbed them at Feng like a black whirlwind. The pitch-black daggers struck at Feng from all directions. Thoughtful rain and blue bamboo, who were watching this scene from afar, were stupefied. They understood clearly that the phenomenon of the black whirlwinds they were seeing right now was not a result of a system-generated skill. Instead, it was the result of a combat technique used by the player himself. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. They were utterly clueless as to how the assassin had achieved such a feat compared to Squirrel. The experts they had encountered before were simply weaklings. It was no wonder death wind and gunfire fell at Squirrel's hands in just a few moves. He was practically a monster in human skin, so he's finally using his specialty, Whirlwind Strike. This sudden development did not surprise Feng. After all, Squirrel was no stranger to him. In the past, Squirrel had been titled the Whirlwind Assassin. Although he had not been particularly famous during the early stages of God's Domain, upon his promotion to King's Return's middle management, he began improving rapidly. In the end, he had even managed to become an Adjudicator of King's Return. His strength back then had been extremely overbearing, not daring to be careless. Feng chose to activate Thunder God's Descent, which increased his movement speed and attack speed by 150% and damage dealt by 50%, as well as decreased all damage received by 50% facing the storm-like dagger attacks. Feng madly brandished his 2 swords immediately. Sparks scattered as the clangor of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surroundings multiple times. Feng had already reached the Void Realm. He had long since exerted his 5 senses to their limits. He read his surroundings like an open book. Even if it was an attack that was invisible to the naked eye, Feng could still clearly perceive it and execute a timely response in the next moment. Numerous streaks of blue and silver lights bloomed around Feng's body, forming an inviolable field. As long as the black daggers entered this field, they would immediately get repelled since Coral had his berserk skill activated. The assassin was superior to Feng in strength. Hence, Feng would lose around 200 HP following each clash of their weapons. Fortunately, with Thunder God's descent, Feng still had a clear speed advantage, so none of Coral's attacks managed to penetrate his defense aside from blocking all of Coral's attacks. Feng would also occasionally strike back at the assassin, reaping a large chunk of the latter's HP in reality. Feng could have ended the battle instantly. However, he wanted to improve his own techniques by fighting the assassin. Hence, he had not bothered using any of his berserk skills to increase his attributes. How can this be? Why can't I hit him? The more Coral fought, the more fearful he became. Despite having already activated his berserk skill, his basic attributes surpassing Feng, he could not break through Feng's defense no matter what. On the other hand, Feng managed to strike at his vital points time after time, whittling his HP chunk after chunk until it finally zeroed out as Coral fell reluctantly to the ground. He also dropped several items. Chapter 845, 5 Great Legacies. When Coral died, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched quietly from afar, were astonished when they looked at Feng again. Shock filled their eyes. They felt as if the man before them was a stranger. This was the first time they ever truly understood Feng's strength. Those two were simply too strong. Words alone were no longer sufficient to describe this level of strength. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such an intense battle. Their eyes had not been fast enough to keep up with the combatant's speed, let alone their bodies. If they had fought Coral, the battle would have ended as soon as it had begun in the end. However, Feng was still superior. Big brother Yi Feng is so strong. If I had even half of his skill, I could defeat Autumn Goose. Excitement filled Blue Bamboo's eyes as she stared at Feng. Thoughtful Rain could not help herself from laughing when she heard her friend's words. When they were usually out in the fields adventuring and questing, Blue Bamboo was always lazy. She was never particularly interested in fighting and would generally stay in the back to heal the members of their party. Although they had advised her many times to brush up on her combat techniques, she never bothered to do so. Instead, she usually replied by saying that it would be fine so long as she had good equipment and that she didn't need good combat techniques. Thoughtful Rain had never thought that the girl would be mesmerized by this one battle's combat techniques. All right, enough daydreaming. Let's head over there. It's too dangerous to stay here, Thoughtful Rain said, laughing. Feng began to collect his loot naturally. An elite squadron from King's Return, led by an expert like Coral, possessed excellent equipment. Every piece of equipment they dropped was level 35 dark gold quality. Each item was worth dozens of gold. In total, he had gained several hundred golds worth of equipment. What's this? While Feng looked over the loot he had placed in his bag, he discovered a glowing purple crystal ball. Among the many weapons and equipment that dropped, it was eye-catching. Moreover, Feng felt a faint hint of pressure from this crystal ball, a very familiar pressure divine might. It was a special power that only gods could wield. This is interesting. Feng took out the crystal ball and observed it carefully. Spatial transfer orb consumable, able to send one player to a mysterious otherworld. This item can only be stored in the bag. Drops upon death. There were very few items in God's domain capable of sending players to an otherworld based on Feng's understanding. Every item that could transfer players to an otherworld was considered an absolute treasure. Even an epic item was not as valuable in God's domain. An otherworld was the equivalent of a dungeon. Only this dungeon was a lot larger than generic dungeons. Otherworlds also offered far more bountiful rewards. The lowest reward one could obtain in an otherworld was an epic item. Some people had even obtained fragmented legendary items in the past, while others earned super skills and such. To put it simply, all of the rewards one could gain in an otherworld could significantly improve a player's strength, it's no wonder why he had tried so hard to live. He obtained a chance to head to an otherworld. I wonder what rank this otherworld is. When Feng recalled the Quarrel's deranged expression as the assassin fought, he could not help but chuckle. He would have fought desperately to live, too. Quarrel hadn't been particularly famous in King's Return during the early stages of the game, either. However, after joining the guild's middle management, his progress had suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. His progress might very well be related to this thing. There were many other worlds in God's domain. Based on the main God system's categorization, other worlds fell into common, epic, and legendary rank, with each one being larger than the previous. Each rank also offered players greater benefits. A common otherworld alone could massively impact a player's growth. By visiting a common otherworld, an ordinary player could instantly become an expert. There was no need to mention epic or legendary otherworlds. However, the majority of the otherworlds in God's domain were common rank. Even so, many desperately wished to encounter one. But alas, many failed in the past. When players had discovered otherworlds, the various large guilds had frantically searched for clues relating to them in the hopes of nurturing a large batch of their own experts. After all, there were innumerable guilds in the virtual gaming world. Not every one of them could nurture their own experts. With such a golden opportunity available, the various large guilds could not let it slip through their fingers in the past. A top-tier expert had sold an opportunity to go to an otherworld at an auction. Although the otherworld in question had only been common rank, the various large guilds fought over it like a pack of wolves. In the end, Summer's Emerald, a first-rate guild, had won the transfer tool for 15,000 gold. Everyone who had participated in that auction had been stunned. After all, during that time, a single epic item had only sold for around 2,000 or 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could easily purchase 5 or 6 epic items. One could also use 15,000 gold to purchase a good plot of land. Yet, Summer's Emerald had used that money to purchase a common otherworld, which was the equivalent of a single epic item. Wasting so much money was the epitome of foolishness, yet nobody could have ever imagined that, in the end, Summer's Emerald would profit from the exchange. The guild had only obtained a single epic weapon, which was worth roughly 6,000 gold from the common otherworld. That had been far less than the money it had spent. However, thanks to the adventures in the otherworld, Summer's Emerald had also gained a Void Realm expert. The outcome had made many guilds regret not fighting harder during the auction from then on. Transfer tools to otherworld became extraordinarily precious. Even Feng, who had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had invested a long amount of time before he had gotten his hands on a common otherworld transfer tool. Although he had not experienced breakthrough during his visit, his combat techniques had improved significantly. What a strange transfer tool. It doesn't have a rank displayed. Even after observing with omniscient eyes, Feng had not discerned the purple crystal ball's rank. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, however. Although there was no rank displayed, the crystal ball reminded Feng of something otherworld transfer tools. This was a good option to cultivate guild experts the general populace had yet to learn of otherworlds. They were also not well known by the various large guilds. Hence, none of the guilds were bothering to look for clues regarding otherworlds. Although Feng only knew 5 or 6 clues, no one else had obtained any of these otherworld transfer tools. He could head out to search for them. Once he obtained these otherworld transfer tools, he might be able to increase the number of Zero Wings Refinement Realm experts. As Blue Bamboo walked over, her eyes practically shone as she looked at Feng. Patting her ample chest, she said, "Big brother Yi Feng, it is truly a blessing to meet you here. If not for you, Rain and I would have suffered. From today on, I've decided to work hard to improve myself. Big brother Yi Feng, can you teach me how to fight, please? I only hurried over here after hearing from Autumn Goose that you were ambushed. Fortunately, I made it in time. It is a good thing that you wish to learn how to fight. Unfortunately, as I'm not a cleric, I am not particularly clear as to how clerics should fight. However, I can have Violet teach you. Her combat standard ranks at the very top of our guild." Feng chuckled. "Really? Blue Bamboo's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this. She had only made the comment as a joke. She knew full well just how busy Feng was. How could he possibly have time to teach her? However, she had not expected to get a chance to learn from her idol. She felt as if she were dreaming, of course. Well, have I ever lied? Feng nodded. By the way, why did you two come to the Crystal Forest? Didn't you already finish your quest? We thought we had finished it. However, after I handed the quest in, I received another special quest that requires me to collect a crystal heart. However, we have yet to obtain it. Thoughtful Rain explained Crystal Heart. What kind of quest is this? Feng was slightly surprised. He knew how to obtain the Crystal Heart. One had to kill the Crystal Wolf King. The quest was not easy to complete alone. Thoughtful Rain then sent Feng the quest details. How did you receive this quest? Feng could not help his shock upon reading the quest introduction. The quest Thoughtful Rain had accepted was no ordinary quest. Rather, it was one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests, the Witch's Sin. Chapter 846, Witch's Sin. When Feng read the quest introduction, he wondered if he had read it wrong. However, after reading it a few more times, he was 100% certain that this quest was one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests. Is this quest very difficult? Thoughtful Rain asked when she saw Feng's shocked expression. I can't say for certain, but it should be more difficult than an epic quest, Feng explained. Just for the first phase of your quest, you have to kill the Crystal Wolf King to obtain the Crystal Heart. There were many legacies in God's domain. However, in Starmoon Kingdom, there were 5 legacies known to be the strongest. The Witch's Sin was one of them. These 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. Unfortunately, there was no concrete method to triggering any of these 5 great legacies quests. It was highly possible for one to trigger the quest after completing an ordinary quest. Those who encountered these 5 great legacy quests were extremely lucky. They were the system's pampered children. After all, peak legacies were extraordinary. As long as one succeeded in their class change, they would improve their strength tremendously. Until now, throughout Zero Wing, only Feng and Violet Cloud had managed to obtain a hidden class. One could just imagine how rare hidden classes were. However, stumbling upon one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacies and completing one were completely different matters. Most importantly, there would be frightening consequences if one failed the quest after accepting it. Those who failed a basic legacy quest would, at worst, be barred from logging into the game for a certain amount of time. They could continue challenging the quest once they were able to log back into the game. As for legacies that provided hidden classes, players only had one chance. Failing these legacy quests usually resulted in a single death. However, the punishment for failing the 5 great legacy quests was extremely severe. Not only would one lose 3 levels, but they would also enter a weakened state for 10 days. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The worst part about failing one of the 5 great legacy quests was that one would permanently lose some of their luck attribute. The luck attribute was a hidden attribute. Normally, it was difficult to increase the attribute by 1 or 2 points. If a player permanently lost some of their luck as a result of failing the legacy quest, it would massively impact their performance in various aspects, such as their drop rate when opening treasure chests and grinding monsters. Due to this, the 5 great legacies of Starmoon Kingdom have been extremely famous in the past. There was only a thin line separating heaven and hell on the surface. They were known as the 5 great legacies. Secretly, however, players knew them as the 5 great curses in the past. Many players had obtained the 5 great legacy quests of Starmoon Kingdom. However, based on Feng's knowledge, General Snow was the only one who had completed one of the quests. He had never heard of anyone else. One could just imagine how difficult the quests were correspondingly. However, when Gentle Snow had obtained one of the 5 great legacies, she had risen to fame in God's domain instantly. In field and guild battles, she had killed plenty of top-tier experts, and had even killed Apex experts. Unfortunately, she had suddenly disappeared from the game, and the incident became one of God's domain's unresolved mysteries. If Gentle Snow had not left God's domain, many people speculated that she would have become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in Starmoon Kingdom. Many players could not help but sigh at how unfortunate the situation was hence. When Feng saw that Thoughtful Rain had accepted the legacy quest for the witch's sin, he was both excited and worried. More difficult than an epic quest? Thoughtful Rain's eyes widened when she heard this, and inwardly, she smiled bitterly. Up until now, she had completed many quests in God's domain, so she understood one thing very well. The more difficult a quest was, the more difficult its punishment for failure would be. There was nothing good in accepting a quest that was beyond her abilities. A player would suffer if they failed an epic quest. If she failed a quest that was even more difficult than an epic quest, she did not dare to imagine the consequences awaiting her. There's no need to get too hung up about it. The quest has a time limit of 3 months. You still have 3 months to grow stronger and complete this quest. During this period, how do you feel about training with the guild's main force? Feng asked. Even Feng didn't know the finer details of the 5 great legacy quests. However, since it was a legacy quest, Feng was sure of one thing. Players had to rely on their own strength to pass the quest's final phase. If one were strong enough, it would not be too difficult to complete the legacy quest based on what Feng remembered. Gentle Snow had completed her legacy quest when she had reached the Flowing Water Realm. As long as Thoughtful Rain could also reach the Flowing Water Realm, she should have no problems completing the final test. At that time, Zero Wing would have another player with a hidden class I can join the training. Thoughtful Rain could not help her surprise when she heard Feng's offer. The treatment Zero Wing's main force enjoyed was far from ordinary. The magic crystals they received each day alone even made experts like Autumn Goose Drool One could use magic crystals to challenge the trial tower inside the Divine Colosseum and improve their combat standards. The magic crystal was an absolute hard currency. However, its supply was low, and it was difficult to obtain. Even if one had the money, large guilds would generally supply their main force members with around 3 to 5 magic crystals each day. However, Zero Wing gave its main force members 15 crystals per day. In other words, Zero Wing's main force members could challenge the trial tower up to 15 times each day. Even the members of large guilds could not catch up to their development speed. Moreover, based on what she had heard, Zero Wing's main force members also got to watch all sorts of battle videos. These battle videos included expert battles that were not available on the internet. In addition, they could also spar against top-tier experts like Fire Dance. However, the most amazing part about being a member of Zero Wing's main force was the rumored 100-berry wine. Although she did not know the purpose of the 100-berry wine, she knew that even the main force members fought over this item like crazy. Some were even willing to trade a large amount of guild contribution points and magic crystals for it. However, those who obtained the 100-berry wine would never trade them. Instead, they consumed the beverage secretly. One could just imagine how valuable the item was. Big Brother Feng, can I train with the main force as well? Blue Bamboo asked sweetly as she batted her eyelashes. Sure, but let me say this first. You two are only reserve members. If you fail the exam 3 times, you'll be kicked out of the team. Feng strictly informed the women. Thank you, Big Brother Feng. When Autumn and the others hear about this, they will die from envy. Blue Bamboo could not help but giggle when she thought about the benefits the main force members enjoyed. Right? How long will it take before you two are released from your locked state? Feng asked. Roughly 2 hours. Thoughtful Rain replied after she took a look at her status window. Although their enemies were already dead, the soul lock debuff was in effect. They were still stuck in a combat state and could not use a return scroll to leave Blue. Have you learned the Dispel skill? Feng asked. Blue Bamboo Cleric's Dispel skill was not mainstream. Moreover, the skill was relatively rare. Very few clerics had it. However, this skill had a miraculous effect when raiding certain bosses. Dispel could remove a positive buff from an enemy. To bosses who loved buffing themselves, this was the equivalent of yanking out their fangs and claws. The Crystal Wolf King was one such boss. I bought one from the auction house and learned it already, Blue Bamboo said and nodded strangely good. Has it reached tier 1 yet? Feng had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King many times before. If one used a tier 0 Dispel, at most, they could remove a few tier 2 buffs. Only a tier 1 Dispel could remove buffs from Tier 3 skills. This? Not yet. I don't use this skill very often, Blue Bamboo answered awkwardly. Take these magic scrolls. When the time comes, use them before you use Dispel, Feng said. He then took out 5 golden Tier 1 magic scrolls from his bag and handed them to Blue Bamboo. These 5 magic scrolls were spell amplification scrolls. Each one could upgrade a spell up to Tier 1. Big Brother Feng. What am I supposed to do with these? Blue Bamboo was even more confused now. Worry, getting ready to kill the Crystal Wolf King, of course. Feng responded casually. Kill the Crystal Wolf King? Blue Bamboo was stunned. Thoughtful Rain was also a loss for words. They had already seen the Crystal Wolf King. It was a level 50 Great Lord, with just the 3 of them. Challenging it would be tantamount to suicide, however. Ignoring the 2 women's shock, Feng retrieved 2 contracts from his bag and began to chant an incantation emerge. Immediately, 2 teleportation magic arrays appeared on the ground following a flash of silver light. 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged from the 2 magic arrays. These 2 were none other than Kite and Anna, Feng's personal guards. Chapter 847, Strength that Surpasses Tears. NPCs. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were surprised when Kite and Anna suddenly appeared. Both Kite and Anna radiated an intense aura. They felt suffocated as they stood so close to these 2 NPCs after not seeing them for some time. They sure have grown a lot. Feng was quite satisfied when he looked at the handsome Kite and charming Anna. Both are level 60 now, as expected of Dark Gold guards. Their growth rate sure is fast. It was especially true for Anna's improvement speed. Despite having become his personal guard a little later than Kite, she had caught up to her companion's level. Moreover, she had become a Tier 2 summoner in God's domain. It was not that easy to nurture a powerful personal guard first and foremost. One required a large sum of money. As personal guards were NPCs, they required far more EXP to level up than players. If players frequently brought their personal guards when they went out to grind, this would only hold back the NPC's growth rate. If players wanted to let their personal guards level up and improve quickly, they had to let these personal guards accept quests at the Adventurers Association on their own. However, money was required when personal guards accepted a quest. Moreover, depending on the rank of the quest, the fee would also change. Although these personal guards would receive money, EXP, and other rewards after completing the quest, the player would receive none of it. This was because personal guards would use the money they earned to purchase their own equipment and items. Unlike players, who had to obtain powerful equipment by raiding dungeons, personal guards could purchase such items from the Adventurers Association or NPC-run weapons and equipment shops. However, personal guards could only use the money they earned themselves. Hence, the first step to nurturing personal guards was to increase the amount of money they possessed, and they had to complete a lot of quests to obtain that money in the Adventurers Association. The quests personal guards could accept were categorized in a bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic rank. The higher the rank the quest was, the more abundant the rewards were. Likewise, the fee players had to pay would be higher as well. Currently, a level 60 bronze quest required an application fee of 5 gold, 10 gold for mysterious iron, 20 gold for secret silver, 40 gold for fine gold, 80 gold for dark gold, and 200 gold for epicas to whether the personal guard in question could complete the quest. That depended on the personal guard's strength. For example, a bronze guard would have a 70% chance of completing a bronze quest, but they would only have a 40% chance to complete a mysterious iron quest and 10% chance for a secret silver quest. However, one could increase a personal guard's combat power through their equipment, increasing their quest success rate. Unfortunately, one needed time to gather the required resources. However, Anna and Kite were different. Their innate potential was dark gold rank. Even in basic equipment, they had a 50% chance of completing a dark gold quest. As long as their equipment was up to date, their success rate for completing a dark gold quest could easily exceed 80%. After their strength reached a certain degree, they could even challenge an epic quest. Only epic quests were not readily available. that depended on the daily updates of the Adventurers Association's quest list. Feng's personal guards could accept much higher-ranked quests than other players' personal guards. Their leveling speed was much faster. Feng, are we really going to deal with the Crystal Wolf King? Thoughtful Rain asked somewhat worriedly as she watched the high-spirited Feng, though the two level 60 Tier 2 NPCs were very powerful. The Crystal Wolf King was a great lord, an existence equivalent to a Tier 3 class. Relax. I've already investigated the Crystal Wolf King. The boss's skills are buff-oriented. As long as Blue casts a spell on it, our forces will be enough to take it down, Feng explained, chuckling. This was not the first time he had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King. The Wolf King was powerful because of its speed. Even a top-tier MT of the same level would find it difficult to respond to the Wolf King's attacks. In addition, the boss had a stackable gain skill that allowed it to grow stronger the longer it fought. If they did not deal with this gain buff appropriately, they would be annihilated. However, if they dealt with the boss's gain buff properly, with a strength of 2 Dark Gold guards, they should have no problems taking down the Crystal Wolf King, following which Feng led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to a Kavia's strong gale, accosted the small team at the cave's entrance. As they stepped into the cave, they heard the howling of a wolf. The howl echoed throughout the cave, causing the cave walls and floor to tremble. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the depths of the dark, spacious cave. The figure stood over 10 meters tall, bearing its snow-white fangs. A hint of bloodlust flashed in the figure's crimson eyes as it overlooked Feng's group. The figure's body was made entirely of crystals, and a green glow flashed where its heart should have been. Crystal Wolf King, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 50. HP 21, 000, 000, /21, 000, 000. Kite, you'll tank the Wolf King. Anna, you'll act as support. Blue, focus on healing Kite. Feng immediately commanded. As Feng gave his orders, the tall and robust Kite transformed into a gale as he dashed towards the Crystal Wolf King. Kite only had 750,000 HP. Compared to the Great Lord, that was practically nothing. The Crystal Wolf King swung its razor-sharp claws, sending numerous streaks of silver light flying at the Swordmaster. The silver lights were so fast that no ordinary player would have time to react. However, rather than dodging, Kite unsheathed his 2 swords and brandished his weapons. Pung! Pung! The guard shattered the flying silver lights. Kite released a low growl, and the 2 swords in his hands released a dazzling blue glow. He then swung the weapons forward violently. Tier 2 skill, Wind Fang. The 2 massive blue fangs transformed into 2 streaks of light, instantly piercing the Crystal Wolf King's body. Aoo! The Crystal Wolf King screamed in pain and retreated by 2 steps, 2 damages of over -100,000 points appearing its head. However, Kite was not done with his attacks. Immediately, he appeared before the Great Lord. The Crystal Wolf King was furious. Baring its fangs, it swung its massive paw at Kite so fast that one could only see black shadows move towards the Swordmaster. Boom. The earth shook. However, the Wolf King's paw never made contact with Kite's body. Instead, Kite blocked the attack with one hand. Kite then countered with a slash towards the giant paw's joint. A streak of blue light struck the Wolf King's paw, causing the boss to lose over 20,000 HP. Big brother Feng, your personal guard is so strong. Blue Bamboo's eyes widened with surprise as she watched the fight. She had seen many powerful personal guards before. However, all of the Tier 2 personal guards she had seen had even struggled to deal with a Lord, not to mention a Great Lord. They also required players' assistance, yet Kite could block this Great Lord's attack with a single hand. Feng was similarly shocked. He had never thought that Kite would be this powerful. The NPC had already grown to be capable of withstanding a Tier 3 monster's attack. He even had slightly higher strength than the Crystal Wolf King. Only now did Feng understand why those super guilds in the past had been so desperate to obtain a Dark Gold guard. If Kite was this strong right now, how powerful would he be when he reached Tier 5? While Feng watched, astonished, Anna, who stood a short distance away from the Crystal Wolf King, also began to attack. When her chanting came to an end, suddenly, a brilliant light filled the dark cavea. Massive, golden magic array had enveloped over half of the cave. Anna's aura also grew by multiple times. Even Feng, who stood far away from the summoner, had trouble breathing in the dense aura. Chapter 848, Frightening Dark Gold Guard. What is this spell? Feng could feel the aura around Anna strengthening. Right now, it felt as if a Tier 3 NPC was standing before him. This was the first time Feng had seen such a spell. Tier 3 NPCs were generally tasked to defend a city. Even in a major city like White River City, they would be considered top-class individuals. Players would find it difficult to meet one. Feng immediately called out Anna's skill menu. What? She's grasped a Tier 2 curse already. Feng was extremely shocked when he saw the list displayed on the skill menu. Anna's growth potential was incredible. Previously, Feng had checked Kite's skill menu. Although the Swordmaster had learned quite a number of Tier 2 skills, he had picked up just one Tier 2 Taboo skill. Moreover, he had obtained this Taboo skill only after completing many quests. In contrast, Anna actually already possessed two Tier 2 curses right now. Moreover, one of them was even a curse Feng had never heard before. Song of Summoning. Not only would the curse forcefully upgrade the caster to Tier 3 temporarily, but it would also summon a golden giant, a Tier 3 creature. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana began gathering at the center of the golden magic array. After roughly 3 seconds, the large supply of mana condensed into a golden giant over 10 meters tall. The giant was fully equipped with golden armor, and it carried a giant golden axe on its back. Golden giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 60, HP 30, 000, 000, /30, 000, 000. Feng was ecstatic when he saw the golden giant. Anna's performance was simply terrific. Despite being only a Tier 2 NPC, she was already capable of summoning a Tier 3 creature. Moreover, Anna herself had also reached the standard of a Tier 3, albeit temporarily. With this, dealing with a Tier 3 monster of the same level would be child's play for Heron. The next moment, the golden giant charged at the Crystal Wolf King and swung its golden axe. However, the speed of a giant's axe was not particularly fast. As a result, the Wolf King managed to block the weapon in time, using its paw boom. The impact of the collision sent the Wolf King flying, and then its body slammed heavily into the ground. The paw it defended itself with trembled uncontrollably as well. At this moment, when the Wolf King looked at the golden giant, its eyes were filled with fun. It only had the Crystal Wolf King gone flying from his frontal clash, but had also suffered over -5,000 damage from the resulting impact. If the Wolf King had not blocked the golden giant's axe, the damage it received from the golden giant would have definitely exceeded the damage Kite had inflicted. A single golden giant was already more than enough to deal with the Crystal Wolf King. After including Kite's targeted strikes at the Wolf King's weak points, the Crystal Wolf King immediately fell into an absolute disadvantage. In the end, it could only accept its fate, serving as a punching bag. It seems my plans were unnecessary. Feng laughed involuntarily as he looked at the Crystal Wolf King's constantly decreasing HP. He finally got to experience how those players had felt when they obtained a Dark Gold Guard of their own. Initially, he had still planned on taking action himself. Now, however, it would seem that his plans were utterly superfluous. If he were to join the fray as well, he would be bullying the Crystal Wolf King. However, he had to admit that it indeed felt awesome to have a Dark Gold Guard. He could practically level up even while lying down and doing nothing. Even if he were a player who did not know how to fight, he could simply rely on his personal guard to help him level Upits. No wonder those players back then had invested all their money into nurturing these Dark Gold Guards. Feng could not help but think back to those players who had been lucky enough to obtain Dark Gold Guards in the past. It turns out that the difference in strength is actually so massive logically. If one possessed such a powerful guard, grinding, leveling up, and earning money should be a piece of cake. After all, field bosses were practically walking ATMs to players with Dark Gold Guards. Generally, guilds would have to organize large expeditions to raid these powerful field bosses. They even had to make enormous sacrifices to take down these bosses. On the other hand, the only task players with Dark Gold Guard had to do was search for field bosses. They could leave everything else to their personal guards to handle, even if it took 2 or 3 days to locate a single field boss. Once they killed the boss, its loot would be all theirs for the keeping. Their income would definitely be far above that of experts of God's domain yet. In the past, any player that possessed a relatively good personal guard in God's domain was extremely poor. This was because these personal guard were no different from a bottomless pit. If the equipment and skills of a personal guard did not improve along with the increase in their levels, then raiding field bosses of the same level would become much more dangerous. After all, unlike NPCs, monsters didn't need equipment. As long as their levels increased, their attributes would increase significantly as well. In contrast, a personal guard's strength was not dependent on just their attributes. They also relied heavily on their equipment and skills. They needed to continually improve themselves in order to go up against bosses of the same level when players died. At worst, they would lose a single level and a piece of equipment. However, the death of personal guards was different. Not only would they lose many levels, but their revival would also take a very long time. Not to mention, the cost of reviving personal guards could sting even top-tier experts. Hence, to reduce the possibility of their guards dying, players in the past would try to increase the strength of their personal guards as much as possible. Time flowed by quickly, while under the observation of Feng and the others. Since Blue Bamboo had dispelled all the gained buffs cast by the Crystal Wolf King on itself, its HP quickly fell to 30%. Right just then, the Wolf King's crimson eyes suddenly gave off a bloody glow, its half-transparent crystal body gradually turning crimson as well blue. Hurry up and use the scroll. Rain, you and I will join the battle. Feng instructed hurriedly once the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 30%. It would stop using the Tier 2 buff skill and start using the Tier 3 gain skill instead. Just the first stack of the buff could increase the Wolf King's strength and speed by 10%, while subsequent stacks would further enhance its strength and speed by 10%, up to a maximum of 30 stacks. In other words, the Crystal Wolf King's strength and speed could increase by as much as 300%. At that point, even a Grand Lord of the same level would not be a match for it. Hence, they needed to finish off the Crystal Wolf King before things got out handily. Its gain buff stacked up very quickly. It would gain a stack once every 10 seconds. If nobody removed this buff, in just 2 minutes' time, the Crystal Wolf's strength could rival a Grand Lord. Got it. At this time, Blue Bamboo retrieved a magic scroll from her bag and began amplifying her dispel. As the first stack of buff got removed, Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and began attacking from the Crystal Wolf King's side. Thundering flash. Chop. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. One skill after another landed on the Crystal Wolf King, each one dealing around -10,000 to -20,000 damage to the Great Lord. In contrast, Thoughtful Rain was not faring particularly well. The Crystal Wolf was an elemental being, so it possessed relatively high magic resistance in addition to its own defense. Thoughtful Rain's attacks very rarely dealt over -3,000 damage to the Great Lord when the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 3 million. Kite executed the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Hurricane's Descent. Anna also stopped holding back as she cast the Tier 2 curse, Judgment of Light. A gray cyclone promptly appeared in the sky, and like a sharp blade, it stabbed directly at the Crystal Wolf King. As for Anna's Judgment of Light, when she completed the curse, it called forth a battle angel into the battlefield. The moment the battle angel appeared, she threw a sacred golden spear at the Wolf King. Boom. -1, 045, 137-1, 274, 646. Instantly, 2 massive damages appeared above the Crystal Wolf King's head, forcing an agonized howl out of the Great Lord. The Wolf King then fell to the ground, its body paralyzed. It had obviously suffered massive injuries from the 2 attacks and entered a weakened state for a short period. The tremendous amounts of damages thoroughly stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Naturally, Feng would not let this golden opportunity pass. He immediately activated Divine Providence, followed by Flame Burst when he finished executing his 15 consecutive attacks. The Crystal Wolf King collapsed to the ground, its body completely motionless. Chapter 849, Alchemy Equipment. With the Crystal Wolf King's death, everyone's experience bars rose by a large margin. Feng reached 41% of level 40, while Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were now only 20% away from level 40. They would have to grind for just one more day at most to bridge this final gap, however. Compared to the EXP they obtained, Feng paid much more attention towards the Wolf King's loot. The Crystal Wolf King was the guardian monster of this map. Moreover, this was the first time it had been killed. Its loot would naturally be much more bountiful than usual. Sure enough, among the 10 items dropped, 5 were rare materials. As for the remaining 5, 3 were level 50 fine gold equipment, and 1 was the crystal heart that Thoughtful Rain required. With this crystal heart, she would be able to proceed to the next phase of her quest. The Witch's Sin was a chain legacy quest with a total of 5 phases. Unlike other legacy quests, where one simply had to obtain a legacy tool and activate it, the Witch's Sin allowed one to enter its legacy grounds and undertake the final trial only after the completion of a series of quests. It was much more troublesome than the legacy quests of other hidden classes. However, it was also one of the easiest legacies to encounter. Sure enough, the loot this time is good. Feng smiled as he held up a deep blue crystal bottle. This crystal bottle was neither a weapon nor equipment that combat players sought. Instead, it was an item that was in demand among lifestyle players, particularly alchemists, because this crystal bottle was Alchemy Equipment Azure Ocean Crystal Bottle, Alchemy Equipment, Secret Silver Rank. Increases the alchemy success rate by 5%, although the crystal bottle only increased the success rate of alchemy procedures by 5%. For comparison, a complete set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment provided a total increase of only 8%. Meanwhile, the complete Azure Ocean set could increase the alchemy success rate by 12%. It was a set that was highly desirable even to master alchemists, although Feng currently had only a single bottle. This item would suffice to help an intermediate alchemist get promoted to advanced alchemist quickly after reaching the advanced alchemist standard. An alchemist could begin producing all sorts of rare intermediate potions, such as the intermediate fire resistance potion and intermediate ice resistance potion. The value of these potions would skyrocket once the Eclipse Gate opened. Unfortunately, the Candlelight trading firm simply had too few advanced alchemists at the moment. Now that Feng had obtained a piece of the Azure Ocean set, it would help a lot in addressing this problem after killing the Crystal Wolf King. Feng did not remain idle. Instead, he led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo around the Crystal Forest, killing chieftains and lords, using this opportunity to gather the other set pieces of the Azure Ocean set finally. Around the time when the soul lock on Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo disappeared, he obtained an Azure Ocean test tube, which increased the alchemy success rate by 3%. After killing a Lord-ranked boss, Feng lacked just 2 more to complete the set. However, seeing as it was getting late, he had to bring Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo back to the city first. As for the remaining 2 set pieces, he could only put off collecting them for the future. White River City, an open-air restaurant close to the Candlelight trading firm. Players and horse carriages constantly traveled down the street outside the restaurant. Every one of these players in a hurry to raise themselves to level 40. All of this was due to the sudden appearance of a mount in White River City. This incident had whetted the appetites of White River City's players for mounts. At the same time, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had further increased. Previously, everyone had considered mounts to be just another mode of transportation. However, after seeing the demonic flame tiger, everyone came to understand one thing. Mounts could also assist players in battle. This was especially true for a mount like the demonic flame tiger. Its mere presence was enough to make one shudder. One could just imagine how much more help it could provide in combat. That tiger mount sure is cool. It would be great if I could have one as well. Stop dreaming. Someone on the forums is offering to buy the mount for 8 million credits right now. Even so, many people are still ridiculing that person. Ridicule? Why? That's 8 million credits we're talking about. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. If I were the owner of the Tiger mount, I would definitely sell it. Do you think that mount is worth only 8 million? Although some guilds have managed to get their hands on mounts as well, those mounts are just bronze rank, with very few being mysterious iron rank. Currently, rumor has it that the Tiger mount might be a dark gold mount. If that's true, it's the highest ranked mount currently known in God's domain. Instead of it being just a mount, it is a symbol of one's identity. Most likely, 8 million credits isn't even worth 10% of that mount. These people are just insane. I'm having a headache just trying to earn 40 gold. Who knows when I'll be able to save up that much money? It would be great if the mounts were cheaper. Of course, there's a cheaper alternative. A guild mount costs only 25 gold. However, you'll need to join a guild with a stable first. Currently, Zero Wing is the only guild in God's domain that has a stable. The number of players trying to join Zero Wing every day has nearly filled up Zero Wing's residence to the point of bursting. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have tried to join Zero Wing sooner. Zero Wing really is amazing. Right now, even super guilds have yet to construct their own stables, but Zero Wing has done so already. In a few years' time, Zero Wing might even become a new super guild. While the players on the street were busy chatting, a handsome young man wrapped in a black cloak wore a gloomy expression on his face as he sat in the open-air restaurant. Zero Wing sure is something. It's no wonder they dared to oppose King's return. The tall and beautiful woman seated beside the handsome youth said, a faint smile on her face. It's been too long since our guild has made a move. It seems that people have started to forget how frightening we actually are. In the minds of ordinary players, super guilds were merely guilds with long histories and plenty of experts. They did not understand the truly formidable aspect of super guilds. The reason why super guilds were powerful was not because of their large number of experts and vast resources, but more due to the quality of their experts. The Falcon Legion sent to kill the core members of Zero Wing was the best proof the Falcon Legion was a legion of experts King's return had secretly nurtured. Every member of the Falcon Legion could rank among the top experts of a first-rate guild. The more powerful members were even in the refinement realm already. Going up against multiple top-tier experts of first-rate guilds at the same time would be a piece of cake for these refinement realm experts now. Not only had King's return sent a 20-man team after Zero Wing's core members, but the guild had also assigned Coral, one of the team leaders of the Falcon Legion, to lead it. In addition, Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger even accompanied the team. Both these men were refinement realm experts. With such a force, annihilating Zero Wing's core members would be child's play, of course. King's return's intention was not to exterminate Zero Wing, but to give it a warning. Hopefully, Zero Wing will learn their lesson after this little warning. If they still dare to stand against me, their core members won't be the only ones to die next time, Fiend stated, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Sindhard has already departed from his guild residence and is currently heading over. It should be time for us to meet that guild leader of Zero Wing. It would indeed be difficult for King's return to thoroughly exterminate Zero Wing in one fell swoop. However, other methods could be used to deal with the guild slowly. The simplest way was to repeatedly kill the upper echelons of the guild. If the guild's upper echelons were frequently killed, their deaths would negatively impact the growth of the guild. If the situation was prolonged, guild members would lose faith in their upper echelons. In the end, members would start quitting, which would, in turn, weaken the guild. This was also the reason why the various guilds were afraid of super guilds. Just as Fiend was about to head to the Candlelight trading firm, 20 cloaked players appeared before him. These 20 players were none other than Ordinary Strangers group. Well, did you finish the mission? Fiend asked softly as he looked at Ordinary Stranger, who stood in the lead. Chapter 850, Fiend Shock. Why are you all quiet? Fiend asked sternly as he looked at Ordinary Stranger's team, which remained silent. However, Fiend's follow-up question still failed to elicit a reply from Ordinary Stranger and the others. Instead, their heads hung even lower, their complexions becoming extremely gloomy. Did you, or did you not complete the mission? Have you all become mute? Fiend asked suspiciously whether it was Ordinary Stranger or Thunder Tiger. Both of them were usually chatterboxes. Yet now neither of them had uttered even a single word. How could he not find this situation odd? After a long period of silence, Coral finally stepped forward and answered in a low tone, "We didn't complete the mission." "You didn't complete the mission?" Fiend was momentarily stunned. He then looked at Coral and demanded in a deep tone, "Tell me exactly what happened." Following which, Coral and Ordinary Stranger made a full report to Fiend after hearing their recollection. Fiend fell silent, praying Lotus, the beautiful level 39 oracle dressed in sacred white robes who was standing beside Fiend, also revealed an astonished expression. The reason for her astonishment was not because Coral and the others had died. Instead, it was because of who had ambushed them. Although Ordinary Stranger had guessed that the Cloaked Man was Black Flame, Coral had personally seen the Cloaked Man's true appearance, and he could say with 100% certainty that their ambusher was Yi Feng. Yi Feng was someone who had long since entered the list of targets to pay attention to of super guilds and super first-rate guilds. He was ridiculously strong. Even if Fiend were to take action himself, the outcome of the fight would be uncertain. Fiend's chances of suffering defeat might even be higher than Yi Feng's, hence it came to her as no surprise that Yi Feng had killed Coral and the others. If this were normal times, she could still chalk it up to Coral and the others having extremely bad luck. Unfortunately, things were not as simple as just having bad luck, and this was the part that gave her and Fiend a headache. The movements of the Falcon Legion were kept top secret. Even Fiend himself had been in the dark. For the mission this time, only the 20 players on the team had known the details. Hence, before the team had made its move, it was impossible for Zero Wing to have known about the ambush. Moreover, when Coral and the others had taken action, they had even used Soul Lock on their targets. Their ambush targets had no way to get news out unless they died and logged out of the game. As for Yi Feng appearing at that location by coincidence, that was also impossible. After all, Yi Feng had ridden around White River City on his mount for a long time, causing a huge commotion in the city. When Coral and the others took action, Yi Feng had still been in the city. Hence, Yi Feng's appearance at the Crystal Forest was definitely no coincidence. It was certain that he had only rushed to the rescue after finding out about the incident. However, just how far away was the Crystal Forest from White River City? By the time Yi Feng arrived there, even with a mount, the Falcon Legion should have long since finished their targets, yet that was not the case. Not only had Yi Feng slaughtered the Falcon Legion, but he had even managed to save his companions. The speed of his mobilization was simply staggering. This meant that dealing with the members of Zero Wing would be much more troublesome in the future. If they were not careful, they might even end up suffering a huge loss. However, they also could not afford to send out their guild's apex experts. These people usually had their own tasks to handle. How could they possibly have the time to play around with an upstart guild? Moreover, if they really did dispatch these experts, doing so would turn their guild into a laughingstock for other super guild sits. No wonder even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is helpless against Zero Wing. It turns out that they still have such a card to play. Good. Very good. Fiend exclaimed, his mouth twitching in anger. This move of Zero Wing had foiled his plans considerably. Fiend, are we still going to meet with Black Flame? Praying Lotus asked. Their initial plan had been to teach Zero Wing a lesson and let the guild know what kind of consequences awaited it should it offend King's return. Now, with the Falcon Legion's defeat, they naturally lost their deterrent against Zero Wing. Go. Of course we're going. If Sinheart thinks he can get that sum of money, he can forget about it, Fiend declared, bloodlust shining in his eyes. With a resolute tone, he added, since we can't do this subtly, we'll just use force to convince Zero Wing. I don't believe an upstart guild with no backing won't submit to King's return. Saying so, Fiend had Ordinary Stranger contact Zero Wing. White River City's teleportation hall. Suddenly, several white flashes appeared inside the building as Feng and the others returned to White River City. Once again, what a pity. It would be great if we could continue grinding for a few more hours, Blue Bamboo said in disappointment as she looked at her own experience barred during their time following Feng around. Their leveling speed simply left one speechless, with two personal guards capable of overwhelming a great lord present. Dealing with those chieftain and lord rank monsters was extremely relaxing. The crystal wolves they slaughtered as they traveled around the crystal forest also boosted their experience bars significantly. Currently, she was only 5% away from reaching level 40 at most. She would need an hour's worth of grinding to bridge that final gap. Level 40 was a relatively major milestone in God's domain. Throughout their travels, Blue Bamboo had eyed Feng's demonic flame tiger with longing. Unfortunately, she had yet to reach level 40, so she could not even give riding Feng's mount a try in God's domain. Mounts could generally carry 2 people at the same time. If a mount was of a sufficiently high rank, it could even accommodate 3 people at once. A dark gold mount like the demonic flame tiger could bear a maximum of 3 people. However, the riders had to be level 40 or above after exiting the teleportation hall. Feng summoned the demonic flame tiger. Once again, the demonic flame tiger's cool and massive body immediately attracted the gazes of the passersby. I still have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. If you encounter any problems in your quest again, just contact me or Aqua and the others, Feng said as he jumped onto his mount. He gave the demonic flame tiger a tap, and then sped towards the candlelight trading firm after Feng departed. The players on the streets promptly shifted their gazes towards Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, those 2 beauties members of Zero Wing. I saw them talking to that mount riding person just now. Could that expert be a member of Zero Wing? All sorts of ideas started popping up in people's minds. Many beautiful female players also started looking at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo with eyes filled with envy and admiration. Although they were acquainted with many experts compared to Feng, those experts were simply noobs. On the other hand, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo actually managed to make friends with an expert like Feng. It would be great if I can get a mount that's as cool as Big Brother Feng's. At that time, my classmates will definitely die of jealousy, Blue Bamboo said as she looked at Feng's departing figure admiringly. However, Thoughtful Rain, who stood beside Blue Bamboo, did not have such thoughts in her mind. Instead, she was currently pondering how she could go about improving her strength. Feng's battles had truly widened her horizons. She had never imagined that there would actually be such a huge difference between players. Candlelight Trading Firm, 2nd floor reception room. Hell Fiend, are you really going to do it? Praying Lotus asked, a frown on her face. If you do so, we'll suffer significant losses as well. I've already said that I absolutely will not let Sin Heart get that money. If Black Flame is really resolute in opposing me, I will let him know what regret tastes like. Let's see if he thinks opposing me just for a stranger like Sin Heart is worth it or not. Hell Fiend sneered and nodded decisively as Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus were waiting quietly. The doors to the room opened suddenly. Feng, who was currently in the guise of Black Flame, slowly walked up to Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus. Chapter 851, Book of Disaster. So he is Black Flame? Hell Fiend began carefully observing Feng as the swordsman approached him, although the general public did not have a clear grasp of Black Flame's strength. Practically all experts from super guilds knew just how powerful the man was. Ranked 51st on God's Domain's experts list, although the rankings on this list did not measure the exact strength of an expert. They were still useful as a reference. Someone ranked 51st on the list was unquestionably an expert who could rank at the top in any super guild. Moreover, the fact that Black Flame had managed to develop an upstart guild like Zero Wing to its current state showed that he was strong in more than just fighting, while Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus were observing Feng. Feng was also observing the 2, whether it was Hell Fiend or Praying Lotus. Both of them had been very famous experts in the past. It was especially true for Hell Fiend. During the initial stages of God's Domain, he had already become an Adjudicator of King's Return. The title of Adjudicator was not just for show. It represented King's Return's apex combat power. Even the weakest Adjudicator was a Void Realm expert. In addition, there was also an age restriction. Candidates for Adjudicator could not be over 30. In other words, no one over 30 years old could take part in the exam to become an Adjudicator. Hell Fiend had managed to become one at such a young age. 10 years later, he had even become a Tier 6 mage god that everybody knew. Ophas for the female oracle. Praying Lotus, she was similarly very amazing, although she could not compare to Hell Fiend. She had similarly been promoted into one of King's Return's Adjudicator the year or so later. In the end, she had even become a Tier 5 Red Priest. Her combat power back then had reached the peak of Tier 5. She had been in existence that countless experts looked up to. Feng had never imagined that the two people looking to talk to him would be them. "What business do you have with me?" Feng asked in a deep tone as he looked at Hell Fiend. "You can't be trying to get me to give up on the trade, right?" "Actually, we are. The reason we've come looking for you this time is indeed to have you give up on that exchange. If you give up now, our previous agreement will still take effect." Hell Fiend nodded. He then took out a tattered old book from his bag. Smiling confidently, he said, "You can take a look at this thing here. If you're not willing to give up on the exchange, it won't be the Falcon Legion taking action the next time. Instead, I'll make use of this item. You don't wish to see any accidents happening to the stone forest town that you've arduously developed, right?" This ancient book was very old. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. Its cover had long since been ruined. However, if one tried hard enough, one could still make out the faint words written on the book's cover: Abyss Summoning. The instant Feng saw these words, his heart involuntarily shook. This book was a nightmarish item in God's domain. This book itself was a disaster in God's domain. The human race was constantly at war with the Abyss. However, it was not that easy for the Abyss to invade the continent of God's domain. Abyssal monsters needed to travel through an abyss passage to enter God's domain en masse. It was extremely difficult to open an abyss passage nevertheless. This ancient book could simply do so. This ancient book was an item monster from the Dark Abyss had specifically sent over. The reason for doing so was to have the people residing on the continent of God's domain use it. The book would then act as a marker that allowed abyssal monsters to open a passage to God's domain much more readily. The opening of an abyss passage would mean that endless abyssal monsters would surge into God's domain. At that time, many kingdoms and empires would fall to the invasion. Feng had never dreamed that Hell Fiend would actually possess this item. No wonder he's so confident. So he still has such a trump card. Feng was momentarily at a loss for words as he looked at the ancient book on the table. If an abyss passage opened close to Stone Forest Town, it would indeed bring about the destruction of the town. However, opening an abyss passage was no laughing matter. In the past, a player had similarly used one such ancient book to open an abyss passage. The abyssal monsters that came out had ended up destroying an entire kingdom and even spreading to several neighboring kingdoms. The Glory Empire was only a short distance away from Starmoon Kingdom. With the scope of the abyss passage, the Glory Empire would naturally suffer from the invasion. In such a case, King's Return would not escape unscathed. Either, however, this ancient book had one more secret that was not mentioned by the system. If you don't mind losing Stone Forest Town, you can go ahead and trade with Sin Heart. Hell Fiend laughed. This ancient book was extraordinarily precious. Originally, he had not intended to use it for such a matter. After all, it could be used to deal with other super guilds in the future. Now, however, with the situation as it was, he couldn't care less about wasting the book. However, he did not believe that Feng would be so foolish. How could a measly 5 plots of land possibly compare to Stone Forest Town? Contrary to Hell Fiend's expectations, however, Feng shook his head and said very seriously, "Sorry, but I still refuse. If you wish to use this ancient book of yours, go ahead." When Praying Lotus heard Feng's reply, she stared at him with an expression of disbelief on her face. Thinking that the man did not understand the severity of the situation, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Guild Leader Black Flame, you have to think this through carefully. That's Stone Forest Town we're talking about, not an NPC city. Do you think you can fend off an endless wave of abyssal monsters?" This ancient book was extraordinary. Just the price to activate the abyss passage would cost them significantly. It would be a complete waste to use it on a small guild like Zero Wing IVE. Considered this very clearly. "If you don't have anything else, please leave. I still have many things I need to tend to," Feng said. Then he stood up and left at this time. Both Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus were stunned. A lunatic. Black Flame clearly had a mental problem. Or did he think they would not actually carry out their threat? Good. Black Flame, I applaud you. You are the first person to have earned my admiration since entering the virtual gaming world. Since you insist on doing so, I'll fulfill your wish then. I will definitely make you regret your decision today, Black Flame. Fiend laughed maniacally as he looked at Feng's receding back. We're leaving. Following which, Fiend and Praying Lotus departed the Candlelight Trading Firm Guild leader. Will helping Sindheart really be worth it? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she looked at Fiend's departing figure. She had watched everything that happened very clearly from a secret room beside the reception room. After all, two important figures from King's Return had come. How could the vice leader of Zero Wing possibly be absent from this situation? Although Sindheart was a good-natured person, they were merely acquaintances. If Feng were to abandon Stone Forest Town just because of a promise, it would be the epitome of foolishness. However, Aqua Rose also understood that it was precisely due to this personality of Feng's that she had agreed to join Zero Wing back then. If Feng were someone who readily bowed to threats, he wouldn't have so many people placing their trust in him. Right now, do you think I'm doing it just because of Sindheart? Feng could not help but laugh. If Fiend really does open up an abyss passage near Stone Forest Town, then I would have to thank him. Thank him? The abyss passage will call forth an endless wave of abyssal monsters. How could Stone Forest Town possibly defend against so many monsters? Aqua Rose asked. Confused gains and losses correspond in God's domain. That ancient book is both a disaster and an opportunity. Just like an epic quest, while terrific rewards are possible, the punishment for failure is similarly terrifying, Feng explained, smiling. Hopefully, Fiend doesn't disappoint me. Fiend could not know about the true secret of the ancient book. This secret was something that players had found out only after God's Domain had experienced such disasters multiple times. Shortly after Fiend and Praying Lotus left, Feng similarly departed the Candlelight Trading Firm. However, to avoid attracting too much attention, Feng hailed an advanced horse carriage and headed towards the library. Previously, due to thoughtful Rain's matter, he had not managed to deal with the Golden Tablets quest. Now that he was done with that matter, he naturally could not leave the tablet quest alone. However, after arriving at the library, before Feng could head to the entrance of the building, a beautiful figure suddenly intruded into his path. Blocking him. Taking a closer look, Feng discovered that the person blocking him was actually Yulan of Underworld Guild leader Black Flame. You really are difficult to find. May I know if you have time for a private chat? Yulan asked softly, smiling as she looked at the cloaked Feng. Chapter 852, Sacred Grounds. Your ability to find someone is really amazing, Feng said. However, his attention was currently not on Yulan. Instead, he was surveying his surroundings. However, even after careful observation, nothing in particular drew his eye. He did not detect anybody trailing him. Moreover, in a city, many players chose to wear a black cloak to avoid exposing themselves. Hence, cloaked players were not an uncommon sight in a city. Despite that, Yulan had still managed to locate him at this moment. Yulan wore a set of luxurious purple robes, a glowing silver staff clasped in her hand. The staff had many runes engraved on it, and Feng could faintly feel the ambient mana gathering around it. Yulan's level was similarly extraordinary. Currently, she was already a level 39 summoner. The current first-ranking player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list was only level 38, yet Yulan had already reached level 39. Her leveling speed was already on par with the experts of Super Guild's guild leader Black Flame. Is overpraising me. Why don't we find a quiet place to sit down and have a chat? Yulan revealed a meaningful smile. I have some intelligence that I know will certainly interest guild leader Black Flame. Intelligence that will interest me? Feng could not help but laugh when he heard Yulan saying so. He had already mingled in God's domain for over a decade already. In the past, he had even been the guild leader of a second-rate guild. The information he had regarding God's domain far surpassed that of any current player or guild right now. Most likely, only the secrets gathered by super guilds could possibly interest him. Ascent guild leader Black Flame interested in the holy city of Titan? Yulan asked as she revealed a confident and provocative smile. How do you know about the holy city of Titan? Feng was greatly shocked as he looked at Yulan. The holy city of Titan was one of God's domain's major secrets. Even in the past, not many players had known about the Holy City. It was a place that independent players had no chance of ever visiting. Even those who knew about the existence of the Holy City would not necessarily be able to go there. Only an extremely few large guilds were capable of visiting it generally. Only first-rate guilds and above had the ability to get to the Holy City. Although Shadow had been a second-rate guild in the past, it was only after joining hand with many guilds, as well as having the powerful Immortal Light Guild of that time taking the lead, that Feng had managed to get a glimpse of the Holy City of Titan. The Holy City of Titan was originally a city where the Titans resided. It was once an extremely powerful city, capable of going up against even gods. However, after the war between the gods, the city had weakened significantly. Even so, it was still much more powerful than the current 4 great empires of God's domain, and was roughly Blackwing City's match and greatly respected by the various kingdoms and empires of God's domain. However, the Holy City of Titan was different from Blackwing City. Blackwing City was more of a place for players to conduct trade at. Titan City, on the other hand, was a place meant for nurturing players. It had been titled a sacred training ground by many players. The reason for this was because the mana density at Titan City was much denser than in most locations in the outside world. Aside from being a sacred training ground for combat players, Titan City was also a sacred ground for lifestyle players. Due to the excellent environmental conditions there, lifestyle players would have their production success rates improve considerably. In addition, the chance of obtaining lifestyle designs at the grinding spots around Titan City was much higher than at other locations. Hence, many lifestyle players yearned to visit the Holy City of Titan. However, Titan City was not a place that just any player could visit. Similar to Blackwing City, one needed to obtain a pass. However, the drop rate for Titan City's pass was much lower than Blackwing City's. Moreover, only level 30, 100-man large-scale team dungeons or above had a chance of dropping the pass. Although Feng had thought of going to Titan City, until now, not a single team in Zero Wing had managed to obtain a pass for Titan City. In Feng's opinion, though, this was a very normal occurrence. The drop rate for that item was simply too low. Obtaining it in level 30 or level 40 dungeons was practically impossible. Only after reaching level 50 would 100-man team dungeons have a slightly higher possibility of dropping the pass. Even so, the probability was only 1 in 1,000. In other words, one had to raid 1,000 100-man team dungeons to obtain a pass to Titan City. Moreover, the drop rate for the pass was unaffected by one's luck attribute. Hence, Feng had excluded the Holy City of Titan when thinking of ways to nurture guild experts. That method simply relied too heavily on luck. It seems guild leader Black Flame really does know about Titan City. That will make the following discussion easier. Yulan smiled. I have a pass to go to that place. Have I managed to catch your interest now? You've got me. Feng could not help but laugh. He had never imagined that this woman before him would actually be so capable. A pass to the Holy City of Titan. The value of this item far surpassed that of an epic weapon. In the past, some guilds had even been willing to pay 20,000 gold just for a pass. Unfortunately, no guild was willing to sell this item. After all, the value of going to Titan City was far above 20,000 gold, following which Feng followed Yulan to a high-class restaurant. The restaurant was located in the Nobles District, so the prices here were way beyond the means of independent players. As a result, Feng and Yulan were the only players within the restaurant. Inside a quiet VIP room on the second floor, Feng and Yulan quietly sat facing each other. Miss Yulan, I'm very curious. With Underworld's power, you guys should have a high chance of getting through the entrance trial. Why have you come looking to cooperate with me? Feng asked curiously. Guild leader Black Flame. Surely you jest. Underworld has existed for a long time already. Like those super guilds, the power structure inside the organization is very complicated. Everyone has their own opinions and motives. For example, Feng Xinyang and I are under different superiors. How could Underworld possibly compare to a straightforward organization like Zero Wing? Yulan laughed. This Titan City's pass is something I just happened to chance upon. Nobody in the guild has found out about it yet. However, with my own abilities, it is very difficult to get through the entrance trial. In addition, I only have 3 chances to challenge the trial. I won't gain anything if I fail all 3 chances. Hence, I thought of asking for your help, Guild Leader Blackflame. So that's the case. Feng found Yolan's words readily convincing. After all, if even Ouroboros had faced such problems, what more an organization like Underworld? Then, what kind of remuneration are you prepared to give me in return for my help, Miss Yolan? Since Guild Leader Black Flame knows of the holy city of Titan, you should also know of the value of a pass to the city. As long as we get through the entrance trial, I'll give 30 slots to you. How about it? Yolan said, gnashing her teeth in reluctance. Say, single pass could allow a maximum of 100 players in a Titan city. However, the difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was very high. With just her subordinates, she was unlikely to pass it. They needed the help of several powerful experts. Otherwise, she would not be willing to offer so many slots that won't do. I want half. I can't help you if you don't give me half of the slots. Feng shook his head. Guild Leader Black Flame, this is simply daylight robbery. I am only trying to borrow a few experts from your guild, yet you want half of the slots. I might as well rely on myself to get through the trial if this is your price. Yolan countered as she glared at Feng. She had never imagined that Feng would be so black-hearted. If Feng were not someone known to keep his word, she would have long since sought out other experts. Then, she wouldn't have to give away any of her limited slots. Just paying some coins would suffice. Chapter 853, Entrance Trial. Yolan took a deep breath. In a very determined tone, Yolan said, I'll offer 5 more slots at most. Based on her investigations, Titan City was an excellent location to nurture lifestyle players nowadays. The impact lifestyle players had on the game was increasing. The various large guilds were all investing heavily in lifestyle players in the hopes of nurturing many more powerful lifestyle players. It was especially true for forging and alchemy lifestyle players in addition. Enchanting, tailoring, engineering, and other fields were also becoming increasingly important in the game. If she could nurture a group of high-ranking lifestyle players, she could use them to earn large sums of money in the future. Hence, every slot to Titan City was of utmost importance, as these slots would become the capital for stabilizing and elevating her position in Underworld. I believe that Miss Yolan should have challenged the entrance trial once already. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come looking for me. So, I'm sure you are very clear about how difficult the trial is. It is not a problem that can be resolved easily with just a few more experts. If you fail all 3 challenges, then the pass will automatically become invalid. At that time, not to mention 50 slots, you won't even get a single slot. Feng had no intention of changing his mind. The slots to enter the holy city of Titan were equally important to the Candlelight trading firm. Moreover, the trading firm had many more members to nurture. A meager 35 slots were far from enough. Even if he missed out on this chance, at most, he would just have the Dark Gods Legion and the main force raid more 100-man team dungeons in the various NPC cities in God's domain. Even in Imperial capitals, the only locations that could improve a lifestyle player's production success rate were workshops. However, Titan City was different. Aside from workshops, there were also research rooms meant for various lifestyle classes. Not only could these research rooms increase a player's improvement rate, but the production success rate increases were much higher than even in special workshops. As long as the Candlelight trading firm nurtured a large number of advanced forgers and alchemists, it would be able to produce many more rare products, particularly strengthening devices and various items that increased fire and ice resistance. Since the time Feng left Blackwing City, the selling price of the strengthening device at the Blackwing auction house only increased and never decreased. As long as the item appeared in the auction house, someone would immediately purchase it. Previously, he thought that 2,000 pieces would be around the amount the market could stomach. Now, however, it seemed that even the additional 3,000 pieces he had scheduled to sell would not be enough to satisfy the market's appetite. Even before these 3,000 strengthening devices sold out, he had already accumulated over 30,000 gold. He was earning far more than his initial projections at this moment. Feng could not help but wish he could make more strengthening devices. Obtaining the design for the item was not much of a problem. After all, he only needed to raid level 50 or above Great Lords to get them. With a godly skill like Divine Providence, one out of every handful of Great Lords he killed would definitely drop the design. The problem was that, even if he managed to obtain a large number of designs, the Candlelight trading firm did not have that many advanced forgers to learn them. Are you absolutely confident of clearing the entrance trial? Yulan frowned. She had never imagined that Feng would have such a deep understanding of the entrance trial. The difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was greater than even that of a 100-man team dungeon. Otherwise, she would not have come looking for Feng. She would have long since monopolized the entry slots herself. I won't say absolutely, but I'm at least over 70% certain. Feng laughed. He had visited the holy city of Titan multiple times in his previous life, so he was very familiar with the holy city's entrance trial. The system set the difficulty of the trial based on the levels of the players undertaking it, so players would always feel that the trial's difficulty was the same, regardless of when they challenged it. Getting into Titan City depended on the overall strength of the team. With Zero Wing's current strength and his understanding of the trial, he was far more than just 70% certain of making it to Titan City. Yulan fell silent upon hearing Feng's words. Even with Underworld going all out, its chances of getting through the entrance trial was far from reaching 70%. Worse, if she were to attempt it with just her own team, her success rate would be 20% at most. Moreover, the pass gave only 3 chances to challenge the trial. She had already failed once. If she relied on her own team, it was simply impossible for them to get through it. Indeed, just as Feng had said, if she could not clear the trial, then this pass of hers would be worth nothing. Moreover, looking at Feng's calm and confident behavior, he did not seem to be boasting. Demand for advanced lifestyle players was continuously increasing nowadays. The sooner she could nurture more advanced lifestyle players, the greater the advantage she would hold in the future. She could not afford to sit still and wait for her team to grow stronger in the end. Yulan could not help but sigh as she conceded, "All right, as long as you manage to clear the entrance trial, I'll give you 50 slots. However, I also have a condition. You need to clear the trial within 3 days." "Deal. I'll have to make some preparations first. I'll contact you when the time comes." Feng's thoughts paralleled Yulan's. The sooner they entered Titan City, the better. Moreover, many rare designs were obtainable only at the holy city of Titan and nowhere else, following which, the two of them established a contract between themselves. Shortly after Feng left, an assassin youth entered the VIP room fully garbed in silvery gray leather armor. This assassin should be roughly 18 or 19 years old, based on his appearance. However, his level was extremely high. He was actually level 38. Far beyond the reach of ordinary experts right now. Big Sis Yulan, aren't we giving Zero Wing a little too much? That's 50 advanced lifestyle players we're talking about. Who knows how much money we'll have to spend to nurture that many advanced lifestyle players. Won't it be fine if we look to Heaven's Burial or the Star Alliance for help? Instead, these two guilds aren't beneath Zero Wing in terms of strength. Moreover, we also wouldn't have to pay such a huge price if we employ their help. The assassin youth was very furious about the conditions Feng proposed. The Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial more or less possess a connection with Underworld. If we get them to help us, the possibility of the others from Underworld finding out about Titan City is very high. However, we won't have such a problem with Zero Wing, Yulan said, shaking her head. Besides, Zero Wing is filled with experts. They'll have a much higher possibility of clearing the entrance trial. Being able to enter Titan City securely is much more important than saving a few more slots for ourselves. Although the assassin youth did not make any further retort to Yulan's words, he inwardly still felt very dissatisfied. Back when they had entered the entrance trial, they had all been brimming with confidence. They had all thought that the trial was just a small matter. However, once the battle began, they found out that their thoughts had been too optimistic. The entrance trial was not something a 100-man team dungeon could compare to. The two were on entirely different levels. Even if Zero Wing's experts challenged the entrance trial, the outcome would be the same. White River City's library. After Feng entered the library, He immediately made his way to the top floor of the building. Compared to the last time he had come here, the security in front of Starmoon Hall was much stricter. Tier 3 knights filled the place. Even his identity as a demon hunter would not have gotten him entry into the hall, if not for his identity as a Count of White River City. The most he would have been able to do now was stand at the entrance of the hall walking inside. Feng was immediately greeted by the sight of the white-robed Charlene sitting before a table and quietly observing a floating crystal ball. Magic arrays encircled her as she radiated an incredibly powerful aura. Even Feng found himself paralyzed when bathed in this aura, fourfold magic array. An expression of disbelief appeared on Feng's face. It would be understandable if this pressure he was feeling was due to a domain released by an NPC. However, Charlene did not have her domain out right now. This pressure he was currently experiencing was only a side effect of the mana gathered at the magic array. Just what kind of spell is this? It is actually this strong. At this moment, there was an image displayed inside the crystal ball. Meanwhile, this image was none other than the scene of the Blackwing auction house under the effects of space freeze. The crystal ball had completely locked on to the appearance and aura of the mysterious youth back then. His every action was clearly replicated in the crystal ball. However, when the mysterious youth vanished from Blackwing City, the crystal ball suddenly cracked and shattered into countless tiny pieces. In the end, the broken fragments of the crystal ball ignited into silver flames before disappearing into nothingness. Chapter 854, Ancient Spell. Soul Fire. Feng's expression immediately tensed when he saw the burning flame. This was not his first time to encounter this flame. Soul Fire was a flame capable of causing great damage to players, inflicting extremely severe death penalties. Even more severe than having their immortal soul absorbed. To put it simply, Soul Fire was a flame that players should avoid coming into contact with at all costs. As the crystal ball disintegrated into nothingness, the silver flames immediately transformed into a leopard. Over 2 meters tall, burning silver flames covered the leopard's entire body, and wherever its 4 paws stepped, the stone floor underfoot became molten magma. Anyone seeing this scene would feel their hearts shudder and would try to get as far as possible from the silver leopard. However, Feng could not run away, even if he wanted to. The oppression of the fourfold magic array aside, the leopard itself was an extraordinary level 200 mythic monster, the equivalent of a level 200 tier 4 NPC. Such a monster could instantly kill any current player, even if Feng were at his peak during his previous life. The only thing he could have done if he encountered such a monster was run away as fast as he could. Fortunately, this leopard form from Soulfire did not seem interested in Feng. Instead, its pitch-black eyes stared at Charlene, who was lounging on a reading chair. In the next moment, the leopard transformed into a streak of silver light as it pounced at Charlene. The leopard was so fast that Feng did not even manage to react before it appeared in front of her. What a feisty little cat you are. I was just looking into your owner's movements, yet you actually came all this way to pick a fight, Charlene said, eyeing the silver leopard pouncing at her, as if she was just looking at a cute little animal. Suddenly, her left arm turned into a blur as she grabbed the silver leopard by the scruff of its neck. In the next moment, something unbelievable happened. The silver leopard, which was originally over 2 meters tall, actually began shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye, until it was no larger than a little kitten. No matter how hard it fought, it couldn't escape Charlene's grasp. The only thing it could do was bare its tiny fangs and swipe its puny paws at her, while emitting threatening hisses, following which Charlene took out a crimson crystal ball and did a short chant. The silver leopard then transformed into a streak of light and entered the crystal ball. Trapped inside the crystal ball, the silver leopard still tried struggling, but its efforts were all for naught. It couldn't escape the bindings of the crimson ball. Feng was incomparably stunned as he witnessed this scene from a distance. Charlene had actually just played around with a level 200 mythic monster, as if it were a toy. Rather than a tier 5 red priest, she seemed more on the level of a tier 6 god. So you've come. After Charlene was done dealing with the silver leopard, her golden eyes slowly shifted towards Feng. Smiling faintly, she said, After not meeting you for some time, I see that you've landed yourself in yet more trouble. Before you have even dealt with the matter of the Lord of Balrogs, you have earned yourself yet another curse. I really don't know whether you've been blessed by the goddess of fate or fancied by the goddess of misfortune. Cursed? Sure, Feng frowned. He then gave himself a thorough look, as well as checked his status window. However, he did not discover any abnormalities with himself. Don't bother. Ordinary mortals won't be able to detect it. Charlene shook her head lightly. She then walked up to Sure Feng. Stretching one of her flawless fingers towards him, she began drawing one line of divine runes after another like golden ribbons. The glorious, golden divine runes wrapped around Sure Feng. As the number of divine runes increased, the mana fluctuations surrounding him began weakening. After a short moment, his surroundings were devoid of mana. This form of mana nullification was different from the silencing skills used by players, which only froze the flow of mana. What Charlene used thoroughly erased the existence of mana with the absence of mana in his surroundings. Sure Feng felt as if his brain was suffering from oxygen deficiency. Momentarily, his vision blurred a bit. His mind grew somewhat dizzy as well, his control over his body dulling slightly, but in the next moment, a silver chain with the thickness of a finger appeared, extending from Sure Feng's chest. When this chain went beyond the mana nullification field, it quickly became invisible once again, as if it had never existed. What's this? Sure Feng could not help his surprise. This was his first time seeing such a situation. Moreover, with the appearance of this chain, he could clearly feel himself continuously weakening. This is your curse. This silver chain is a soul chain, and it is bound to your soul. You can consider this a parting gift that mysterious youth left for you when he escaped, Charlene said, her cherry-red lips hooking up into a smile. Chuckling softly, she continued, how about it? Are you feeling a little anxious now? Sure Feng could not help but roll his eyes at Charlene. Even if he were stupid, he could tell that this curse was no trifling matter. A single mistake could very well send him to the netherworld. Problems related to the soul were the most frightening thing to players. After all, failure to deal with such problems would not end with just suffering a simple death. It was very likely that his entire account would be crippled. How could he not feel anxious? Can this curse be removed? Sure Feng asked in response. However, Charlene spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Even you can't remove it? Sure Feng was far more shocked now. Charlene was definitely one of the strongest NPCs he had ever encountered in his entire gaming career in God's domain. If even such an NPC was incapable of helping him, one could just imagine what a stinking pile of trouble he had landed himself in this time. This thing here is a soul chain. It is a super spell that has been passed down since ancient times. I am not a god, so how can I possibly remove it? Charlene rolled her eyes at Sure Feng. Snappily, she continued, however, you don't have to fall into despair, either. There are two methods to remove this curse of yours. The first method is to remove the curse using force, while the second method is to kill the person who placed this curse on you. Since you can't remove the curse, the only option left for you is to kill the person who had cursed you in the first place. Sure Feng was immediately rendered speechless. He wanted to, but did he have this kind of ability? Not to mention himself during his peak, even a Tier 5 Apex expert would have a small chance of defeating that mysterious youth. Most likely, only Tier 6 God-ranked players would be capable of dealing with him. However, God's domain was currently in its infant stages. There was not a single Tier 2 player in existence yet. So, just where was he supposed to find Tier 6 players? Relax, I'm not telling you to kill that youth yourself. With this weak little body of yours, a sneeze from that person would blow you into smithereens. All you need to do is find his whereabouts. Charlene could not help but giggle as she eyed Sure Feng's slightly ugly complexion. Although I've used a tracking spell, that person is extremely adept at hiding his trail. Even I can't locate him. However, you're different. The other end of the soul chain wrapped around your body is in his hands. As long as you follow the soul chain, you will be able to locate him easily. At that time, all you need to do is contact me. System, Legendary Quest, Lost Magic, Accepted Quest Content. Locate the youth who has cursed you. Rewards unknown, but how will I find him? If I'm not inside this magic nullification field, I won't be able to see the chain at all. Feng was inwardly at a loss for words after hearing the very simplified system notification.
Chapter 368. Due to Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong's public confession, the left Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Personnel, who was framed for treason 14 years ago, was finally vindicated today. A rank 4 official of the Imperial Court was exterminated because of false accusations. This was a great insult to the Imperial Court and the Great Zhou. Although His Majesty had issued a decree to declare Lord Li's innocence, what had happened could never be undone. Outside the Imperial City, the commoners were filled with righteous indignation when they saw the notice posted on the city wall. The culprits from back then could have been pardoned with the death exemption medallion. Why was Lord Zhou banished? Lord Li was loyal to the Emperor and his country. In the end, the lives of his family were worth less than a few broken medallions? The reality is even more absurd than the dramas. How sad, how sad. Have you seen the new drama, Zhao's Orphan? It's clearly about Lord Li. Not yet. Hearing you say that, I'll have to go and take a look. In a mansion in the southern courtyard. The Duke of Nanyang, who had been pardoned with the death exemption medallion but lost his position as the Minister of Personnel, frowned deeply and said in a gloomy voice, Zhou Zhong is only banished. These crimes are enough for him to die twice. His Majesty is obviously siding with him. A person beside him said, forget it. It's just a matter of time. How many of the criminals who have been banished have been able to live for more than half a year? The Duke of Nanyang said indignantly, I can't take this lying down. It took me more than 10 years to climb to this position. Because of Zhou Zhong, I have nothing now. I can't wait to kill him. That person was silent for a moment before saying, even if you want to kill him, you can't do it now. Once he leaves the capital, no one will care if he's dead or alive. Right now, there's another important matter. The Duke of Nanyang asked, what is it? The person said, have you forgotten that Li Yi's daughter is still imprisoned in the Imperial Clan Temple? After being reminded by him, Commandery Prince Nanyang recalled that this matter had started because Li Yi's daughter had assassinated 5 Imperial Court officials to avenge her father. This had triggered the old case. However, in recent days, his attention had been focused on the old case and he had completely forgotten about this matter. That person continued, during this period of time, that Li Mu went in and out of the Zongjing Temple many times. He would visit this woman almost every day. It seems that they knew each other before. The reason he wanted to reverse the verdict for Li Yi was probably because of this woman. Royal Prince Nanyang narrowed his eyes and said, these are 2 completely different cases. I would like to see how Li Mu will save her, unless he can convince His Majesty to grant him a death exemption medallion. The person next to him had a playful smile on his face as he said, a large part of the reason for Li Yi's death was because he opposed the death exemption golden medallion. If he used the death exemption golden medallion to save that woman, then it would be the biggest joke. If he didn't use the death exemption golden medallion, then the woman would be dead. What choice would he make? Royal Prince Nanyang asked, what if he really begs His Majesty to grant him the death exemption golden medallion? Bewitching the Son of Heaven, treacherous officials who will harm the country. Murderous intent appeared in that person's eyes as he said, clean up the Emperor's subordinates and punish treacherous officials. Northern County. Countless people gathered under the city walls and looked at the notice posted on the city walls. They were pointing and discussing. Most of the commoners were illiterate and only came to join in the fun. They did not know what was going on. Someone scratched his head and asked, is there anyone who is illiterate? Help me take a look. What is written on this notice? Let me take a look. A middle-aged scholar squeezed into the crowd. After looking at the notice, he said, it says that more than 10 years ago, there was a high-ranking official who served the country and the people in the divine capital. Because he offended the nobles, he was framed for treason and his entire family was executed. A few days ago, the imperial court cleared his name. The northern county was far away from the divine capital. The commoners did not know what happened in the divine capital, nor did they know the high-ranking officials in the divine capital. However, someone was confused and said, "Why does this sound like the play that the Yunyan Pavilion put on a few days ago?" The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, "This play was actually written for him. This lordly used to be a good official who was loved by the commoners. In the divine capital, he was called Li Qing Tian by the commoners. Unfortunately, he always worked for the commoners and went against the nobles. After offending the nobles, he was framed and his entire family was exterminated. He was wronged for more than 10 years. If not for his daughter avenging her father by killing the officials who framed him back then and alerting the imperial court, no one would have cleared his name. There's actually such a thing. It's even more dramatic than a play, even I want to watch that play. Unfortunately, I don't have the money," who did not like to listen to plays. However, to the commoners, being able to eat and wear was already a luxury. Wouldn't it be better to spend a few coins to buy steamed rice? Spending money to listen to plays was the life of the rich. At this moment, someone asked, "Don't you know that the Yunyan Pavilion is not paying for the plays these days?" Someone was shocked. "There's such a good thing. It's not just the Yunyan Pavilion. In the past few days, there's also a stage set up by the official road outside the city. It's free to perform. Those who have the money can attend it. Those who don't have the money can also attend it, so the stage at the city gate is for watching plays. If they said that it's free, I would have gone to watch it. Let's go together, wait for me." The commoners did not have much entertainment, so they were naturally happy to watch a play that they could watch for free. The Yunyan Pavilion's theater was filled to the brim. The area around the stage outside the city was also filled with commoners. It was the slack period, so there were not many opportunities like this. The commoners in the surrounding area carried stools before the sun rose. The play was called The Orphan of the Zhao Family. It told the story of an official of the Zhao family from the previous dynasty. Because he often sought justice for the commoners, he offended the nobles in the capital. He was framed by a treacherous official and his family was exterminated. The surviving orphan of the Zhao family endured for many years to avenge his family. The story of the play was twisted and bizarre, with climax after climax. At the end, the orphan of the Zhao family killed the treacherous official with his own hands to avenge his father. It was so satisfying that the commoners could not help but think of Do-Yi's injustice. The commoners loved to watch plots where good had good karma and evil had evil retribution. This was not the only reason why the play was so popular. It was also because the content of the play was not fabricated. Instead, it was based on the original. The official of the Zhao family in the play was Li Yi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, whose entire family was exterminated because of the crime of treason. The empress had already informed the 36 counties of the great Zhou of his injustice. Most of the commoners knew about it. Sigh, he's already dead. What's the use of redressing the injustice? Why can those people still use the death exemption golden medallion to save their lives? They should all be buried with that lord. It's a pity that the imperial court is controlled by those people. That lord's daughter had no way to redress the injustice. She was forced to take revenge on those corrupt officials. I wonder how the imperial court will deal with her. What else can they do? They'll definitely give her the death penalty. After all, she violated the law. *T the law. Is the law used to protect the murderer? The law can't give justice to others, but it doesn't allow them to seek justice for themselves. Why can those people continue to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth after framing others and destroying their families? Why can't even leave behind the last bloodline of those who were wrongfully killed? What kind of *T justice is this? The imperial court announced this to the world and let the commoners of the 36 counties know about this matter. They originally wanted to give justice to Li Yi. Unexpectedly, after the commoners learned about the inside story, they became even angrier. The official who was framed for treason was redressed, but what about those who harmed him back then? They were still alive and well and continued to be people above others. However, that lord's only descendant was going to be executed. What was the point of such redressing? The so-called law was only used to restrain the commoners. Those nobles could treat the law as nothing. With a token, they could avoid the death penalty. In their eyes, the commoners were no different from livestock that could be killed at will. Under such anger, someone finally could not help but say, if that lord's bloodline is cut off, there will really be no justice. Why don't we protest the imperial court with blood and protect that lord's bloodline? As soon as this was said, it immediately received the response of many people below the stage. I agree. Count me in. My family sells cloth. I'll pay for the cloth used for the bloodletter. I'll go back and ask the village chief to mobilize the entire village. In just a short day, there was a bloodletter movement in the North County. The angry commoners ran around and tens of thousands of commoners pressed their fingerprints on the white cloth. Regarding this, the North County government watched from the sidelines. At the same time, in Yentai County, a few commoners walked out of the theater and discussed among themselves. So County Officer Yu is the prototype of the villain in the play. He really deserves to die. To think that I felt sad for him. He framed a good person in exchange for a promotion. Too hateful. I heard that someone outside the city wrote a blood letter to protest the imperial court. I'm going. Do you want to come? Let's go. Yushan County. So this is the reason why the two lords died. The case back then has been investigated. Even if they didn't die, they would be beheaded by the imperial court. Pfft, they deserved it. Danyang County. Nanyang County. Yuntai County. In just a few days, similar things happened in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. After the local government learned of the inside story, to prevent civil unrest, they ordered the commoners to stop gathering. However, the letter was secretly passed down from village to village, Shindu. After the case was revealed, the punishment for the people involved in the case back then was quickly implemented. Other than a few main culprits, the officials who joined forces to impeach Li Yi back then were just following the trend. Now, they were only fined their salaries and were not punished too much. Just by punishing a few main culprits, there was already a huge loophole in the 6 ministries. The 3 provinces were also in a mess. If the accomplices were to be held accountable one by one, the imperial court would probably completely collapse. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Qin Jian, had already been executed. As for the others, because they had the death exemption token, no one could do anything to them. In the hall of the secretariat, Li Mu opened a letter. The contents of the letter were about an official urging the imperial court to quickly deal with the assassination of the 5 officials. Chapter 369. In fact, all the things that had happened in the divine capital these days revolved around the murder of several imperial court officials. The reason why few people mentioned this matter was that most people were attracted by Li Yi's old case. Now that the old case had been clarified, those who should be rehabilitated had been rehabilitated, and those who should be sentenced had been sentenced. The original case had been pushed to the forefront again. The headmaster had notified almost all the subsects to help Li Mu obtain the book of 10,000 people from the various counties. Based on the feedback from Mount Baiyun, the progress of this matter had been pushed forward by more than half. Now was not the time. Li Mu closed the memorial and put it aside. In the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at an official and asked, "Are you sure the memorial has been handed in?" "It has been 3 days. Why is there no news at all?" The official scratched his head with a puzzled look and said, "It has been handed in. I personally handed it in." "Is it still going through the process?" "The Central Secretariat is going through the process." "Why would it take so long?" Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, you are the head of the Central Secretariat. Can't you urge him?" Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Uncle, you don't know. I am in charge of the Ministry of Works. The memorials related to the Ministry of Justice are directly handed to Li Mu. After Li Mu deals with them, they will be handed to the Assistant Minister. If Li Mu doesn't put them in, the memorial can't be handed in at all." "Sure enough," Commandery Prince Nanyang said with a sullen face, "He and Li Yi's daughter are unclear. He will definitely cover for her. The memorial can't be handed to the Central Secretariat. It should be handed directly to His Majesty." The official nodded and said, I will try. Changle Palace. Li Mu opened a memorial. It was still asking the imperial court to deal with Li Qing. Whether it was the handwriting or the content, it was exactly the same as what he saw 3 days ago. This official was rather persistent. Li Mu noted down the name of this official from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, and put the memorial aside. After calculating the time, he stood up and walked to the imperial kitchen. The Empress took Xiao Bai to the imperial kitchen to admire the flowers. Before she returned, Li Mu had to prepare lunch. 3 days later. Royal Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Commandery Prince Nanyang paced around the room and asked, why is there still no news? The official was also puzzled and said, I don't know either. At this moment, a servant walked in and whispered a few words into Duke Nanyang's ear. Commandery Prince Nanyang was taken aback and asked, Book of 10,000 people? The servant nodded and said, someone from King Ping's mansion came to pass on the news. Someone is urging the people in the various counties to write a petition to plead for mercy for that woman. Commandery Prince Nanyang snorted coldly and said, so that's what he's planning. If this matter attracted the attention of the people in the 36 counties and caused them to write a petition to the people, the imperial court might really compromise. After all, the people's hearts were the foundation for the continuation of the great show. If it was only the Luoyang, it would be fine. However, if the people of the 36 counties all pleaded for mercy for that woman, even the law would have to give in. If they also had the book of 10,000 people when they were sentenced, then he would still be the Minister of Personnel now. If he couldn't get something, then no one else could. Commandery Prince Nanyang's expression was cold as he said, although I don't know who gave him the idea, it's impossible for him to save Li Yi's daughter. How dare he hold the people's hearts hostage and make the Ministry of Personnel send the consecrated department to destroy all the book of 10,000 people. After all these years of operation, the Ministry of Personnel had been built into an iron bucket by him. The people in the Ministry of Personnel were all officials of the old party. Although he wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel, he still had absolute control over it. When the official named Wang Luan heard this, he bowed and said, I'll make the arrangements right away. In a certain county. In front of a temporary stage built outside the city, an actor who had just finished his performance took out a roll of silk and said, the book of 10,000 people is only a few hundred people away. Everyone, please sign your names on this and do your part to protect the bloodline of the loyal officials. After listening to the play, the people were already enraged. They were filled with righteous indignation as they pressed their fingerprints on the silk. The material used to leave their fingerprints was originally made of cinnabar. However, some people directly bit their fingertips in anger and left their fingerprints on the silk. Not long after, the people gradually dispersed. An actor looked at the densely packed fingerprints on the silk and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, it should be enough. Just as they were about to leave, a few powerful auras suddenly approached above their heads. Several figures floated down from the sky and said coldly, the consecrated department is handling the case. Leave the book of 10,000 people and we can let you go. 15 minutes later. The consecrated department's mouths were stuffed with rags and tied to a tree. The actors flew into the air and flew into the distance. I didn't expect that we, the disciples of the Fulu school, would come out to perform. The person that the imperial court wants to execute is the disciple of the sect master, which is our martial uncle. In order to save martial uncle, this is something that should be done. Didn't you see that even our master has personally come? Let's not talk about it anymore. The book of 10,000 people for this county has been collected. When we return and hand it in, everyone will be able to obtain an earth-ranked Fulu. Such a good thing should be given more. After many days, Li Mu once again saw Yuzhen Zi in his home. Yuzhen Zi stepped into the courtyard and waved his hand. Many bolts of cloth floated in front of Li Mu. These bolts of cloth were covered with red fingerprints. They were clearly ordinary cloth, but they emitted powerful auras, forcing Lu Han Yen, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai to retreat. When the auras swept over Li Mu, they seemed to resonate with some aura on his body and gently passed through him. Yuzhen Zi said, these are the book of 10,000 people for the 36 counties. Li Mu put away the 36 bolts of cloth and said, many thanks, senior sister. Yuzhen Zi said, Senior Brother Sect Master said that if the Great Zhou Court does not distinguish between good and evil, then there is no need to stay in the divine capital. It is better to return to the Fulu school as soon as possible to raise your cultivation and prepare to succeed the Sect Master. Li Mu smiled and said, I believe in His Majesty. Although the Great Zhou Court was not worth it, within the divine capital, there was still someone like Li Mu who was worth it. In recent days, many officials in the imperial court had submitted memorials, requesting that Li Yi's daughter be severely punished. However, the memorials they submitted were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no response. During the morning court session, an official finally could not bear it anymore. An official from the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, reporting to His Majesty, under the circumstances of Li Yi's case being unclear, Li Yi's daughter assassinated 5 officials of the imperial court. Such behavior is truly too vile. If she is not severely punished, it will not be enough to uphold the law and establish the prestige of the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up. Zhang Chun looked at him and said, Sir, your words are incorrect. How could Lord Li's daughter not know whether or not he committed treason? Those 5 people were the main culprits who framed Lord Li back then. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. If they did not die, they should be executed today. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said, the nation has its own laws. If they are guilty, the imperial court will judge them. It is not up to her to execute them privately. Zhang Chun said mockingly, the imperial court. Lord Li has been wronged for 14 years. Has the imperial court had any intention of overturning the case for him? On the other hand, the officials who framed him back then were all in high positions, from 4th to 3rd rank officials. How do you expect people to trust the imperial court? The official from the Ministry of Personnel said coldly, this is also not a reason for her to kill. If we forgive her, how can we uphold the law? Zhang Chun retorted, if we uphold the law, how can we uphold the will of the people? The two of them were in a heated argument. Shang Wanli walked out from behind the curtain and said, silence. The Empress's voice was heard from behind the curtain. What do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Usually, the highest-ranking officials would be the first to speak on this topic. However, people like the head of the Secretariat and the ministers of the 6 ministries would not quarrel with others in the imperial court. Most of the time, it was the officials below them who spoke on their behalf. After a brief silence, some officials stood up one after another. I think that Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel has a point. One case is another case. These 2 cases should not be mixed together. Lord Li Yi has been wrongly accused, but his daughter has indeed violated the law. Seeing these people step forward, many officials sighed in their hearts. Although that was the case, the imperial court still owed their family in Li Yi's case. If they still wanted to execute his daughter, then what was the point of overturning the case for him? However, because of Li Yi's overturning of the case, both the new and old parties were deeply involved. Even if they had different opinions, they did not dare to speak out. After another official seconded the motion, a figure finally walked out from the crowd. The officials in the imperial court all looked at him. These days, everything that happened in the imperial court was caused by Li Mu alone. This time, he was probably one of the people who wanted to protect Li Yi's daughter. Li Mu walked to the front of the hall and did not express his opinion. He only said calmly, I would like your Majesty and all the officials to see something first. With a wave of his hand, a pile of things suddenly appeared in the crepe myrtle hall. There were a total of 36 pieces of what looked like cloth and silk. They slowly flew into the air, then connected together and slowly unfolded. A shocking scene appeared in everyone's eyes. The 36 pieces of cloth connected together formed a huge canvas that was 200 feet long. The canvas was densely covered with blood-red fingerprints. As the canvas unfolded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out. Under the impact of this aura, the officials in the hall could not help but retreat. Some even fell on their buttocks. Only a small number of people were able to remain standing under the impact of this aura. Behind Li Mu, several officials who had just stood up and suggested that Li Qing be severely punished retreated more than 10 steps. One of them even directly withdrew from the crepe myrtle hall. An official looked at the huge canvas in front of him and saw the faint smell of blood on it. He murmured, "A blood letter of the people, a blood letter of the people condensed from the power of faith of the people." Li Mu stood in front of the canvas and slowly said, "Lord Li was loyal and patriotic, but because of a scoundrel's framing, his entire family died in vain. The imperial court owes the Li family too much. The people of 36 counties, 360,000 people, plead your majesty for mercy." Chapter 370. In the crepe myrtle palace, the 36 scrolls of the Book of the People floated in front of the officials. Although there were no words on the unfurled white cloth, the fingerprints and palm prints represented the wishes of the people. The will of the people could not be deceived, nor could it be defied. This was the foundation of the great show. Under the pressure of the Book of the People, the officials who had just stepped forward to request the execution of Li Yi's daughter found it difficult to speak again. They could no longer speak. After Li Mu took out the Book of the People, if they spoke again, the opposition would not be from Li Mu, but from the will of the people. For the imperial court, in the face of the will of the people, there was nothing that could not be compromised, including them. The noisy imperial court suddenly quieted down. After a long period of silence, a figure slowly stepped forward. Zhang Chun bowed and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." His voice echoed in the crepe myrtle palace. Soon, another official took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy." One figure, two figures, three figures. In the hall filled with the will of the people, more and more officials stepped forward. Finally, at the front of the crowd, the head of the secretariat held up his ceremonial tablet and said, "The will of the people cannot be defied." The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, suffered 14 years of injustice. The people pity him. This is Li Yi's death, and also the imperial court's death. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and show mercy. The two attendants also sighed softly and stood out. Although Li Yi's daughter violated the law, but considering that her family was framed by treacherous officials and suffered great injustice, and the people she killed were all guilty officials, I implore your Majesty to show mercy. The will of the people cannot be defied. Your Majesty, please have mercy, the head of the secretariat and the attendants all pleaded. Finally, even the head of the officials, stepped forward and said slowly, "The will of the people is the most important. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and pardon Lord Li's daughter." Behind the curtain, the Empress's voice was majestic. "Since this is the will of the people of the 36 counties, and the ministers have pleaded for her, I can't be stubborn. After the court, the Secretariat will immediately draft a pardon. Imperial Ancestral Temple." Li Mu walked into the deepest part of the prison and said, "Open the door." The prison guard behind him immediately took out the key he had prepared and opened the cell door. Li Mu walked into the cell, reached out his hand to Li Qing and said, "Let's go home." Outside the imperial city, a large crowd had gathered on the wide street. Countless gazes were focused in the direction of the palace gate. Until two figures walked out of the palace. "It's young Lord Li," the woman beside him, "is Lord Li Yi's daughter. Has the court finally pardoned her? Lord Li Yi has a descendant." Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, the commoners spoke excitedly. Li Mu and Li Qing walked out of the palace and back to the Li residence. The people of Shendu followed them all the way. Standing in front of the Li mansion, Li Qing raised her head and looked at the plaque with the words, "Li Mansion," written on it. It stood there for a long time. Creak, the door of the Li mansion slowly opened from the inside. Lu Hanyan walked out and looked at Li Qing. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." In the crepe myrtle palace, when Li Mu took out the book of 10,000 people from the 36 counties, some people had already lost. Once the book of 10,000 people, which represented the will of the people, the court officials, whether they were willing or not, only had one choice. In the end, under the lead of a few officials from the 3 provinces, all the court officials pleaded for mercy. In addition to the push of the people's will, the Empress could only reluctantly comply with them and pardon Li Qing. In the Li mansion, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. The telekinesis in his body was almost full. When he walked out of the palace with Li Qing, the entire street was covered by telekinesis. He had just taken out the spiritual jade from the flask space. In just a moment, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade would be completely absorbed. Even the speed at which he took out the spiritual jade could not keep up with the speed of absorption. At this moment, in the North Court, with the Li Mansion as the center, a huge spiritual energy whirlpool had formed. The spiritual qi in the air of the entire divine capital was gathering towards the Li residence in the northern garden. In the divine capital, some of the more powerful cultivators had already noticed the abnormality. Especially those who lived in the North Court, they could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was becoming more and more abundant. However, when they tried to absorb it, they realized that they could not absorb any spiritual energy at all. The huge spiritual energy whirlpool in the North Court was violently absorbing all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Someone is breaking through. What exactly is this person's cultivation? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Countless figures flew up from all directions and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering. That place is the Li Mansion. This familiar feeling. Could it be that Li Mu is also cultivating telekinesis? It's the same as Li Yi back then. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast at such a young age. He actually dares to cultivate this path. Such a fast and domineering way of gathering spiritual energy was not something a normal cultivation path could achieve. Even a spirit gathering array was far from it. Only telekinesis could have such an effect. The path of telekinesis was the fastest way to improve one's cultivation among all the paths of cultivation. The reason why so few people cultivated it was not because they did not want to, but because it was too difficult. Telekinesis originated from the people. To win the people's trust, one had to stand on the people's side. However, the interests of the people and the interests of the people in power were often contradictory. To stand on the people's side was to stand on the opposite side of the people in power. To walk on this path, one had to dare to do what ordinary people did not dare to do. There had been people who had done this before, but they had all died. After that, very few people walked on this path. If Li Mu did not have the Empress's protection, he would have been like Li Yi back then. His entire family would have been executed countless times. It was also because of the Empress's protection that he could walk to this day and become a righteous person in the hearts of the people in the divine capital. He relied on the people's telekinesis to quickly break through. The spiritual energy vortex above the Li Mansion spun for more than 2 hours. It almost sucked out all the spiritual energy in the divine capital before it slowly dissipated. At the same time, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. The aura on his body was also extremely obscure. In the past, he was a sharp sword. Now, he had hidden his edge. Saving Li Qing was something he had to do. It was also in accordance with the people's will. With this, the telekinesis of the people in his body reached its peak. It allowed him to break through to the 5th level in one go. It also allowed him to resolve one of his obsessions. Li Mu walked out of the room. Hyun Jinko stood in the courtyard and smiled. "Congratulations, junior brother." Li Mu clasped his hands and bowed to the two of them. "Thank you for your help these days, senior brother and senior sister." Hyun Jinko said, "There's no need for thanks between fellow disciples." Yuzenzi said calmly, "The disciples of the Fulu school are not to be bullied." Hyun Jinko continued, "Junior brother, you just broke through. Your magic power is not stable yet. First stabilize your cultivation. As for other things, it won't be too late to talk about them later." Li Mu said, "I'll stabilize it later. I still have something to do. I have to go out for a while." Outside the palace, Li Mu and Li Qing stood side by side as they watched Zhou Zhong walk out of the palace. His hands were shackled by iron chains and his dermic powers were also sealed. This chain would only be removed when he arrived at the place of exile. 2 Fifth Realm worshippers stood behind him. They would escort him all the way to the place of exile. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing with a gentle gaze. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, "When you have time, go to the Ministry of Justice and find Wei Peng. He has something that I left for you." Wei Peng is a promising talent. With a little promotion, he can take on great responsibilities. Li Mu nodded and said, "I understand." Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing again and said, "Listen to Li Mu in the future. Don't be so rash. He knows how to protect you better than I do." Li Qing lowered her head and said softly, "Okay." Zhou Zhong finally looked at Li Mu and said, "Take good care of Qing." One of the worshippers said, "It's time to go." Zhou Zhong's gaze swept across his face and said, "Let's go." After sending Zhou Zhong out of the city with Li Qing and back to her residence, Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice. Soon, the director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the office and sighed, "Lord Li, Lord Zhou, I really didn't expect," Li Mu said, "this might be the result that he wanted." "Where's Wei Peng? I have something to talk to him about." The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed again and said, "I'll go get him." After a while, Wei Peng walked out of a guard room. He seemed to know Li Mu's purpose and handed a wooden box to Li Mu. This wooden box was not locked. It seemed to be just a simple buckle. Li Mu tried to open it but found that he could not open it at all. He channeled his magic power and used the art of great strength but still could not open it. Li Mu looked at the wooden box carefully and found that there were complicated runes carved on the box like a seal. From the complexity of these runes, it would be very difficult for him to open it with his current magic power. Therefore, he took the wooden box and returned to the Li residence to let Yuzhen Zi and Hyun Jinko take a look. Hyun Jinko looked carefully and said, "This is a seal rune. It can only be opened with brute force. If other methods are used, or if the runes are destroyed, I'm afraid the item in the box will also be destroyed." He tried to open the wooden box but still failed. Yuzhen Zi tried again, but it still ended in failure. She looked at the wooden box in her hand and said, "This seal is too strong. I'm afraid only those above the 7th realm can open it. If you have time, go back to Mount Baiyun and ask Senior Brother Sect Master for help." Li Mu waved his hand, "No need." After a while, Changle Palace. Li Mu took the wooden box and walked to Zhou Yi, saying, "Your Majesty, I can't open this." Crack. Zhou Yi took the wooden box and opened it easily. Li Mu leaned over and saw a book in the box. He took out the book, flipped through a few pages and slowly closed it. Chapter 371. In Changle Palace, Li Mu handed the booklet to Zhou Yi and asked, "Your Majesty, how should we deal with these people?" Zhou Yi flipped open the booklet and glanced at it a few times. Then, he asked Li Mu, "What do you think?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "I think that the Great Zhou's imperial court has been suffering from a chronic problem for a long time. The court officials have formed cliques for personal gain, and in order to suppress dissidents, they will do anything. If we want to cure this chaos, we need to use strong medicine. Your Majesty can also take this opportunity to support some of your trusted aides." Zhou Qiong rubbed the space between his brows and said to Li Mu, "I'll leave this matter to you." Li Mu bowed and said, "I obey." The booklet Zhou Zhong gave him recorded the crimes of many officials of the two parties over the years. Some of them were corrupt, some of them took bribes, some of them bent the law for personal gain, and some of them abused their power. These records filled the entire booklet. A month ago, Li Mu felt that the imperial court should still be stable. Over the past month, Li Mu gradually realized that the Great Zhou's imperial court had a problem from the root. Rather than maintaining the stability on the surface and letting them slowly nibble away at the decaying Great Zhou, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and use strong medicine to weaken the old and new factions. At the same time, power would gradually return to the hands of the Empress. When the Empress completely controlled the imperial court, whoever passed the throne of the Great Zhou to would have nothing to do with the old and new parties. Even if the Empress didn't pass the throne to the Zhou clan or the Shao clan, it would be her own business to pass the throne to her own son. Or, if the Empress's cultivation reached the 8th level, then no matter how strong the old and new parties were, they wouldn't even have the right to protest under absolute power. In that case, who would dare to bully him in the entire Zhou province, let alone the imperial court? Unfortunately, this could only exist in Li Mu's imagination. The Empress 7th level came more from her inheritance than from her own cultivation. Unless she encountered a greater opportunity, the 7th level was the peak that she could reach in this lifetime. At present, all the 7th realm powerhouses that Li Mu knew, including Xian Jizi, were promoted to the upper realm through inheritance. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and propped up his head. He said, I'm a bit tired. Here are a few memorials. Help me take a look. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in front of the table. He said, Your Majesty should rest first. When you wake up, the soup in the imperial kitchen will be almost ready. Although it was unlikely that a 7th realm cultivator would tire herself out, Li Mu didn't forget that the Empress' inner demon had yet to be removed. Suppressing the inner demon was an extremely taxing task. The exhaustion of mental energy was no less than fighting a battle with an expert of the same level. With Li Mu here, she didn't have to worry about court matters. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and closed her eyes to recover her mind. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared in front of her. When the fog dissipated, she was no longer in Chang'e Palace, but in the Imperial Garden. Zhou Yi quickly realized that this was a dream. As a 7th realm cultivator, she could control her body and consciousness. However, dreams didn't seem to have much to do with a person's consciousness. Instead, it was dominated by another consciousness. She wanted to withdraw her consciousness from the dream, but she heard a sound coming from the depths of the Imperial Garden. This made her change her mind. She was also interested in the contents of the subconscious fantasy. Thus, she walked along the path of the Imperial Garden and slowly walked into the depths. As she walked, the conversation in the depths of the garden gradually became clear. This orange is very sweet. It's a tribute orange from Jiangnan. Try it. I want you to feed me. Nonsense. Humph, you're not even willing to do this for me. You don't love me anymore, okay. Open your mouth. In the depths of the garden, there seemed to be a couple passionately in love. Zhou Yi had never experienced love, so she didn't feel envious. She just felt that even the fragrance of the flowers in the Imperial Garden couldn't cover up the sour smell in the air. Just as she was about to leave, the couple sitting in the pavilion suddenly turned around. In the pavilion, the other her was peeling the orange with a smile and sending the orange pieces into the mouth of the person in her arms. And the person nestled in her arms was actually Chang'e Palace. Zhou Yi, who was lying on the rocking chair, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Fine sweat even seeped out of her forehead. After Li Mu finished reading the last memorial, he inadvertently glanced over and found that the Empress had woken up. Then, he asked with some surprise, Your Majesty, are you very hot? Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. The scene in her mind appeared again. She realized that her inner demon seemed to be getting more and more serious. Li Mu noticed the Empress's absent-mindedness. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhou Yi came back to her senses and said, I'm fine. You can go back first. Li Mu said, The soup in the Imperial kitchen is ready. I'll go get a bowl for you. Zhou Yi waved her hand and said, No need. I'll let Ali leave in a while. You can go back first. Li Mu tidied up the memorials he had read and put the chair back in place. He said, Then I'll go back first. Walking out of Chang'e Palace, he sighed softly. The reason he came to Chang'e Palace was that he didn't know how to face the situation at home. He wanted to sort out his thoughts first, but the Empress obviously didn't give him the chance. It was now lunchtime. In the Imperial Palace, the officials of the various government offices began to walk out in groups. An official looked at Li Mu walking out of Chang'e Palace and said with emotion, What is a favored official? This is a favored official. The number of times he goes to Her Majesty's bedchamber is more than the number of times he goes to the Secretariat, another official said. What is he holding in his hand? It looks like a book. When his eyes swept over the book in Li Mu's hand, he inexplicably shivered. He crossed his arms and said, It's cold. Tomorrow I'll have to wear more clothes. Li Mu walked out of the imperial palace and all the way back to the Li residence. He stood in front of the gate, but he didn't step in. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Li Qing and Lu Hanyan appeared at home at the same time. In Lu Hanyan's eyes, Li Qing was undoubtedly Li Mu's ex-girlfriend. Although they had never confirmed their relationship, Li Mu couldn't deny that Li Qing was indeed his first love. If it wasn't for fate, the person sleeping next to him every night might be someone else. When a wife meets an ex-girlfriend, and the current master of the Li residence meets an ex-master, it would be good if the two didn't fight. It couldn't be a happy and harmonious sisterly relationship, right? The gate of the residence suddenly opened. Xiao Bai ran out of the courtyard and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what are you doing at the gate?" Li Mu rubbed her head, took a deep breath, and stepped into the house. There wasn't the awkward atmosphere he imagined. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were sitting in the courtyard and talking. They were neither too enthusiastic nor too distant. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and said, "I'm back." No one paid attention to him. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked, "Where was Miss Li's previous room?" "I'll ask Wanwan to help you tidy it up." Li Qing said, "No need, I'll tidy it up myself." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "This used to be your home, and it will still be your home in the future. You don't have to be so polite in your own home." What Li Mu was worried about didn't happen. Lu Hanyan, who had always been stingy in relationships, was so magnanimous that he couldn't believe it. At night, when Li Mu was about to go to his room to sleep, the bedroom door slammed shut just as he reached the door. In the room, Lu Hanyan said gently, "From today onwards, you'll sleep in the study." Her voice was very gentle, but the words she said were as cold as an iceberg. Late at night, on the small bed in the study, Li Mu hugged Xiao Bai and stroked her smooth fur. Only then did he feel some warmth in his heart. She was the only one who would stay by his side all this time, in a certain residence in Nanyuan. In a secret room, a soft conversation could be heard. "Zhou Zhong has left Chengdu today and has been sent to the border counties. The 2 consecrators escorting him are our people. This person can't be left alive. He betrayed us and knows too many of our secrets. If he doesn't die, he'll always be a disaster. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to reach the border counties, in a certain county in Great Zhou." Under the night sky, a stream of light streaked across the sky and landed on a mountain. A consecrator looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing at the bow of the flying boat, and said, "Come down." Zhou Zhong looked at the vast wilderness and asked, "My lords, are we going to sleep here tonight?" The consecrator said, "What? You're a criminal official. Do you want to stay in a high-class inn?" He looked at Zhou Zhong and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Zhou, you're a smart person. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Why did you give up your position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Why did you choose to go to the north to die?" The other consecrator said impatiently, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just do it. We'll enjoy ourselves outside for a while before returning to Chengdu." Zhou Zhong looked at them and asked, "You want to kill me?" The consecrator said, "Lord Zhou, are you so naive as to think that you won't have to die if His Majesty shows mercy?" Zhou Zhong said calmly, "You're deceiving the emperor." The consecrator laughed coldly and said, "If we kill you, we'll burn you to ashes with the true Samadhi fire. Who would know? Anyway, you criminal officials will all die in the hands of ghosts and demons in the end." Zhou Zhong asked again, "You really want to kill me?" The consecrator extended his hand. A ball of blazing flame floated in his palm. He walked towards Zhou Zhong and said, "In your next life, be a smart person." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said softly, "Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death." Poof! The flame in the consecrator's hand suddenly went out. It wasn't that he cancelled his spell. It was that his spell had no more mana to support it. The moment Zhou Zhong finished speaking, his head and body suddenly separated. The wound was as smooth as a cut. Blood splattered 3 feet high. With the death of his physical body, his nascent spirit left his body. His expression was full of fear. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but in his confusion and fear, he slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a fifth realm cultivator's physical body was destroyed and his soul dispersed. Seeing his comrade die in such a strange way, the other consecrator's face turned pale. He turned around and fled without hesitation. His body streaked across the sky like a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night sky. On the mountain top, Zhou Zhong said, "Come back." The consecrator who fled rolled back and appeared at his previous position. Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "You haven't finished your work. Where are you going?" Chapter 372. Fairies' Capital, Department of Worship. A few worshippers looked at a broken jade tablet on the table with solemn expressions. The life talisman is broken. Is Ma Yi dead? Where is he? Ma Yi and Zheng Zong escorted Zhou Zhong to the place of exile. Could it be that Zhou Zhong broke free from the torture instruments and escaped? Zheng Zong's life talisman is still intact. Why didn't he send a message back? Just as he finished speaking, a high official strode in and said, "I've just received a message from High Official Zheng. Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong while he was escorting him, but he was killed by Zhou Zhong." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. Why did worshipper Ma want to kill Zhou Zhong? Zhou Zhong's mana was restricted. How did he kill worshipper Ma? The Department of Worship was controlled by the royal family in the previous dynasty. Even now, the Shao royal family still had absolute control over the Department of Worship. Many worshippers in the Department of Worship were loyal to the old party. They would listen to the old party's orders and kill Zhou Zhong to vent their anger in the middle of his exile. This was reasonable. However, Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong but was killed instead. This was somewhat unbelievable. Zhou Zhong's strength was slightly inferior to Ma Yi's. Under the circumstances where his mana was not restricted, he was not Ma Yi's match. With his mana restricted, his strength was less than 10%. A transcendent realm cultivator could probably kill him. How could he kill another transcendent realm cultivator in the presence of a fifth-level worshipper? A worshipper looked troubled and asked, "How should we deal with this?" Another worshipper said, "Zhou Zhong is a sinner and has committed such a grave crime. If he is not killed, justice will not be served." Everyone looked at him and did not agree. Ma Yi tried to kill Zhou Zhong while escorting him to exile. To put it simply, this was an abuse of power. To put it bluntly, this was deceiving the emperor. Regardless of the reason, as long as he wanted to kill Zhou Zhong and acted, it was reasonable and legal for Zhou Zhong to kill him. The old party wanted to get rid of Zhou Zhong through the Department of Worship. This was causing trouble for the Department of Worship. The worshipper thought for a while and said, "The Department of Worship does not have the authority to decide on this matter. Let's report it to the Imperial Court first." Today, when Li Mu was helping the Empress deal with the reports, he learned that the worshipper escorting Zhou Zhong wanted to kill Zhou Zhong during his exile and was killed by Zhou Zhong instead. Although he knew that Zhou Zhong was stronger than him, he was still able to kill a fifth-level expert with his mana restricted. This was something only a transcendent realm cultivator. However, no matter how powerful Zhou Zhong was, he would not be at the sixth realm. Li Mu was certain of this. In Li Mu's mind, Zhou Zhong's of cultivation was a mystery. Of Zhou's also of Lord. If he had not secretly helped Mrs. Chu that time, Li Mu might have thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator in the Fate realm. According to the news sent back by the surviving consecrator, Zhou Zhong only said one sentence: "Deceiving the monarch, according to the law, should be executed." That consecrator Ma's body and head were separated from his body, and then his soul dispersed. This made Li Mu think of an unpopular cultivation school. Before the rise of Buddhism, there were all sorts of cultivation schools. There was the school of medicine, the school of military, the school of music, the school of legalism, and so on. These schools all had their own specialties. Later, when Buddhism prospered and gradually became the mainstream of cultivation, these smaller schools slowly became extinct. Of these schools, Li Mu had the deepest impression of the school of legalism. The cultivators of legalism did not cultivate abilities or Taoist techniques. Once they reached the peak of their cultivation, their words became law. Daoist techniques and abilities were useless before them. Even though this ability was not limitless, it still made Li Mu very envious. However, this was now the world of Buddhism. The cultivation methods of the school of legalism had long been extinct. Occasionally, a successor of the school of legalism would appear, but they were like a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing. From Zhou Zhong's actions and his identity, it was extremely likely that he cultivated the school of legalism. Throughout history, the successors of legalism would actively enter the court and push for legal reform. Perhaps their cultivation had something to do with this. The school of legalism did not cultivate dermic powers. Their attacks were more like Daoist techniques. If Zhou Zhong cultivated both Daoist techniques and Daoist techniques, then his true strength might be extremely close to the sixth realm. If a fifth realm transcendent wanted to touch him, he would undoubtedly have kicked an iron plate. Through this incident, another problem was exposed. The Department of Worship was no longer the Department of Worship of Great Zhou, but the Department of Worship of the Old Party. The prefectures of Great Zhou had a high degree of autonomy. The Department of Worship's function was equivalent to the Great Zhou FBI. It specialized in dealing with matters that could not be dealt with locally. If it was controlled by someone, there would be very serious consequences. Xiao Yu's incident was one of them. Zhou Zhong's incident also explained the problem. Since they had decided to do something big, they might as well start with the Department of Worship. However, before that, there was an even more important matter that the Secretariat had to deal with immediately. After overturning the case for Li Qing's father, 2 ministers and 2 assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were removed from their positions. All of a sudden, there were 4 empty positions for officials above the 4th rank. The Ministry of Personnel was also without a leader. Without officials to replace them, the Yamen would not be able to continue operating. Regarding this, the Secretariat had been arguing for an entire morning. The Ministry of Personnel was the lifeblood of the Old Party. It was originally completely controlled by the Old Party. 1 minister and 2 assistant ministers were all members of the Old Party. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the Duke of Nanyang. Through the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party controlled the assessment, appointment, and dismissal of most officials in Great Zhou. They also indirectly influenced the Department of Worship. It could be said that they had grasped the lifeline of the imperial court. In the process of overturning the case for Li Yi, Li Mu, and Zhou Zhong had cut off the lifeblood of the Old Party. It seemed that the Old Party had only lost 3 officials, but in reality, they had suffered heavy losses. The Old Party was the upper echelons of the government and could influence countless lower echelons of the government. Without the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party would lose half of their authority in the imperial court. Therefore, they hated Zhou Zhong to the bone and wished that they could get rid of Zhou Zhong on the way to exile him. This time, the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was contested by Xiao Ziyu, who represented the royal Xiao family, and Zhou Xiong, who represented the Zhou family, for the entire morning. They argued until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but no one gave in to the other. It was impossible for them to give in. In terms of power, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the most powerful among the 6 ministers. The Old Party wanted to take back the position that originally belonged to them, and the new party would not let go of this one and only opportunity. If they obtained the Ministry of Personnel, they would be able to suppress the Old Party. Compared to them, the others did not speak much. This important position did not belong to the Old Party, but to the new party. It could not fall to anyone else. As for the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the Secretariat could submit 7 candidates. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Xiao family wanted to monopolize the 7 positions. Naturally, the Zhou family also wanted to monopolize it. Neither side would let the other have their way. As the two argued back and forth, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. Why don't you take a look and see if the person you nominated has any qualifications? My person doesn't have any qualifications, but your person does? At most, I'll give you 1. 7 positions, not 1 less. This position originally belonged to us. Li Mu finally could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and said, "The 2 of you, that's enough. He looked at Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu and said, "The two of you have argued for 4 hours over a single position. Do you still have any respect for your colleagues? There are still 2 assistant ministers and 1 minister to recommend. Are you going to discuss this until next year?" The other officials of the Secretariat agreed with Li Mu and spoke up. "Yes, Lord Li is right. If the 2 of you continue like this, when will it end? Let's discuss and come up with a plan." After some thought, Li Mu said, "How about this? Of the 7 positions, each of you can have 3. The last position can be left empty or someone else can be chosen." "No. I don't agree." The 2 of them refused without hesitation. Whether it was the new party or the old party, they were both determined to obtain the position of Minister of Personnel. They did not want to give up even 1 position, much less 3. "What right do you have to disagree?" Li Mu's face darkened as he said, "As officials of the Secretariat, are you more handsome than the other officials or have a higher cultivation? Why should the 2 of you decide on 7 positions? By allowing the 2 of you to discuss this, we are giving you face. If you don't want it, then we won't give it to you. For these 7 positions, the 6 officials of the Secretariat will each recommend 1 person, and the last one will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu. Are the 2 of you satisfied?" Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu were speechless. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat felt extremely satisfied. Li Mu's words had spoken out what they had been thinking for many years. There were 6 Imperial Secretariat officials in the Central Secretariat. Everyone had the same rank and status. Due to the influence of the old and new factions, they usually gave these 2 people more power to speak. If they continued to push their luck, then they would be asking for more face. Which of the officials of the Secretariat did not come from an illustrious clan? They were not inferior to the Shao clan or the Zhou clan. For thousands of years, the dynasties of this land had, at some point in time, shared the same surname as them. Who did not have some pride in their hearts? Not long after Li Mu's voice fell, Wang Shi of the Secretariat said, "I agree with what Sir Li said." Zhang Huili continuing to argue like this is not a solution. "If the 2 of you do not agree with Lord Li's initial proposal, then we will each nominate 1 person. Wouldn't this be fairer?" Song Liangyu looked at the 2 and asked, "Lord Xiao, Lord Zhou, what do you think?" Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong thought quickly. The second situation was naturally the one they did not want to see the most. If each of them could only nominate 1 person, then there was not even a 20% chance. If each of them nominated 3 people, then the chance was close to 50%. They were clear about this. The 2 of them looked at each other and said at the same time, "Then let's follow Lord Li's initial proposal." The 2 of them each wrote 3 names on the paper. Xiao Ziyu asked, "The nomination of the last person, that is none of your business." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Out of the 7 spots, the 2 of you have taken up 6. The 5 of us do not even have a chance to nominate 1 person." Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu did not speak. The last person to nominate was just to make up the numbers. As long as it was not someone from the opposing faction, they had no objections. Zhou Xiong was still worried and added, "The position of Minister of Personnel is very important. Zhang Chun does not have enough experience. If Lord Li wants to nominate him, I'm afraid it is against the rules. Do you think that I am like the 2 of you who only know how to suppress dissidents and appoint people based on favoritism?" Li Mu looked at him with disdain and said, "Besides, even if it is a nomination, the final decision is made by His Majesty. Do you think that I can make the decision for the Minister of Personnel?" Chapter 373. The position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was extremely important. Even if Li Mu was a favored official, the Empress would not let him make the decision. However, Xiao Ziyu was still worried. He asked, "If I may ask, who would you like to nominate?" Li Mu actually wanted to nominate Zhang Chun. After all, he owed old Zhang a lot of favors. If he became Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he would have the right to apply for a 5-sectioned house from the imperial court. He would have servants and maids. However, the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was a 3rd-rank official. He was now a 5th-rank official. No matter how he skipped a rank, he could not let the Shindu medallion directly promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. If it was not Zhang Chun, it did not matter who else was. Li Mu thought for a while and said, Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. It was sad to say that after being in the imperial court for so long, others had formed cliques and cliques, but he did not even have anyone to do so. In fact, when it came to nominating for the position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he could only think of Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. Xiao Ziyu looked at Li Mu in surprise and said, the Assistant Minister of Rights has just been promoted. Isn't it too frequent to promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs in such a short period of time? Li Mu looked at him and said, why don't we give this opportunity to Lord Xiao? Before Xiao Ziyu could answer, Zhou Xiong immediately said, Lu Qing is Lu Qing then. He's currently at rank 4. It's fine as long as he has the qualifications to be nominated for rank 3. You're meddling too much, aren't you? Lu Qing had just been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights not long ago. In principle, it was impossible for him to be promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the near future. In this way, the uncertainty of the last position could be eliminated. Wasn't nominating Lu Qing much better than Li Muzhen nominating a capable and experienced official? Although Zhou Xiong did not like Li Mu, he would not blindly oppose him at a time like this. Li Mu looked at the other 3 officials of the Secretariat and asked, I am just randomly nominating someone. Do the other 3 have any thoughts? The other 3 secretaries shook their heads in unison. Wang Shi said, let's listen to Sir Li. Both the new and old parties were determined to win the position of Minister of Personnel. It was useless for them to nominate him. Li Mu and Lu Qing were neither relatives nor friends. Nominating him was just to make up the numbers. Since it was just to make up the numbers, it didn't matter who made up the numbers. Under Li Mu's forceful intervention, Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu made a compromise, and the candidate for the Minister of Personnel was finally decided. Zhang Huili said, next, it's the 2 assistant ministers' turn. Xiao Ziyu quickly added, it's best if the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel is taken up by an official familiar with the Ministry of Personnel's affairs. It's more than suitable for the position to be replaced by 2 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. There's nothing else to discuss. The other 3 officials from the Secretariat still did not express any opinions. In the past few years, the old party had already built the Ministry of Personnel into an iron bucket that was impenetrable. The 2 directors of the Ministry of Personnel were also officials from the old party through and through. They would not easily let others interfere. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziyu and said indifferently, in my opinion, we should ask His Majesty to reduce the number of officials in the Secretariat. Xiao Ziyu did not know why Li Mu suddenly brought up this matter. He asked, why? Li Mu said, because Lord Xiao alone is enough for the Secretariat. You alone can make the decision for the important matters that require 6 Secretariat secretaries to discuss. The few of us are paid by the Imperial Court, but we don't do anything for the court. We really feel guilty. Xiao Ziyu's face turned red. Li Mu was blatantly saying that he acted arbitrarily. Zhou Xiong was somewhat gloating. He said, Lord Xiao is too domineering. Why don't you just decide on His Majesty's behalf who will take these 2 positions? Xiao Ziyu's face darkened. Then what do you think we should do? Zhou Xiong said, it's very simple. The 6 of us will each nominate 1 person. The last person will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu or Lord Head of the Secretariat. In any case, the new party would not be able to get either of the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel. He did not mind muddying the waters so that the old party would not be able to get them either. Zhou Xiong's words pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. Xiao Ziyu was silent for a moment. He could only say, that's fair. Let's do it this way. It was rare that the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel were decided by the 7 of them. The positions of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and Minister of Works were also contested by 2 people who represented the interests of the old and new parties. Under Li Mu's efforts, a few other people also received a few nominations. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat finally felt a sense of participation. This was actually the norm in the Secretariat. The reason there were 6 officials of the Secretariat was not only because they corresponded to the 6 ministries, but also because these 6 people belonged to different factions. This was to prevent one party or one faction from having too much say in important matters of the court. In the past few years, the court officials had taken sides, forming the old and new parties. They each occupied the court, and the structure of the Secretariat was also affected. It was practically Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu's opinions. This situation finally changed after Li Mu came to the Secretariat. Under the protection of Her Majesty, the old and new parties could not do anything to him. After the 6 officials of the Secretariat decided on the candidates for the positions, they handed them over to the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat and the head of the Secretariat. If the officials of the Secretariat had no objections, they would send them to the Ministry of Martial Arts. After the Ministry of Martial Arts verified the candidates, they would hand them over to the Empress to decide on the final candidates. Among them, there were restrictions on the monarch's authority and also restrictions on the monarch's authority. For officials of this level, even the Empress could only choose from the people appointed by the Secretariat. The Secretariat only had the right to recommend but not the right to decide. Of course, the past emperors all had their own trusted aides in the Secretariat. This way, many things were still decided by the monarch. Li Mu tidied up the memorials and sent them to Changle Palace. He placed them on the table in front of Zhou Yi and said, "Your Majesty, these are the candidates for the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of Works. The Secretariat has already chosen them. Please take a look." Zhou Yi flipped through the memorials on the top, picked up the red brush, and asked, "Who do you think is qualified for the position of Minister of Personnel?" Li Mu said, "This is a matter of great importance. Your subject does not dare to speak carelessly." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and was about to circle a name when Li Mu coughed softly. Zhou Yi paused. The tip of the brush brushed past that name and stopped above another name. Li Mu coughed again. The tip of the brush continued to slide down. Cough. 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 After several coughs, when the tip of Zhou Yi's brush stopped at the last name, Li Mu finally stopped coughing. Zhou Yi circled the 2 words, Lu Qing. Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Although Lu Qing's qualifications are somewhat lacking, he does not form cliques and does not pursue personal interests. This can prevent one clique from controlling the court through the Ministry of Personnel and causing chaos in the court." After Zhou Yi circled Lu Qing's name, he handed the brush to Li Mu and said, "You can choose the rest." Li Mu took a step back and said, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If others know, they will think that your subject is taking advantage of your favor and interfering in the government. Your Majesty should choose." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "You are one of my people. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Tell me what you think." Li Mu no longer hid anything. He walked to her side and said, "Your subject knows that your Majesty does not want to be emperor and does not want to be trapped in the imperial palace. However, your subject believes that if your Majesty wants to leave the court, the first thing your Majesty should do is take control of the court. For these important positions, your Majesty should consider placing officials loyal to your Majesty and not officials from the old or new cliques." Zhou Yi said lightly, "Right now, I feel that there is nothing bad about being emperor." Li Mu lowered his head and glanced at her. Right now, she felt that being emperor was not bad because he had helped her do the things that an emperor should do. He had also helped her worry about the things that an emperor should worry about. Apart from showing her face at the morning court every 3 days, had she ever fulfilled any of the duties an emperor should have? Li Mu dared to complain about this in his heart. If he said it out loud, the Empress might come to find him in his dreams tonight. Li Mu cleared his throat and said, "As for these candidates, I can give your Majesty some suggestions. The Minister of Personnel is Lu Qing. As for the 2 assistant ministers, one can be given to the Wang family. As for the other, I recommend Zhang Chun. Sir Zhang has always kept himself clean and has never been associated with the old or new cliques. As long as your Majesty gives him a house with 5 courtyards and a few maids, he will work for your Majesty. As for the Assistant Minister of Justice, I recommend the former Minister of Justice, Yang Lin. Although he seems to be from the old clique, there is still room to rope him in." Letting him be the Assistant Minister of Justice can also appease the old clique and lessen their unbalanced mentality of losing the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, the Minister of Works. Although this position is not as important as the Minister of Personnel, it is best to have it in the hands of one of our own. For this position, I recommend the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. After Zhou Zhong's matter, the 6 important positions were empty. This affected the hearts of countless people in the imperial court. To quickly calm the hearts of the people, the Secretariat immediately recommended a batch of officials to become the candidates for those important positions. Amongst them, who the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel would end up in was something that both the old and new cliques cared about. The final result would affect which party would control the Ministry of Personnel in the future and influence the imperial court to the greatest extent. The Secretariat did not have to wait for long before the Changel Palace had a result. The current Assistant Minister of Rights, Lu Qin, was moved to the Minister of Personnel. Zhang Chun, Imperial Clan Temple Governor, was moved to the left Assistant Minister of Personnel. At the same time, he held the positions of Imperial Clan Temple Governor and Imperial Clan Temple Governor. Wang Xing was moved to the Ministry of Personnel as the right Assistant Minister. The Minister of Justice, Yang Lin, was promoted to Assistant Minister of Justice. The person who was chosen to be the Minister of Works was even more surprising. It was the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. Very few people in the imperial court knew this name. Apart from the selection of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice as expected, the final selection of the other important ministers were all shocking. The Secretariat. Looking at the name list that returned from Changel Palace, the names behind the few important positions were actually the officials that Li Mu used to make up the numbers. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong reacted at the same time. Not good. We fell into a trap again. Chapter 374. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong looked at each other. Only when they saw the name list did they realize that Li Mu had set a trap for them from the very beginning. He was best at hiding his true intentions. On the surface, he seemed to be doing it for the good of everyone, but behind his back, he had a secret that no one knew. When everyone was discussing the imperial examination system, Li Mu had made a huge contribution. Everyone thought that he was working for the Empress. No one expected that his series of actions, which seemed to be preparing for the imperial examination, was actually to trick the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming. Judging from the result, Li Mu was not trying to mediate between the two at all. His true motive was to promote his people to high positions and weaken the power of the two parties at the same time. I was careless. I forgot. This little fox is cunning. How could he do such a thing without a motive? At this moment, the two of them, who belonged to different camps, felt a sense of sympathy for each other and shared a common hatred for the enemy. However, in the next moment, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time and walked out of the Secretariat. Not long after, in the southern park, Duke Manor of Nanyang. The veins on Duke Nanyang's forehead throbbed. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Li Mu. He won't let us have what he can't have." Xiao Ziyu thought for a while and said, "The most important thing is that the position of Minister of Personnel was not taken advantage of by the Zhou clan. Perhaps we can try to rope in Lu Qin. As far as I know, he hasn't been roped in by the Zhou clan. That's because the Zhou clan can't rope him in." Duke Nanyang said in a deep voice, "Do you think we haven't tried to rope in Lu Qin? When he was promoted to Assistant Minister of Rights, we tried to rope him in, but he ignored us. In the past 9 years in the imperial court, he has always been a loner and doesn't get close to anyone. He goes straight home after leaving the court. I invited him to banquets several times, but he rejected me." Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Such a person can actually become the Minister of Personnel." An important position like the Minister of Personnel had always been fought for by different factions. For an official who had no faction and no backing, it was already a stroke of luck for him to become an assistant minister. It was almost impossible to be promoted to a minister based on luck alone. The position of Minister of Personnel could no longer be forced. He could only helplessly say, "Fortunately, nothing has happened to the Ministry of Justice. The Department of Worship is also under our control." At the same time, in the study of the Zhou family's minister Zhou Zhong, the four Zhou brothers fell into silence. The Zhou family didn't suffer too many losses this time. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works had the least power. Thus, whether it was Zhou Ting's resignation as assistant minister or Zhou Chuan's dismissal, it didn't affect the Zhou family too much. The Xiao clan, on the other hand, had lost the Ministry of Personnel. Their lifeline had been cut off. However, this was not entirely good news for the Zhou family. In the past, the Empress didn't care much about the fight between the old party and the new party, and she wouldn't intervene. But now, she was deliberately suppressing the new party and the old party. This time, she appointed several important official positions, avoiding the officials of the new party and the old party. She intended to cultivate her own forces, which was more significant than suppressing the other 2 parties. Could it be that she's really cultivating her own forces? Zhou Chuan's face was full of doubt. He asked, in the past, she only wanted to condense the next strand of Emperor's qi as soon as possible and pass down the throne. She didn't care much about the fight between the 2 parties. Could it be that her thinking has changed? Zhou Ting said indifferently, it's very possible. Ever since she began to favor Li Mu, she's changed more and more. Zhou Xiong said with incomparable certainty, I'm very sure that Li Mu must be behind Her Majesty's actions. This time, from the beginning to the end, was a trap set by him. I suspect that he wants to support his own party. No matter what, Li Mu must be taken seriously, the Ministry of Rights. In the assistant minister's office, Lu Qing was packing his things. From tomorrow onwards, he would take up his post at the Ministry of Personnel as Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Rights walked into the office and clasped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Lord Lu. Lord Lu's promotion speed is really fast. Rather complicated emotions flowed in the depths of his eyes. In the short span of half a year, he had personally witnessed Lu Qing rise from a small minister-counselor of the Ministry of Rights to a physician, assistant minister, and now, Lu Qing had become the Minister of Personnel. He held real power in his hands, and his status was firmly above his own. As Lu Qing's superior, he had mixed feelings. Lu Qing also sighed emotionally. Yes, I also didn't expect this place to rise so quickly, Northern Court. Li Mu stood at the entrance of his house, watching Zhang Chun move in. This time, not only had old Zhang been promoted, his residence had also been changed from 3 entrances to 4 entrances. In addition, the Empress had also rewarded his family with 2 servant girls and 2 servants. The distance between the Zhang residence and the Li residence had also become closer. At the housewarming banquet, he patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, between us, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Come, let's drink this cup. There weren't many people at the banquet. Other than Zhang Chun's family, there were also Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, and Li Qing. Since the last time he came to Luoyang, Zhang Shan hadn't gone back. He had never been to Luoyang before and was shocked by the prosperity of the streets. He had already asked Lu Hanyan for permission to open a branch here. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan also had the same idea, so he stayed for the time being. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Shan looked at Li Qing and asked, Boss, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to stay in Luoyang? Li Si kicked him under the table, but it was too late. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, in 2 days, I should return to Mount Baiyun. Li Si's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He poured a cup of wine and said to Li Mu, here's to you. The wine cups clinked. He gave Li Mu a meaningful look and said, you guys have gone through a lot of trouble to get to where you are today. You must cherish the people in front of you. Zhang Shan raised his wine cup and said, that's right. You and the shopkeeper have gone through a lot of trouble to get together. You must cherish her in the future. Li Si poured another cup of wine and said to Li Qing, here's to you, boss. I hope you can think carefully before you make a decision in the future. Don't regret it in the future. Zhang Shan agreed and said, that's right. If you hadn't killed those corrupt officials, this matter would have been much simpler. You wouldn't have to stay in the Imperial Clan Temple. They would still be beheaded in the end. Ever since Li Qing came to the house, Li Mu had been sleeping in the study with Xiao Bai in his arms every day. Not only that, on the second day after Li Qing came to Luoyang, Lu Hanyan removed all the festive decorations inside and outside the Li residence, including the big red lanterns at the door. According to the customs of Luoyang, the lanterns with the word happiness on them had to be hung for 3 months for the wedding celebration. He knew what Lu Hanyan meant. She was taking care of Li Qing's feelings. Li Qing's family had just passed away. For Li Qing, she chose to sacrifice herself. At night, Li Mu was about to enter the study when he saw a figure standing outside the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked in confusion, "Boss, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Li Qing said softly, "I wanted to tell you that I'm going back to Mount Baiyun to cultivate tomorrow." "I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long." Li Mu looked at her and said, "What's there to disturb? This is your home. I'm going to ask Her Majesty to let her bestow this residence to you again." Li Qing shook her head gently and said, "I don't have a home anymore. I think that if Father knew in the underworld that the one living in the Li residence was someone like him, he would be relieved." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Li hasn't been avenged. I'll let you see with your own eyes that they receive the punishment they deserve." Li Qing finally looked nervous. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "You've done enough. Let's stop here. Father doesn't want anyone to avenge him. He only wants someone to be like him and do something for the people." Li Mu was about to explain to her, but he felt something and looked back. In front of the moon gate, a figure stood there quietly. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then she let go of Li Mu's hand with a pale face and said, "Senior sister." Lu Hanyan walked over and shook her head. "Junior sister, you don't need to explain. I heard everything." Li Qing lowered her head and said, "I hope senior sister can persuade him." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and said to Li Qing, "Junior sister should also understand him. He won't change his mind so easily." Li Mu said, "Don't worry." Her Majesty agreed. "There won't be any danger." Lu Hanyan said to Li Qing, "With Her Majesty protecting him, junior sister doesn't need to worry." Li Qing looked at Li Mu and didn't say anything. She said softly, "Then I'll go back to my room first. You should rest early." Lu Hanyan suddenly said, "Junior sister, wait a moment." Li Qing turned around and asked, "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Lu Hanyan said, "There's a question I want to ask junior sister." Li Qing said, "Senior sister, ask away." Lu Hanyan looked at her and asked, "Does junior sister also like Li Mu?" Chapter 375. Li Mu had already prepared to return to his room to sleep. When he heard Lu Hanyan's words, he suddenly quivered and hurriedly said, "What are you talking about?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "Men shouldn't interrupt when women are talking." A trace of nervousness and panic flashed in the depths of Li Qing's eyes. However, after she met Lu Hanyan's gaze, that trace of panic gradually turned into calmness and indifference. She remembered what Li Si said before she left Yangqiu County. Li Si said that in terms of relationships, it was always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If she took a step back now and regretted it in the future, she would have to take more than one step forward. By the time she regretted it, someone would have already walked in front of her. In fact, she regretted it, but it was already too late because someone had already walked in front of her. Li Qing looked at Lu Hanyan and said calmly, "Yes, I have liked him since a long time ago. However, senior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for anything. I will leave tomorrow morning." She wanted to deny it against her will, but if she denied it this time, she would never have the chance to say it again. Li Mu looked at Li Qing with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lu Hanyan sighed softly and said, "Actually, the one who should leave is me. This is your home. The person he liked in the beginning was also you. I just took advantage of the situation." Li Qing shook her head and said, "This is my own choice. I should also bear the consequences. The person who has always been by his side is you. This is no longer my home. Its owner is you. I hope that the two of you can be united and grow old together." Lu Hanyan asked, "What about you?" Li Qing thought for a moment and said, I will stay in Baiyun Mountain and repay the sect's kindness. Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment and said, the one you should repay the most is not the sect, but a certain someone. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. For a moment, he couldn't figure out her routine. Li Qing nodded and said, if you need me to do anything, I won't refuse. Lu Hanyan looked at her and said, then give yourself to me. Li Qing looked at her with a stunned expression. Li Mu looked at her, dumbfounded. Li Qing came back to her senses and said in disbelief, what are you talking about? Lu Hanyan's expression was melancholy, and her tone was somewhat helpless. She continued, although I don't want to share my husband with others, it's not that I can't accept it if that person is you. After all, you're in front of me. A man can't forget the first woman he likes in his entire life. While he's with other women, he still has to think about an outsider. Why not let him think about his own sisters? You're not the first, and you're not the only one. Li Qing's lips moved. Her thoughts were in a mess. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and said, of course, you can also refuse. That way, I won't feel guilty towards you at all. It's not that I stole your husband. It's you who didn't want him, and you didn't want him twice. In the future, don't go around telling people that I, Lu Hanyan, am not moral. After Li Qing came back to her senses, her pale face had turned red. She whispered, give me some time. After saying that, she quickly turned around and hurried into her room. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan in front of him and opened his mouth. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, I'll give you an hour at most. Then come to my room. Seeing her turn around and leave, Li Mu was stunned for a long time. In the end, he pinched his thigh to make sure that what had just happened was not a dream. If this was not a dream, then happiness came too suddenly. After coming back to his senses, he slowly walked to the door of Li Qing's room. Her door was not closed. Li Mu walked in and saw her sitting on the edge of the bed with her head bowed. Li Mu did not say anything. He just silently walked to her side and sat down. The two of them sat in silence. After a while, Li Qing slowly leaned her head on Li Mu's shoulder. This was the closest she had been to Li Mu since they met. Li Qing softly said, actually, when we were in the Imperial Clan Temple, I wanted to lean on you like this. Li Mu put his arm around her shoulder and said, you can lean on me for a lifetime. Li Qing did not say anything else. She quietly leaned on him for a while and then said, go to senior sister's place. Right now, she needs you more than I do. Li Mu nodded slightly and said, I'll watch you rest. Li Qing lay on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. She looked at Li Mu and said, go. Li Mu walked out of her room and helped her close the door. Li Qing, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and softly said, Father, Mother, did you see that? Qing also has someone to rely on. Li Mu walked into Lu Hanyan's room. Lu Hanyan was sitting on the bed. She did not raise her head and asked, she agreed? Li Mu did not answer. He walked to her side and asked, why did you? Lu Hanyan unhappily said, if I don't ask her, should I wait for you to ask her? At that time, the one who will be angry will be me. So why don't I ask her myself? Li Mu said, what I mean is, why did you suddenly do this? Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, it's not sudden. From the day she appeared in Shindu, I thought about it. Your feelings for her are not something I can compare to. If you run away with her one day, what should I do? Li Mu said indignantly, what are you talking about? You are my legal wife. How can I run away with someone else? Lu Hanyan asked, so, if you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? Li Mu thought for a while and asked tentatively, can I have them both? Hey, don't bite me. After a long time, Lu Hanyan leaned into Li Mu's arms and said, anyway, I already have Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. It doesn't matter if she has one more. If it was someone else, she could forget about marrying into the Li family. But she is Li Qing. She buried her head in Li Mu's chest and said, let me tell you, I have already married Li Qing for you. You can't abandon me for any reason in the future, any. As she spoke, her voice became softer. The calmness and confidence she had when facing Li Qing just now had disappeared. Li Mu's clothes were wet from her tears. At this moment, Li Mu finally understood what she had been worried about these days. The experience of being abandoned by her parents when she was young had caused her trauma. Even now, it had not healed. Li Mu hugged her tightly and said seriously, "I will never abandon you, never, Changle Palace." Zhou Yi read several memorials. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked, "Where is Li Mu? Didn't he go to the minister's department today? I didn't see him in the morning court." Mr. Mei said, "I really didn't see him today." Zhou Yi thought for a while and put down her brush. She said, "He didn't go to court for no reason. I want to see what he is doing." She flicked her finger and a picture appeared in front of her. In the picture, it seemed to be a street in Chengdu. The street was full of people. There was a beautiful woman on each side of Li Mu. He was holding the woman on the left and the woman on the right. Mr. Mei looked at the picture in front of him and said in surprise, "Isn't that woman Li Yi's daughter?" "He and Li Mu," Zhou Yi snorted and said, "I knew it. Their relationship is not that simple. He goes to Zongjing Temple every day more frequently than he comes to Changle Palace. He didn't want the palace maids I gave him before. I thought he didn't like women. Now it seems that all men in the world are the same," Mr. Mei said awkwardly. "He is so outstanding. Naturally, there are more people who like him. It's understandable that both parties are willing." Zhou Yi waved her hand to disperse the picture. She was a little annoyed. Li Mu had another wife. This meant that he would come to Changle Palace less often. It was only the first day, and he didn't even go to court. On the streets of Chengdu the people looked at the three figures in front of them and whispered, "Isn't that Li Yi? Who is he with?" The one on Li Yi's left is Madame Li. The one on the right seems to be Li Yi's daughter. Why is Li Yi holding her hand? Is there a need to ask? Li Yi overturned the case for Li Yi and saved Miss Li from prison. She was touched and wanted to marry him. It's normal, this is also a good story. It can be written into a play. They are a perfect match. No wonder Li Yi said he wouldn't let Li Yi have no descendants. So this is what he meant. Now, Li Yi really has a descendant. Chapter 376. In the past 3 days, Li Mu had developed a feeling that life was more beautiful than this. He even thought of resigning from his position and living in seclusion. Returning to Baiyun Mountain, he could focus on cultivation and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Wouldn't that be perfect? The reason why he gave up on this idea was because he thought of the Empress. Even if he were to leave, it would be after helping the Empress clear all obstacles and repaying her for recognizing his worth. Of course, he also wanted to take revenge on his father-in-law. Although the case had caused a stir and the whole country knew about it, the outcome was not satisfactory. The main culprits were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. Only one of them received the punishment he deserved. As for the other accomplices, the 3 provinces only fined them a few months of their salary to maintain the stability of the court. It seemed that the price of framing a 4th-rank official was only a few months of salary. As far as they were concerned, this matter was already over. But for Li Mu, it was just the beginning. He stretched out his hand. The ring on his finger flashed and a booklet appeared in his hand. It was the evidence of the crimes of some of the officials of the old party that Zhou Zhong had collected over the years. Most of these people were the ones who joined forces to frame Li Yi. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and deeply trusted by the old party, it was easy for him to use his position to collect the evidence. The crimes of these people varied. Li Mu took out a piece of paper and wrote down a series of names. After thinking for a while, he circled one of them. Wang Luan, who was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel at that time, was the one who submitted many memorials asking for Li Qing to be severely punished. Li Mu was not holding a grudge, but there were so many people that he had to start with. He left the secretariat, walked out of the palace gate, and walked toward the Ministry of Justice. In the assistant minister's office of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Lin leaned comfortably on a chair and sighed in his heart. He had thought that he would have to endure for many more years to reach the position of assistant minister before he retired. But who would have thought that the Ministry of Justice would undergo such a great change? Countless people were eyeing the position, but in the end, he took advantage of it. Yang Lin's gaze inadvertently looked out of the window. A figure flashed by outside the window. Yang Lin immediately stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Lord Li, do you have any instructions for the Ministry of Justice? Although his rank was already higher than Li Mu's, in the imperial court, rank did not represent everything. In front of Li Mu, he still maintained his respect and humility. Li Mu handed him a document and said, "There is a case here. The Ministry of Justice should deal with it as soon as possible." The Central Secretariat had to do with national policies or important decisions. They needed to be reviewed by the Minister of Ceremonies and the Minister of Ceremonies to guide the 6 ministries in their implementation. For such small matters, the Central Secretariat officials had the power to directly order the Ministry of Justice. Yang Lin took the document. After reading it, he said in shock, "This is the Ministry of Personnel's physician, Lord Wang Luan." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Why? Does the Ministry of Justice's handling of cases vary from person to person?" Yang Lin quickly replied, "Of course not." Li Mu said, "I believe that Lord Yang will be a good official. Otherwise, I wouldn't have urged His Majesty to let you be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice." Yang Lin was stunned. He had thought that his appointment as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice was due to the efforts of the old faction. He was still puzzled as to why the old faction did not get a single official position in the Ministry of Personnel, but he succeeded in the Ministry of Justice. Only now did he know that his promotion was not because of the old faction, but because of Li Mu. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me." His Majesty felt that Lord Yang was not too far off the path and wanted to give you a chance. Yang Lin stood where he was. His gaze gradually became hesitant. He knew that at this moment, he was faced with an important choice in his life. Should he continue to work for the old faction, or should he completely side with Li Mu? The old faction was controlled by the Shao clan, and the Shao clan was the legitimate royal family of Great Zhou. Even though the Zhou clan was extremely powerful, they were not the legitimate royal family. Many officials in the court and the people of Great Zhou were inclined towards the empress returning the throne to the Zhou clan. Therefore, even though the old faction had been suppressed by the new faction in recent years, they were still powerful and did not lack supporters. He worked for the old faction because he believed that the Shao clan would regain power sooner or later. However, what reason did he have to work for Li Mu? His Majesty could not pass the throne to Li Mu or Li Mu's children. Yang Lin did not dare to make a rash decision when it concerned his future and even his life. He looked at Li Mu and probed, "Lord Li, may I ask if His Majesty intends to pass the throne to the Zhou clan in the future?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Is this something that you and I, as subjects, can discuss?" Yang Lin looked troubled. Li Mu knew what he was worried about. He said, "Are you afraid that the Shao clan will come after you if His Majesty passes the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin said, "Lord Li, I have elders and children to take care of. I cannot afford to gamble. If I gamble wrongly, the lives of my family." Li Mu asked, "When do you think His Majesty will pass the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't know." Li Mu said slowly, "His Majesty is a powerhouse of the 7th realm. He can live for at least 3 decades. She is in her prime now. Even if the throne is to be passed, it will be decades or even centuries later. Do you think you can live until then?" Yang Lin thought for a moment and felt that Li Mu's words seemed to make sense. By that time, he would have retired and returned to his hometown to enjoy the rest of his life. It would have nothing to do with him who would inherit the throne. However, he still did not dare to gamble. He asked Li Mu nervously, "His Majesty won't pass the throne early, right?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Do you think His Majesty will suddenly pass the throne?" Yang Lin looked at Li Mu in a daze, seeming to understand something. If it was said that His Majesty had such thoughts in the past, he would not find it strange. In the past, His Majesty did not care about the court at all. He did not care about the struggles between the old and new parties. He let nature take its course. However, The appointments of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice showed that His Majesty was already deliberately suppressing the old and new parties and taking back power. Could it be that His Majesty had other thoughts? Li Mu looked at him and said, I know that it is very difficult for Lord Yang to make a decision. I will give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, whether we are friends or enemies will depend on your choice. Yang Lin's expression was bitter. Did he have any other choice? Although Li Mu did not have many friends in the court, he was really good to his friends. In just half a year, Zhang Chun had been promoted from the Divine Capital Commandant to the Left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He was a real minister with real power. The residence he lived in also went from 2, 3, and now 4. He was about to live in a large residence with 5 entrances. For Yang Lin, who lived in a small house with 2 entrances for 3 generations, a residence with 5 entrances was an unattainable dream. On the other hand, Li Mu's enemies were either dead or demoted. Those who were lucky enough to survive lost their positions and reputation. Yang Lin did not doubt that if he became Li Mu's enemy, he would not even be able to live in a small house with 2 entrances in less than a month. The prison of the Ministry of Justice was perhaps the best outcome. If it was a little worse, he might only have a few coffin planks to block the dirt. After careful consideration, Yang Lin let out a long sigh. Then, his expression gradually turned solemn. He looked at Li Mu and said seriously, from now on, this humble official will follow Lord Li's lead. Li Mu did not misjudge him. The person he supported did not disappoint him. Not long after, a few constables from the Ministry of Justice hurried out of the Ministry of Justice's main gate. They came to a certain entertainment market and grabbed a certain noble from a brothel. Which yamen are you from? How dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? The Ministry of Justice, the current Assistant Minister of Justice is my father's friend. Let me go. Once you get to the Ministry of Justice, you will suffer. The noble made a lot of noise along the way. The constables from the Ministry of Justice could not take it anymore and used a rag to gag his mouth. The people along the way found out that the noble had been summoned by the Ministry of Justice because of an old case. This is the son of Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel. Why is the Ministry of Justice arresting them? Aren't the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice on the same side? That was in the past. Now, the Minister and Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel have changed. The Ministry of Personnel's Assistant Minister hasn't changed. He has some ties with the current Assistant Minister of Justice. Could it be that their relationship has broken? The people always like to watch the drama between officials and nobles. They followed along the way. Ministry of Personnel. It was lunchtime. A few officials from the Ministry of Personnel walked out together and prepared to eat at a restaurant. When they passed by the Ministry of Justice, they saw a large group of people gathered outside the Ministry of Justice. They were discussing and pointing inside. One of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel lamented, "The Ministry of Justice is really busy. They can't even rest during lunchtime." Another official from the Ministry of Personnel said, "When we were on our way here, we heard from the people that some official's son was arrested. The Ministry of Justice took him out of the brothel directly. It seems like the crime is not small." When they heard that some official's son had committed a crime, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were instantly interested in watching the drama. The Ministry of Personnel's physician Wang Luan chuckled and said, "I wonder which family's son is from. He keeps causing trouble for his elders. It's time to teach him a lesson." He looked into the Ministry of Justice's main hall and saw a figure kneeling in the hall. The figure looked so familiar. One of the officials said in surprise, "Lord Wang, isn't this your?" Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. Then, his face gradually darkened. He did not expect that he would be involved in the drama. Chapter 377. Under the curious gazes of several officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan strode into the Ministry of Justice. He met Yang Lin at the Assistant Minister's office. Wang Luan looked at Yang Lin and frowned. "Lord Yang, what's going on?" Yang Lin said helplessly, "You'll have to ask young Master Wang. 3 years ago, he pursued a married woman. In order to force the woman to submit, he beat her husband until he was severely injured. In the end, he even used his power to fabricate a crime and sent her husband to prison. Today, the Ministry of Justice has ordered the Ministry of Justice to reopen the case. After the Ministry of Justice investigated, they found that it was true. Wang Luan gritted his teeth. Wasn't the case from 3 years ago already closed? Yang Lin said, although the case from 3 years ago was closed, the Ministry of Justice felt that the Ministry of Justice had handled the case unfairly and requested a retrial. I couldn't do anything about it. Wang Luan asked, can't the original verdict be upheld? Yang Lin shook his head. No. The Ministry of Justice was dissatisfied with the original verdict, so they decided to reopen the case. If the Ministry of Justice still doesn't change it, then I'll be the unlucky one. Wang Luan said angrily, why do you have to reopen the case from 3 years ago? Yang Lin looked at him. You'll have to ask Lord Wang about this. Wang Luan was stunned. Ask me? What's wrong with me? Yang Lin sighed and said, that day, I told you not to meddle in that matter, but you sent several memorials in a row, insisting that Li Yi's daughter be killed. Now, that woman has become one of Li Mu's lovers. If he doesn't take revenge on you, who else can he take revenge on? Wang Luan said, I didn't follow the royal prince's orders. Yang Lin said, that's why your son is here today. Wang Luan took a deep breath and asked, then what will happen to my son? Yang Lin shook his head. It's hard to say. He caused serious injuries, slandered and framed innocent people, and sent them to prison. He'll be punished for several crimes. Your Wang family might have to pay a lot of money. You won't be able to avoid prison, Wang Luan said, I know that the law can be bent. Lord Yang, with our relationship, you have to help me. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, you can ask Manager Wei to defend your son. He is the most familiar with the law and the Ministry of Justice. Perhaps he can help your son fight for a reduced sentence. A moment later, in a certain office of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Luan held Wei Peng's hand and said, Manager Wei, I'll leave my son to you. After the matter is completed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wei Peng nodded and said, I'll try my best. With that, he slowly walked into the courtroom. Wang Luan asked Yang Lin, how will the Ministry of Justice judge him this time? Yang Lin thought for a moment, then said, inflicting serious injuries and setting someone up to be imprisoned for 3 years. The fine is at least 200 taels of silver, and this is under the condition that the other party is willing to forgive you. In addition, at least 5 years of imprisonment is unavoidable. As for how much you can reduce, it will depend on Manager Wei's performance. About 15 minutes later, Wei Peng slowly walked out of the court. Wang Luan asked, what were the results? Wei Peng said, forget it. Wang Luan was pleasantly surprised. His sentence has been waived? Wei Peng said, the fine is waived. He was only sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he grabbed Wei Peng's collar and said through clenched teeth, what did you say? Just how did you argue? Yang Lin hurriedly said, Lord Wang, watch your actions. Your actions. He had just finished speaking when several figures walked into the Ministry of Justice. They looked at Wang Luan and asked, are you the director of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan? Wang Luan was furious. He said unhappily, I am. Who are you people? Crack. 2 of them pressed down on Wang Luan's arms. Another person put shackles on his wrists and said, the Imperial Clan Temple has investigated. In the past few years, you have abused your power for personal gain many times. When evaluating officials, you were severely unfair. In addition, in order to get your son off the hook, you used your position as the director of the Ministry of Personnel to put pressure on the Ministry of Justice. This is also a serious violation of the law. Come with us to the Imperial Clan Temple. Wang Luan said in horror, what are you saying? I am an official of the Imperial Court. You have no right to do this. You still know that you are an official of the Imperial Court? The official from the Imperial Clan Temple glanced at him. He waved his hand and said, knowingly breaking the law. This is an additional charge. Take him away. Seeing Wang Luan being taken away, Yang Lin sighed and said, I told you long ago not to stand up for others when you shouldn't. You just wouldn't listen. Outside the Ministry of Justice, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were dumbfounded. Everything was fine in the morning. They had just come out for lunch and the director was taken away. The onlooking commoners were also discussing. This family, both the father and son, were arrested. What a sin. The father committed a sin, and the son committed an even greater sin. They could have been released after a few years as compensation. Now, they have been locked up for 20 years. When will they be released? Manager Wei's defense is really amazing. This is nothing. Just last month, there was a murderer who was sentenced to be banished to the army. His family spent a lot of money to hire Manager Wei to defend him. Guess what happened? What happened? He was just executed yesterday. In a room on duty in the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng was writing a file. Yang Lin stood in front of the table and asked, You have a grudge with Wang Luan's son, right? Wei Peng nodded and said, We had a conflict before. Yang Lin said, Be careful in the future. It's best not to bring personal grudges into official matters. Wei Peng said, This official understands. Yang Lin shook his head and left. Because of the delay just now, the brush in Wei Peng's hand had been suspended in the air for too long. A drop of ink fell onto the half-finished file and quickly dyed it red, leaving behind a blob of ink. Wei Peng looked at the blob of ink and said in a low voice, Come back. The blob of ink on the file quickly shrank and formed a blob of ink. It floated in the air and landed back on the brush. The paper was as clean as new. Compared to the demotion of the Minister of Personnel and the left and right assistant ministers, the imprisonment of a mere director of the Ministry of Personnel did not attract much attention. However, to the officials of the old party, this matter was worth paying attention to. Times had changed. In the past, they were in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. However, the director of the Ministry of Personnel was now the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel. Losing one of the two directors of the Ministry of Personnel was a great loss to them. In a certain residence in the southern courtyard, a secret meeting was taking place. Why did something suddenly happen to Wang Luan? I've asked Yang Lin. He's under the orders of the Secretariat. It should be Li Mu who's behind this. Wang Luan once received my order to persuade the imperial court to execute Li Mu's daughter. Now, I heard that Li Yi's daughter is living in Li Mu's house and is very close to him. Perhaps she has already become his woman. He's taking revenge. After a long silence, someone sighed and said in an unwilling tone, In my opinion, we shouldn't provoke Li Mu for the time being. He has the Empress protection and doesn't reveal any flaws. We can't do anything to him and there's no need to fight to the death with him. Don't forget that we only have one opponent. As long as we defeat the Zhou family, no one will be a threat to us. Someone sighed and said, Now, I'm afraid it's not about whether we should provoke Li Mu or not, but whether he should provoke us. If Li Yi's daughter is already his woman, then Li Yi is his father-in-law. It's very likely that he wants to avenge Li Yi. Hasn't he already overturned the verdict for Li Yi? Overturning the verdict is not revenge. Judging from Wang Luan's case, this person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since he took action against Wang Luan so quickly, I'm afraid he won't let the others off easily. As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door from outside. He walked over and opened the door. A servant whispered a few words to him. When he walked into the room, his face was very gloomy. He said, In addition to the left physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, the right physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Shui Yan, was also taken away by the people of the Imperial Clan Temple. Preposterous. Commandery Prince Nanyang slapped the table and stood up abruptly. He said angrily, What is he trying to do? In the Li residence, Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and said, Those people from back then, don't even think about escaping. Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and coughed softly. Li Qing let go of Li Mu's hand in a panic. Although the three of them had reached a tacit understanding on some matters, she was much more thin-skinned. In a situation where there was a third person present, she was still not used to being intimate with Li Mu. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand in his left hand and Lu Hanyan's hand in his right. It was not easy to enjoy the happiness of having two wives. If they could not be impartial, it was only a matter of time before the harem caught fire. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked Li Mu, "When do you plan to officially welcome her into the Li residence?" "We have to prepare in advance." Li Qing shook her head and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble." Although Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were both women, their understanding of marriage was completely different. Lu Hanyan's heart was still that of a secular woman. She hoped to have a romantic and ritualistic wedding. Li Qing entered the Fulu school when she was very young. She had the carefree and casual nature of a cultivator. When cultivators practiced dual cultivation, as long as the two of them were willing, they could enter the bridal chamber at that time and skip all the tedious procedures. Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "That won't do. If others know, they will think that I have mistreated you." Li Qing insisted, "There's really no need. As long as the three of us can be together forever, that's enough." "Three?" Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and seemed to realize something. She looked at her with a strange expression and asked, "Junior sister, you don't think that Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are just our maids, do you?" Chapter 378. Li Qing went back to her room alone to calm down. Lu Hanyan had a gloating expression on her face. Li Mu smacked her butt and said, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Lu Hanyan smiled and said, "I just wanted her to experience my feelings. Besides, she will find out sooner or later. If I don't tell her, will you tell her yourself?" The eldest madam of the Li family did it for revenge. Because of Li Qing, she had cried a lot in the past. Li Qing had wronged her, so she wanted to use Wan Wan and Xiao Bai to take revenge. She was still the petty Lu Hanyan. But she was also the Lu Hanyan that Li Mu liked. For many things, it was more appropriate for her to speak to Li Qing than Li Mu. After thinking this through, Li Mu put his arm around her and rubbed the place where he had just hit her. He said, "Does it hurt?" Lu Hanyan blushed and slapped his hand away. She said, "Behave yourself." Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are still over there. Li Mu looked over. The two girls who were sitting together on the swing immediately covered their faces with their hands. Their eyes peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Li Mu moved his hand away and said angrily, "Children shouldn't poke their noses into adult affairs. I'm not a child anymore. I'm not a child anymore." Wan Wan and Xiao Bai tried to defend themselves. Li Mu waved his hand and said, Go back to your room to play." Although they were not young in some areas, they were still under 18 years old. As long as they were not over 18 years old, in Li Mu's eyes, they were different from Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Li Mu could hold Xiao Bai's original body, but as long as she transformed, he would feel guilty. Wan Wan was the same. She had not changed much in the past 2 years. She was still greedy and playful. The only change was that her eyes were more seductive. As long as one looked into her eyes, one's soul would be sucked in. Little White and Wan Wan were soul seducers and soul catchers respectively. When the two beauties worked together, even Li Mu could not withstand them sometimes. Li Qing was alone in the room. Lu Hanyan was full of satisfaction after getting her revenge. She went to the great music bar to find her friends. She planned to buy the whole place and was discussing the price with the owner. Li Mu had nothing to do, so he watched Wan Wan and Xiao Bai play aeroplane chess in the courtyard. Before the game, they had agreed that the loser would have to warm the bed next time Li Mu slept in the study. Li Mu watched for almost an hour. They were still playing aeroplane chess. While he was bored to death, something in the space of the flask heavens suddenly moved. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and the spiritual snail appeared in his hand. "Come to the Changle Palace." Only this sentence came from the spiritual snail, and then there was no more sound. In the past few days, he couldn't even take care of his family. He was immersed in his women and completely forgot about the Empress. 15 minutes later, Li Mu appeared in the Changle Palace. He bowed and asked, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" The Empress threw him a token and said, "From now on, you are the Deputy Commander of the Bamboo Guards. You will be in charge of the Bamboo Guards together with Ali." The Empress had 4 internal guards. Their names were Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju. The 4 guards had different names, and their functions were also different. The Mei guards were in Shendu. They were in charge of monitoring the officials. The commander was Mr. Mei. The Lan guards were scattered in various counties. Their job was to monitor the local officials. Li Mu had never seen their commander before. The Bamboo Guards were a special operation organization. They were in charge of carrying out special tasks, such as investigating rebels under the Empress orders. The commander was Shengguan Li. The Ju Guards were the most mysterious of the 4 guards. It was said that they were in charge of intelligence. They had spies in the Demon Nation, the Ghost Realm, and even the Demon Sect. Li Mu took the token and didn't waste any time. He said, "Yes, Your Majesty." He was very clear about his position. He was a brick. He would be wherever the Empress wanted him to be. However, the Empress had inexplicably summoned him here and only gave him a token. After that, there was nothing else. She could have asked Lord Mei to pass this token to him. There was no need for her to make a special trip. After taking the token, Li Mu didn't stay for long. He walked out of Chang'e Palace and said to Shengguan Li, "Commander Shengguan, I have other things to do during this time. I'll need you to take care of the Bamboo Guards." Shengguan Li said lightly, "When you're not here, I'm the only one in charge of the Bamboo Guards." Since Shengguan Li didn't have any objections, Li Mu could focus on his own matters. After leaving Chang'e Palace, he went straight back to Chang'e Palace. Zhou Yi looked at the pile of memorials on the table and said, "Look, there's only one more woman by their side, and they don't even care about national affairs. They don't go to the imperial kitchen, and they don't come to Chang'e Palace. I should forbid them from taking concubines." Seeing that the Empress's attitude towards Li Mu was becoming more and more strange, Mr. Mei's face was bitter, but he couldn't say anything. In the Imperial Secretariat, Li Mu sneezed for no reason and crossed out 2 names on the list on the table. Lu Yi walked in from outside and put a few oranges on the table in front of Li Mu. He smiled and said, "Sir Li, these are oranges from my hometown. Although they're not as sweet and delicious as the tribute oranges, they still taste pretty good. You can take them back and try them." Zhongjuan didn't produce oranges. In the past, there were people who transplanted them and used their mana to carefully cultivate them. However, the fruit was small and bitter, so no one tried it again. This kind of fruit was usually transported from the southern counties. The price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Li Mu smiled and said, "Thank you, Sir Lu." Lu Yi had eaten Li Mu's tribute oranges before, so he only came to return the favor. He said, "You're welcome." He was about to leave when he saw a piece of paper on Li Mu's table. He asked, "What's this?" Li Mu said casually, "Oh, this. I have nothing to do, so I practice writing. Sir Li is really elegant." Lu Yi smiled and complimented him. He left Li Mu's office, but he couldn't help but be curious. Who would practice writing using a person's name? Wang Luan, Qian Long, seemed to be the left and right doctors of the Ministry of Rights. The names after that, Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, sounded familiar. They seemed to be the officials of the Imperial Court, Morning Court. A few days ago, the Imperial Court was in turmoil, and there was a big change that hadn't been seen for many years. Today, the change that affected countless officials finally calmed down. The Morning Court regained its tranquility. But soon, some officials found that the court today seemed to be too quiet, as if there were suddenly a lot of people missing. Some of the officials looked around and saw that there were indeed some empty seats in front, behind, left, and right. In the Ziwei Palace, the positions of the officials were fixed. The 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 temples. The ministers, assistant ministers, doctors, ministers, and junior ministers all had their own positions. These positions were fixed. Every morning, it was clear who was absent. Today, there were many gaps in the neat line of officials. There were no empty seats for officials above the fourth rank in front of the palace. But starting from the middle of the palace, there were more empty seats for officials. There was almost one empty seat for every 2 people. In total, there were more than 20 officials who didn't come to the morning court today. Even if they asked for leave, it was impossible for 20 officials to ask for leave at the same time. Moreover, the officials in those officials' offices didn't have the approval of their superiors. What's going on? Where did Lord Ai go? Why didn't Lord Wu come? Lord Shen just took a concubine yesterday. Did he get up late? Lord Wang and Lord Xian didn't come. Lord Wang and Lord Xian were arrested yesterday. What happened to the others? Were they arrested too? Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, Lu Yi stood in front and listened to the officials' discussion behind him. He was a little confused. The names of these absent officials sounded familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Soon, he remembered where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Weren't these people the officials Li Mu used to practice calligraphy? But even if Li Mu used their names to practice calligraphy, it shouldn't be to the extent that they disappeared. Could it be that he wasn't practicing calligraphy, but using a divine ability? He had never heard of a divine ability that could make people disappear just by writing their names. Combined with the strange situation in the court, Louis quickly understood. That piece of paper wasn't used by Li Mu to practice calligraphy. It was a list of names. On that list were the names of the former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, the former Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun. Louis finally realized something and was shocked. He turned around to look at Li Mu. Li Mu grinned at him. Louis immediately turned around and broke out in cold sweat. His mind was racing. His name didn't seem to be on that list. It shouldn't be. He even treated Li Mu to oranges. Southern Court. Gao Residence. Early in the morning, the gatekeeper of the Gao residence was taking a nap in the side room. Ever since his master was stripped of his official position, although fewer people came to the residence, he no longer needed to attend morning court. In the past, he would have to wake up early to open the door at this time. It wasn't like today, where he could still laze around and take a nap at this time. To him, it was a good thing that his master was in trouble. Being able to sleep in the morning made life even better. Bang, bang, bang. While he was daydreaming, there was a sudden rush of knocking on the door. The gatekeeper was pleasantly surprised. After a shiver, he was no longer sleepy. He walked to the door and shouted angrily, "Why are you knocking so early in the morning when someone died in the house?" This person was extremely rude when knocking on the door. Normal people would pay attention to the gentle knocks and pauses when knocking on the door. Only those who were announcing a death would knock so quickly. The knocking stopped and a voice came from outside, "I'm here to visit Lord Gao." Hearing the words "I'm here," the gatekeeper was already looking down on him. His anger hadn't subsided and he asked coldly, "Do you have something to say?" The person outside was stunned for a moment, then said, No. The gatekeeper said coldly, "If you don't have an appointment, bring the invitation when you do." The person outside said, "But I really have something urgent." The gatekeeper said, "No matter how urgent it is, you still have to make an appointment. This is Lord Gao's rule." The person outside the door said, "Can you make an exception?" The gatekeeper said rudely, "I can't make an exception." The person outside the door finally became angry and said coldly, "If you can't make an exception, then forget it. Men, prepare the explosive talismans." Chapter 379. Boom. The 2 explosive talismans pasted on the gates of the Gao mansion exploded under the control of his transcendence energy. With a loud bang, the 2 gates of the Gao mansion collapsed. The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion stood in the courtyard and stared at the collapsed gates in a daze. His mind was blank. His master was a respected figure in the fairy's capital. Even if he was no longer the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he was still the elder brother of concubine Gao, a relative of the royal family. Who would be so bold as to blow up the gates of the Gao mansion? Zhang Chun stood outside the gate and waved at the officials of the imperial clan temple. Follow me in and arrest the guilty official. The loud noise at the gates had already alerted the people of the Gao mansion. In a split second, more than 10 maids and servants rushed out from various places. As soon as they arrived at the front courtyard, they saw the collapsed gates of the Gao mansion. The former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, rushed out of the inner court. Seeing that the main gate of his residence had been blasted open, he was enraged. He glared at Zhang Chun, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he snapped, "Zhang, what are you doing?" Gao Hong hated Zhang Chun to the core. Not only because Zhang Chun took his position as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, but also because Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 lackey. If you hated someone, you would naturally hate everything about that person, including his lackeys. Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said calmly, "There is a case that requires you to go to the Imperial Clan Temple. However, your gatekeeper refused to cooperate, so I can only take forceful measures." The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion hid in a corner, trembling and not daring to raise his head. Gao Hong held back his anger and asked, "What case?" Zhang Chun said, "You'll know when you get there." Gao Hong said coldly, "No matter what, I'm still the royal uncle. You don't have the right to summon me. If you want to summon me, show me the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple." Zhang Chun looked at a minor official of the Imperial Clan Temple and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The minor official nodded and said, "Lord Gao's sister is the son of the former emperor's concubine, Concubine Gao of the Western Palace. To summon a member of the royal family or a relative of the emperor, you need the seal of the Imperial Clan Temple Master. Indeed, Lord Gao does not have this authority." Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said, "You want the abbot's seal, right? Wait a moment. I'll be right back." Gao Hong's face darkened as he watched Zhang Chun leave with his men. Since Zhang Chun dared to come knocking on his door, he must have gotten hold of something that could be used against him. He couldn't figure it out at the moment. As he walked out of the main gate of the Gao mansion, Zhang Chun looked back and said, "Before I return, you are not allowed to go anywhere. If you leave the Gao mansion by 10 feet, you will be considered a fugitive. The Imperial Clan Court can arrest you or execute you." Gao Hong's face darkened, but he still retracted his foot. He walked back to the Gao mansion and said to a servant, "Go to the royal prince's mansion of Nanyang and inform the royal prince of this." On the way back to the Zongjing temple, Zhang Chun muttered, "The Gao manor doesn't look small. There should be 5 entrances, right?" A minor official beside him said, "The Gao residence is a standard 7-section mansion." 7. Zhang Chun thought about how his mansion only had 4 entrances, and there were only 2 maids and 2 servants. Just now in the Gao residence, there were almost 20 maids and servants who rushed out in an instant. Zhang Chun's heart was filled with envy. At this moment, the minor official continued, "That's nothing. The royal prince of Nanyang's mansion is the bigger one. It has 10 entrances and 10 entrances. He has 13 wives and concubines, and each of them has their own independent courtyard. Each of them has a senior maid and 4 junior maids. There are artificial mountains, ponds, and beautiful pavilions in the mansion." Zhang Chun thought about his dream of living in a 5-section mansion before he retired. He shook his head and said, "The layout is too small." The group walked through the palace gates and returned to the Zongjing temple. They didn't know that the imperial court was in an uproar. The number of officials in the imperial court was mysteriously reduced by more than 20. The morning court could no longer be held. Some officials even guessed that the powerhouses of the demon sect had sneaked into the fairies' capital and killed these officials to create chaos in the imperial court. After that, Mr. May clarified that the demon sect had nothing to do with this. Last night, it was the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, Zhang Chun, who led the Zongjing Temple's people to arrest the guilty officials. He told the officials not to worry. It would have been better if Mr. May didn't clarify. After he did, the officials became even more worried. What? These officials were all arrested? More than 20 people were all arrested and sent to the Zongjing Temple? What's going on? Are we in trouble too? 20 officials of the imperial court had been arrested in one night. Without knowing the reason, all the officials in the Great Hall felt threatened, especially those who were close to these two. They were even more frightened. At some point, an official seemed to realize something. He mumbled, these people are all accomplices in Li Yi's case." His words woke everyone up. The officials counted the people who were absent today and were shocked to find that all of them were related to Li Yi's case. A few days ago, when Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case, they were accomplices. However, they didn't receive any heavy punishment. They were only fined a few months to a year's salary. Everyone thought that it was the end. They didn't expect that it was just the beginning. Without any warning, those officials were all caught in one fell swoop overnight. Zhang Chun, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, did it himself. There was no need to guess who was behind this. Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 henchman. He always fought for Li Mu in the imperial court. He must have been allowed to do this by Li Mu. Obviously, Li Mu didn't just want to overturn Li Yi's case. He also wanted to avenge Li Yi. As for the reason, everyone knew very well. Everyone in Fairy's capital knew that Li Yi's daughter was one of Li Mu's lovers. Not only did she live in his house, but they often walked hand in hand when they went out. They were very close. Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case because Li Yi was wronged and died. He wanted to avenge Li Yi because Li Yi was his father-in-law. Everyone's gaze shifted to where Li Mu was, only to find that there was no one there. Li Mu didn't even come to the imperial court today. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. The left servant walked out and said in a deep voice, "What is the imperial court trying to do by arresting more than 20 officials for no reason?" Many people looked at Prince Shou in front. Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know anything." Some people in the imperial court shook their heads and sighed. Prince Shou was a prince and the head of the imperial court. He couldn't even control a minister. He was useless, Mr. Mei said. Yesterday, before Zhang Chun brought people to arrest them, he said that the imperial court has enough evidence. The left servant said with a dark face, "What evidence does he have to arrest more than 20 officials?" Mr. Mei said faintly, "The inner guards don't interfere with the imperial court. If you want to know, you just have to summon Zhang Chun to the imperial court." He turned to look at Sheng Guanli. Sheng Guanli walked to the curtain and came out after a while. She said, "Summon Zhang Chun." Crepe Myrtle Palace was only a few hundred steps away from the imperial court. He quickly walked into the imperial court in half a cup of tea's time. Mr. Mei looked at the left servant and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask Lord Zhang directly." The left servant looked at Zhang Chun and asked coldly, "Assistant Minister Zhang, you arrested more than 20 officials in the middle of the night and caused chaos in the imperial court. Shouldn't you give His Majesty and the imperial court an explanation?" Zhang Chun said, "The imperial court has evidence to arrest people. May I ask what explanation you want?" The left servant said in a low voice, "What crime did the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, commit that you want to arrest him?" Zhang Chun said, "The Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, took advantage of his position to embezzle taxes from the imperial treasury. What's wrong with me arresting him?" The left servant was shocked. He asked, "Do you have evidence?" Zhang Chun said, "The evidence is conclusive." The left servant said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng." Zhang Chun said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng, used his power to threaten and sleep with young girls. The youngest of those girls was only 8 years old. Shouldn't he be arrested?" The left servant moved his lips and said, "Then the Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang." Zhang Chun continued, "The Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang, allowed his younger brother to commit crimes and invade private residences. He bribed the Ministry of Justice to get his younger brother released and exonerated, breaking the law. What's wrong with me arresting him?" He looked at the left servant and said loudly, "There's also Wei Chong from the Taichang Temple, Wang Ning from the Taichang Temple, and Zhuo Xian from the Ceremonies Department. As officials of the Great Zhou, these people acted as a protective umbrella for criminals who trafficked women and children. Shouldn't they be arrested?" He listed the crimes of these more than 20 people one by one. The officials in the court were shocked. They had never heard of such things before. Since Zhang Chun dared to arrest them, then the Imperial Clan Temple might really have evidence of the crimes of so many officials. But how did they find out about these hidden things? Among the officials, some of them realized something. They lowered their heads and squeezed out 2 words from between their teeth, Zhou Zhong. Chapter 380. In the Imperial Kitchen. Ever since Lu Hanyan and Li Qing opened their hearts to each other, Li Mu didn't want to go home. He didn't want to leave home. Of course, because of this, he came to the palace less often, and he hadn't been to the Imperial Kitchen for a long time. When it was only Lu Hanyan and the Empress, Li Mu could still take care of them. But when Lu Hanyan came to Shen, Du and Li Qing moved in, the number of people who needed to be with him increased from 1 to 3. Li Mu was a little busy. This made him realize that he still had a lot of shortcomings in terms of time management. Mr. Lu Sun once said that time was like water in a sponge. If he could make use of the time he spent standing in a daze in the morning court, he could at least cook a bowl of piping hot noodles for the Empress after the morning court. Mr. May once mentioned by accident that the Empress liked to sleep in, so she often didn't eat breakfast in the morning. After the court, it was still early before breakfast time, so she might as well eat something to fill her stomach. Li Mu knew why the Empress liked to sleep in. It was because she couldn't fall asleep at night, so she would cook conch porridge with Li Mu in the middle of the night, or enter his dreams to teach him how to cultivate. As a cultivator in the upper 3 realms, she wouldn't feel tired even if she didn't sleep for a month. But cultivators were still people, and nothing could replace the joy and happiness brought by sleeping. Of course, that was in the past. At that time, Li Mu and she were both single. Now, Li Mu had his wife in his arms every night. Unlike the Empress, who had nothing to do during the long nights, he couldn't sleep beside Lu Hanyan and talk to another woman all night, even if that woman was Lu Hanyan's idol. While he was cooking the noodles, several Imperial chefs were watching. Finally, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Lord Li, is there some secret to your cooking? Why can't we use the same ingredients and the same steps to make your dish taste the same?" Regarding this point, Li Mu also did not know. With the same ingredients and steps, the food made by these Imperial chefs would definitely be better than his. Perhaps the Empress was used to eating the food and liked his taste. After cooking the noodles, Li Mu calculated the time and arrived at Changle Palace just as the morning court session was about to end. Soon, a figure walked out from the back of the hall. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and said, "Is it because I spoil you too much that you are becoming more and more unruly? You even dare to sneak out of the morning court. What's that smell?" Her throat moved, and her tone instantly softened as she asked, "Did you cook noodles?" Li Mu said, "I guess that your Majesty probably didn't eat breakfast today, so I went to the Imperial Kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles." Zhou Yi slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and said, "You are the Deputy Commander of the Bamboo Guards and also responsible for internal affairs. If there is an emergency in the morning court session, you can leave first. I won't blame you. Okay, give me the chopsticks." Watching the Empress eat the noodles in small bites, Li Mu asked, "Your Majesty, how is the situation in the court?" Zhou Yi slowly finished a mouthful of noodles, and then said, "You don't know what the result of the trouble you caused will be. The court officials are all in danger, and the court is in chaos. The trouble was caused by you, so you are responsible for pacifying it." Li Mu said, "These more than 20 guilty officials deserve to be punished. Although it will cause chaos for a short period of time, as long as it's properly arranged, it won't affect the court too much. Your Majesty, you can quickly promote some experienced officials without any background to replace their original positions in the departments of those guilty officials. This way, the impact can be minimized and the normal operation of the Yamen can be maintained. At the same time, Your Majesty can also publicize the crimes of these officials, and use this to win over the people. After Lord Li Yi overturned the case, the people of the 36 counties will greatly increase. After punishing these corrupt officials, Your Majesty's reputation will reach the peak, and you will not be inferior to the previous wise emperors of Great Zhou. It will only be a matter of time before you surpass Emperor Wen." Zhou Qiong didn't seem to be interested in Li Mu's pancake at all. Her mind was completely focused on the bowl of noodles in front of her. She was puzzled. The same noodles and the same side dishes. Why was it that the imperial chef's dish didn't taste as good as Li Mu's? She waved her hand and said, just do as you said. Go and arrange it. Walking out of Changle Palace, Li Mu's heart was slightly heavy. He was a little worried. If the Empress favored him so much and let him make all the decisions, the court officials might be jealous and label him as a favored official who caused chaos. They might band together and get rid of him. No, he had to go back and fix the law bell as soon as possible. If the worst happened, the safety of his family would be guaranteed. When the time came, as long as the law bell covered the Li residence, there would be time to slowly shake people off. Li Mu returned to the secretariat. Lu Yi was about to leave the assistant minister's office, but when she looked up and saw him, she subconsciously retracted her foot. At the same time, in the Zongjing temple not far from the secretariat, Zhang Chun looked at Prince Shou and said, Prince, without your seal, it won't be easy for me to catch people. Prince Shou shook his head and said, if I give you my seal and let you catch our people, wouldn't I be in a difficult position? Zhang Chun said, according to the law, Gao Hong should be arrested. Prince Shou shook his head and said, whoever wants to arrest him can do it. In any case, I'm not arresting him. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, then you are bending the law for personal gain. The next time I go to the imperial court, I will report you in the Golden Palace. As an official of the Zongjing Temple, you are bending the law for personal gain and shielding your accomplices. Your crime is not light. Prince Shou said angrily, are you threatening me? Zhang Chun said indifferently, this is persuasion. Prince Shou suddenly sighed and said, you are threatening me with impeachment. If I arrest Gao Hong, they can't blame me. Show me the official document and my seal. Not long after, Zhang Chun brought people out of the Zongjing temple and came to the southern courtyard, in front of the Gao residence. The morning court had already ended, and Gao Hong had already received news that Zhang Chun was not targeting him. Last night, more than 20 officials in the imperial court were arrested by the Zongjing temple. Without exception, these 20 people were all officials of the old party. Gao Hong found it hard to believe that the Zongjing temple had something on all of them. Even the Empress's internal guards did not have this ability. There was no doubt that there was a traitor among them. As for who the traitor was, it couldn't be any more obvious. Gao Hong gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Zhong, you should be hacked into pieces. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong had gained their trust over the years. The Ministry of Justice had also become a shelter for the old party officials. No matter what crimes they committed, they could be cleared of any crimes through the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Zhong had helped the old party officials time and time again, and his status in the old party had also risen. At the same time, Zhou Zhong also had many things on them. Facts had proven that the more they valued someone, the deeper they were hurt. In just a month, Zhou Zhong had betrayed them twice. Previously, when he turned himself in and overturned Li Yi's case, he had already caused the old party to lose an arm. This time, although the officials he targeted were not high-ranking, the scope was huge. The old party would probably suffer another blow. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After this, the higher-ups would probably not tolerate Li Mu anymore. Even if it went against the emperor's will, they would resolutely get rid of him. Before that, he just needed to wait for news. Gao Hong did not receive any news, but Zhang Chun did. Looking at the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple, Gao Hong said in disbelief, you stole His Highness's seal. Bullshit. Zhang Chun glared at him and said, do I need to steal it? I just need to tell him that you, Gao Hong, are guilty. If he didn't seal it, he would be bending the law for favoritism and covering up for his accomplice. I will have the imperial court impeach him, and he will confess everything. Gao Hong's lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, coward. Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, if you want to scold him, go to the Imperial Clan Temple and scold him in front of him. Lord Gao, do you want to leave by yourself, or do we have to escort you? Gao Hong snorted and said, I'll leave by myself. He looked coldly at Zhang Chun and said, just you wait. Li Mu won't be able to jump around for long. When the time comes, the first one to die will be you. Zhang Chun glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to wait until that day." After having two people send Gao Hong to the Imperial Clan Temple, Zhang Chun waved his hand and said to the others, "Go to the next house." A moment later, at the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. The people of the Imperial Clan Temple knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. A low-ranking official helplessly retreated and said, "Lord, there's no one." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Put on the explosive talisman." The two low-ranking officials stuck a few pieces of Fulu on the door of the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Zhang Chun used his magic power to control the Fulu from a distance, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the pieces of paper. However, as soon as the wave of spiritual energy was produced, a wave of water appeared on the door of the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Wherever the wave of water passed, the waves of spiritual energy produced by the Fulu were easily wiped out. A low-ranking official said, "The protective formation." He walked to Zhang Chun and said, "Lord, the protective formation here is too strong. We can't break it." Zhang Chun asked, "How did the Imperial Clan temples solve this kind of problem in the past?" The low-ranking official said, "We would send an official document to the Ministry of Personnel and ask them to send a high priest from the High Priest Department." Zhang Chun thought for a while and said, "Let's go back to the Imperial Clan Temple first. I'll write an official document for you to send to the Ministry of Personnel." The low-ranking official looked at him and reminded, "Lord, you're the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel." Zhang Chun slapped his head and said, "How could I forget about this? Come, follow me to the Ministry of Personnel." Soon, there was no movement outside the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Outside the door, the Commandery Prince of Nanyang waved his sleeves and snorted, "You're courting death." Without this incident, perhaps the higher-ups would continue to tolerate Li Mu. After this incident, getting rid of Li Mu was a top priority. At the same time, in a deep house in the southern court, there was a sound of gnashing teeth. Li Mu can't be kept alive anymore. This person's threat is even greater than Li Yi's back then. We must get rid of Li Mu, but His Majesty. With His Majesty's protection, it's impossible to get rid of him through the Imperial Court. If we want to get rid of Li Mu, we must restrain His Majesty and use special means. I'll go to the 100 Rivers Academy and meet the Dean. I'll go to the Myriad Scrolls Academy. Chapter 381. The four major academies had always held a special position in the Great Zhou. Although they did not directly participate in the politics of the imperial court, the academy presidents could restrict the emperor in the name of righteousness. Back when the former emperor was still on the throne, it was because of his arbitrary actions that the Great Zhou was plagued with internal and external troubles. The atmosphere was foul, and the faith of the people fell to the lowest point in the past century. At that time, the four major academies worked together. First Seventh Realm powerhouses suppressed the imperial court in an unparalleled manner and completely took away the former emperor's authority. Now, the empress's special favor for Li Mu had repeatedly caused unrest in the imperial court. The four major academies had enough reasons to restrict the empress and stabilize the imperial court. If Li Mu had obediently been her favored official, it would have been fine. The old party would not take the risk of offending the empress and attack him just because she doted on him. However, his existence had already greatly damaged their vitality and strength. If this continued, even if the old party did not perish at the hands of the Zhou clan, they would perish at the hands of Li Mu. Li Mu must be eliminated. For this, they did not hesitate to force the emperor to abdicate. 100 Rivers Academy. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at Vice Academy President Chen and said, "I want to see the Academy President." Vice Academy President Chen asked, "The Academy President is currently in seclusion." "What is the matter, Your Highness King Ping?" King Ping said solemnly, "This is a matter of great importance. The Academy President must come out of seclusion." Vice Academy President Chen said, "What exactly is the matter? Can you tell me first?" King Ping said in a deep voice, "The favored official Li Mu has bewitched the emperor and caused chaos in the imperial court. His Majesty has been bewitched by him and indulged him in every possible way, allowing him to wreak havoc in the imperial court. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to ask the Academy presidents to persuade His Majesty to punish the demonic official Li Mu and return peace to the Imperial Court. Vice Academy President Shen glanced at him and shook his head. However, what the Academy sees is not so. Li Mu is called Xing Tian by the people of Fairy's capital and is extremely loved by the people. Outside, he single-handedly dealt a heavy blow to the 10 demonic sections. Internally, he overturned the case of the favored official who was wrongly killed more than 10 years ago and punished the lawless officials in the imperial court. Because of what he has done, the people's faith in the great Zhou has reached its peak in 50 years, far surpassing the time of the emperor. It is inevitable that His Majesty's favor. Although he is a favored official, Your Highness. King Ping opened his mouth and said, there is one thing that I hope Your Highness can understand. Vice Academy President Shen looked at King Ping and said slowly, the Academy is the Academy of the Great Zhou, not the Academy of the Shao clan. If the Emperor is muddle-headed, the Academy should work together to support him. This is our duty. If the Emperor is wise, the Academy should do its best to assist him. This is also our duty. Whether His Majesty is wise or muddle-headed, it is not up to you to decide. It is up to the people to decide, King Ping said, but the Imperial Court, Vice Academy President Shen said, without destruction, there can be no construction. A piece of good wood will not go bad just because a few worms have crawled on it. However, if they are allowed to gnaw on it, the good wood will eventually turn rotten one day. This is all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. With that, he put his hands behind his back and slowly left. King Ping stood where he was and his expression changed for a while. Finally, he revealed a helpless expression. After a while, he left the 100 Rivers Academy and returned to King Ping's residence. Several people who were waiting in the residence immediately came up to him and spoke. How was it? What did the dean say? Brother Wang, say something. King Ping looked at everyone and sighed. Let's drop this matter. Don't mention it again. Why? Could it be that the Academy doesn't agree? While everyone was asking, another figure walked in from outside. The Duke of Jiangyin had just walked into the courtyard when he shook his head and said, I didn't see the dean. I don't think we can count on the Thousand Scrolls Academy. Among the 4 great academies, the White Deer Academy belonged to the Ministry of War and could never be counted on. As for the other 3 great academies, the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy supported the Shao clan. The Azure Cloud Academy stood on the side of the Zhou clan. If even the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy could not be won over, then there was no need to mention the Azure Cloud Academy. At least 3 deans were needed to persuade the Empress. Even if they managed to win over the Azure Cloud Academy, it would be useless. One of them looked at the Duke of Jiangyin and asked, what did the Thousand Scrolls Academy say? The Duke of Jiangyin shook his head and said, they said that the Academy is not a tool for us to fight for power. They only want to ensure the continuation of the Shao clan's royal family. If the Empress wants to pass the throne to a disciple of the Zhou clan, they will do their best to stop it. Apart from that, the Academy will not participate in any court battles. After saying that, he looked at King Ping and asked, what did the 100 Rivers Academy say? King Ping said, they told us to take care of ourselves. No one spoke again. The courtyard fell into a long silence. The meaning of take care of ourselves was that the 100 Rivers Academy would not help them this time. All along, they had thought that the Zhou clan only had one advantage over the Shao clan, and that was that the Empress's surname was Zhou. Regardless of whether it was the control of the imperial court, the local area, or the number of academies behind them, they were stronger than the Zhou clan's new faction. In fact, if it was not for the former emperor's incompetence that caused the wrath of the people and made the Azure Cloud Academy's dean extremely disappointed in the Shao clan, there might be 3 or even 4 academies behind the Shao clan. It was only now that they realized that although the 2 academies behind them were inclined to let the Shao clan return to the orthodox lineage in the future, that was a matter for the future. At present, they still acknowledged the Empress. In fact, it was not just the academies. Even everyone present was convinced by the current Empress. She had shown great talent in cultivation since she was young. Otherwise, she would not have been valued by the former emperor and become the crown princess and empress. The fact that she could be acknowledged by the emperor's chi and successfully advance to the seventh realm proved this point. At that time, no one in the Shao clan could withstand the emperor's chi and forcefully break through. The royal clan would not have an additional seventh realm powerhouse, but a useless person whose foundation was destroyed. One had to know that she was only 25 years old back then. Since ancient times, no one in the Shao clan had been able to inherit the emperor's chi and advance to the seventh realm at the age of 25. Obviously, the academies would not stand against the empress for this matter. The Duke of Jiangyin asked, "What do we do now?" After a long silence, King Ping shook his head and said tiredly, "Let's leave it at that." Although he did not say much, everyone could hear the intention to retreat from his words. The Shao royal clan did not retreat when facing the new faction that was at the peak of their power. Now that they were facing a lone official, they had the intention to retreat. After failing to defeat Li Mu after using countless methods openly and secretly, they chose to avoid him. The Li residence. Li Mu had just learned from Zhang Chun that the Duke of Nanyang's residence was covered by a powerful formation and the officials of the ancestral temple could not enter. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he mobilized the consecrated department to help, but was rejected by the consecrated department. The consecrated department was a special department in the imperial court. It was not an official office. The consecrators in it were powerhouses recruited from all over the country at great cost by the imperial court. Their relationship with the imperial court was a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one. The consecrated department existed in the previous dynasty and had always been under the control of the old faction. Ever since someone tried to assassinate Zhou Zhong in the consecrated department, Li Mu decided to find an opportunity to reorganize the department. However, he had been busy with other things these days and delayed this matter. Now, he was almost done with the matters at hand and could start to clean up the consecrated department. Before that, he had to help Zhang Chun solve the current problem. There were not many powerhouses in the ancestral temple. They could not be compared to the consecrated department and could not break the formation of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. Li Mu walked out of the residence and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look, the Duke of Nanyang's residence." The Duke of Nanyang observed the situation outside the door through a mirror. Several officials of the ancestral temple stood there, but Zhang Chun had disappeared. This time, Li Mu suddenly went crazy and let Zhang Chun capture so many officials of the old faction. This really surprised the Duke of Nanyang. After the surprise, he was delighted. The reason why the higher-ups tolerated Li Mu was that although Li Mu had damaged the interests of the old faction, it was not to the extent that they would completely fall out with the Empress and get rid of Li Mu at all costs. Now it was time. Because Li Mu's actions had shaken the foundation of the old faction in the imperial court. The entire old faction did not hesitate to ask the Academy for help and restrain the Empress in order to get rid of Li Mu, a thorn in their flesh. In the end, Li Mu was killed by his arrogance. What the Duke of Nanyang had to do was wait. He was waiting for the higher-ups to make a move. When Li Mu died, Zhang Chun and the others would be like chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. While the Duke of Nanyang was waiting, he saw the figures of Zhang Chun and Li Mu appear in the mirror. When he saw Li Mu, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why haven't you made a move yet?" Then, he saw Li Mu and Zhang Chun outside, trying all kinds of methods to break the array of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang sneered. This array was set up by the array masters of the Spirit Array sect. Even a sixth realm expert would have to spend some effort to break it. Li Mu and Zhang Chun were overestimating themselves. Outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence, Li Mu also discovered the extraordinariness of this array. This array could absorb attacks from the outside world and even turn the attacks or the spirit chi in the Fulu into one's own. It was not an ordinary defensive array. It might have been set up by an array master. Although Li Mu had the memories of the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master, he knew that most of those arrays were evil arrays. He did not have a deep understanding of the orthodox arrays. This almost eliminated the possibility of him using ingenuity to break this array. Since he could not use ingenuity, he could only use brute force. Li Mu whistled, and the Dao bell flew out of his ear. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a human. Li Mu pointed at the array outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence and said, "Crash into it." Buzz, the Dao bell responded with a buzz. Then, it flew high into the air and swooped down, crashing heavily into the defensive array. A burst of light flowed on the array. It resisted stubbornly for a few breaths before the light on it quickly dimmed. Zhang Chun strode forward and slammed the door a few times. He shouted, "Xiao Yun, Duke of Nanyang, the Imperial Clan Temple is handling a case. Hurry up and open the door. Don't hide inside. I know you're at home. Hurry up and open the door." Chapter 382. Zhang Chun pounded on the door like he was announcing a funeral, but no one responded. He channeled his mana into his palms and slammed them down. The two doors collapsed inwards, and Xiao Yun, the Duke of Nanyang, appeared in front of him with a gloomy face. Zhang Chun stared at the Duke of Nanyang unhappily and asked, "The Imperial Ancestral Temple has summoned you to close your residence. Are you resisting arrest?" The Duke of Nanyang, the former Minister of Personnel, had fallen to the point where his residence was broken down and humiliated. The Duke of Nanyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Li Mu and Zhang Chun. Thinking that the two of them would not last long, he forcefully used his mana to suppress his anger. He looked at Zhang Chun and said coldly, "Why would the Imperial Ancestral Temple come to my residence for no reason? I thought it was a bold bandit who attacked my residence." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Whether it is for no reason or not, you will know once you follow me to the Imperial Ancestral Temple." The Duke of Nanyang said, "Do you have the official document from the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Zhang Chun took out the official document with the seal of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and waved it in front of him. He asked, "Is this enough?" The Duke of Nanyang said calmly, "If that is the case, let's go." Even as a duke, he could not openly resist the Imperial Ancestral Temple, because it was equivalent to resisting the Imperial Court. However, this did not mean that he would submit to Zhang Chun and Li Mu. King Ping and the others had already gone to the academy to discuss with the dean. Eliminating Li Mu was already the top priority of the Shao clan. Perhaps at this moment, Baichuan and the two deans of the Myriad Scroll Academy had already taken action to restrain the Empress. The experts that King Ping and the others had arranged to clean up the Empress and kill Li Mu were already on their way here, Baichuan Academy. In the northeast corner of the academy, there was a bamboo forest that was green all year round. The students of Baichuan Academy would not easily approach this place. Everyone knew that this was the place where the dean cultivated. The dean of the academy was one of the few experts in the Great Zhou. He was deeply respected and loved by the students, and no one would disturb his cultivation place. In the depths of the bamboo forest, in front of a bamboo house, a hearty laughter could be heard. Beside the stone table in front of the bamboo hut, the man in white put down a word and said with a smile, "Zhao Qingsong, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Your chess skills are getting worse." The middle-aged man opposite him waved his hand, and the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard quickly flew up and returned to their respective baskets. He looked at the man in white and said, "What is there to show off? I was just careless and distracted. Otherwise, you would have lost 15 minutes ago." The man in white asked, "What can distract you?" The middle-aged man said, "I don't know if this change in the imperial court is good or bad." The man in white thought for a moment and said, "You mean that young man named Li Mu?" The middle-aged man said, "Who else could it be?" The man in white nodded and said, "Indeed. At such a young age, he has such a natural disposition. He has gathered the faith of the people in Shindu, can communicate with the heavens and earth, and can achieve the Tao with his words. He is also extremely talented in the Fulu Tao, and made the Fulu school bet its future on him. He can be said to be a hero of his generation. What kind of people are the Shao clan that you support? Why do they have to go against him instead of keeping the Zhou clan in check?" The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "The Zhou clan that you support is not much better than the Shao clan." The man in white crossed his arms and said calmly, "I just can't stand Shao Jing's actions. If Emperor Qing knew that the crown prince he chose was even more muddle-headed than him, and almost caused the great Zhou to be doomed eternally, he might as well smear that essence on the wall. The middle-aged man coughed softly and said, Jing Xingchui, you are the head of a school after all. You should at least show some respect to the late emperor and Emperor Qing. The man in white waved his hand and said, let's not talk about those disappointing things. Li Mu is favored not only because he is handsome. His method of stabilizing the hearts of the people is really useful. In less than a year, the faith of the people in the various counties has surpassed the peak of the reign of Emperor Qing and the late emperor. If this can continue, in the next 10 years, the glory of the reign of Emperor Wen may be reproduced. The middle-aged man seemed to think of something and murmured, could it be that he is also one of the descendants of the extinct 100 schools? There seem to be many among the 100 schools who cultivate with the faith of the people. He has always been trying to reform the law. Could it be the school of legalism? Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. The man in white whispered a few words and said, it sounds more like the Confucian school. He has the ambition of ruling the world and is full of righteousness. It is very likely that he is a descendant of the Confucian school. The middle-aged man put down a chess piece and rubbed his chin. He said, the Confucian school has always been active in the court and respected etiquette. However, his actions are bold and radical, seeking change. It is not like the Confucian school, but more like the school of legalism. The man in white put down another chess piece and said, whether it is the Confucian school or the school of legalism, those who can rule the country are righteous. Let him be, the Zongjing Temple. The prison of the Zongjing Temple, which had always been cold and cheerless, was especially lively today. More than 20 court officials were locked together, all frowning. Most of them had been brought from their homes by the people of the Zongjing Temple last night. Some of the officials had their doors blown up by Zhang Chun while they were eating dinner. Some of them had been pulled out of their beds while they were being intimate with their concubines. At first, everyone was panic-stricken, but after arriving at the Zongjing Temple and seeing so many familiar colleagues, they slowly calmed down. When they saw the former Assistant Minister of Personnel Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang being arrested, they were even more reassured. Of the two of them, one was a relative of the imperial family and the other was a member of the imperial clan. The higher-ups would definitely not let them stay in the Zongjing Temple. When the time came, they would be able to save them along the way. After calming down, they began to curse the main culprit. This damned Zhou Zhong. I've really misjudged him all these years. He doesn't have many days left and he still wants to drag us down with him. Gao Hong did not curse like the others. He knew very well that Zhou Zhong had been sitting in the position of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice all these years and had a lot of information on them. He no longer had the golden ticket of exemption from death and was no longer the Assistant Minister of Personnel. Once those crimes were confirmed, it was enough for him to die several times. In the cell next door, the Duke of Nanyang was meditating with his eyes closed. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and glanced at Gao Hong. He said indifferently, "Why are you panicking?" Gao Hong strode over and asked, "Duke, are you sure that the higher-ups will make a move on Li Mu?" The Duke of Nanyang said, "Li Mu has already forced them into this situation. Do you think they will continue to tolerate it?" Gao Hong said uneasily, "But it's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement at all?" The Duke of Nanyang said indifferently, "What's the hurry? Perhaps they are already on their way." Gao Hong was still worried. He walked out of the cell and said to a jailer, "Go and invite His Highness Prince Shou here." Hearing this, the jailer quickly walked out of the prison. Although the prisoners in the cell were all criminals, they still had a higher status than the jailers. As a lowly jailer, he did not dare to disobey these people. After a while, Prince Shou walked in from the outside. He looked at the two of them and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you caught again?" Gao Hong said, "Isn't it because Zhang Chun took the official document with your highness's seal?" Prince Shou frowned and said, "Why? Are you blaming me? Zhang Chun threatened me. If I didn't do it, I would be bending the law. He even said that he would impeach me in the Golden Palace. What can I do? All of you didn't clean up after what you did and now blame me." Are you still human? Gao Hong quickly said, That's not what I meant. Prince Shou said angrily, Then what do you mean? The Duke of Nanyang finally opened his mouth and said, Now is not the time to talk about this. We want to ask Your Highness Prince Shou to go out of the palace and ask about the situation. Why haven't they made a move on Limu? Prince Shou glanced at them and said, Wait here. I'll go and ask. Half an hour later, in the southern court, Prince Ping's residence. Prince Shou sipped his tea and looked at Prince Ping. He asked, What about the Duke of Nanyang, Gao Hong and the rest? Should I let them go? Prince Ping stretched out his hand and said, No. Prince Shou was stunned and asked, Then what should I do? Prince Ping took a deep breath and said, According to the law, those who should be demoted will be demoted and those who should be killed will be killed. Prince Shou spat out his tea and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He asked, Then what about the Duke of Nanyang? Prince Ping shook his head and said, Without the death exemption token, he can't be saved. Prince Shou was stunned and said, Aren't you going to join forces with the Academy to make a move on Limu? Prince Ping said, Limu is not our enemy. The Zhou family is. There's no need to take the risk. Prince Shou said, But that's not right. If Limu makes a move, Xiao Yun will die. Prince Ping leaned on the chair and slowly let out a sigh of relief. He said, He asked for it. 36 dukes. Even if one is gone, there are still 35, smack. Prince Shou stood up abruptly and pointed at Prince Ping. He said angrily, How can you do this? Do you have any humanity left? Those are our beloved friends. Prince Ping also stood up and said coldly, What do you know? We're looking at the big picture. Prince Shou stared at him for a long time and finally sat back down. He leaned weakly on the chair and said, The blood flowing in his body is the same as ours. Prince Ping said, It's because the blood flowing in his body is the blood of the Xiao family. When necessary, he should sacrifice himself for the Xiao family, ancestral temple. After 2 hours, Prince Shou reappeared in the heavenly prison. Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang were already anxious from waiting. The Duke of Nanyang was still able to maintain his calm while Gao Hong grabbed the bars of the cell and looked in a certain direction. When he finally saw the chubby figure of Prince Shou, he asked anxiously without waiting for Prince Shou to come closer, Your Highness, how is it? Prince Shou patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, it's fine. Gao Hong let out a long sigh of relief. Then, excitement appeared on his face as he asked, When will Limu die? Prince Shou let out a sigh of relief and said, When I save you. Gao Hong finally relaxed and sat down slowly. He leaned against the wall and said, I can't wait any longer. Prince Shou was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he looked at the two of them and said, Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to send it in. Chapter 383. The officials who were locked up in the Zongjing Temple lived a life of luxury at home. Naturally, they weren't used to the food of the Zongjing Temple. As the head of the Zongjing Temple, Prince Shou took this into consideration and sent them food from the restaurant outside the palace. In the prison, the officials were eating heartily. This pork shoulder is from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. It's definitely from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. The smell of the wine can't be wrong. The food of the Zongjing Temple is really hard to swallow. The Wafting Fragrance restaurant is the best. Thank you, Your Highness Prince Shou. Other than having their freedom restricted, the 20 officials didn't suffer much in the Zongjing Temple. Prince Shou arranged a single cell for each of them and changed the bedsheets. In order to protect their privacy, he even had people separate the cells with curtains. 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 2 hours in advance, the prison guards would send the menus from the various restaurants in the divine capital. Each of them could order 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a pot of wine. If they were hungry in the middle of the night, they could even order supper. For this, Prince Shou specially invited the chefs of the Wafting Fragrance restaurant to the Zongjing Temple to be on standby. Even if these officials had more needs in the middle of the night, the chefs would have to crawl out of bed to satisfy them. In terms of food, the food these officials usually ate at home wasn't as good as the food in the Zongjing Temple. Not only that, Prince Shou even considered their physical needs and used his sedan to secretly bring the girls from the brothels outside the palace into the Zongjing temple to comfort these officials at night. This made the officials in the prison change their impression of Prince Shou. Other than his stupidity and cowardice, Prince Shou still had his shining points. Despite the risk of being impeached by the censor, he still took care of these criminal officials meticulously. This wasn't something that anyone could do. It was really good to have one of their own in the Zongjing temple. In the courtyard of the Zongjing temple, Zhang Chun watched as the prison guard sent the food made by the wafting fragrance restaurant's chefs into the prison. He looked at Prince Shou and said slowly, "Your Highness, isn't this a little too much?" "Too much?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "How is this going overboard? When you took special care of Li Yi's daughter, did I say anything overboard? Why are you like this?" Zhang Chun was stunned. "I just covered her cell with a curtain and changed her bed." King Shou said, "I also covered up their cells and changed their beds." Zhang Chun looked at the busy figures in the kitchen of the Zongjing temple and said, "But you brought the chef of the restaurant into the palace. Isn't that too much?" King Shou said, "Is this too much? This is not too much at all. Let me tell you what is too much. Li Mu used His Majesty's imperial kitchen to cook for other women. This is what is too much." Zhang Chun was stunned and said, "But you can't let them drink. The imperial ancestral temple strictly forbids prisoners from drinking." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the wine you gave to those guilty officials. You even found women for them. What do you think the Zongjing temple is? A restaurant or a brothel?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "Ordinary prisoners have to eat a full meal before they are executed. Are you in charge of the Zongjing temple or am I?" Zhang Chun said angrily, "You." Then, he seemed to realize something and looked at King Shou in shock. King Shou sighed and shook his head. Zhang Chun silently shut his mouth. After thinking for a while, he said, "Even if you want to find women from the brothel, Your Highness' taste is too unique. You don't let them enjoy, but let them suffer. I know of a brothel in Luoyang. The women there are very beautiful." King Shou said indignantly, "What's wrong with my taste? They are fat and chubby. Aren't they good?" In the prison, two officials had just finished their sweet and sour fish. As they picked their teeth with the fish bones, they complained, "Everything about His Highness King Shou is good, but I really can't agree with him when it comes to women. I can't even bear to touch the women he finds." King Shou walked in and said, "If you're not satisfied, I'll give you a beautiful one tonight." The official smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." King Shou walked to the innermost cell and asked Commandery Prince Nanyang, "Are you used to it?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Not really, but thank you for taking care of me." At first, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked down on King Shou. Although King Shou was one of the 7 one-word princes and his status was much higher than his, everyone in Luoyang knew about King Shou's cowardice and incompetence. Now, although his evaluation of King Shou's cowardice and incompetence did not change, he did not hate him as much. King Shou squatted at the door of the cell and said, "Nanyang County is such a good place. Why did you come to Luoyang in the first place?" Commandery Prince Nanyang smiled and said, "Nanyang is good in every way except for one thing. It's not Luoyang." King Shou murmured, "Luoyang, what's so good about Luoyang?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Power, wealth, women, cultivation resources. Luoyang has everything you want. It's thousands of times better than Nanyang County." King Shou sighed and said, "Although Luoyang is good, it's also dirty." Commandery Prince Nanyang did not hear what King Shou said clearly and asked, "Brother, when will you let us out?" King Shou said, "You know what you've done. If I let you go just like that, I won't be able to answer to the people and the imperial court. Instead, the new party will have something to use against you. Therefore, we still have to put on a show." Commandery Prince Nanyang asked, "How do we put on a show?" King Shou said slowly, "You'll still be sentenced to death. Then, you'll be sent outside to be executed. Of course, this is all an act. The executioner's knife won't really cut you down. The dean will use his great power to create an illusion to make the people think that you're really dead. After that, you'll have to appear in Luoyang with a new identity." Commandery Prince Nanyang frowned and said, so troublesome? King Shou said helplessly, do you think what you've done is a small matter? According to the crimes that Zhou Zhong has confessed, each and every one of you will be beheaded. This is the only way to save your lives. From today onwards, Commandery Prince Nanyang is dead. You'll have a new identity. At that time, we'll find a way to let you enter the imperial court again. After that, you'll get back everything you've lost. Commandery Prince Nanyang had a thoughtful expression as he carefully considered King Shou's words. Indeed, since Li Yi's case was overturned, Commandery Prince Xiao Yun was no different from a dead man in the Great Zhou. His official position was revoked and he would never be employed by the imperial court again. Instead of using the useless identity of Commandery Prince Nanyang, he might as well change his appearance and start a new life. If King Shou really let him go so easily, Commandery Prince Nanyang would be suspicious. Li Mu and the Zhou clan were watching. If he let them go, King Shou wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, his plan was so meticulous that it wasn't possible for him to be deceived. It was most likely a decision made by the higher-ups. At this moment, King Shou continued, I need all of you to act out this scene. Don't mess it up. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted and no one will be able to save you. Commandery Prince Nanyang no longer had any doubts. He nodded and said, I understand. King Shou patted him on the shoulder and said, remember, even if a knife is placed on your neck, you must remain calm. This is because the executioners this time are all our people. Oh right, remember to tell the others. Otherwise, if they mess it up, everyone will be implicated and Li Mu won't be able to get rid of them. Commandery Prince Nanyang said, don't worry. If anyone dares to mess it up, I'll take their life. In the court of the Zongjing Temple. Zhang Chun looked at the few guilty officials kneeling before him. He picked up a document and read it aloud, Minister Councillor Ai Tong of the Ministry of Revenue. During his reign, he coveted a huge amount of tax from the national treasury. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading, Minister Wu Xing of Guanglu Temple. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading, Wei Chong, Wang Ning, and Zhuo Xian. As officials of the Great Zhou, they participated in the trafficking of women and children and acted as a shield for evil forces. They are sentenced to death by beheading, Minister Chen Guang. They are sentenced to death by beheading. When Zhang Chun announced the sentence, there was no fear on the faces of the officials in the court. Some of them even looked at each other and laughed. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. It was just that King Shou had already made it clear to them that this was just an act. When the time came, not only would they not die, but they would also usher in a more glorious life with a new identity. The death penalty documents of these officials had already been reviewed multiple times. After Zhang Chun announced the sentence in the court, more than 20 people were escorted to the execution ground. King Shou stood outside the Zongjing Temple and nodded at all the guilty officials who walked out of the temple. After receiving that hint from King Shou, everyone felt more at ease. They rushed to the execution ground without any fear, looking quite resolute. On the execution ground. Screens surrounded the execution ground. The people below the execution ground couldn't see the specific situation on the execution ground. This time, those who were to be executed were all officials of the imperial court. There were even relatives of the emperor. The scene of their execution couldn't be seen by the people. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and stood in the crowd. The main culprits and accomplices who framed her father back then were almost all here. Li Mu promised her that all the culprits of the case back then would receive the punishment they deserved. Behind the screens, more than 20 people knelt there. There was still no fear on their faces. Some of them even looked back at the executioner with a smile. Even though the executioner was used to big scenes, he still felt goosebumps from the strange gazes of these people who were about to die. Zhang Chun sat at the executioner's seat. He looked up at the sky, grabbed a bunch of sticks, and threw them out. He said, "The time is up. Start the execution." The executioner's knife was raised high and quickly brought down. Looking at the heads rolling next to him, one of the officials sighed in his heart. A 7th realm cultivator was indeed a 7th realm cultivator. This kind of realistic illusion almost fooled him, let alone the people. There were also a few people whose expressions changed when they noticed the blood of the people next to them splattering on them. However, the executioner behind them didn't give them time to think. With a slash of the knife, the heads were separated from the bodies and their souls scattered. Before and after the execution ground was completely silent. In the past, before the execution, the prisoners would cry and howl. This was probably the quietest execution that the people of the fairies' capital had ever seen. King Shou stood outside the execution ground and sighed deeply. He muttered, "In your next life, be a good person." Chapter 384. The execution was very strange. Even the people outside the execution ground could tell that something was wrong. They had seen executions in the past. It was normal for the prisoners to cry and scream before they died. There were also many who yelled and cursed. However, this time, there were no cries and no cursing. The execution platform surrounded by screens was silent. More than 20 people were calmly going to their deaths. It was so quiet that it was eerie. Soon, the cheers of the people drowned out the silence. Good execution. They are all criminals who wronged Lord Li back then. These people deserve to die. Lord Li can rest in peace now. At the front of the crowd, Li Qing held Li Mu's hand tightly and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned around. The people took the initiative to open a path for them. They walked slowly. The people behind them watched them leave. They clasped their fists and said, "I wish Lord Li and Miss Li a long and happy life together. Grow old together. May you have a child." More than 20 guilty officials were beheaded, and the people all clapped their hands in joy. These people were not only accomplices in framing Lord Li, but they themselves were also guilty of many crimes. Their death was a good thing for the country and the people. After the execution, some of the commoners even spat on the execution platform as they left, their faces filled with joy. King Shou sighed and said to a servant beside him, "Don't remove the screens yet. Inform their families to come and collect the bodies." The servant nodded and said, "Yes." King Shou put his hands behind his back and shook his head as he walked away. He said softly, "It's good that they're dead. There's no more trouble after they die." Zhang Chun walked behind him and said, "These people have committed countless crimes. It's too easy for them to die like this." Although these criminals were dead, they still thought that it was a trap. After today, they would reappear in the divine capital with a new identity. Although they died in the end, at least they didn't feel fear or pain before they died. King Shou said casually, "In life, there are some things that shouldn't be taken too seriously. It's fine if it's not too bad." The news that more than 20 officials from the old party, including Commandery Prince Nanyang and the elder brother of the concubine dowager, had been beheaded at the street corner quickly swept through Luoyang and shocked countless people. Are they really dead? No one saved them? The Shao clan hasn't done anything. Are they just going to be abandoned like that? What are they afraid of, and what are they afraid of? You still don't understand. They're obviously afraid of Li Mu. At the Zhou family's banquet, Zhou Chuan's face was pale. Qin Jian was dead, Gao Hong was dead, and the Duke of Nanyang, Shao Yun was dead. Of the 7 main culprits back then, only he, the Duke of Zhongyong, and the Duke of Peace and Peace were left. Li Mu didn't even spare the accomplices, so how could he spare the main culprits? In particular, the death of the Duke of Nanyang had made him even more terrified. Even the Shao royal family could not escape Li Mu's punishment, let alone him. Zhou Chen lowered his head to eat, but his forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew what his father was worried about. The Duke of Nanyang and those people were dead. Perhaps his father would be his next target. More than half a year ago, Li Mu was still a small official in a remote county. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, he had grown into an existence that even the old party did not dare to provoke. The Shao royal family was not as fearful of the Zhou family as they were of Li Mu. Just before he came to Luoyang, Zhou Chen had tried to send an assassin to finish him off, but it had ended in failure. If Li Mu knew that he was the one who sent that assassin, wouldn't he be reduced to the same fate as those people this morning? In the Zhou family, while Zhou Chuan and his son were in shock, Li Mu was also hesitating in the Li residence. Until today, most of the people involved in the case back then had received the punishment they deserved. No accomplices had escaped, and there were still 4 main culprits in Luoyang. These 4 people were the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Ping'an, the Marquis of Yongding, and Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family. The first 3 bigwigs of Luoyang were involved in Zhou Zhong's scheme. They had no enmity with Li Yi. Zhou Zhong knew that he could not change the overall situation, so he deliberately lured them into the trap in order to get the 3 death exemption tokens in their hands. Before Zhou Zhong lured them in, Li Yi's fate was already sealed. These 3 people were just Zhou Zhong's pawns. Although they had bad records, there was no need to kill them. As for Zhou Chuan, although Li Mu wanted him to pay the price, there were 2 problems in front of him. First, the booklet that Zhou Zhong gave him contained evidence of the crimes of the old party officials. There was nothing about Zhou Chuan, so Li Mu could not overthrow him through the law. Second, Zhou Chuan was the Empress's uncle. Li Mu had already killed one of her younger brothers. He did not know how the Empress would feel if he killed another of her uncles. Even though she had left the Zhou family, the blood that flowed in her body was the same as the blood of the Zhou family. The Empress cared about him so much, so Li Mu could not ignore her feelings at all. He pondered for a long time and walked into the courtyard. He said to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, "I'm going to the palace. You don't have to wait for me to eat today." After informing them, Li Mu left the Li residence and went to the palace. He first went to the imperial kitchen and made a few dishes that the Empress liked. Then, he took the food box and went to Changle Palace. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi looked at the unusually sumptuous meal on the table. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, "What's the matter? Speak." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Nothing." Zhou Yi picked up his chopsticks and said, "I'll only give you one chance." Li Mu said, "Among the people who killed Lord Li Yi, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, was also an important mastermind." Zhou Yi was silent for a long time. Then, he said lightly, "If you have evidence of his crimes, you can punish him according to the law. I will not protect him just because he is my uncle. If one day, the one who breaks the law is you, I will not protect you." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He walked out of Changle Palace and sighed in relief. Zhou Chuan was different from the others. No matter what, Li Mu could not go around the Empress and make a move on him. So, he needed to ask the Empress's opinion first. After getting the Empress's approval, there was only one problem left to solve. That was how to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes. The new party had only been established for 3 years. Moreover, the officials of the 2 parties were very different. The old party consisted mostly of influential officials, while the new party consisted mostly of new officials. In comparison, the influential officials had more misdeeds. Collecting evidence of the old party officials' crimes was easier than collecting evidence of the new party's crimes. Moreover, compared to the old party, the new party had stronger restrictions on the officials. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Zhong had not been able to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes for so many years. Li Mu did not think that Zhou Zhong would be able to do something that Zhou Zhong had not been able to do for so many years. He walked out of the palace gates and stood outside for 15 minutes. Then, he walked toward the northern courtyard. This time, he did not go home. Instead, he stopped in front of another tall gate. Li Mu walked up and knocked on the door knocker. Soon, the gate opened a crack. A servant poked his head out and asked, "May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to Zhou Mansion?" Li Mu looked at Zhou Mansion's gatekeeper and said indifferently, "Please go in and inform them that Censor Li Mu of the Secretariat has come to visit." A moment later, Zhou Chuan frowned and anxiously paced around the hall. He muttered, "Li Mu, what is he doing here? I won't see him. Let him go back." Zhou Xiong stretched out his hand and said, "No, if word gets out, outsiders will think that our Zhou family is afraid of Li Mu. Let him in." Zhou Chuan said, "Second brother, but it's fine. Let's see what he wants first." Zhou Xiong waved his hand and said, his target might be you. Third brother, you should leave for now. After Zhou Chuan left, Zhou Ting said, I'll leave as well. His only son had died at the hands of Li Mu. He could not face Li Mu calmly. A moment later, under the guidance of a servant, Li Mu passed through 2 doors, walked through several corridors, and arrived at a hall. Zhou Xiong was the only one in the hall. Li Mu walked into the hall. Zhou Xiong said indifferently, Lord Li, please take a seat. There's no need for that. Li Mu shook his head and said, I'm here today to tell you one thing. Zhou Xiong picked up his teacup and asked, what is it? Li Mu said, Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family was one of the main culprits who framed my father-in-law. Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice, that case is over. Li Mu said, that's what Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong thought too. Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong had just been executed. This was a blatant threat. Zhou Xiong slammed his teacup on the table and said loudly, Li Mu, what are you trying to say? Li Mu said indifferently, let Zhou Chuan ask to be exiled and this matter will end here. Zhou Xiong was stunned for a moment before he became furious. He stood up and gritted his teeth, you're dreaming. Li Mu shook his head and said, if it weren't for His Majesty, I would do it myself. At that time, it won't be as simple as being exiled. Don't force me. Zhou Xiong wanted to throw his teacup at Li Mu's face. He came to the Zhou family and asked the Zhou family to ask to be exiled. Who was the one forcing who? Zhou Xiong said angrily, what right do you have to say that? Li Mu looked at him and said, when I was in the northern county, I was assassinated. Don't think that I don't know that the mastermind behind the assassination was Zhou Chuan's son, Zhou Chen. Crash. Zhou Chen, who was eavesdropping in the back hall, was shocked when he heard Li Mu's words. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and knocked over a chair. He picked up the chair with a pale face and his body trembled slightly. In the front hall, Zhou Xiong said flatly, you're slandering me. Li Mu smiled and said, whether it's slander or not, you'll know when you get to the Imperial Clan Temple. I still have a lot of evidence of your Zhou family's crimes. At that time, it won't just be Zhou Chen's case. Zhou Chuan, Zhou Ting, and the other officials of your new party won't be able to escape. The fate of those officials on the execution ground today will be your fate. Zhou Xiong's face turned red. He pointed at him and said angrily, you. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xiong and said calmly, Chen Jian's grave is already covered in grass. Gao Hong and Prince Nanyang's bodies have just turned cold. I only asked Zhou Chuan to be exiled because of His Majesty. I have no interest in the fight between the old and new parties. However, if I don't punish Zhou Chuan and avenge my father-in-law, I won't be able to answer to my wife. Zhou Chuan's request to be exiled is my limit. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Chapter 385. After saying those words, Li Mu turned and left the Zhou family. After he left, a few figures walked out from the back hall. Zhou Xiong looked coldly at Zhou Chen and asked, is what Li Mu said true? Zhou Chen nodded and said fearfully, but back then, when I hired the assassin, I did not reveal any of my identity. Zhou Xiong sat in his chair and said weakly, how much leverage does he have on the Zhou family? Most of the conflicts in the imperial court could not be seen in the open. These conflicts in the dark were filled with blood and filth, and could not be shown in front of others. With the Shao clan's existence, the Zhou family could not avoid such filthy matters. Once they were exposed and seriously investigated, there was no doubt that the fate of the old party officials would be the fate of some of the new party members. Zhou Chuan said, I'm guessing that Li Mu is lying to us. Even the old party does not have any evidence. How would Li Mu know? Zhou Xiong looked at him and asked, what if? He looked at Zhou Chuan and said, even if he does not have more leverage, just the crime of assassination is enough to send your son to his death. Zhou Chen trembled and hugged Zhou Chuan's thigh. He said fearfully, Father, I don't want to die. I'm your son. You have to save me, Pa. Zhou Chuan slapped him away with a gloomy face and did not say a word. Li Mu's request for Zhou Chen and the other members of the new party to be spared was that Zhou Chuan himself had to request to be banished to the army. The place of banishment was either the demon nation or the ghost realm. Any sinner who went to such a place would have a slim chance of surviving. Some would even die 10 times out of 10. This unfilial son wanted him dead. At that moment, Zhou Chuan regretted giving birth to this son for the first time. At that moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside. Zhou Xiong stood up and said, "Big brother." Zhou Jing said, "I know." Zhou Xiong thought for a moment and asked, "Big brother, can you divine if Li Mu is bluffing? Does he really have leverage on us?" Zhou Jing shook his head and said, "He has a magic treasure that can shield him from the heavenly secrets. I can't calculate anything related to him. Even if I didn't have that item, I might not be able to calculate these things." Zhou Xiong sat back down and asked worriedly, "What should we do now?" If Li Mu had come to the Zhou family to spout nonsense without any basis, there was a 90% chance that he was bluffing. However, he had directly pointed out the secret things that Zhou Chen had done, which made Zhou Xiong feel uncertain. If what Li Mu said was true, then they would have to give up on Zhou Chuan and be banished to the army. If they don't do as Li Mu said, Zhou Chen will die. Not only that, there is a certain possibility that the other officials of the new party will also be implicated. If Li Mu really has something on them, within the scope of the law, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted. This was something that everyone in Luoyang was aware of. How arrogant was the Shao royal family? They were even capable of doing things like forcing the emperor to abdicate the throne. However, in the end, they still had to watch the heads of over 20 officials from the old faction fall to the ground. Even the Duke of Nanyang could not be saved. Once Li Mu made public the evidence in his hands, the new party would probably follow in the footsteps of the old party. If Zhou Chuan did not leave, Zhou Chen would definitely die. Perhaps even more people would die. If Zhou Chuan asked to be banished, only 3 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family would be left. This was a dilemma that only the head of the family, Zhou Jing, had the right to make. In the hall, everyone's gaze was on Zhou Jing. Zhou Chuan could not help but say, "Even if Li Mu really has something on us, can we trust what he says? What if he goes back on his words?" Zhou Jing looked at him and said, "No matter what decision you make, the Zhou family will agree." Zhou Chuan's voice gradually became softer as a bitter smile appeared on his face. If his eldest brother was not threatened by Li Mu, he would have clearly told him that the Zhou family would not be threatened and would not agree to Li Mu's request. Other than that, any decision he made would actually lead to another choice. Sacrificing him in exchange for the stability of the Zhou family and the new party. It turned out that he had been abandoned like the commandery prince of Nanyang. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Let's do as Li Mu says. For the Zhou family, for the new party, and for our great cause." Zhou Jing was silent for a moment before he said, "The family will prepare some things for you so that you can protect yourself. When the time is right, you can return to Luoyang." Zhou Chuan cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, eldest brother." The third of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, felt guilty for framing Li Yi. Although he had been pardoned by the death exemption medallion, he still asked to be sent to prison and left Luoyang. This became another eye-catching event after the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang and the others. Back when they framed Li Yi, they were all sentenced to death. Later, they were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. The common people thought that this would be the end. They did not expect that it was only the beginning. After the commandery prince of Nanyang, Shao Yun, and old concubine Gao's elder brother, Gao Hong, were pardoned by the death exemption medallion, they were sent to the execution ground for other crimes. In the end, they could not escape death. Although Zhou Chuan did not die, the crime of being sent to prison was not much different from delaying the execution of the death penalty. It was just that he would die a little later. At this point, all the main culprits and accomplices in Li Yi's case had paid the price with their lives. The other 3 fish that escaped the net, the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Pinghan, and the Marquis of Yongding, disappeared from Luoyang overnight after hearing and witnessing these things. Someone saw them leave Luoyang with their family the night before the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang. Li residence. After Li Mu heard these things, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He pulled Li Qing into his arms and whispered in her ear, "It's all over." Li Qing was silent. Not long after, a wet mark appeared on Li Mu's chest. After 14 years, the injustice of the Li residents was finally redressed. Those people who had inflicted suffering on them back then had finally received their overdue judgment 14 years later. Li Qing could only completely let go of certain things that she had been carrying in her heart at this moment. Li Mu hugged her. After a while, when he lowered his head, he realized that Li Qing had fallen asleep in his arms. He carefully carried her back to her room and placed her on the bed. He kissed her forehead gently and left the room. Zhou Chuan had volunteered to be banished. Li Mu had no intention of continuing to fight the Zhou family to the death. Firstly, he did not have anything on the Zhou family. He could trick them once, but he might not be able to trick them a second time. Secondly, 2 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family had already died at the hands of Li Mu. Zhou Chu had even died at his hands. If he continued to be aggressive, he might be driven into a corner. Most importantly, he had to consider the Empress. After all, that was the family that had raised her. Even if this family had betrayed her and made her watch helplessly as the Zhou family was destroyed at the hands of Li Mu, it was still a form of torture for her. He had used less than a year to go from a nameless minor official to a person that both the new and old parties feared. In less than a year, too many changes had happened in Luoyang. As Li Mu walked on the streets, he no longer saw numb faces. The people's backs were straight, their eyes were bright, and they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. All of this showed that the Luoyang of today was no longer the Luoyang of the past. An old woman with a walking stick was walking on the street. She accidentally fell. A young man and a young woman passed by, quickly helped her up and helped her to the side of the road to rest. The old woman rested for a while, then leaned on her walking stick and slowly walked on the street. When she reached the corner of the street, she saw a beggar in ragged clothes. She thought for a moment, then took out a few copper coins from her sleeve and threw them into the beggar's bowl. The beggar kowtowed in gratitude. He took 2 copper coins and bought a bun from a bun shop by the street. He saw the shop assistant from the shop next door struggling to carry a box onto the carriage. He held the bun in his mouth and went forward to help carry the box onto the carriage. The shop assistant took a deep breath. Just as he was about to thank the beggar, he realized that there was no one behind the box. At this moment, a man in green walked over and asked, "Brother, may I ask where Restaurant Rui is?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "I happen to have something to do near Restaurant Rui. Follow me." The man thanked him and followed the shop assistant to Restaurant Rui. He happened to see a young man and a young woman's kite hanging on a tree. The 2 of them stood under the tree and waited. The man leaped up and easily plucked the kite. He smiled and handed it to the young man and the young woman. He said, "Go over there and fly it in an empty place." Li Mu was greeted by the people along the way. He could clearly feel the changes in Luoyang half a year ago. Li Mu was not the only one who could feel the changes. The people of Luoyang could feel it too. In the past, there was no good or evil in Luoyang. There was no right or wrong. It was chaotic and dark. Until half a year ago, a ray of light shone through the darkness. From then on, good and evil were separated in Luoyang. The officials and nobles who broke the law were punished the same as the common people. Be it the hedonistic sons of rich parents, the students of the academy, the important officials in the court, the nobles of Luoyang, or even the descendants of the royal family, they could no longer trample on the law and oppress the common people. This ray of light allowed the common people to walk out from the darkness and into the sunlight. Looking at the figure walking slowly on the street, countless people had reverence in their eyes. That was the light in all of their hearts. Chapter 386. Walking on the streets of Chengdu, Li Mu found that he seemed to be more and more fond of the human world. Especially after witnessing the changes in the people in the past half a year, the achievements and joy he got from it were far from what he got from cultivation. In this state of mind, his heart was empty. Even without the clear heart technique, he could still maintain absolute peace in his heart. Somehow, he even had a kind of enlightenment. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. As long as he could practice these 2 words with himself, one day, he could rely on the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhou to advance to the upper realm. Now, he didn't have to do anything deliberately and could continue to absorb psychic power from the people. He was like a walking temple. He walked slowly on the street. What he saw and what he heard was the ecology of Shindu, only a duck-like voice was mixed in it, which seemed a little out of place. Fortune-telling, 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 infertility treatment, ensuring the birth of a fat baby, you're not allowed to be free, you're not allowed to be free. This voice was a little familiar. Li Mu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sloppy Taoist priest squatting at a corner of the street. In front of him was a Bagua diagram, and beside him was a flag with the words, Divine Strategy, written on it. The Taoist priest's spiritual sense was very sharp. The moment Li Mu looked over, the Taoist priest raised his head and looked at him. When he saw Li Mu, the Taoist priest was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up from the ground and said in amazement, "Why is it you again?" Li Mu walked over, smiled at him, and said, "Senior, we meet again." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said, "Why do I always run into you wherever I go?" That's not right." As he spoke, his tone suddenly changed. He grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said in shock, You have a good fortune." Li Mu said, "In the past few months, I encountered some opportunities." The old man let go of his hand and muttered, "Bullshit opportunity. Why can't I encounter such an opportunity?" Thinking back to more than a year ago, when he first met the young man in front of him, he was just a mortal who had lost his 7 souls and didn't have long to live. When he saw him for the second time, he was already in the omnipotent realm. Only half a year had passed, and when he saw him again, he was already in the creation realm. This made the scruffy Taoist priest doubt his life. At this rate, in another year or so, wouldn't he be inferior to him? He returned to his original position and waved his hand at Li Mu. Go. Let this old man be alone." Li Mu glanced at him and then turned to leave. When he met an old friend, he only went up to greet him out of politeness. To Li Mu a year ago, peak 6th realm cultivators were unreachable. But now, he was in close contact with 7th realm cultivators every day. In his eyes, 6th realm cultivators were just so. It wasn't until Li Mu's figure disappeared that the scruffy Taoist priest raised his head and looked in the direction he left. His heart was bitter and indescribable. He muttered, "Thief. God, this is not fair, not fair." Li Mu quickly forgot about the scruffy Taoist priest. Although he had avenged Li Qing, there were still some leftover problems. As the Great Zhou FBI, some of the priests in the Department of Worship enjoyed the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Court, but they didn't do anything for the Imperial Court and didn't listen to the orders of the Ministry of Personnel. They even became the private soldiers of the old party, disobeying Imperial orders and doing whatever they wanted. Li Mu had thought of cleaning up the Department of Worship a long time ago. The Department of Worship was nominally under the command of the Ministry of Personnel, but it wasn't an office under the Ministry of Personnel. Before the Empress ascended the throne, the Department of Worship was directly responsible to the Empress. After the Empress ascended the throne, because she couldn't subdue the Department of Worship controlled by the old party, she established the internal guards. The bamboo guards of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum guards were used to replace the Department of Worship. Of course, whether it was strength or resources, the internal guards were far inferior to the Department of Worship. The Department of Worship was supported by the Great Zhou's national treasury. Every year, large amounts of spiritual jade, fulu, talismans, and other cultivation resources were allocated from the national treasury. The internal guards were subsidized by the Empress herself. The highest cultivation of the internal guards was only 5th realm. In the Department of Worship, there were 2 great priests who were both 6th realm cultivators. There were also dozens of 5th realm priests. In Changle Palace, when he was eating with the Empress, Li Mu told her about cleaning up the Department of Worship, but the Empress was a little absent-minded. Zhou Yi didn't answer Li Mu's question. Instead, she asked, "Tell me, what's so good about being the Empress? Why can they disregard other people's lives and even their own for this position?" Zhou Chuan had already been sent away from the Immortals' capital today. Li Mu wasn't surprised that the Empress would feel this way. To the Empress, there was indeed nothing good about being the Empress. She wasn't keen on power, nor was she greedy for beauty. She didn't have anyone in her harem, and she didn't want to review memorials. To her, this position was a prison. But to others, controlling the life and death of hundreds of millions of people and becoming the ruler of the most powerful country in Zhu province was already a fatal temptation. Moreover, after becoming the Empress, she could legitimately replenish her harem. If Li Mu was the Empress, he could legitimately make Lu Hanyan Empress and Li Qing noble consort. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai would be fair consort and virtuous consort. No one would have to be jealous of anyone. It was only natural for the Empress to take in concubines. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was wonderful. There would no longer be a fire in the harem or an azura field. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said, "I'm asking you a question." "What are you laughing at?" Li Mu no longer fantasized. He withdrew his smile and said, "Your Majesty, not everyone is like Your Majesty who doesn't like power. To them, becoming the emperor above hundreds of millions of people is a fatal attraction." Zhou Yi asked, "You too?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This isn't my dream." Zhou Yi continued to ask, "Then what is your dream?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "This subject's dream is to take my wives to travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands, see all kinds of sceneries, and finally find a quiet and secluded place. When I'm not cultivating, I'll raise flowers and vegetables and live the life of an ordinary person." Zhou Yi glanced at him and calmly asked, "You want to leave the imperial court?" Li Mu heard the fluctuation in her tone. To prevent her from thinking that he wanted to run away, he added, "Of course, not now." Zhou Yi asked, "Then when?" Li Mu said, "After I've helped Your Majesty clear away all obstacles and solve all problems." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "I feel that the Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon Sect are the biggest obstacles and troubles in my heart. I won't keep you for long. Once the Demon Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Yao Kingdom is pacified, I will let you go." Li Mu was dumbfounded. The Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon Sect. Which of these 3 powers hadn't existed for as long as the Great Zhou? Even if the Great Zhou perished, they might not necessarily perish. To put it bluntly, she wanted him to work for her for the rest of his life. Even when the Jade Emperor made things difficult for Sun Wukong, he didn't go so far. It was better to wait for the chickens to finish their rice, the dogs to finish their noodles, and the fire to burn out the logs. This way, Li Mu would at least have something to look forward to. At this moment, he had already decided to stick to his original plan. After helping her condense the next strand of Emperor Qi, he would take Lu Hanyan and the others and run away. There was a wider world outside, and he didn't want to waste his life on the Empress. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "What, you're not willing?" Li Mu squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm willing to go through water and tread on fire for Your Majesty. Not to mention destroying the Demon Sect, subduing the Ghost Realm, and pacifying the Yao Kingdom. When I'm strong enough, I can even go to the Eastern Sea and catch a dragon to be Your Majesty's mount." Li Mu had long since figured out the Empress's personality. Ordinary women also liked to hear nice things, but the Empress wasn't an ordinary woman. She liked to flatter and praise even more. Regardless of whether she could do it or not, she had to get through this hurdle first. Zhou Yi asked, "Is what you said true?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "Then swear to the heavenly Tao." Li Mu stared blankly at the Empress. He didn't expect that she wouldn't play by the rules. If he had said this to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, they would definitely have covered Li Mu's mouth before he swore to the heavenly Tao. Then, either coquettishly or angrily, they would say, "Who told you to swear? I don't want you to swear," and so on, and forget about this matter. But the Empress, it was fine if she didn't stop him, but she actually took the initiative to make him swear? Was an oath to the heavenly Tao something that could be casually sworn? Li Mu felt that the trust between humans was gone. "What, you're not willing?" Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that everything you said just now was false?" Li Mu wanted nothing more than to slap his own mouth. But it was obviously too late. Looking at the Empress' serious eyes, Li Mu slowly raised his right hand, bent his thumb, and pointed to the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Li Mu, swear to the heavenly Tao that only after the demon sect is destroyed, the ghost realm is subdued, and the demon country is pacified, can I leave your majesty. If I violate it, I will not have a good ending," Zhou Yi said. "Also, I really want to have a dragon as a mount." Li Mu's lips moved and said, "Your majesty, how about we forget about this? The dragon race has a fishy smell, and it's slippery. It's not suitable to be a mount." Zhou Yi glared at him. "Hurry up." Chapter 387. Walking out of Changle Palace, Li Mu had to admit that he had been careless this time. He had been forced by the Empress to swear an oath to the heavens that he would only leave her after helping her destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom. Fortunately, Li Mu was quick-witted and changed a phrase when he swore. He said that he would not leave her until he finished these things, and not Shendu or Great Zhou. If he could abduct the Empress, then it would not be considered leaving her. Whether or not the Great Zhou could destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom was a matter for the Great Zhou court. In any case, Li Mu had fulfilled his oath to the Empress. Didn't she like to plant flowers? When the time came, he would open a garden for her next door to where he, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing lived in seclusion. As long as she did not feel bored, she could plant flowers for the rest of her life. Li Mu looked back and twitched the corner of his mouth. If she wanted to trick him, she would have to cultivate for a few more years. After swearing the oath, he once again brought up the matter of purging the office of consecration. What made Li Mu feel helpless was that, at some point in time, the Empress had handed over all the things that should have been done by her to him. She did not even hand it over to Li Mu. Instead, it was Li Mu who raised the problem and solved it himself. Now, she wanted Li Mu to be her slave for the rest of his life. If she had not given him so much and treated him so well, Li Mu might have gone back to inherit the Fulu school long ago. What really made Li Mu feel that he owed her was that the Empress had always stood by his side when facing the Zhou family and himself. She had also given him the greatest trust and the greatest freedom to reverse the verdict and take revenge for Li Qing's father. If he ran away like this, it would be too heartless. For a woman to treat him like this, even if Li Mu could not repay her with his body, he could not be so heartless. Consecrated Office. Lord May of the Inner Guards had just arrived. He left behind an imperial edict and then floated away. The contents of the imperial edict made countless consecrators angry and dissatisfied. From today onwards, the consecration department would be under the management of the Bamboo Guards. Although they did not need to be merged into the Bamboo Guards, the Bamboo Guards Vice Commander Li Mu would be in charge of the consecration department. The Department of Offerings had always been a special existence in the imperial court. They were not from the academy, nor were they officials of the imperial court. Their relationship with the Great Zhou court was more like cooperation than subordination. The imperial court provided the consecrators with cultivation resources, while the consecrators worked for the imperial court. Both sides took what they needed. The Department of Consecration had always been an independent department, never under the jurisdiction of an official of the court. Even the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs could only request for a consecrator and not order them to do so. This imperial edict shook the position of the consecrated division. For cultivators, a country was already a vague concept to them. What cultivators pursued their entire lives was supreme strength and the ethereal heavenly path. Most cultivators despised becoming a lackey of the imperial court, or rather, a lackey. However, the path of cultivation was not something that could be achieved by one person alone. Cultivation required resources, and cultivation resources were not easy to obtain for most cultivators without any background. In order to obtain cultivation resources like spiritual jades more easily, some cultivators with some strength would put down their pride and choose to become a consecrator of the imperial court. But this did not mean that they were willing to be under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. After becoming a consecrator, these people were still more unruly than the officials of the imperial court. They would submit to the strong, but would not submit to official rank. What is the Empress thinking? She actually let a brat control us? Although his talent is not bad, his cultivation has only just reached the 5th realm. What right does he have to command us? He killed more than 20 people from the old faction and forced Li Mu to ask for exile. Has Li Mu's hand finally reached the Department of Offerings? I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. We must express our stance in protest. Everyone, don't come to the Department of Offerings tomorrow. Doesn't he want to be the master of the Department of Offerings? Just let him be the master of the Department of Offerings. Most of the consecrators in the Department of Offerings were opposed to this matter. If the Empress let a 6th realm cultivator take charge of the Department of Offerings, it would be fine. But Li Mu was only at the 5th realm, and had just reached the 5th realm. Any random consecrator here was stronger than him. To make them listen to the orders of a weakling was something that was very difficult to accept. Of course, among them, there was also a large portion who had long been bribed by the benefits of the old faction and harbored enmity towards Li Mu. Under this enmity, there were very quickly people who began to incite the other consecrators to take Li Mu down a notch. A group of people noisily left the Department of Offerings. 2 elders with similar appearances stood in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs. The elder on the left said, "What do you think?" The elder on the right thought for a moment and said, "Killing him a little is good for his spirit. We have to let him know that the Department of Offerings is not a place where he can behave atrociously." The Empress temporarily placed the Department of Offerings under the Bamboo Guards. As the deputy commander of the Bamboo Guards, Li Mu naturally became the direct superior of the Department of Offerings. A few days ago, he had done a detailed search for information on the Department of Offerings. Currently, there were 2 6th realm cultivators in the Department of Offerings. Both of them had just reached the 6th realm several years ago, and they were a pair of twin brothers. For the Imperial Court, 5th realm consecrators were easy to recruit, but 6th realm high consecrators were very difficult to recruit. When one's cultivation reached this level, they could already be considered one of the few powerful cultivators in the world. Whether it was out of dignity or the pursuit of a higher realm, they would not be willing to be the Imperial Court's lackeys. This also led to the Imperial Court having to pay a huge price every time they recruited a 6th realm cultivator. Not only did the Imperial Court have to provide them with large amounts of spiritual jades every year, but they also had to satisfy their various requests. After Li Mu saw the benefits of the 2 high consecrators, even he wanted to become a high consecrator himself. Li Mu could do what they could do, and Li Mu could do what they could not. He could guarantee that it would be worth more than the cost. If the Imperial Court gave him the resources given to these 2 people, Li Mu could guarantee that he would be able to create even greater value for the Imperial Court than them. Most importantly, these 2 people did not make much of a contribution every year. Li Mu even killed several dozen elders of the demon sect. The contributions of these 2 high consecrators to the Imperial Court were greater than the contributions of the entire Department of Offerings. However, other than the Empress's love, he did not receive anything else. This made Li Mu feel very unbalanced. He walked into the Department of Offerings and found it abnormally quiet. There were about 100 or so consecrators in the Imperial Court. Not everyone was at the Department of Offerings every day, but no matter the time, there should be at least 10 people on duty here. However, Li Mu went through all the duty rooms and did not see a single person. He found an old man cleaning in the backyard. After asking, he found out that there were usually at least 20 consecrators in the Department of Offerings, but today, there was not a single one. It was obvious that they were targeting him. The entire Department of Offerings was more united than Li Mu had imagined. There was no one in the Department of Offerings, so there was no point for Li Mu to stay here. He said to the old man cleaning, "Tell them that in 3 days, all the consecrators in the divine capital must report to the Department of Offerings. Those who do not make it in 3 days will be expelled from the Department of Offerings." Before leaving the Department of Offerings, Li Mu took a list of consecrators with him. On the list, it was clearly written which consecrators were out on missions and which ones did not have missions to stay in the divine capital. It was also very simple to inform them. The consecrators were treated very well. There was an entire square in the divine capital dedicated to consecrators. Among them, only Realm 4 consecrators could be allocated a courtyard with 2 entrances. Realm 5 consecrators lived in residences with at least 3 entrances and 3 entrances. The two great consecrators' residences both had 5 entrances and were fully staffed with servant girls and servants. When he learned of this news, Li Mu even cried out on behalf of old Zhang for a while. In truth, when he had first arrived in the divine capital, he would not have had to work so hard if he wanted to live in a larger residence. He only needed to resign his official position and join the Department of Offerings, and he would immediately be given a courtyard with 2 entrances or even 3 entrances. The imperial court treated these outsiders much better than the officials. Li Mu's request that all the consecrators in the Department of Offerings must report to the Department of Offerings within 3 days was quickly made known to all the consecrators. What does this mean? If we're expelled from the Department of Offerings within 3 days, can he expel everyone if none of us go? I'd like to see what he'll do when he's the only one left in the Department of Offerings. That's not good. Li Mu is not to be trifled with. Look at all the things he's done in the past. Which one of them wasn't serious? What if he really expels all of us? Heh, would a Department of Offerings with only him still be called a Department of Offerings? When the time comes, the one to be expelled will only be Li Mu. He'll have to invite us back in the same way he expelled us. Since that's the case, let's not go. After leaving the Yamen, Li Mu passed by the Department of Offerings on his way home and swept his gaze over it. Tomorrow was the 3-day deadline. He wasn't sure what the outcome would be tomorrow. But he was clear that a new official would make 3 sweeping fires. The first fire had to burn brighter. If he couldn't establish his authority, he wouldn't be able to mingle in the Department of Offerings in the future. The current problem was that the Department of Offerings had as many experts as there were clouds. That place was not the imperial court, and the offerings were not officials of either party. Any sort of open or secret schemes were useless. In that place, absolute strength was the only thing that mattered. Unfortunately, Li Mu's own strength was not great, and he was also a commander without any reliable helpers. Just by himself, how could he contend against a group of experts of the same level? Fortune-telling, treating infertility, guaranteeing the birth of a fat child. As he walked down the street, a familiar voice once more sounded by his ear. Li Mu looked in a certain direction and suddenly thought of a plan. At the corner of the street, the slovenly Taoist priest was currently soliciting customers. In front of his divination stall, a shadow suddenly appeared. He raised his head and glanced at Li Mu, then waved his hand as if he was swatting away a fly. Quickly leave. This old man doesn't want to see you. This time, Li Mu did not leave. Looking at the Taoist priest, he said, Senior's cultivation is so high. To be a fortune teller is a waste of talent. I don't know if Senior wants to become a offerings in the imperial court. Offerings? The Taoist priest jumped up from the ground, glaring angrily at Li Mu. Gritting his teeth, he said, what kind of person is this old man? This old man doesn't even care about the 6 great sects. What is the Great Zhou Court? You actually want this old man to be a dog of the imperial court. If this wasn't the divine capital, this old man would definitely turn you into a dog first. Li Mu continued, with Senior's cultivation, if you join the Department of Offerings, you can become a great offering and live in a 5-sectioned residence. The imperial court will also provide you with maids and servants. The Taoist priest looked at Li Mu and said, before this old man changes his mind, you'd best leave quickly. Li Mu shook his head, saying, Senior probably doesn't want the heavenly fortune talisman either. Just as he turned around, someone grabbed his wrist. The Taoist priest grabbed Li Mu's hand and said seriously, whether it's the heavenly fortune talisman or not isn't important. The main thing is that this old man wants that big residence. You're still young, so you don't understand. After drifting for a lifetime, when you get older, what you seek is a stable place, a place that can shelter you from the wind and rain. Oh right, you mentioned the heavenly fortune talisman just now. What? Is it a heavenly fortune talisman if you join the Department of Offerings? P.S. Recommending the Book of the Old Days by the Bear Wolf Dog. The world is about to be in chaos. Demons are emerging in an endless stream. Chu Qiguang is guarding his territory. Looking at the demons working peacefully and the old employees who have just turned into zombies, he shouted, how dare you call the sun and moon to change the sky? Chapter 388. From the sloppy Taoist priest's reaction, Li Mu knew that he had made the right bet. All 6th-level cultivators would eventually face a problem: their lifespan. Without reaching the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would not be able to break through the limits of mortals. 260 years, or 120 years, was their life and death moment. If they were mortals, then it would be fine. Although 260 years was a long enough lifespan, mortals could not escape from old age, sickness, and death. Most people could not even live past 160 years, so naturally they would not encounter a situation where their lifespan ran out. But cultivators were different. As long as a 6th-level cultivator did not seek death like the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master or the Nether Saint, they would not die so easily. The only thing that could kill them was time. A heavenly secret talisman could buy them 10 years of lifespan. In these 10 years, as long as they broke through to the 7th level, they would immediately gain another 60 years of lifespan. Thus, there was no need to be envious of these 6th-level cultivators, especially those at the peak of the 6th level. Although they were incomparably prominent in front of others, they might not have many years left in their lifespan. Although their cultivation was not as high as theirs, from now on, they could live longer than them. Li Mu looked at the sloppy Taoist priest and said, "The imperial court has always been generous to the offerings. As long as Senior joins the offerings department, I guarantee that you will receive a heavenly secret talisman within a year." Although the materials for the heavenly secret talisman were precious, if the imperial court wanted to gather them, they could also gather a few sets. After the excitement just now, the old man had already calmed down. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "Kid, don't try to trick me. The heavenly secret talisman is a saint-level Fulu. Even those old fellows in the Fulu school could not draw it. Who in the great Zhou court can draw a saint-level talisman?" Seeing was believing. Li Mu stretched out his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. An illusory image of a Fulu covered in mysterious runes appeared before the Taoist priest's eyes. He could easily reproduce the Fulu that he had once drawn. Taoist priest looked at Fulu on the screen, and his eyes lit up. "Saint level, it's really a saint level." Then, his face was filled with smiles again as he said, "To be honest, although this old man has spent most of his life traveling outside, this old man was born in the Great Zhou dynasty and can be considered a citizen of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is only right for me to do something for the Great Zhou dynasty. This old man will enter the Department of Consecration." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Senior is truly righteous. Tomorrow morning, you can directly report to the Veneration Department." After bidding farewell to the Taoist priest, Li Mu finally felt at ease. In the end, the consecrated office was a place where strength spoke. Without a super powerhouse holding down the fort, Li Mu did not have the confidence to speak. Speaking of which, exchanging a divine secret talisman for a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th realm was a very good deal. Unfortunately, the materials needed for the saint-level Fulu were very precious, and this talisman could not be mass-produced. Otherwise, as long as the Empress announced to the world that she would give a divine secret talisman to any 6th realm powerhouse who joined the consecrated office, the Department of Consecrated Office of the Great Zhou would be the most powerful force in the 10 continents and 3 islands. What 6 schools and 4 sects? Even the demonic path would not be able to compete with them. The divine secret talisman was not only useful for 6th realm powerhouses, but also for 7th realm powerhouses. Although the divine secret talisman did not increase the lifespan of powerhouses above the transcendent realm by that much, every year of lifespan increased the chances of advancing. Every time one advanced a level in the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would increase by 60 years. If they made the right bet, their lifespan would be extended by 60 years. Who would not be tempted? As long as there were enough materials, he could let the Empress visit him every few days. With the help of her talisman, Li Mu was confident that he could turn the consecrated office into a retirement home for the super powerhouses of the continent. Of course, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. This plan, at present, could only be imagined by Li Mu. Early the next morning, Li Mu arrived at the consecrated office a quarter of an hour later than the usual time. Inside the consecrated office, it was quiet. Apart from the old man sweeping the floor, there was no one else in the entire consecrated office. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in the courtyard of the consecrated office. The old man sweeping the floor obeyed Li Mu's instructions. He took an incense burner, inserted an incense stick, lit it, and placed it in the courtyard of the consecrated office. Li Mu looked at the incense stick and said, "Tell them, before this incense stick burns out, if they do not report to the consecrated office, they will be expelled from the consecrated office, and all the rewards bestowed by the imperial court will be withdrawn. From now on, they will no longer enjoy the treatment of a consecrated." The old man walked out of the consecrated office and walked briskly towards a nearby market. Deterring Square. There were hundreds of markets in the Immortals' capital, each with its own function. Deterring Square was a residential market, located in the core area of the Immortals' capital. Although it was a residential market, the people who lived in the market were not commoners, officials, or nobles. They were consecrated members recruited by the imperial court. The consecrated members were the same as the officials of the imperial court. They ate the salary of the imperial court, and their treatment was even better than the officials. Every person had a house bestowed by the imperial court, and all the maids and servants in the house were available. In a certain house in Deterring Square, 10 or so consecrated members were gathered together. Expelling them from the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick. Who is he trying to scare? Expelling everyone from the consecrated office, how will he explain this to the imperial court? This morning, not a single person went. I want to see how he will deal with this. After discussing for a while, they decided to continue staying here. In some other houses in the square, there was also hesitation in the eyes of some people. Should we go or not? Li Mu is not someone to be trifled with. The Empress also favors him so much. How many people have fallen into his hands? If he really expels us, where will our future cultivation resources come from? Why don't we just forget about it? The Shao family has not given us any benefits. We have no need to oppose Li Mu. Li Mu sat in the consecrated office. Ever since the incense stick had burned halfway, consecrated members had begun to walk in from outside. After clasping their hands to Li Mu, they returned to their respective duty rooms. There was also a portion of people who stood outside the consecrated office, chatting and laughing with the people beside them. They were all consecrated members of the consecrated office, but they did not walk in. Their gazes would occasionally glance at the incense stick, as if they were waiting for something. Only when the last stick of incense had burned out did they walk into the consecrated office. If they were frightened by Li Mu on his first day at the consecrated office and obediently returned to the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick, then they could forget about having a good life in the future. The reason they had waited until the incense stick had burned out before walking into the consecrated office was to give Li Mu a show of strength. They had to let Li Mu know that the consecrated office was not the same as the imperial court. However, when the incense stick had burned out and the first person outside the door wanted to walk into the consecrated office, a figure blocked their way. That fifth realm consecrated looked at Li Mu, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Lord Li, what are you doing?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is the consecrated office." That consecrated said, "Could it be that we consecrated members cannot enter the consecrated office?" Li Mu said, "In the past, yes, but not now. Before the incense stick has burned out, everyone who did not report to the consecrated office has already been expelled from the consecrated office. I will give you all 1 day to move out of Deterring Square, and henceforth do not act in the name of consecrated members of the Great Show." That consecrated did not expect that Li Mu would actually dare to do this. His face darkened as he said, "Lord Li, this is your first day at the consecrated office. Are you going to be so ruthless?" As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from his body. The consecrated behind him also had an invisible aura rising from his body. Under the pressure of this aura, a few strands of hair by Li Mu's ears were blown up, and his clothes also fluttered loudly. A piece of the green brick under his feet was crushed by his foot. The next moment, Li Mu took a step forward. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from his body. The dozen or so consecrated at the entrance of the consecrated office retreated several steps under this aura. The fifth realm consecrated could still barely hold on, but several fourth realm cultivators directly fainted under the impact of that aura. Li Mu looked at them and said indifferently, "From now on, you are no longer consecrated members of the Imperial Court. The consecrated office is an important place of the Imperial Court. Those who trespass into the consecrated office without permission will be expelled, and those who trespass repeatedly will be killed without mercy. Several Fifth Realm consecrated members struggled to resist Li Mu's aura pressure, their hearts extremely shocked. They did not expect Li Mu to be able to release such an aura when he had just advanced. In that instant, they even felt as if they were facing a Sixth Realm cultivator. Li Mu's strength was far stronger than they had imagined. They originally wanted to show him their strength, but now they were the ones who could not step down. Just as these people did not know how to deal with it, a gentle force swept over them. The aura emanating from Li Mu collided with this gentle force and cancelled each other out. Two elders with similar appearances slowly walked to the entrance of the consecrated office. The head consecrated is here. Greetings, head consecrated. Seeing the two old men, the crowd seemed to have found their backbone and bowed to greet them. The elder on the left glanced at them and said, "What are you all standing here for? Hurry up and go in." The head consecrated spoke, and these people heaved a sigh of relief. The leader was about to enter, but just as he took a step into the consecrated office, he was suddenly hit in the chest by a golden light, and his entire body was sent flying. After sending one person flying, the Tao bell shrunk to the size of a palm and floated on Li Mu's shoulder. Seeing this, the few consecrated who were about to enter immediately stopped in their tracks. They never would have thought that Li Mu would not even give face to the head consecrated. The elder who had spoken just now had a dark expression and asked, "Lord Li, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing." Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "I have said before that those who do not last 5 minutes will be expelled from the consecrated office. These people are standing outside the consecrated office and dragging their feet until the incense burns out. Clearly, they do not want to be consecrated anymore. The consecrated office is an important place of the Imperial Court. Not just any random person can casually enter." The elder looked at him and asked slowly, "The two of us are also late. Does Lord Li want to expel the two of us from the consecrated office as well?" Sixth Realm cultivators were not easy to recruit. Li Mu did not have this authority. Although Li Mu really wanted to expel them to save resources for the Imperial Court, if he really did expel them, the Imperial Court would probably also put pressure on the Empress. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Seeing that you are the head consecrated, I can make an exception this time. There will not be a next time. There is no need to wait for a next time." The elder who had not spoken all this time snorted and said coldly, "If you want to expel them today, then the two of us will voluntarily resign. You can expel us as well while you are at it." Li Mu looked at this elder in shock. There was actually such a good thing? He was just worrying about how to expel them. With the sloppy Taoist priest, who was at the peak of the Sixth Realm, there was no need for the two of them. Wasn't this just a waste of the Imperial Court's resources? Li Mu looked at the two of them in surprise and said, "Words are no guarantee. Why don't the two of you make an oath to the Heavenly Tao?"